Yeah, like, well, wherever the best position is, which one we got on the other side that we were at, where we could see the flames a little bit more when you. Okay. Um, I'm sorry, no, not ATC. What did they say? Okay, if you could walk me into that truck. Or do you know, have you seen it? Okay. Hey, Doug, I was just going to tell, hey, Doug, Alan was talking to one of the pilots. There might be somebody missing. They're looking for somebody, the owner of a truck that possibly might be in that building. Might be in the truck. Oh, yep. Oh, I see. I think a car, kind of hard to make. It looks like a car, but I don't see a truck. That might be a truck. It's hard to make it out. Tom, yeah, at times it looks like the smoke is dying down, but just a few minutes ago we actually saw a couple of explosions, and again, as that happens, we get a better look at exactly that street. There is huge amounts of rubble on Stefani Street, and as I zoom out, you can see just how close those homes are to the explosion. It's about less than 1,000 feet. We've been estimating with our tools up here. Again, that's on the west side of Stefani Street is where the explosion is. We're at about 1,000 feet high and 2 miles away. There's just a huge evacuation area, and of course we'll stay overhead and keep you informed. Tom? Yeah, it's either copy. I'm sorry, I was listening to Catherine. What did you say? Okay. Okay. Right there. I can't tell if that's a car or a truck. Yeah, it looks like a car, not a truck, but. Did he say it was a semi or a truck? Yes. Yes, we're good, Doug. And then I don't know if you heard, they said that there might be somebody in one of those vehicles. They're not sure. That's on Stefani Street. Yeah. Just want to make sure you heard what we heard. Yes. Yep, that's what we heard too, thanks. And I was trying to get some pictures of, there's at least one or two cars. They said it was a truck, they thought. It looks like a car to me, or part of a car, that I've been trying to get some video of on Stefani. Audio silent, right? Yes, go ahead. Copy. Copy. Bree, it is looking just a little bit better. The flames are a lot less. There's still smoke billowing up into the air. And as Tom mentioned, firefighters are now out near the structures with their flashlights, checking things out. They still have not put any water on it. The main, where the explosion was, is on Stefani Street. And as I zoom out, you will see a bunch of homes to the west side where we have most of the firefighters and police and the big area that they're trying to keep people away from. The only good news, though, traffic is relatively light. However, I have seen quite a bit more debris as some light has come up. You can see on that main road, Stefani, it looks like there might be a couple of vehicles underneath some of that debris. It's kind of hard to make it out, but look at all that debris. There is metal ripped off from those buildings. It looks like it's at least 6 or 7 buildings right in this area immediately affected, as well as all of those homes. Of course, we'll stay above and keep you posted. Bree, Tom. Sky map's not working. Sky map's not working, Steph. Yep, and hey, Doug, and then Sky map. I'm still, they're still using the shot, so hold it. I'm listening to them. They're still using the shot. Hey, Doug, I think they're still using my shot occasionally. Yeah, there's like a tattoo thing. Yeah, Doug, the strip mall is just to the left. If you're talking about this strip mall right over here. Okay. Copy. If you could hold up here so I can show the strip mall. Copy. Tom, so many structures affected. As you mentioned, as the light comes up, we are just seeing the devastation all over, half a mile wide. As I zoom in, that is where the explosion happened on Stefani Street. And as I zoom out, there is a strip mall that we're seeing that's also affected, as well as many cars and buildings. There is metal and debris all over the road. We see some possibly a car underneath that rubble as well. And you see all that metal that is just torn off of those buildings and stuff. So many buildings affected. As I zoom out, you will notice those homes to the left side of your screen that's on the west. A lot of those homes affected by this explosion as well. Tom? Hey Doug, because I'm pushed in so far, I have to lighten it up, and it's too hard to adjust the lighting.
Thanks for joining us this morning. We just want to give you a quick update of what we have right now. Some of the things that we can say and some of the things that we're expecting before the day goes on. So a little after 4:30, right around 4:30 this morning, we got a report at the 911 center about an explosion here at in the area of 4525 Gessner. Crews came out here and they discovered that in fact a warehouse, I think it's Watson Grinding, was a warehouse that was damaged by an explosion. At this time, we still have hazmat crews on scene. They're trying to determine what the damage is. We're preparing a plan to go in there and secure some valves that are still open that are supplying some of the product. We do know one product. It's polypropylene. It's a product that's lighter than air, so it's going to dissipate. At this time, we are having crews do an assessment, air quality assessment, and we're not getting any negative readings. So we don't have any hazards that we can report right now as far as air quality. We are also having crews out in the neighborhoods, in the surrounding neighborhoods, west of the location, in the Stanford area, just west of Stefani Road. We're assessing the damage that may have been caused by by the explosion. We are securing an evacuation location for anybody that may have had their home damaged, that we need to move them out for concerns. It is going to be on Shadow Lane. It's at the church. I think it's Latter-day Saints church out there, and we're going to be evacuating any residents from those neighborhoods that may need to be evacuated due to concerns of damage to their home. So right now, what we're recommending is stay away from this area. If you don't have to be here, don't be driving around here. We have the areas closed, and Chief Acevedo here will let you know exactly what roads we're closing. But really, Gessner to Stefani to Clay and Gennard, that area has become our control zone, our coal zone. So we urge everybody that who doesn't have to be in this area to stay out of the area. It is an active scene right now. And again, we just want to ensure that we have the right people out here. Houston Fire Department's hazmat team is on scene. They're doing assessments. We are deploying our units out to the neighborhoods to do a windshield assessment for the neighborhoods to assess damage. But at this time, we can tell you that we have no reports of any accumulation or hazards to the air quality. Okay, Chief?
Talk about injuries real quick. You know, one person was transported.
Right. We do have one patient that was transported by HFD ambulance. It wasn't a person inside the warehouse. It was a resident in an adjoining house. So, yes, at this time, you know, until we secure the area, until we secure the valves, then we're going to send people, hazmat teams and fire department crews in to do our primary and secondary assessment of those locations directly adjacent to the structure that was damaged.
Were there any employees on site at the time?
At this time, we can't confirm that. Again, until we secure the valves that are supplying the polypropylene into the area, until we make that secure and secure the area for our crews to go in there and do their primary assessments, we can't confirm any of that.
Are there any flames?
No flames at this. No flames at this point.
That this could happen again?
Well, there's always a concern until we secure the product that's going into the area. We won't be able to send crews inside. So the first step for us is to secure the lines that are supplying the polypropylene, the product, into the area that was damaged. As soon as that's done, then we're going to deploy units inside to do their primary and their secondary assessments.
Are you talking lots of tanks in there? Do you know what
There's at least 2 or 3 tanks that are possibly supplying product. So we're not going to take any chances. Our crews are going to, again, they're developing a plan, and they're going to be moving in to try to secure some of these valves that are supplying the product. Until that's done, we won't have any additional assessments as far as the damage inside the building.
It's early, Chief, but do you have an ignition source? Do you know how this happened?
No, we won't have a cause and origin determination until we're able to do the investigation, and that won't happen until we're able to secure that location.
Okay. Good morning.
All right.
Good morning, everybody. Let me just update you real quick on closures. We've been working very closely this morning with Houston Fire. This morning when this occurred, our units were actually right here in the area, and I can tell you that the explosion was felt as far as Kingwood. Mayor Pro Tem Martin told me it woke him up this morning. Chief here, and I'm not going to say exactly where she lives, but it's in kind of the Heights area, felt it. I think Chief felt it in downtown, so this explosion was felt quite a while, quite a distance. One thing that I want to add from us is when this occurred, our units along with HFD did go house to house to over 300 houses to notify people, and we actually recommended until further notice that either shelter in place, but our recommendation was to leave the area early on so we didn't have enough information. We also know that one person is unaccounted for, but the family's here, and we're keeping that person in our prayers. The areas that are closed right now will be Stefani and Gennard, Triway and Gennard, Gessner and Gennard, Tolina Way and Gennard, and Gessner and Clay. And so if you're not in this area, you don't need to be in this area. Stay away from this area. There's nothing to see. You will not be able to get anywhere near where this explosion occurred. So please avoid the area. And you can expect those closures to be going on for the rest of this day, if not into tomorrow. There'll be limited access. The other thing that's really important is that fire department, police department have activated at the HEC and at our DOC and obviously our joint command post here. We have been in contact with Spring Branch ISD. We have briefed the mayor. Mayor Turner is in Washington, D.C. at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. He has been on the phone all morning with us, and he's been brought up to speed as the council member, Mayor Pro Tem Martin, and Amy Peck, who's the council member for this district. And so with that, we will be here all night, and I want to thank Chief Pena and commend them for their work. And here's Amy Peck.
We have Councilmember Peck joining us as well. Yes, sir.
Chief, can you tell us about that unaccounted person?
Well, it's somebody that works there. The only reason I'm letting you know is I know that you guys will be interested in that, and the family is here. and HFD is working on that aspect of it.
Any schools that are affected that have
We have put out information to Spring Branch ISD. There is one middle school with about a mile from here, from a little over a mile, and because of right now there's no inhalation, that's going to be their call. But we actually reached out to both HISD and Spring Branch ISD to let them know what was going on so they can monitor and assess. And I can tell you, I've talked to Dr. Lathan at HISD, and their operations are normal. Obviously, if there's any schools that may be impacted, bus routes may be impacted in terms of delays, but they should be, HISD at least will be operating normally.
You guys are going to be securing a perimeter. Tell us how you're going to do that.
This perimeter, we have our police officers out here, and obviously we have our mobility response teams that'll be out here, and they'll be out here for the rest of the day.
To protect the property of the damaged homes?
Well, to protect the property and to make sure that we keep our firefighters safe and do not have any look-a-loos come here and interfere with their ongoing operation.
Right. So we have plenty of fire department crews out here, police department crews out here. It's an active scene. They're going to be driving around. Again, we ask and urge the public that if they don't have to be out in this area, don't come out. Again, I just want to reiterate, we have no reports of any hazardous atmospheres in the air at this point, okay? We're going to continue monitoring. The scene at the location is still active. We're still in the process of securing the pipes that are supplying product into the area that was damaged. And as soon as that's done, we'll be able to get in there, do our primary or secondary assessment, and then we can have additional information for you all, okay? Councilmember Peck, you want to?
Thank you so much. I'm the Houston City Council member in this area, and our office is here to assist with any resources that anyone needs. So if you're in the area and you were affected by this, please contact our office. We are here to help with anything that's needed. Thank you.
Have you been able to drive around, and what have you been seeing?
I've driven around the area. A lot of people are leaving their homes. We saw a lot of damage to homes, so please be safe out there. If you see, glass on the street or anything like that, please move away from those areas.
If people want to help, should they call your office, Red Cross, who should they call?
Always call Red Cross, but we're here to connect people as well, so you can contact my office, 832-393-3010, or email us at districta@houstontx.gov.
Is Spanish?
Yes.
Is there any Spanish? Any Spanish media?
Sí.
Okay, go ahead, Chief.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Samuel Peña, soy el jefe de bomberos. Estoy aquí con mi colega, el jefe de policía, Art Acevedo, y el asistente Bainbridge y asistente Griffin aquí, también con la consilaria Amy Peck de esta área. Como a las 4, más o menos a las 4:30 de esta mañana, recibimos un reporte de una explosión aquí en la cuadra 45,000 de la calle Gessner. Las unidades llegaron y sí descubrieron que era un edificio que había explotado. Hasta este momento hemos tenido una persona que fue transportada por ambulancia del lugar, ¿sí? No era un trabajador del negocio, era una persona que vivía enseguida en la casa de enseguida. Este momento el incidente todavía está activo. Tenemos unidades que están asegurando las pipas que están proporcionando el producto a ese edificio. Todavía no hemos asegurado ese producto. Hasta este momento estamos haciendo un plan para continuar. Lo que sí podemos decir es que ahorita no hay emergencia del medio ambiente, ¿sí? La área está libre. No hay peligro de problemas para la respiración a este momento, pero en cuanto nosotros tengamos más información, nosotros le podemos pasar esa información al público. Por lo pronto, lo que queremos decir es que si no tienen que estar en esta área, que no vengan a esta área. Es todavía un incidente activo y vamos a estar aquí por varias horas. ¿Sí? Chief, you have anything there?
Sí, y para la comunidad en español, acuérdense que esta área va a estar cerrada por el resto de este día. Es importante, si no necesitas estar en esta área, por favor no vengas. Te voy a dar las calles donde vamos a tener todo cerrado, y las áreas que va a estar cerrado incluye Stephanie y Gennard, Triway y Gennard, Gessner y Gennard, Tolina Way y Gennard, y Gessner y Clay. Así que no venga a tratar de ver lo que está pasando porque al fin del día no van a poder no van a poder entrar. Y quiero darle de nuevo a nuestros amigos, a nuestros colegas, han hecho un gran trabajo esta mañana, pero gracias a Dios no sabemos de ninguna muerte en este caso. Gracias.
All right. We'll have additional information as we get it. Okay. Again, I just want to clarify the location where we're placing people that we've moved out of their homes is on Shadowdale Road. It's the church, the Latter-day Saints, and we've opened that up as a temporary shelter for anybody that we may have to evacuate out of their home due to the damage.
Chief, everyone is going to ask you this. So I'll
Yes, sir.
save you the time.
Yes, sir.
What time do you think you'll do it next update?
We'll try to have something within the half hour, maybe hour at the most. Okay.
See
Thank
then.
you.
Thanks.
Hey, Chief. Got consent? No, okay. All right. Stop. I need to get you. I sent you an email, but I don't have Hey, Chief. How are you, man? Good to see you, man. Okay. Absolutely. You want it on camera?
Yeah.
Hey, where's Art here? Off already? Oh, he's doing it over.
I got it.
Oh. All right.
So what do we have?
So here's what we know. At around 4:30 in the morning this morning, we got a call to the 4500 block of Gessner for an explosion call. Crews on scene discovered that in fact it's Watson warehouse that sustained significant damage as cause of the explosion. We have some product that's flowing into the warehouse that was damaged that is used in their manufacturing. So at this point, what we're doing is we're developing a plan to secure those pipes, okay? And then we'll be able to send crews in there to do their primary and secondary assessment. What we can tell the public right now is that we have no reports of any concerns with the atmospheric monitoring, with the air quality. Okay? We're getting no reports, no product in the air that's been detected. We do have a neighborhood that's to the west of this location behind Stefani Road that some of the homes sustained significant damage as a result of the explosion. We have established a temporary shelter on Shadowdale Drive at the church on Shadowdale Drive, and we've opened that up to evacuate any residents that may have significant damage to their homes for their safety. So at this point, the next step is our hazmat team, who's on scene. Houston Fire Department hazmat team is on scene. Our rescue team is on scene. What they're going to do is devise and finalize a plan to go in there, secure those pipes that are supplying product, and then we can do our assessments of the incident location. We don't have, at this moment, we don't have a cause and origin. We won't be able to determine that until we can secure that product. The second thing is that we do have rescue crews canvassing the neighborhoods, and they're establishing and assessing the damage to those neighborhoods. And so we'll have more report on that as soon as we get that information.
Can you name what the chemical is that you guys are dealing with?
Yes, we know one of the products is polypropylene. And so that's one of the products that's still flowing into the area that was damaged. That needs to be secured. The product is lighter than air, so it's going to dissipate into the air. Okay, but it's still a concern for us. We won't be able to get in there until we secure that pipe. And but again, I just want to reiterate that at this point we got the hazmat crews on scene, we got our rescue crews on scene, and we got our fire department, the rest of the fire department crews on scene. We have control of the situation. It's not under control at this moment, but we do have control of the situation. We've isolated it to the area that was damaged, but we do have crews canvassing the areas and the neighborhoods behind the damaged area, so we can assess the extent of the damage.
What about people who were injured?
Sorry?
People who were injured?
We have one person that we know confirmed that was transported to the hospital. I'm not exactly sure what the condition is of that individual, but it's one person at this point.
You doing some air monitoring around the area?
We do have air monitoring, and we don't have any indications of any hazards in the air. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, are there, these schools are going to be locked down? What's the situation?
No, you know what? We put out the information as far as the air quality. We have been in contact. The city, has been in contact with the school district, and it's going to be their call on whether they're going to close the schools. So.
were inside these homes earlier this morning. We have been kicked out, so many of them structurally unsafe. Firefighters all the way down there. I don't know if you can see past them, but there is red tape. That is an area we cannot get to. We're on the corner of Stanford Court and Rockcrest Road right now. All of these homes, firefighters have made sure everyone has gotten out, gotten to a safe place. In many cases, people are heading to a shelter. I gotta tell you, the mood out here has been very strange. It shifted from chaos when we got here, and now it's quiet, almost eerie. Look at this. We were in this house earlier with that insulation on the outside. All of the walls cracked, the ceiling caved in. It's almost like, Tom, I just want to try and explain. You go from house to house to house, and it's like every home has damage. I mean, whether it's a lot or a little, every home on this street, I would say, has some kind of damage. Further down here, you can see firefighters. They're actually using an app with police. We just learned about this. It's an app, and they're going from each house. They're taking a picture on the outside, saying whether or not it's been checked, and they upload it. And this is a new app that the city has. One of them has told me this is actually the first major disaster situation that they've been able to use it, and they'll be able to pinpoint and then later kind of study and upload that data, but they're checking each one now to make sure everyone is out, how bad the damage is, and then they're recording it and taking it down. So again, for the most part, just look, it's quiet out here, right? It's eerie. In the back of some of these cars, we've seen these garbage bags, people kind of loading their stuff very haphazardly, getting out, like I said, going to that shelter that Bree and you just mentioned, just getting to a safe place. And then if we could just flip across the street, again with the firefighters and police officers going from door to door and inspecting, seeing how bad things are, making sure everyone is okay. We have been out here all morning long talking to the men and women, children who live here this morning, who woke up to sheetrock falling on them in their beds. Take a listen.
For my aunt and my mom, everything fell on them, but they safely got out and they're okay. Everybody's okay.
Good,
yes.
Good. It's just you've been through a lot this morning. It's a lot.
A lot, yes, a lot. For almost like 2 hours, 1 hour. Yeah, a lot. It's crazy. It's so crazy, especially for everybody. And I just hope everybody's safe.
I see your little dog shaking
in
your arms.
Yeah, she's
oh my
scared.
goodness.
She's really scared.
When you came out into the street, you saw neighbors, pandemonium, chaos. Those are the words I'm hearing this morning.
Everybody just started asking everybody if they were okay, and we were checking, and then there's people screaming out for help, but everybody's okay for I know so far.
I know the baseboards popped off too. Aside from the doors, the hinges, all of that stuff. I mean, you were dead asleep, and I like how you guys described it, which was just that you were all, I mean,
discombobulated.
Yeah. You flew out of bed, and what did you think? What was your initial reaction?
I was discombobulated, so I wasn't. I didn't know what to think.
And could you tell everything had been shattered?
Not at first. I had to turn the lights on, and I mean, even all the screws are even popped out.
Of the ceiling?
Yeah.
And because nobody could figure out what had happened. And then all of a sudden we saw somebody pointed and they said, look, there's a big black cloud and you could see the glow in the sky that something was burning.
And back out here live, you can also see firefighters talking to the few people who are still here, kind of keeping them calm and learning about how bad the damage is, where it's the worst. We are so close to that factory. I'm actually going to try and spin around so you can get a sense now that it's light out. We've seen for the first time, look at this. If we walk down this street, and again, we are at the corner of Stanford Court, and I don't know if we can zoom in. Obviously, this is not the building that had the explosion, but this is right on the site. And now that the light is out, you can see some of that siding is just peeled off, ripped away. And that's just the street over from this neighborhood. Tom, you just asked Jeff, are you amazed that more people weren't hurt? And I gotta tell you, now that I've had time to really see and the light has come up, the sun has come up, it is amazing that not more people were hurt. And that for the most part, when you look at these ceilings and the sheetrock caved in and falling, this heavy sheetrock that fell on people's beds while they were asleep, ceiling fans that crashed onto them, the fact that more people were not hurt, it really is just incredible. It's amazing, guys.
Yeah, I agree with you, Courtney. And those poor people now evacuated or have to leave their homes, and worry about what's left behind and the looters, and we hope the Houston Police Department will be out there preventing any of that. The chief said they certainly will. That area blocked off now for at least the next couple of days, according to the chief, as you continue to look at those pictures, those videos from Sky Eye this morning. That's from earlier this morning. And Brittany Wilmore is in our newsroom to tell you how to watch this. We're going to go off the air live in just a couple of minutes, but you can continue to watch it on our stream, abc13.com, our news app, and a couple of other ways. Right, Brittany?
Yeah, Tom, that's right. If you're looking at it on abc13.com from your computer, tablet, laptop, however you're watching there, you're going to want to look for things that say Watch Live. That's on the right side of the screen. That's how the streams come up. Now, this is our top story on the site, obviously. So the stream will also be in there if you look for Watch Live. But let's say you're not at home, you're wherever you are, you've got to leave your house. This is why we tell you make sure you have the ABC13 app. So whether you're an iPhone user, Android, whichever it is, this is, again, the top story. You'll look for Watch Live. But if you want to find our stream, look for that blue bar, and that's how those streams will come up, and you can select it and go live. Another good reason to have the app right now, too, is because you're going to want to get the alerts that we've been sending you. We sent one recently about school closures today. We'll send more to you as we continue to stay online. To enable the alerts, you'll need to go down to Settings and Manage Notifications, and once you're in your notifications, turn on the breaking news, because that's how we're going to be sending this information to you. Another way that you can watch as well is if you go to the ABC13 YouTube page, just type in ABC13 Houston. Again, look for that Watch Live, and we'll continue to stream and get that information to you. Back to you guys.
So far, only 2 school closures today, and those are in Cy-Fair ISD. That is Bain Elementary School and Dean Middle School. Spring Branch is in school today, but they'll be keeping the kids inside all of those schools. And they'll also be checking for any damage to school buildings in and around this explosion site. As you continue to look at those Sky Eye amazing videos of the damage at Watson Grinding. The explosion happening 3 hours ago, about 4:24 this morning, and the aftermath is just incredible. So many people now being forced to leave their homes, and the fire chief saying it's still not safe to go inside that plant. He said it was polypropylene gas. The owner said it was propylene, but in any case, a dangerous, highly volatile, highly explosive gas caused this explosion this morning, and he is waiting until the feedstock is cut off before they go into that plant and expected for more damage.
So again, stay with us online. We will continue to update you on this until we get back on air. Thank you for joining us this morning and following along. Now we're going to be on digital all day long so that we can keep you. So just keep tuning in on the app, online, wherever you may be. We'll continue to follow because a lot more will unfold with this. A lot more breaking. We're still dealing with one person unaccounted for, several school closures, that shelter being put up, road closures. So a lot more to follow. Please stay with us, and thank you for joining us to follow this coverage. We're going to toss it to Good Morning America now, where you can watch that. But again, stay with us online.
All right, welcome back now to our live coverage of this explosion that happened about 4:30 this morning in Northwest Houston. Sky Eye video right there of the damage to Watson Grinding Company. This is an industrial plant on the northwest side near Clay at Gessner, just off Stephanie Road is where most of the damage occurred to those homes that surrounded this plant. You see there was actually a strip center right there next to the plant. Cars still there, but all of that now has been cleared out and evacuated, so we assume there may have been people there overnight as well. We do know there were a couple of workers in the plant, but we're told that it was someone living near the plant or that was near the plant, maybe at one of those stores, who was injured this morning. We were told 2 people injured, 1 taken to the hospital by a Houston Fire Department ambulance this morning. On the bottom left of your screen, you see the damage to all of the homes in the neighborhood that surrounds the Watson Grinding Company. It is a mess out there, to say the least. It is all closed off. Do not try and go to the area, even if you own a home there, because the police chief says no one is being allowed in that area, at least today and tomorrow.
And we know Spring Branch ISD, they are just keeping all of their kids inside. So, if you have to travel in that area, maybe dropping the kids off, picking them up, or you commute this way to work, there are several roads that are closed, but there are options to get away around this, Catherine, but people just need to give themselves plenty of extra time.
Mobility, a huge issue in this area right now, and you do not want to be traveling in and out of that immediate zone around the explosion. Several of those structures, of course, could be compromised as a result of the explosion, so a lot of work ahead. Just expect these local streets that are blocked off to remain so at least throughout the day today. Several intersections also blocked. So if you normally take Clay and Gessner, that's the big one. This is the one that is currently shut down as police continue to investigate in this area. So again, avoid that location as well as those smaller streets, those more local streets, including Stephanie, Gennard, and also Clay Road. So Clay Road, a big one, which is also seeing closures eastbound and westbound right there in the vicinity around the intersection of Gessner. If you are traveling in that location, you do need to get close by. We do have a couple of options that are open for you. Blaylock is moving as well as Kempwood. Now, we are also seeing the impact on Metro bus routes, including bus route number 46. That one is being detoured. So normally it runs north-south along Gessner, carries people along this line back and forth every day, but you will see it blocked off and detoured. So it's going to instead take Tanner over to Windfern and then Windfern down to Clay. Windfern is open, so if you don't normally ride the bus and you are able to take that street and drive there, just know that Windfern is another good north-south alternate for you. Eastbound and westbound, again, parts of Clay Road blocked off. Plan on using Blaylock instead, or you can use Kempwood as another alternate route. But again, just stay away from this area if you possibly can. I'm continuously tweeting out those updates for you with more information on local streets, but definitely a great idea to just stay away, use the Beltway or even I-10 as a faster way to get eastbound and westbound for I-10 and northbound and southbound on the Beltway. Alita, we'll send it over to you.
All right, the one good news here is the weather definitely quiet on this very busy Friday. We're seeing a light breeze blowing in, but nothing strong, and winds are not expected to pick up throughout today. We're talking a 5 to 10 mile per hour wind, 10 being the strongest down closer to the coastline. Calm winds right now on the northwest side of town, and the future wind speed is still showing most of those wind speeds below 10 miles per hour through the evening. Taking a live look outside, and you can see a blue sky this morning. That cold front that moved through yesterday, buying us some beautiful weather to close out the week, but some very chilly conditions. Stepping out this morning, we're talking low 30s in Conroe, mid to upper 30s to low 40s. So after a cold start to the morning, we are going to find that temperature readings will be running warmer as we get into the afternoon, about a 20-degree drop compared to yesterday. Today's highs right around 64 degrees. The wet weather will be returning as we get into Saturday. Notice we start to see the skyline getting clouded over as our next disturbance starts to make its way across southeast Texas. This is going to send some rain in some of our coastal areas on Saturday. By Sunday, I think it's going to start to see a little bit more coverage. The heaviest of the rain, the bulk of that rain will stay offshore, but we are going to see another front rolling in here on Sunday. That's going to prompt about a 60% chance of some widely scattered showers here across southeast Texas. Drier on Monday, and then our active weather pattern gets going again by next week as scattered storms return by Tuesday. Tom and Bree.
All right, thank you, Alita. As we take another look now from Sky Eye, and on the left, more video from Sky Eye earlier. A lot of damage to this entire area in northwest Houston around Gessner and Clay this morning. This was the explosion that happened just over 3 hours ago at the grinding plant there, and it was just a massive blast, felt all the way around our viewing area. Some places reported feeling the blast 40 miles an hour, 40 miles away, excuse me. Look at this damage now. This is someone's trampoline in their backyard. This is a new video just in, people taking video of their homes and their backyards and showing us the damage that occurred there.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of damage from different areas of the viewing area, which is so shocking because we're seeing similar damage to so many homes from completely different sides of Houston. So, you know, this is, again, like Tom said, new video that we're just getting in. But we also want to listen to some of what people heard as the explosion happened in their area. Take a listen.
That was apparently from someone's security camera there. You heard that blast. Yeah. Blast in the background. And I suspect we'll be getting a lot more videos in from people who have their security cameras recording this morning. If you have that, just go on Twitter, our ABC 13 Facebook page, and let us know. Send it to us, and we will certainly get it on the air. Any kind of video of the explosion or the sounds of the explosion captured either on one of your video doorbells or maybe security cameras outside if you live near that. We showed you some video this morning of the actual blast captured by somebody's camera, and it's amazing. It was a huge explosion that happened at 4:24 this morning. That was the timestamp on that camera.
And I just want to say, Chief Pena had just tweeted out that Houston Fire Hazmat is actively conducting atmospheric monitoring. That's happening now. He says there is no report yet of hazardous air quality in the area or neighborhood surrounding the incident site. So that is the latest from then. But what we are seeing is this intense damage from all sorts of areas. You can see garages that have been completely pushed in, columns of homes that are buckled. We listened to our reporter Courtney Fisher mention that one family had been told to leave their home because it was in such bad damage it could possibly buckle. We've seen her tweeting out that a 4-year-old boy and his mother had part of their wall land on them while they were sleeping. So, Tom, this is just not the wake-up call people ever expect to have, especially so abrupt and sudden. It's different when we hear a call for a tornado watch or tornadoes or hurricane, this type of damage. But this explosion happened so abruptly, many families literally shaken from their beds to see damage and chaos and all trying to figure out what to do to protect their families, and many now having to leave their homes. We saw some people boarding their doors up, trying to protect their valuables. That's a big concern, as Courtney Fisher was saying. But now people trying to figure out what to do next.
Yeah, you get an idea of the force of this explosion when you hear from people 40 to 45 miles away saying they felt it in their homes. It's the shock waves that reverberate across and continue out, shaking the land as if it's an earthquake, which many people thought was happening this morning. But this is not an area that has any seismic faults and is not an area that ever sees an earthquake, as far as I know. Let's take you to the ground now. Jeff Ealing, the first reporter on the scene. He's been there all morning long, talking to some of the poor people who had to evacuate and surveying the damage. Jeff, good morning again.
Good morning again to you, Tom and Bree. I want to show you as we zoom in, we can see what we believe is the exterior of this facility, this Watson grinding facility. We were very, very close to that around 4:30 this morning, around 5 o'clock this morning. We got within about 150 yards or so of the facility. But even from this distance, you can see smoke coming still from the facility. You can see the damage that was done to the exterior buildings very close to the facility. The Stephanie Lane, which is right behind the facility, was covered in debris. You could not get down that road. You couldn't drive down it. Sheet metal was on that road. It looked like a car was on that road. And as we started to look closer at our video, it seemed to be that there might have been a tank that was laying across the road. We know that propylene was part of the problem out here, and that initially firefighters were very reluctant to get any closer because of the potential of a leak in propylene, a propylene leak going on. So we managed to come back here a little bit after firefighters told us that we needed to back up. And in fact, they backed up as well to try to get a better handle on exactly what they were getting into here. All morning long from this location, we have talked to resident after resident who lived across the street, actually the area where the smoke is now blowing into Tolino Way over there. And people saying the same thing, that their homes virtually destroyed on the inside, probably on the outside as well. But it was dark when they left, so they had a hard time looking at the exteriors of their home at night. But they did say that the garage doors were all blown in, and this is extensive damage, not just one home, but house after house after house. One little boy told me that he woke up with the parts of roof falling down on top of him. Another guy said that he heard his parents scream. He went into their room. The windows were shattered, glass everywhere. And as you can see, that smoke just continuing to billow out of this facility. And we've heard from the police and the fire department is probably going to be here for quite some time. Now, I want to show you what the debris field looks like as we zoom out and pan over here to the right, where you see the strip mall of several different businesses located over here. None of their employees are allowed to get in everywhere. But just look at this parking lot. Look at all of the debris that's out here. This is insulation, glass, metal. You can see all of the windows that are blown out over here. Extensive damage to the buildings. This is 1/3 of a mile away from the facility, according to the maps on my phone. So this is pretty far away, and this is the type of damage we're seeing here. And closer in, as Courtney was seeing, and as these people were telling us over on Tolino Way, the homes absolutely devastated by this explosion, the force of this thing. And I mentioned earlier, we were setting up to do a live shot at 4:20, 4:21 this morning, getting ready for the 4:30 newscast when we heard this massive explosion, and we could actually feel the shockwave. We were 10 miles away from the facility, and we could feel the shockwave and hear that explosion. Of course, we've gotten, as you know, reports from all over our area. I was looking through social media, people in Humble saying that they could hear the explosion. So this was obviously a very massive, massive explosion. We actually talked to a couple of people who were sort of first on the scene. They live close. They heard the explosion, felt the explosion. They ran over to see if they could, what was going on, if they could help anybody. And they told us that they saw 2 people who were injured who said that they were from the facility. One person was bleeding, another person laying on the ground. Those 2 people were taken away to be treated. And the last we heard, there was a missing person, of course, from the what we've heard from police and fire department press conference not long ago. So hopefully that person is going to be found and going to be okay. But yeah, incredible amount of damage, even this distance away from the facility, as we continue to watch, and we can see from where we are just how devastating that explosion was, Tom and Bree.
Yeah, Jeff, and you can give us an idea, right? It's an industrial area on one side of the street as it faces Gessner, and on the other side, more of a residential area, right?
That is exactly it, Tom. So up and down Stephanie Lane and Gessner, between Stephanie Lane and Gessner, very small strip of land dotted completely with industrial type businesses. There's an auto storage facility. There was the valve grinding place up there. So yeah, definitely very much. There's a recycling center over here as well. Very much industrial on this little strip. But on the west side of that little strip, there is a neighborhood. And on the east side of that little strip, on the other side of Gessner, there is another neighborhood. And the houses in those neighborhoods are quite close to this facility. You're talking, maybe 100 yards or so, maybe 200 yards from the front door of this facility. And those houses absolutely devastated by this explosion, Tom.
Yeah, I can't even imagine, Jeff. People awakened this morning by their debris, their sheetrock from their ceilings falling in on them on their beds, and then having to grab their frightened children and their pets and get out of the house.
Yeah, and Tom, we saw one guy walking through the debris field with a bag slung over his shoulder. There's no possible way he could have stayed in his home. The story he told us was, as soon as the explosion happened, the roof, the interior roof of his house collapsed down onto him and, throughout his home, and then the windows were blown out. The door was off its frame. Massive amount of damage that guy had, and he was sort of dazed as he was walking through that debris field. It was my photographer, Mario Segura. He told the firefighter, he says, hey, I think there's somebody walking through that thing. And so as the closer and closer he got, the more we realized that we thought initially maybe this was somebody who was in the facility when it happened, but then we started talking to him. He said no, that he lived not too far away and was just trying to get out. And this was probably 5:15 a.m., so within a half an hour or so. He made the determination pretty quickly that there's no possible way he was going to be able to stay in his home. I know there's not an evacuation order in effect, but that doesn't really account for the people who simply aren't going to be able to go home or remain in their home, Tom.
All right, Jeff Ealing, thanks. And great reporting from the scene. Jeff, the first on the scene this morning, our Courtney Fisher there as well, and we'll get to her in just a second. This is what the fire chief had to say just a couple of minutes ago.
We do know one product, it's polypropylene. It's a product that's lighter than air, so it's going to dissipate. At this time, we are having crews do an assessment, air quality assessment, and we're not getting any negative readings. So we don't have any hazards that we can report right now as far as air quality.
Yeah, that may be some of the best news we've heard so far. This is where they set up a shelter for all those poor people who had to evacuate their homes this morning. It's at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on Shadowdale, the 4700 block of Shadowdale, right there near Liebert Street. So that is some good news. At least people have a place to go.
Yeah, so we know that's one of the areas that they are opening up for anyone who needs to go there. But we do want to take a listen really quickly because air quality is a big question and concern for those in the area. So this is what we heard during the press conference. Listen.
Right now, what we're recommending is stay away from this area. If you don't have to be here, don't be driving around here. We have the areas closed, and Chief Acevedo here will let you know exactly what roads we're closing, but really Gessner to Stefani to Clay and Gennard, that area has become our control zone, our cold zone. So we urge everybody that who doesn't have to be in this area to stay out of the area. It is an active scene right now. And again, we just want to ensure that we have the right people out here. That's the Fire Chief Pena talking about the
damage this morning and what's closed off. All those streets around this plant have been closed off, as Sam Pena just said, and homes damaged by the explosion were mostly on Colony Court and Stephanie Court, just behind this plant. Gessner is the north and southbound street right there. That's where the plant's address is, 4525 Gessner. But behind there, a residential neighborhood where people literally blown out of their homes this morning, blown out of their beds by not only the force of the blast, but by that falling debris. And you look live now at that damage, or excuse me, this is earlier from Sky, but I should say we are now looking at the damage of that plant where they are continuing to wait until the feedstock, that propylene gas, is cut off before firefighters can go into the plant and take a look and see whether anyone else was in there and then get a better idea of the damage to that plant. Now we're going to stay on the air here and online here, but we're going to go on the air here in just a second here as we have our cut-in during Good Morning America. And good morning, everyone. Tom Cook bringing you the latest on this massive explosion that happened in Northwest Houston this morning at the Watson Grinding Company. An explosion heard all across our viewing area. Some people as much as 40 miles away reporting they heard the explosion and were shaken by it in their homes this morning. People across the street literally blown out of their homes this morning and awakened by falling debris. Reports of one injury so far, and some people have been evacuated, and there is a shelter set up on Shadowdale at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You see some of the video on the left side of your screen of garage doors blown in, windows blown out. There's the site of that shelter where people are being taken to, Shadowdale and Libert Street on Northwest Houston side, and it is not far from this plant, Watson Grinding Company, this morning. The traffic shut off around that plant, and let's get you a better picture of that and more of your morning commute. Catherine?
Yeah, Tom, access is restricted in this immediate area around that explosion. So those surface streets you normally drive on here, not able to use. In addition to that, a major intersection, Clay and Gessner, also completely shut down. And chances are streets here will likely be closed for the remainder of the day. I want to bring you a little bit closer in. The other streets that are affected include Denard, Stefani, and Clay, and of course Gessner, as we mentioned. Been tweeting those out for you as well. If you are looking for alternate routes, we do have a couple of options for you. You can use Blaylock. Kempwood is also open, but just expect a lot of heavy traffic and a lot of police crews in that general area. Also want to bring you a heads up to some other things happening around town. On the South Loop at Woodridge, partial closure as you travel eastbound. We do have an accident working there, and the usual drive time slowdowns around town as well. Alita, over to you.
All right, the weather conditions, unfortunately, that blast kind of tainting the rest of the day because the weather conditions out there are very quiet and away from where that explosion happened. We've got blue sky. Temperature readings are generally on the chilly side this morning, so you definitely want to bundle up. Right now, those temperatures in the mid-30s around Conroe. We're talking temperature readings to warm up in the mid-60s later on today with rain back in the forecast over the weekend. We'll talk about future track coming up in just a few minutes. We'll continue our digital coverage on ABC13.com.
And welcome back now to our live coverage as we continue to stream the aftermath of this huge explosion that rocked Northwest Houston this morning. On your left, the damage to the homes we are now seeing as our reporters walk through the neighborhood. On your right, the Watson Grinding Company where the explosion happened. Massive damage there. Firefighters still waiting for the feedstock, propylene gas, to be turned off until they can get inside that plant and survey the damage this morning.
Yeah, we know that Spring Branch ISD says they are still keeping kids in school, but they did tweet out that they're going to continue to monitor the situation, that any parents should reach out to them directly to Cy-Fair ISD. Schools have been closed. That is Bain Elementary and Dean Middle while the situation continues to be an active scene. We listened to Chief Art Acevedo and Chief Pena, who said one patient was transported by ambulance to the hospital. We do know there is one person still unaccounted for. Houston Fire Hazmat is on scene. They are monitoring the air quality. And we know we've talked to our Talk Stock, Dr. Noreen Khan Mayberry, who is letting people know, just a reminder, if you have asthma, allergies, or any type of, you take medication for sensitive skin issues, that could be an issue if you're in the area. But, just watching this situation, we know that several roads are closed, and this is still unfolding as as the sun comes up, we're getting a better picture of the damage. Many homes affected by this, and we've had our reporters down on scene the entire time working this and talking with people. But we do want to listen to Chief Art Acevedo. Take a listen.
One person is unaccounted for, but the family's here, and we're keeping that person in our prayers.
So you hear it, one person still unaccounted for, one person in the hospital with injuries from this blast. The police chief saying that entire area is closed off today and probably will be all day tomorrow as they prevent anybody from getting in there and certainly try to prevent any looting that may go on. A lot of people who are trying to get out this morning were worried about the belongings they left behind, and well, they should be, because we have seen reports of looting in the past when situations have caused people to evacuate their homes. This was some of the damage that Courtney Fisher saw this morning in a home. That video on your left, windows blown out there, the drawers in the kitchen blown out on the floor there. Here's what one of the neighbors had to say.
Tell me, take us back to the moment that it exploded. Where were you? Were you asleep in bed? Did it knock you off your bed, or how did you know something had happened?
It was like a really big explosion, and I jumped out my bed, and I almost fell. And then I heard my dad scream, so I ran to the room, and there was like glass all over the floor.
So the windows had blown in?
Yes.
And what about we had heard a lot of people say that the roofs had collapsed in on top of them as well. Did that happen in your house?
Yeah, it happened in the living room and in my parents' room. Thank God it didn't happen in my room, where I would have been scared.
What street do you live off?
I live right here on Talina Way.
Talina is the street that's closest to the facility, right?
Yeah.
And as you walked out, tell me what you saw as far as damage to your, next door neighbor, neighboring houses, that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, it was like all the garages were dent in. All the neighbors were checking on each other.
All right, so there we are just listening to Jeff Feeling, our reporter who has been down on scene since this first happened around 424. He was just speaking to someone, but we've also had Courtney Fisher, who has been working to talk to these people who got a really rude awakening alert call this morning to wake up with that massive explosion. And Courtney, you've been talking with them, and it's just devastating seeing the damage that is done to their homes.
Yeah, Bree, in the span of 30 minutes, I think we talked to 12, 15 people or so. And now that feeling has shifted. It is a ghost town out here. It's very eerie. This is the street that has a ton of damage. Firefighters have been stern with us for our own safety. They're having us stay back here at the corner of Rockcrest and Stanford. That street you're looking down right now, that is Stanford. And you can see there's some red tape up there. We haven't gotten eyes on the homes there, but early this morning, as firefighters arrived, so were we. And we actually went into some of these homes. You see that yellowish home with the maroon? Their ceiling caved in. I tweeted out some video of that. Their ceiling caved in. Huge 4-foot pieces of sheetrock fallen on these beds. Ceiling fans falling on people. That's what they woke up to. Never mind, obviously, the windows that we've been seeing busted out. I'm going to try and hop over here, and you can see these glass windows almost on every house on this street. Shattered, insulation pulled out. These people aren't home. They packed up and left. Most people are headed to a shelter, headed to other friends and families just to get warm. Guys, it's chilly out here. Now that's really setting in. The sun is up, but it's cold. So people who were upstairs and thought they'd be able to stay, all that cold air is inside their homes now. And so they've really had no choice but to pack up the few things and go. And people are a little nervous, I have to say, about looters, about leaving their houses. We saw some people trying to board up their back storm doors that had been blown in, and firefighters were like, you need to get out of this house. It's structurally unsafe. But obviously, they're concerned about their property. Right now, you see 2 fire trucks out here. Firefighters have actually been using an app and going door to door. It's a new app that they say this is the first time they've used it. So what they do is knock on the door, make sure no one is home, and then take a picture of the outside, record it, and all of that information is going to be able to be stored, and they'll use that data later to see, how many of these homes were affected. So no doubt we'll be getting in that information in the days and weeks to come. I want to do one more thing, which is swing over here as well. You see this neighborhood we're in? Well, just beyond that, now that the sun is up, you can see that building. That is just on the other side. of where the explosion happened. So you see some of that siding peeled down, ripped off. I think it's insulation just balancing on that power line there. But that's how close we are. These are the people who were impacted the most, who felt that. You know, I've heard things like earthquake. It felt like a bomb exploded. It really, I think Tom said at one point, it almost feels very, you know, we cover our fair share of natural disasters here in Houston. That's kind of what it feels like. It feels like coming into a neighborhood after a hurricane, like that kind of strange, eerie devastation right now. It's just really amazing. More people weren't hurt this morning, guys.
And I know you've been posting all morning long on social media, Courtney. You got a couple of great posts on Facebook right there. Tell us about them.
Yeah, you know, so with our technology, obviously, you know, we do a lot to take you inside some of these houses, but I try and get videos from my phone because we lose service sometimes when we're in there. So I uploaded some of those videos, and you can see, I think in one of them, we're upstairs in bedrooms, and on the bed, you see that sheetrock that had fallen from the ceiling onto people who were asleep. I think in one kitchen, I posted some photos, and you can see shattered teacups in, you know, still in the cupboards, and all the drawers just rocked out, like blown out from the blast. It does look like the aftermath of an earthquake. I've covered that before, and it is that same feeling. You know, TVs just fallen flat down and glass everywhere you step. So, you know, those are the videos and photos I think you're seeing right now.
Yep, and just as scary as an earthquake. I've been through one before and covered one as well, Courtney. Those are incredible pictures this morning, and I suspect we'll see a lot more as we get back into that neighborhood and are able to inspect more homes. You see the car in the garage she's got on her Facebook page. People's garage doors blown out because that was the reverberation from those shockwaves that are coming across the street. Courtney, thank you very much. Again, this is the aftermath of that explosion at the Watson Grinding Company. This is a facility that makes products for the oil field, coatings for the oil field. It was a propylene tank that exploded there this morning. That's the aftermath on the right side of your screen. And there is still, I don't know if that's smoke or if that's some steam or vapor coming from something in the plant there this morning. But in any case, the fire is now out. There is no more big plume of smoke coming from Watson Grinding, and firefighters now probably trying to make their way onto the property to see the extent of damage and see whether anybody else was inside.
And we saw that first explosion. We saw it time-stamped around 4:24 this morning.
Look at it. Yep,
there you go, that video right there that caught that massive explosion before the camera is knocked down from those shock waves. That's about 4:24 if you look at that timestamp.
And you're right, the camera was knocked away by the explosion.
Yeah. So, you know, we're watching that there, but we didn't see those flames get put out until about 7. So it was a massive fire that could be seen for miles. And, you know, as Tom just mentioned, the business was confirmed by the owner. ABC 13 was able to make contact with him and talk to him about that company. And we know that it is surrounded by many other businesses as well as those neighborhoods we're watching. And a big concern today is what could be the effect for those who are still in that area, who live or work in that area. And we talked to our talk stock, Dr. Noreen Khan Mayberry, and she said, for someone who has known issues, asthma, respiratory issues, allergies, if you suffer from any of those, you need to take extra precaution. It can cause a lot of respiratory irritation if you are right there near that site, breathing any of that in. She also mentioned that if you take medications that help with your allergies or skin, if you have medication that causes your skin to be sensitive, you need to work to cover your face because eye and skin irritation is almost guaranteed if you are close in that range. But we have also been checking in with Alita Laresca, who is talking about the way that the wind is moving, and so far this morning she says it is calm. So we're seeing some of that smoke that had come from the flames waft over the area. It seems like Tom said to be pretty clear now as those flames have been put out for about an hour. So maybe not a real big concern right there, but if you are in that immediate area, just taking an abundance of caution, as Chief Art Acevedo had tweeted out and shared during that press conference, is really key. But they do have, as Chief Pena said, the Houston Hazmat Fire Department there testing the air quality. And right now there's no major concern, but that is something they're going to keep monitoring over the next couple of hours and this morning as it continues. And now we're seeing just real pictures of that damage. But we also see the the impact that traffic is dealing with as
Well,
some of these schools have
right?
remained open, and then that's causing, traffic to move to the roads that are, further away, but those are now being impacted heavily, those side streets, and Catherine Whaley has been monitoring all of that for us.
Oh yeah, you're just absolutely immobilized in that immediate area around the explosion. So of course, even monitoring those streets that are cut off, you're not able to drive on, including Clay and Gessner. Those are the two big ones. We've highlighted that here for you. And a good portion of Gessner, you're really not able to drive on. So we're talking about that stretch of Gessner between Tanner and Clay Road. So a very busy portion of this north-south thoroughfare that so many of you use this time in the morning. So if that is you, plan on taking those alternate routes. You can use Hammerly instead. The Beltway is open. We're also seeing that Windfern, another street just to the east of Gessner, is open and able to use. But of course, the extra time will help you out this morning because all that traffic that normally uses Gessner having to use those other streets. The other side streets in this hot zone, as HPD and HFD is calling it, include Gessner, of course, Clay. Also, we're seeing Stefani and Gennard blocked off, as well as some of those other smaller streets immediately around the explosion. A lot of residential in this area as well as industrial. So if you office here, you normally drive to this area, just keep in mind you're not able to access those streets immediately around the explosion. Also, we are seeing some closures around town due to other accidents happening. 610 South Loop at Woodridge got some slowdowns here, but I do want to show you the Beltway not too far from the explosion location to show you that traffic is moving in that area. Additionally, a Metro bus route number 42 is being impacted by this explosion. So if that is your normal bus route, plan on taking some extra time to get through that route. Metro buses are being detoured away from Hammerly, or away from Gessner, I should say, toward Hammerly and also toward Windfern. Those are your options for you, but just keep in mind the extra time will certainly give you a little bit of breathing room if you're traveling in that area. But point being, do not go there if you don't have to be there. Those streets are blocked off for a reason. Alita, we'll send it over to you.
Yeah, very interesting to see just the magnitude of that explosion and how far it was felt. The winds around that location are still on the calm side, and we're not anticipating any strong gusts in the weather pattern. In fact, our weather pattern to close out the week will be very quiet. Calm winds right now. The winds may pick up just a bit throughout the day, between 5 to 10 miles per hour, and pretty much through the evening hours we will see a slight little wind shift here. The good news here is the sunshine has returned this morning. It is on the chilly side. We're talking about temperature readings in the upper 30s to low 40s. Those temperatures will eventually warm back up in the 60s. But take a look at Conroe, one of our cold spots at 38 degrees right now in LaGrange compared to yesterday at this time. We're talking about a 15 to 20 degree difference. Your hour by hour forecast is keeping the sunshine around, the clear sky through this evening. Definitely need that jacket. Wet weather will be returning as we get into the weekend. Not a complete washout, but it will be late Saturday into Sunday for that chance of rain.
Now, we do have two schools that are shut down today. That's in Cy-Fair ISD. That is Bain Elementary and Dean Middle School. But all of the schools in Spring Branch ISD, which is also part of this area, are open today. They are inspecting the buildings this morning, but the kids are being kept inside just as a precaution. There were some reports of the gases released from this plant. The fire chief said there is no indication that there are any dangerous gases in the air after this explosion, but they are keeping the kids inside just as a precaution. Again, this is the shelter that has now been opened at Shadowdale and Liebert in 4700 block of Shadowdale. It is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and so those people who had to evacuate their homes this morning are being brought here and being attended to by a number of volunteers and the Red Cross as well, and the church itself. So we appreciate the church's efforts to get some shelter for those people who had to leave their homes this morning. Sky Eye will be back up bringing you live pictures in just a couple of minutes as you continue to look at the damage to those homes on your left and the damage to the plant. It was the Watson Grinding Company where that explosion happened this morning. A propylene tank that went up, exploding at 4:34 this morning, 4:24 this morning. Lots of videos coming into us. And again, if you have one, video or sound of this explosion this morning, send it to us, send it to our ABC 13 Facebook page, or get out on Twitter, and we will pick it up and put it on the air.
And we're continuing to monitoring this, and as well as officials. You know, we've listened to Chief Art Acevedo as well as Fire Chief Pena, who are both saying that they have crews there trying to assess the area. We were listening to Chief Acevedo, who had said the debris lasted, what was it, Tom, a field of debris for
about a half mile away.
About a half mile away, seeing that in some of those images that we're seeing from our reporters there on the ground. Courtney Fisher and Jeff Feeling both sharing pictures on their Facebook and Twitter and social media inside homes that have had the columns in front of the homes completely buckled, garage doors pushed in. You know, they're seeing large chunks of metal that basically looks like paper balls crumpled up, thrown into their yard, coming from that explosion. And then if you just go through Twitter, you know, I've had people tweet me who are saying, I felt this in Katy and I actually thought a truck ran into our apartment building. That was someone who had just tweeted me. And then we had someone in Pasadena who said, at first I thought it was just thunder, and then I thought I heard a jet engine. I mean, the area it has reached is just insane.
There were people who were on Twitter this morning, or at least texting us, saying, I think it was an airplane that went down. Well, that is not true. This was just a, they thought it was a plane crash as well. And I'm not sure whether it was some noise they heard there before the explosion or simply the force of the explosion. But we did have a number of people on Twitter and were texting us saying, I think it was an airplane that went down. That is not the case at all. It was an explosion at this plant. A polypropylene tank is what the fire chief said. The owner of the plant said it was propylene. In any case, a dangerous explosive gas caused all of this. And when you think about the force of this blast, we've had people on Twitter this morning as far away as Clear Lake, as far away as Sealy, saying they heard that blast. That is almost 50 miles away from the site of this plant. And listen to what some other people near the plant had to say this morning.
I was actually in my bed, and I really thought that it was a light earthquake, right? And then my mom, I went running to my mom to see if she was okay. And whenever I heard that, I kind of shook up, and I went running outside to see where it happened. And then all of a sudden, I just started coming around. I saw all the ambulance and firefighters coming down the street, and I checked the gas station, and the gas station windows were blown out. The insulation, the insulation of the of this warehouse was all over the place, and so it was very traumatic, man.
Like an explosion. Everything fell off, the doors, even the windows broke.
Wow, what did you think? What did it sound like? Did it just like wake you up, or what happened?
No, it was like an earthquake. Everything was moving.
Like the ground shook, and then the ceiling fell in, and that sort of stuff?
Yeah.
What did you think was going on?
Like there was like an earthquake.
Yeah. And when you walked out, what did you see?
Like every house, like there was a lot of people outside because it didn't only happen to us.
Everyone ran outside to see what was going on. We're back live now with Sky Eye back up in the air this morning. Now there is some smoke coming from that plant. There was none, or at least it seemed to have burned out earlier, dissipated, but the smoke plume is back there.
When we were talking.
White smoke, so that would be an indication that there is still something burning at that plant, unless it is vapor now being released, but that looks like white smoke to us. Look at the damage in that plant. This again is the Watson Grinding Company, and Tammy Rose in Sky with an update from her vantage point. Tammy?
Tom, pilot Alan Hopkins and I are just arriving on scene here, and you can still see a little bit of smoke coming out where that explosion happened this morning, and that in fact is smoke. And again, we're getting a better look at all of the debris and stuff that you see on Stefani Street. And as I zoom out, when we made a pass earlier, we saw so many homes damaged. I'm going to pan over here to the right. I don't know if we're quite set up for that shot yet, but behind these homes here, the fencing, we've seen roofs damaged. We've seen windows blown out, and it looks like a dozen or so more homes with some serious damage. Again, we're making our way around this area so we can just show you the amount of damage that we saw when we were flying here earlier, but it's just unimaginable what we're seeing. Again, I've covered many tornadoes. It almost looks like a tornado ripped through this area with all of the buildings that have been affected. There is a strip mall that was affected as well. As I zoom in, you can see here there was a tattoo shop and some other things, and some cars definitely looked like they were damaged by this explosion. Tom?
All right, Tammy, thank you very much. That's a tweet from the Houston Fire Department that says it is not safe to enter the plant yet. Fire chief said earlier they're waiting till the feedstock, that polypropylene gas or propylene gas, was turned off. And now the ATF is involved in the investigation of this blast. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, which obviously investigates a lot of bombings as well. So they're assisting the fire department to figure out what in the world caused it.
So we know a lot of crews there now, the ATF joining. We have Houston Fire, Hazmat, who have all been monitoring the air quality. We know we saw Chief Art Acevedo out there with police who were going door to door. We heard from some people who said police officers knocked on my door, banged on our fence to make sure that we were awake. They checked on us, and then some people, you know, were urged to leave their homes. And again, with this, we know that one person injured, transported to the hospital. And we also know one person is unaccounted for. Chief Art Acevedo saying that that person's family is there on site talking with police and fire crews. And he said, we're keeping that person in our prayers, as we certainly are, hoping that this injured number continues to stay as low as it seems right now. Just one injured that was taken to the hospital by way of ambulance. Of course, Jeff Ealing also spoke with someone who saw two possible workers from that facility with injuries, one walking down the street with blood on his face as they left the building area after that explosion. So we're not sure if they're included in the initial count, but of course we're waiting to get those details because this is all still unfolding and a very active scene, as we've heard from police and fire crews say there. But as Tom, you said, it's remarkable. The number is so low for the damage that we're seeing. I mean, you're just taking a picture here and it looks as if some catastrophic tornado came through and ripped all of these homes apart. And it was just from that explosion. And so, you know, we hope this number stays as low as it is and that person who is unaccounted for is found.
Yeah, that looks like some warehouses that were across from the plant or maybe part of that plant. Then there is a bit of a green space there you see behind that. I'm not sure if that's another storage facility, if it's part of the Watson Grinding Company. You see the green space, a ditch perhaps, that is between the plants, the industrial part of that neighborhood, and the residential parts, and those are the homes that were affected. Windows blown out. Look at that fence. That fence toppled by the force of that blast, and some people say in their backyards debris is everywhere. All right, let's get to the weather now.
All right, looking at some calm winds this morning. We're awaiting a digital or a TV cut in, folks, so. All right, we're starting off this morning with sunshine, 43 degrees, a very chilly start to your morning. Definitely need those warm jackets. We've got upper 30s right now in the College Station area. The winds today will remain light in the wake of yesterday's front. It's going to buy us some beautiful weather to close out the week. Expect those temperature readings this afternoon to warm into the mid 60s and then quickly dropping off later on this evening. We'll talk about your weekend forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Alita, for that update. We're continuing to follow this breaking news as we watch the devastation that has impacted so many parts of our area from this massive explosion. We are seeing just devastation from homes, from businesses. We're seeing debris left behind a mile, half a mile from where this explosion occurred. This is again at a business, Watson Grinder, and we are still on ground with our crews who have been there since this happened early this morning, many hours ago. And we have Courtney Fisher, who continues to talk with people experiencing being forced to leave from their homes and dealing with this cleanup. Courtney.
So guys, can you see our live picture right now? This is our first look from the deepest point inside this neighborhood. Actually, firefighters just waved us back. So this is the area we weren't allowed to go to. Now you are seeing this is the other side. This is what we've been showing you on Sky from, you know, aerial views. And now this is what this neighborhood backs up to. Okay, so look at this facility and then across the bayou, if we can pan over, these are the homes. That is how close. We're talking like a football field's length away. These people all out of their homes. In fact, firefighters, I just heard from them, they have now accounted for every single person in this neighborhood. So that is some good news. We just got that word from a police officer going door to door with a dog. But again, that just gives you a sense. This building looks like paper, just crumpled. And as we move from house to house, this red tape is up. So people not really, you know, allowed, obviously. It's just so unsafe. Look at this. Inside this house, this garage, destroyed. Again, looks like an earthquake hit this neighborhood, guys. It's just unbelievable. We're gonna try and go into some of these homes. There are a few people here and there that are here. Of course, they're on the outside of their houses right now because so many of them are just not safe to go into. But this is your first look at kind of some of the worst damage of this neighborhood, guys.
You got very up close and personal there, Courtney, and as we get a chance to get inside some of the homes, I'm sure we'll see what looks like an earthquake happen there, but again, it was this massive explosion. The police put up this tape trying to keep people out of there, and again, the entire area around this plant has been cordoned off. They are trying to prevent traffic from getting in there, trying to prevent even some of the people from going back to their homes, but also trying to prevent any looting that might happen in the next couple of days. Police will be on the scene. Look at this. Again, she said this is just about a football field away, but the debris field, as the police chief said, stretches for about half a mile. So it's an amazing, amazing scene there this morning.
And we're still hearing from many of you, but if you are seeing any of this damage in your area, please share with us on social media, on Twitter, Facebook, at ABC 13. We want to see what you're experiencing in your area because really the story is being told from many of you who have woken up to this, who have been abruptly shaken out of your beds to see your windows completely shattered in and just dealing with this damage. So of course we know still one person unaccounted for. That family is there with officials on scene. And of course, we're thinking of that person and all of those who are dealing with this damage and now forced out of their homes and who knows what to come back to.
Oh yeah, our hearts go out to them because this was just an incredible situation this morning. They were stunned by the force of the blast at 4:25 this morning, and now they're trying to figure out what to do next. Worried about their belongings they had to leave behind. This is where some of those people have been taken to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It's at Shadowdale and Libert where they have set up a shelter, and thankfully they are getting some help there from the church and from the Red Cross on scene this morning. Police chief, fire chief saying that the plant is still too dangerous to go into. Firefighters keeping their distance, at least for now. And again, we're seeing that plume of smoke coming from the plant. It seemed to have gone away earlier this morning, but it seems as though it's back there, Bree, and so there may have been another minor flame that was still burning that reignited something bigger. So smoke still coming from the plant this morning. They haven't even poured any water on it as of yet, just allowing that fire to burn itself out this morning, and it was an incredible explosion and fire as we've been showing you all morning long on those videos people have been sending us.
And we know that ATF has now also joined in this investigation. Fire crews there, hazmat, monitoring the air quality. We also have police there who, as we just heard Courtney Fisher say, walking around with a police dog, the canine, trying to make sure everybody is accounted for. Luckily, everyone in that neighborhood closest to the facility accounted for. Still just one person that police are still trying to find, investigators there. And we're going to continue to update you with the latest of this as it develops, just trying to keep everybody safe with the latest information.
All right, we're going to go to our live coverage, our cut in for Good Morning America. Stay tuned right here. We'll be back with our streaming coverage in just a second. And good morning, everyone. Tom Cook and Bree Berry back with you as we continue our live coverage here of this plant explosion, a massive explosion that rocked Northwest Houston this morning. The Watson Grinding Company is the epicenter of the explosion, where a propylene tank exploded this morning about 4:25 this morning, and it sent shockwaves all across our viewing area. Some people as far as 40 miles away reported feeling and seeing some of the after effects of that explosion this morning. A huge fireball in the sky this morning, and it burned up much of that plant, and then it blew homes across the street, blew debris from the ceilings and drywall off, blew out windows in those homes across the street. And then, of course, the traffic nightmare grew around that area this morning, Catherine, which is much of it closed off.
Oh yeah, traffic just completely immobilized in that area. So if you normally drive on the northwest side, anywhere near the intersection of Clay and Gessner, you do not have accessibility to those local streets. So again, this explosion causing a major impact on driving and mobility in the area. Clay and Gessner shut down, as well as several of our local streets in the area, including Stefani. In addition to that, Gennard, and also portions of Clay Road. You can use Winfern. That's an alternate route that Metro Bus 46 is using. That bus route is being detoured as as a result of those closures and the explosion as well. So Wynford is an option, as is Blaylock and Hammerly. Alita, over to you.
All right, a quiet weather pattern for us this morning as temperatures are on the chilly side. The winds are calm, upper 30s to low 40s, going for highs into the 60s. You will start to see some clouds returning as early as tomorrow, and then tomorrow night, the chance for some rain going up, especially during the overnight hours into Sunday morning. As you can see, a lot of this moisture starting to gather. I've increased those rain chances on Sunday to 60%. Drier conditions on Monday before our next round of storms arrives on Tuesday. All right, that's a look at your forecast for now. Digital coverage all day on ABC13.com.
All right. Thank you for staying with us. We're continuing to follow all of the latest breaking news from this massive explosion. We have Sky Eye here, who continues to fly over this scene. Live pictures right now of just the impact of that explosion, the devastation we're seeing not only at that facility, but the surrounding businesses, the surrounding area, the homes, all those families there affected. As we continue to also see those fire crews who are going around the area, we do know they are saying this area is still not safe. So please, if you do not have to be there, to avoid the area completely. We know, as Catherine just said, roads around that area completely shut down. So it's not even an option to drive in that direction. But you can see this live picture here from Sky Eye as it flies over the devastation. Tom and I were just talking about, this explosion happened about 4:25 when we watched some of the video that viewers sent us in, time-stamped on their cameras. And it seemed that the fire was completely put out about 7. We weren't seeing any flames. We weren't seeing any smoke. But then just a short while ago, it seemed to pick back up. And you can see some of that white smoke there just coming off that impact area. And we know that the air quality is being monitored by hazmat fire crews. And they're saying right now it seems that the air quality is okay, but they'll continue to monitor that. And also, Tom, ATF now involved in this investigation.
Right. Now, Tammy Rose is showing us a great perspective there, Tammy, of downtown Houston. And you could see it in the distance there, just how far away it is. But people in downtown Houston said they felt it. It was a huge shock wave that woke lots of people up, even as far away as Baytown and north to Conroe, south to Clear Lake this morning, west all the way past Katy. You see how far that is this morning? So that's how powerful this blast was, as those shock waves spread out from this plant and reverberated all across our viewing area this morning. Tammy Rose, I know you've been with us much of the morning, and you can see those flames, or not flames, excuse me, but the smoke that's sort of coming from that plant again. It seemed to have been out, most of it, right, by about 7 o'clock?
Tom, pilot Alan Hopkins and I were noticing that the thick smoke that's being blown into Houston and over the Galleria area, all from this explosion. So I had that shot up for you just a moment ago, just so you can see some of that is some low-level fog and some clouds and stuff, but definitely some smoke mixed in there with it from this fire. So again, it wraps around the Galleria area. And again, I'll go over here to where the fire is. And again, it has died down since we last were here, but we are still seeing smoke over Gessner. And of course, we're getting a better look at some of that damage here as I turn around here. It's on Stefani Street. And as I zoom in, the devastation is just unreal when I see how many homes, how many businesses have been affected by this. And again, we're making our way around this area to show you again some of the damage and stuff like that. But there's still a huge presence out here of police and firefighters on the ground going all over, making sure, checking for structural damage as well. And again, let's see. Over here, there's a strip mall as well that was affected by that. Quite a bit of damage to a strip mall that's over in this area. But we're still seeing some smoke come out from where that main explosion was. So again, just these pictures are just incredible. The picture really kind of tells the story, Tom.
All right, Tammy Rose, thank you very much. And looking at that and seeing just how close those homes were to the plant, I'm amazed by two things. One, that no one else was injured. There was one person injured, one person unaccounted for. But I'm also amazed that the houses themselves just didn't collapse. And let's take it inside the houses. And Bree, we have just been told this is a video just captured inside one of the houses. Look at this. This is sheetrock and insulation everywhere.
I mean, this blast has caused not only glass to shatter, those windows blown out, but inside the homes, we're seeing damage to dishes inside the cupboards still, inside those cabinets. Look at all of this insulation from a family now who's dealing with this, and we're going to listen to them and just hear them talk about what they're going through this morning. Take a listen.
That what happened around 4 o'clock this morning. We hear like explosion. You know, I thought it was a tornado. You know, and I so scared, and I told my husband, "Let's go, get out of here." And he told us when somebody hits the cord, you know, my house, and we don't know what to do. We are so nervous, we are scared, and we want to go get out of the house because maybe the house is going to come down.
Yeah, I would have felt the same way. So many people describing it as though they thought it was a tornado. Others thought it was an earthquake. Some people thought their houses were hit by lightning. It turned out to be this massive blast caused by a leak from a propylene tank at Watson Grinding Company, an industrial plant right there on the west side that makes valves and refinishes valves for the oil field. The owner telling us this morning that's where it happened. The fire department waiting until that tank has been turned off, the feedstock turned off, so that it's safe for firefighters to go back inside that plant. But you see the roof has collapsed. The debris is scattered for half a mile around the plant, and the police department and fire department are on the scene still, will be for the next couple of days. They have closed off that entire neighborhood, maybe a 1 square mile area of the city of Houston, as you continue to look at Sky. And some of those firefighters on the left of your scene going through those homes now, inspecting them for damage and making sure that everyone is out.
And we know we heard from Courtney Fisher. She was saying police officers with their canines were going door to door trying to get an account of everybody who was in the neighborhoods directly behind that facility because it is very close. And so we're, listening to how they are getting account for everyone, and most neighborhoods seem to be accounted for. And we have a tweet now from Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo. She says our team has been monitoring the situation resulting from this morning's explosion in Northwest Houston and continues to be ready to support the Houston agencies, including the response for the latest, including closures. So she said, follow Houston Police, Houston Fire. Those are just a couple of them at Ready Harris. So some of the sources you can use, of course, ABC 13, where you were collecting all of these tweets from different officials and combining them all for you online at abc13.com. So you're not needing to scour social media to find all the information. We're trying to put it all together in very clear headlines for you. If you go to our app, you can scroll through there and find exactly what you need from the moment that this happened. Of course, the air quality, Tom, a big concern. And
right.
So we've heard from a lot of officials, they're monitoring it. There's not been any real indication right now of anything, but they're saying take an overabundance of caution.
Which is what Spring Branch did. Their classes are in school this morning. The kids are in school this morning, but they are also keeping the kids in school. They probably will not be any recess at all today for the kids in Spring Branch ISD because they're going to keep them in school, as Bree said, out of an abundance of caution about the air. The fire chief said he thought the air quality was okay all around the plant, but they'll continue to monitor it. Now, there were 2 schools that closed down in Cy-Fair ISD, and that was Bain Elementary School and Dean Middle School, all as a result of this. That also part of this area of Houston, Cy-Fair ISD and then Spring Branch ISD. Firefighters, as you see on the left of your screen, trying to get a good idea of the damage to the houses and taking pictures of all the damage. And no doubt there will be a lot of lawsuits in the future, probably the very near future, that result from this explosion. But in the meantime, these poor people who have been blown out of their homes had to seek shelter, and that is at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on Shadowdale, the 4700 block of Shadowdale. But in the meantime, I'm wondering what their insurance may do for them as well. Some of the people said this morning they were renting houses or renting apartments nearby. But for those people that also have homeowners insurance, whether the insurance kicks in right now, we'll have to wait and see. Our reporters are all around the scene this morning. Jeff Ealing was the first reporter on the scene this morning. In fact, he had an interview with one of the people who was right there on the scene, a man who saw 2 people come out of that plant area. One covered in blood, he said. The other man didn't seem as badly injured, but both he thought were taken to the hospital. Turns out just one of them was taken to the hospital this morning, but one person still unaccounted for. And Catherine Marchand now is reporting this morning from that hospital in the Heights where that man apparently has been taken this morning. Right, Catherine?
Yeah, that's right, Tom. The person who was taken here was in a nearby home, not in the facility itself. As we've been showing you these pictures all morning long, we do know that this explosion damaged not just the facility, but so many homes in that area. You've seen the massive pieces of sheetrock that fell, ceilings that caved in, walls cracked, windows blown out, doors knocked off of their frames. So this individual who was taken here to Memorial Hermann Greater Heights really could have been hurt in any number of ways, but so far authorities have not explained how exactly they were injured or how serious their condition is. Now, we have not had a chance to talk to any family members out here. We haven't seen anyone out in the parking lot so far, and this victim has not been identified by authorities. We do, of course, also have the one person that is unaccounted for, the employee at the plant, and we know family members are with law enforcement over at the scene still. We're going to work to gather more information out here at Memorial Hermann, and we will keep you updated as soon as we get any reports on this person's condition. But for now, we are live off of the North Loop. Catherine Marchand, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Catherine. That is just the amazing thing to me, that more people weren't injured in this blast, and thankfully they weren't. As you continue to look at live pictures from Sky Eye now of the damage to this plant. Once again, this is a grinding plant on the west side, Watson Grinding Company, and it makes valves and replaces and refurbishes valves for the oil and gas industry, and that's where the explosion happened about 4:24 this morning. So many people sending us videos, and this is one of them from an auto shop. Watch this morning. This apparently at the moment of the blast as well.
Yeah, you're seeing all that heavy equipment fall. You're seeing metal beams pulled down, and that's sort of what we're seeing. And this is in Northwest Harris County on Tanner Road, this automobile shop who you're seeing this video of that we just received into our newsroom. You know, you see the camera shake, and then
it looks like an earthquake, doesn't it?
It does.
We've
It really
seen those
does.
videos from
We've
people
heard
in California, not here.
say that it looks like an earthquake, or the damage left behind looks like a tornado. In fact, it was that explosion, but you're just understanding how damaging it was, how impactful this explosion was to cause this type of damage in some of these homes. You know, we saw that metal beam come down from that automobile shop just now, but we're seeing metal completely crumpled, looking like paper balls in people's yards thrown all across there. And this green space here is what is behind the facility, and so we're seeing those fences completely blown in, blown apart, trees pushed over.
And I'm just wondering if Tammy Rose can zoom in, there she goes, any more on the damage to those fences and the rear of those homes as they face that plant that exploded this morning. So you get an idea of just the force of that blast as it came across the bayou and the green space and then hit that wall of homes and blew out walls this morning, taking the sheetrock right off the walls and off the ceiling. I just can't even imagine people in their beds awakened by the sheetrock falling right onto them, and the kids must have been terrified.
And you can't help but now feel, now that we're past the chaos of not knowing what this was, of trying to figure out what was going on. Now you can't help but feel heartbroken for these families when you see the damage, because these, as we've seen insulation completely covering homes, we've seen those windows there that you see the fire department looking at completely shattered and damaged. People have had large metal fall on their cars. You know, it's just complete damage, and most of these people have had to leave their home for safety. And so what are they coming back to if we get any type of weather, if we get, you know, anybody who tries to go to these homes to, as we said, loot, which we hope is not the case and it's early on. But that is a concern. We heard from people who said, I had to leave my home. It's completely unguarded and all my valuables are inside.
And now you got a chance of rain this weekend. We'll get an update from Alita Loreska on that coming up. But these people have no windows on many sides of their homes. So that's another concern, rain coming in there. And then they've got to come back and figure out what to do with the homes next. They're unlivable for the most part. Within a half a mile around that area, the police chief says, is the debris zone, the destruction zone. And you see that damage as we continue to show you our reporters walking around on the ground surveying the damage this morning. And that is that plant. This is Watson Grinding Company. And it was felt, as you see now, there's our sky tracking technology. There you get an idea of just how far away the homes are, 808 feet away. So not even 1,000 feet away, just about, well, maybe 300 yards or so, less than 300 yards away from the plant, the epicenter of that blast where it happened. And there are the firefighters opening up garage doors, trying to figure out which houses are the most damaged, which people cannot go back to. It may be couple more days before they decide whether anybody can go back to their houses.
Yeah, and that's something we're not even to the point of trying to figure out yet, is what to even do from here, because we're still, watching crews as they're trying to assess the damage in this moment now. So just again, if you are someone who had to evacuate dealing with this, the Red Cross is an option to call. We've heard from counselors,
The city council member.
Thank
right.
you. City council members in that
Yep.
area who said give them a call. They can help direct you to where you need to be. And also that shelter that has been opened on Shadow Lane, the Jesus Christ Church of Latter-day Saints, also an option. So we'll continue to monitor this for you, but we're going to take a quick break for our weather forecast, and then we'll be right back.
All right, 8:43 on this Friday morning. Of course, continuing to monitor that building explosion. We'll have more for you on ABC13.com. Temperature readings are still chilly this morning. Lots of sunshine for today, but that wet weather will be returning as we get into the weekend.
Back live now with our live streaming coverage of the aftermath of this explosion that happened at 4:25 this morning in Houston, Northwest Houston, near Gessner and Clay Roads. The Watson Grinding Company is what exploded this morning, and we've got Sky still live now showing you the aftermath and the damage that's all around this plant. There are some vehicles there, and I'm not sure exactly what we're showing there. Tammy Rose and Sky, can you give us an idea of what you're focusing on?
Tom, that was the church where they're letting people stay. I was giving you a picture of that, but I'll zoom into where the explosion took place on Stefani Street. You can still see smoke and flames billowing out of there. And like you mentioned, it just looks like a bomb or tornado ripped through that. So many buildings affected by this. As I zoom out, we were playing with some of our SkyMap tool technologies where it looks like the closest house, about 500 feet or so, definitely within, half a mile or so, where the explosion took place. So just imagine that, waking up this morning or having that explosion wake you up. And again, we saw so many windows blown up. We saw roof damage, so much damage to all of these buildings, including a strip mall that is just near here as well. So again, we're beginning to, the story just really just tells the picture of how much damage there is, Tom. And of course, we'll stay overhead and keep you posted.
Okay, thanks, Tammy, and to our helicopter pilot as well. Always doing a great job giving us a bird's eye view of this incredible destruction around this plant. As you see on your screen, one person injured. They were taken to Memorial Hermann Heights Hospital. One person still unaccounted for. The police chief says they are talking to the family of that person who remains missing at this hour. Two Cy-Fair ISD's schools closed today. That's Bain Elementary and Dean Middle School in Cy-Fair ISD, which has schools in the impact area. And then Spring Branch ISD does have all the schools in session today, but the kids will be kept inside out of an abundance of caution because of the air in the area. The police chief, fire chief say they are monitoring the air quality, although they think it's okay so far. The chief says it was felt as far away as Kingwood. Actually, it was felt even farther north than that, into the area of Conroe. As far east as Channelview, people in the Highlands said they felt it. We had tweets from people in Clear Lake that said they felt it. And even people west of Katy near Sealy said they felt this blast, the shock waves coming from it this morning. So you know how powerful it was.
Absolutely. And, we have on your screen now, this is a shelter that is open for anyone who has had to leave their home, safety reasons, anyone who was evacuated. This is on Shadowdale and Liebert. This is an option for you to go to where you can get some shelter, get some rest, because we know this happened so early in the morning. Many people were still asleep and then had to abruptly wake up, grab what they could with their children, with their pets, and get out. So this is Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This is an option for you. Also, you can call Red Cross, and some, we've heard from people who are doing their best with what they're dealing with this damage. Courtney Fisher, one of our reporters, she had just shared some video. She is saying that firefighters are working to clear streets. So they are letting our crews get a look at some of the worst damage closest to that. And she's showing that on her Twitter. And the damage is just astounding. It's heartbreaking to look at. She said that most everybody on that street is completely gone on Stanford Court and Valleywood Drive. And we're seeing so much damage there, but many people forced to leave their homes because columns have been completely buckled, garages, roofs have come in, ceilings with all of the insulation dropped down on people who were sleeping. So, you know, it's not really safe for anyone to be in this area, and that just speaks to how strong the impact of this explosion is. We have fire crews who are there, hazmat, ATF has joined the investigation, the police department, all working for hours now diligently trying to figure out the worst damage, how to keep people protected. And one of our reporters, Jeff Feeling, is there.
First on the scene. Jeff, where are you and what are you seeing at this hour? Are you getting any closer at all?
No, they still won't let us get any closer. In fact, they've actually moved some people further back, but we're really close to Gessner and Clay Road. This is kind of where we've been all morning long. We've been south of the Watson plant all morning long. We were actually, as you recall, around like 4:30 or so, 4:50 or so, we got very, very close. We were about 100 yards, 150 yards away from the fire as it was still burning. It was very dark out, but we could see even at that point the debris that was just covering Stephanie Lane, which is behind the facility, and it looked like at that point one of the tanks had was fallen down across the road as well. And we even saw what looked like a burned out car. We went back and looked at our video, tried to pull up some of those details of what we could see out there. It was dark, but man, the debris was just absolutely everywhere. As soon as we got on scene, there were two people who live across from Clay Road from the facility, about a quarter of a mile away. After the explosion happened, they were obviously shaken out of their bed, so they came down to see if they could help, and they saw two people who identified themselves as employees of the plant walking through the debris. One was bleeding, the other was sitting down on the side of the street there, and they had said that they had thought there was some sort of gas leak that led to the explosion. We know one person was taken to the hospital of those two people that our eyewitnesses told us about, and then a third guy who lives very, very close to the facility, he started coming out as well. He started making his way through the debris field and is very surprised that we saw that anybody at that hour. This was probably a good half hour to 45 minutes after the explosion. And initially we thought maybe this was an employee or something, but it turns out that this was a guy whose house is incredibly close to Watson Grinding, and so he was making his way out with a bag over his shoulder, and we stopped and asked him, very briefly what was going on and what happened in his home, and he told us that the roof had collapsed on top of him, that the windows had all blown out, the doors were blown off the frames, and there was no possible way he would be able to spend the night in his home, for the rest of that night, this morning, and probably won't be able to get back into it tomorrow as well. I mean, we've seen so many images of destruction of houses. Courtney Fisher's been in and out of so many houses this morning, and seeing, for herself just what exactly this type of damage can do to a home. And then we talked to some people over here on this side. They were on the east side of Gessner, which is across the street from Watson Grinding, and they were saying the same sort of thing about the damage to their homes as well. And we've seen obviously this video throughout the morning of people with just extreme damage to their homes, windows shattered, roofs collapsed, that sort of thing. We talked to some folks earlier today. Here's what they had to say about it. Tell me, take us back to the moment that it exploded. Where were you? Were you asleep in bed? Did it knock you off your bed, or how did you know something had happened?
It was like a really big explosion, and I jumped out my bed and I almost fell. And then I heard my dad scream, so I ran to the room, and there was like glass all over the floor.
So the windows had blown in?
Yes.
And what about we had heard a lot of people say that the roofs had collapsed in on top of them as well. Did that happen in your house?
Yeah, it happened in the living room and in my parents' room. Thank God it didn't happen in my room, where I would have been scared.
What street do you live off?
I live right here on
Talina
Way.
Talina is the street that's closest to the facility, right?
Yeah.
And as you walked out, tell me what you saw as far as damage to your, next door neighbor, neighboring houses, that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, it was like all the garages were dent in. All the neighbors were checking on each other.
So yeah, and really that was the story from person after person. We probably talked to a half a dozen, if not more, people as they walked down Gessner to just try to get away from their homes and away from their neighborhood, try to get to some place where they'll be able to hang out now, and they're not really sure what they're going to be able to do as far as the damage to their homes go. And of course, the debris that we've seen all morning long. Now that it's daylight, you can see just how much more debris has been spread from this plant explosion, even as far out as where we are. Again, about a third of a mile away from the facility. You see all of this insulation. There's glass. There's pieces of metal, all kinds of debris. And as you you pan over here and you see the strip mall, and you can see the damage done here, windows blown out, doors shattered, quite a bit of extensive damage even this far away from that facility. And again, we've seen all morning long smoke sort of billowing out from Watson Grinding. It doesn't seem like there's that much smoke coming out now, but certainly that was the case earlier today. And again, when we were there this morning, we were there so early, it was still burning, and we could see that, from over there across the street off of Stephanie Lane. Reporting live, Jeff Feeling, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Jeff, you said you didn't really feel anything when bad breathing air, or bad air, I should say, that you breathed in. There were some people that were close to it, like you, that reported that.
I'm sorry, Tom, I just lost IP. Ask that question again?
I was saying some people obviously close to there, including the man who walked out, said he had trouble breathing, but you didn't detect any of that yourself.
Oh, no, nothing like that at all. When we got there, I'd say it was about 4:50, 4:45, somewhere around there. We walked all the way up to where the fire trucks were, and the firefighters, obviously told us not to go beyond there. We kind of know from experience to kind of stay where firefighters are, not to go too much closer than that. After about maybe 10 or 15 minutes, the firefighters said that at that point they were still concerned about a potential hazardous, scene going on. The propylene tank still leaking, so they themselves backed up, and of course asked us to back up as well, and we did, and as did everyone else. I never felt any problems breathing, and I didn't smell any type of chemicals or anything like that. When we got to this location, there were some people who thought that they could smell some stuff, but it's, we're outside of a gas station as well, so it's kind of hard to tell one way or the other. I, throughout the morning, have not felt like I have been able to smell anything, any chemicals or anything like that, and I certainly haven't felt, any sort of, ill effects physically from anything like that. But yeah, when we were close enough, but it looked like throughout the morning that the smoke was blowing eastward from I-10, or excuse me, from the Beltway. We were over on the west side when we were very close, so we wouldn't have been necessarily right underneath the fallout. But man, the damage and stuff from that building when it blew up off of just covering Stephanie Lane, it's dramatic. It's amazing when you see that kind of stuff. And again, as we were trying to zoom into little pieces of our video, what we could see, a vehicle looks like it had been burned all the way to the frame. Again, looked like one of those tanks was crossing the road. Very severe. And you can see from Sky Eye better than we can just how much damage was done to that facility.
Yeah, and when we saw you early on the scene this morning, I'm glad, by the way, Jeff, that you're okay and everybody else is. One person still unaccounted for, one person taken to the hospital. But when you were on the scene this morning, we saw all that damage as you were up close. And you're right, Sky Eye on the right side of the screen giving us a much better view of the situation. And wow, the devastation is so widespread. Homes for a half a mile within that debris zone, badly damaged this morning. And look at that. Yeah, it looked like there was a vehicle inside that plant that obviously was scorched.
Right, among many things. And we want to show you again this video. This is a Nest camera capturing the moments that explosion happened, sent to us by a viewer. Just take a look at this.
That was the sound of that explosion.
Sound of it.
Not sure how far away they lived, but in any case, that was Mike Easton. Thank you very much, Mike. Other people sending us videos of the actual explosion itself caught on camera.
Yeah, so we've been seeing that, that video just captured on so many different cameras and so many different angles. We saw the automobile shop a moment ago that had a camera inside catching the moment that it shook and the damage. And now we're seeing the aftermath of people on the ground, those firefighters, hazmat crews, trying to take pictures of the damage, trying to assess just how far it reaches for those families now pushed out of their homes, dealing with caved-in roofs, buckled garage doors, basically the insides destroyed from glass and their items falling out of cabinets. So this damage is widespread, and this will take hours, if not days, to figure out how to assess all of this, and then the cleanup process begins. So many people, though, not even able to be in their homes right now, so it will be a while before they're returning to that.
Right. And once the investigation is done, the cleanup's got to take place with bulldozers that just go into this plant and start scooping up the debris.
Like we've seen from hurricanes
and
tornadoes.
And maybe knocking down the rest of the buildings. But again, the fire chief said they still don't think it's safe enough to go inside that plant because they're waiting for the feedstock, that propylene gas, from the tank into the facility to be turned off this morning. And then he'll send his firefighters and inspectors in there and ATF agents as well. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms will be inside that plant as well. Those agents are on the scene this morning. So a huge investigation will commence not shortly from now, as soon as it's safe to go inside that plant. Now, we're going to stop this streaming for just a couple of seconds as we go to our live cut-in during Good Morning America, but we will be streaming all morning long. We'll come back right here at ABC13.com and our news app and our YouTube channel just after this. So stay right there. And good morning, everyone. Tom Cook and Bree Berry with you, and welcome back to our live coverage now at the aftermath of this huge explosion at a plant in Northwest Houston this morning that exploded about 4:25 this morning. It's called Watson Grinding. One person still unaccounted for, one person in the hospital, and that is really the good news when you see the damage that it has done by this explosion.
Extreme damage seen on a wide range here coming from this facility. We know that ATF has now joined that investigation along with fire department, hazmat, police, who are all there trying to assess this damage. A number of homes have been evacuated as it's not safe for families to remain in their homes, now dealing with this extreme damage that we're seeing. Windows blown in, metal crumpled up in people's yards, columns of their homes completely destroyed. So an evacuation shelter has been set up on Shadow Lane, and that is at the Latter-day Saints Church of Jesus Christ. That is one option, but also Red Cross now reaching out to many of these families. As we know, 2 Cy-Fair ISD schools, Bain Elementary and Dean Middle, are closed. Spring Branch ISD taking abundance of caution, though, allowing students to go to school today, but keeping them inside. And of course, the air quality is a concern. We have Alita Loresca.
All right, the good news is air quality is still not being impacted. They're still out there investigating. We are still seeing some ground fog out there off in the distance, some haze, otherwise blue sky. Cool temperatures this morning, a chilly start. Temperatures should warm into the mid-60s. Look for increasing clouds starting tomorrow, maybe even a few showers south of I-10 as our next disturbance, our next rainmaker moves in. I've increased those rain chances on Sunday to 60%, drying out by Monday, and then the next round of storms expected to move in by next Tuesday and Wednesday. All right, that's a look at your forecast for now. We'll take you now to digital at abc13.com for the latest on that building explosion.
And back now to our live digital coverage as we continue to stream at abc13.com on our news app and our YouTube channel in the aftermath of this huge explosion. You get an idea of how badly those homes near the plant were damaged this morning, with some of them saying that the ceilings have fallen in. The sheetrock woke them up, falling on people inside their homes this morning just after that blast at 4:25. On the right side of the screen, that is Sky Eye live over that plant, Watson Grinding, where the blast happened this morning, and it was felt for 40 miles around our viewing area. People as far away as Channelview, Clear Lake, Katy, even to the west of Katy and north of Conroe, said it shook them this morning. They were awakened by the reverberation of this blast. Some people thought it was an earthquake. Others said they thought it was a tornado. And then people close to the scene thought maybe lightning just struck my house as the sheetrock and the walls started caving in on them this morning.
Now, this explosion waking people up, literally pushing them out of their beds, out of their homes. And like Tom said, this has all caused an explosion at this facility by a propylene gas tank. And what we know about propylene, while it is still being contained, and this is only over an abundance of caution, people asking to take precaution, especially if you have allergies, asthma, any type of respiratory condition that you're dealing with. We know that propylene is extremely flammable, and it can cause irritation to the eyes and skin. So right now the air quality consistently being tested by Houston fire crews there, the hazmat team. And right now we know it seems to be okay. That's what we're hearing from Chief Pena, but they're still monitoring that to make sure if you're in that close area. But just take a look at these images live from Sky above this scene where
still some smoke coming out from a little fire maybe still burning there inside the plant. It appeared to be out about 7 o'clock this morning.
So it seems like it restarted, exactly.
Yep.
But the damage is just extensive and heartbreaking to look at for what these families are going to be dealing with now for the next couple of days, not to mention the one person injured and that other person who is still unaccounted for. We are being told by Chief Art Acevedo that the family of that person is on scene speaking with those officials, but you can't help but just say a prayer for that person.
I don't know how many homes were affected. It may be a couple of hundred in the neighborhoods behind this plant, to the west of this plant. To the east of that plant is Gessner, a major thoroughfare, which is now closed off just at Clay Road, and then north of there for about another half a mile. And then all the streets around this plant are also closed off. You see that green space, a buffer, and the bayou right there in between that plant and the residential neighborhood to the west of it this morning.
But not much of a space.
No, not much of a space.
We had Sky Eye monitoring.
Maybe 300 yards or less than 300 yards.
Right, Sky Eye monitored that with the traffic tracking software, though, but we saw all along that way those fences completely pushed into the homes, trees uprooted.
Yeah, and this Sky Eye tracking technology is so fantastic. Not only can it give you distances, but it can tell you exactly where we are on scene. It gives you a location of the streets, the cross streets, the intersections, and all of that. So that's what you're looking at this morning as some of the distances as we point them out. Those are the homes, and you see the rear of the homes badly damaged, fences knocked down, blown out by the force of this blast, roofs that caved in, or at least the ceilings that caved in. I thought we might see a couple of roofs that had caved in from the force of the blast because so many windows on the back of the homes, the sides of the homes are blown in. As Tammy Rose zooms in, look at the damage to the homes, especially the rear of these homes that face that plant. Watson Grinding Company, a propylene tank exploded about 4:25 this morning. 2 workers were near the plant. There were also people, I understand, at that strip center that was near the plant, but everybody made it out safely. We did see one man walking through the debris field shortly after the blast happened. He said his house ceiling, at least, had caved in on him, and the only way he could get out of the neighborhood was to walk through the rear of the plant where much of the damage was. He's okay, but again, one person was injured. Courtney Fisher's been there all morning long, and she's joining us live now with an update. Courtney?
Yeah, good morning, guys. This is what we're seeing right now. People boarding up their homes. We've got all the hammer tools, or excuse me, power tools out in the front yards, plywood, and this is really, you know, how the scene has shifted. We've talked about that, the different stages all morning. I want to show you some video you can see just next to me. That's the inside of this house right now. And there's a point where we go over to the windows, and you can see that metal frame of the windows. And when you look at it on the side, guys, the window frame is just blown in, and that is the first time I was able to see kind of that sheer force, right? Because when you see shattered glass everywhere, you don't really get a sense of how strong that blast was, but the metal framing is bowed in, and that was just incredible to see. The ceiling of this house is collapsed. Mirrors that are on the family room wall just blown off. Huge mirrors that were stuck to the wall blown off. So more of the same thing. This street actually has some of the worst damage. This is the street we weren't allowed to be on early this morning because police and firefighters, their priority was getting everyone accounted for, and everyone has been accounted for. So now that the sun is up, they just let us get our first look here. Most of the residents are actually already gone at a safer place, but you do have the few that are boarding up their homes just to make sure, you know, no looters, no one's around. We talked to Karen Block, and Karen lives here, and she's a little panicked, didn't want to leave right now because when that blast happened, her Chihuahua freaked out, ran out, so she's panicked. She's looking for that dog right now. Listen.
I just awoke into this humongous blast. And at first I was in disbelief and I couldn't figure out what happened. And so when I woke up and stood up, I saw glass all over shattered my window. And I just went out into the living room and I just yelled for my mom. I was thinking, oh my gosh, something could have happened to her. And I yelled to my mom and she said, what? And I said, something horrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. And as I walked through my house and I saw the mass destruction, I couldn't believe it. I had no idea what it could have been. And then as time went on, I figured it was some kind of explosion because I know we're not in war over here. Yeah. So we're just really blessed to be alive, and all the sheetrock that came down in our house, it's a miracle that none of it landed on our heads.
And I don't know if you caught that, but you could hear Karen's voice just shaking at the end. It was almost like watching her realize what they had just been through. One thing that struck me when we went into Karen's house, she said, this is the first time I'm seeing on someone else's face. She just watched me react to that damage. And she said, this is the first time I'm really feeling someone else react to that and reliving the horror that I lived at 425 this morning. Guys, most of this street, you see that red tape, that was put up from firefighters, just deeming it unsafe, not allowed to go into those structures because, you know, they know it's not safe for us to be standing under those collapsed walls. Something I want to show you over here that my photographer pointed out. I think that people just leaving, you know, doing anything they can, tying that looks like a dog leash, some rope to door handles, you know, to make sure their house is somewhat secured. Most people just kind of left in the middle of the morning, the dark morning, and just got what they could and got out. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Courtney, and as you were talking, we had Sky Eye video of homes, the roofs of homes actually blown in. There are holes in a number of the homes that are right there along that green space. And I'm not surprised by it, are you?
No, not at all. In fact, one of the things, Tom, you asked Jeff earlier this morning, are you surprised there weren't more people hurt? Absolutely. I think we thought we'd get deeper here and start to really hear the panic from people who might have been, you know, taken away in an ambulance. I definitely saw ambulances leaving with their lights on this morning, but for the most part, neighbors say they spoke to friends, family who live along here, and nobody, you know, for the most part was hurt. Obviously, we know that one person is in the hospital this morning, but amazing, more people weren't hurt. I can hear Sky Eye. Obviously, you guys have the better view. We can't see those holes in the roofs, but from the inside of the homes, that's where we see the ceilings collapsed.
Yeah, and would you give us an estimate? I mean, do you have any idea of just how many homes? Are we talking about a couple of hundred or less than that?
Right? I mean, I would say that's a good guess, Tom. I mean, on every street, all the way down there, you see emergency vehicles. This is what it looks like street after street. Some tape up, people kind of surveying the damage. I would say easily 200 homes. The one interesting thing, I talked about an app that police have, and it's actually the first time they get to use it. They just got this app, and they showed it to me working on their laptops. They go to each home, and they take a photo, they report the damage, and that's how they can monitor and gather all that information. And later, they'll have an exact number because they are going from home to home, street to street. They should have an exact number of homes that were damaged. So, you know, hopefully it will be days, coming weeks that we'll be able to get that number, but they will definitely have that. They are recording it.
Okay, Courtney Fisher live on the ground. Thanks to you and Jeff Feeling, the first reporters there this morning.
You guys have been working so busy and so hard to talk with all these people experiencing this damage. We know that this is something they're going to be dealing with for quite a while, but for anyone who has evacuated their home and you're thinking, where do I go? Where can I take my family? We do know that an evacuation location was set up on Shadow Lane, Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. They are taking people in who are dealing with this damage and have been forced out of their homes. Of course, the Red Cross is an option also for you to seek out if you need help, if you need to start on this recovery process or where to go. But again, we're seeing these devastating images and this damage from Sky Eye above, and we have Tammy Rose. Tammy, you've been seeing all of this damage and also some of that smoke coming up. So what are some of the things that you're seeing that are most impactful?
Bree, we have such a different perspective from up here in the air. I've been trying to count the number of buildings affected, but just too many to count. More than 20, definitely. This is where the explosion took place, where you can see one building is completely leveled and there's metal and debris all over the place, most of it on Stefani Street. As I zoom out again, you will see that strip mall on the bottom of your screen. We see some cars that may have been affected by that as well, and all those windows blown out. And of course, a lot of the damage that we've seen on the west side, all of these homes here, when we measured it with our tool, it was only 500 feet away from where the explosion took place. So look at this, the fence completely knocked down. We actually saw a hole in one of the roofs. You can see all the damage there as I pan over here to the right. That is where the home is that has the hole in the roof.
Wow.
And all of that fence damage. Again, we measured it with our tool, and it's only about 500 feet. So too many homes to count. And again, I'll put Sky Map up here for you just briefly so you can get a better picture exactly where this at. Again, Clay and Gessner is closed. So this is just, we're just such awe seeing all the damage from above, Bree.
Yeah, and you're not seeing anybody inside the plant as of yet, right? The fire chief said the firefighters will go in there once the feedstock is turned off from that pipe, or excuse me, from that tank. But I don't see anybody else inside the plant as of yet. Do you, inspectors or anybody else?
we've seen a few firefighters on the east side of this out with their flashlights early this morning, but we haven't seen anybody in the rubble or the mess at this point. It does look like that smoke is completely gone. As I zoom out, you will notice the picture downtown Houston. We're still seeing a little bit of that smoke that got blown towards the Galleria area in Houston as my pilot Alan Hopkins turns around so we can kind of give you a view of the downtown. The smoke is dissipating, but look at this just to kind of give you a perspective of how far it blew into the city. We saw a pretty good line going all the way to Houston and all the way to the Galleria area, which is on your right side of your screen. Tom?
Okay, Tammy in Sky Eye, and you see downtown, Tammy, it's pretty clear to the west, right? Most of that smoke drifted to the east, right?
Well, this is actually downtown Houston. You can see it. There's quite a bit of low-level clouds in that area. As I pan over, that is the Galleria area. But when we first arrived on scene, there was just a very heavy, thick smoke that was blowing that way. The winds were relatively calm at that point, but still we saw all of the smoke blowing towards downtown and the Galleria area. Now it looks like it is dissipating a little bit, so that is the good news, but firefighters still have not arrived near where the structural damage is. We saw them out and about just
Tammy
west
Rose live
of there.
Okay, Tammy, thank you very much, and thanks to Alan, our helicopter pilot. Great job this morning covering this.
And we're continuing to collect video that viewers are sending us in. We have some new video to the newsroom that we want to get you to. If this is sound that we have to play for you or just video, we're going to listen in for a moment. Listen to this.
A large explosion on about the 5300 block of the West San Houston Parkway northbound. Don't know where it happened, but it rocked my car pretty good in the area. You'll get a bunch of calls.
We got the same thing. Circle windows. Engine 77, we get multiple calls in your territory for an explosion. They're giving different streets, Ivy Oaks Lane, Terrace Manor, Lexford Lane, and Shadowdale Drive near 49th Street. So it's supposed to be an explosion somewhere. Well, that's clear. The station, we felt the explosion at the station, and we've got a lot of material floating in the air right now. So stand by and I'll get with you. That's clear. I've got a major explosion with a lot of debris and everything.
Yeah, that turned out to be an understatement, didn't it? Those are some of the calls into 911 this morning, just after 4:25 when that plant exploded, and you see some of the debris that is strewn across yards. Somebody's trampoline there covered with debris this morning. Windows blown out of homes. We saw a hole in a couple of roofs there. So the force of this blast really caused widespread damage this morning. And here it was, right there, captured on somebody's outdoor camera, which you said was shaken by the force of the blast and then turned down, or fell off there. And we also had somebody record the sound of that blast earlier this morning, and it was just an amazing scene out there on the west side. People started calling not only 911, but calling us saying, what in the world happened? As we say, people as far away as 40 miles felt the blast. Some people in downtown Houston thought it was right in their backyard because the sound seemed to reverberate off the buildings.
And so, you know, this image you're seeing right here is a home for a family that we spoke with. All that insulation coming down because at first they weren't sure what was happening. They thought maybe it was a tornado and they didn't know what to do. So let's just listen to exactly what that experience was like for her and her husband.
That what happened around 4 o'clock this morning. We hear like explosion. You know, I thought it was a tornado, you know. And I so scared, and I told my husband, let's go, get out of here. And he told us when somebody hits the corner of my house, and we don't know what to do. We are so nervous, we are scared, and we want to go get out of the house because maybe the house is going to come down.
And, you know, we're hearing from that woman there, but this is much of what we're hearing from a lot of people who experience this. You know, this video you're seeing here is Sky Eye. This was earlier. This was much earlier this morning. So I want to make that clear. You know, it's much lighter now. We're not seeing those flames any longer, but you can see this is what it looked like when that fire was burning as Sky Eye was over the Watson Grinder business there where this explosion happened, and you can still see even as the hours pass the damage still devastating, but seeing a little less of that smoke. And we have Art now joining us this morning, sitting
it's
with
incredible.
us, seeing
It
this.
is absolutely incredible as we look at the damage of this. It seems like everyone was awakened, you know, 4:25. We understand that there is a news conference going on. Art Acevedo, of course, police chief for HPD. Let's go ahead and listen in to see what he has to say. Well, he hasn't started yet, so we'll go ahead and continue. But this presser going to be starting momentarily here. Art Acevedo, of course, the police chief of the Houston area. They've been all on top of this. Not only that, but of course, ATF. So many other agencies as well. But that blast, as we talk about that, I mean, it's at 4:25 this morning. I got up, and I'm probably 30 miles away from this thing, and you could hear it, you know, and you wake up and say, what was that? And I walked around the house and checked everything. No, I had no idea of what happened, and then went back to bed. Some people turned on the news to check out to see what was happening. But it's incredible, the damage. All right, Art Acevedo now speaking. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Our hazmat crews, we have our fire department rescue crews that have canvassed the neighborhood to the west of the location that was damaged. We've searched about 181 to 190 homes. Some of them are off the foundation, the ones especially that are closer to the explosion site. We also have a temporary shelter set up on what is it?
Shadowdale.
Shadowdale.
4703.
4703 Shadowdale. It's the Church of Latter-day Saints. We've set up a temporary shelter location for any people that may be displaced. There is some significant damage to a lot of the homes that were adjacent to the explosion site. At this point, we're waiting for the final fire area to burn off. What we don't want to do is go in there and put water, because now we're concerned with runoff and other hazards. So it's contained. It's not going to spread, but we're waiting for that thing to burn off before we put our folks in there to do our primary and our secondary search of that facility. We do have damage to the strip mall that's adjacent to the building as well, significant damage. And we are in the process of doing our primary searches in those locations as well. Okay?
En español, por favor.
En español. Mire, lo que hemos hecho desde...
Okay, now speaking in Spanish, you're listening to the fire chief, all the agencies there, and for good reason, because they really want to check out each one of these homes.
Yeah, so, listening in, they're saying that they're going to be inspecting that. But we just want to reiterate, we've been telling you about this evacuation shelter where anyone who has been forced out of their home can go with their families. That's 4703 Shadowdale, and that's the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. This is a place that, if you were woken up this morning, like Art was just saying, at 4-something, and you had to leave your home, many people didn't have time to grab what they needed. Many people didn't have anywhere to go. So this is a place you can get rest and get assistance. Also, the Red Cross is an option to reach out to. They're taking care of people who are dealing with this damage. And, we're listening into this press conference, and it seems like we're switching over to Chief Art Acevedo, so we'll check back in with him.
I want to thank the Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Martin, who's here with us, and he'll speak here in a minute after I give you an update. I'm going to give you an update on the police department's role in this incident and where we're going from here. First and foremost, I wanted to let you know that we do have confirmed fatalities in this case, at least 2 confirmed fatalities. Houston Police Department has initiated a criminal investigation along with HFD arson. This will be a multi-agency, multidisciplinary investigation. But let me just say right off the bat, we have no reason to believe, we have no evidence at this point that terrorism is involved. We don't have any evidence that an intentional act is involved. Having said that, when you have this type of incident, part of our protocol is to always conduct a criminal investigation. The Houston Police Department Homicide Division, Environmental Crimes Division are here with Houston Fire Arson. We have started a joint investigation, and at the request of myself and Chief Pena, we have asked the ATF, which is the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. I want to thank Fred Melanowski, who is the SAC here, and the director of the ATF, Director Lombardo. They have, at our request, authorized their response with the National Response Team of the ATF, who will be on the ground here in Houston sometime today. This investigation will be multi-agency, multidisciplinary, and it will take probably in the immediate area of the blast where the business was located. That will be probably processed for at least more than likely up to 4 to 5 days So that immediate investigation processing of that scene will take several days. So that immediate location will be under police containment and control for the upcoming days. I have contacted Kim Ogg, one of her deputy district attorneys is here that will provide some of the legal oversight, prosecutorial oversight for us and support. I want to thank Kim Ogg for that support and for immediately responding her unit. It's important to note we now have roving patrols in the neighborhoods that will be looking for anyone trying to loot any of these homes that have been evacuated or damaged. If you are caught looting this home, you will be charged to the full extent of the law. Understand that. You will not be given a slap on the wrist. I want you to think back to Hurricane Harvey when we caught somebody looting and they were sentenced to 20 years in prison. This is in essence a disaster area right now with this explosion. And word to the wise: do not get caught looting, because it will not be a slap on the wrist. We will be out here for several days. What we want the public to do for us as part of our investigation with HFD, ATF, and HPD is, if you felt the blast, we know that this is a very powerful blast. When you have time, do a search around your own home, in your own neighborhood, even if you're a mile away from this location. Look for any debris, any body parts, anything that may be related. If you find anything in your immediate home, in your yard, don't touch it. Just call the Houston Police Department so we can respond. But for at least a mile, or if you felt it, we'd rather you be safe in terms of, we want to make sure that we conduct a very thorough investigation. So please search your homes, and if you can, take a look at your roof. What we're doing right now from the police department, we've actually had to get some of our employees to bring in their own personal drones to actually start looking at rooftops in the vicinity. We've started a grid search for evidence that will probably take several hours, and not the rest of today, and that grid search is ongoing. So with that, in Spanish, el Departamento de Policía de Houston, con nuestros colegas de los investigadores de arson, del Departamento de Bomberos, y también de la requesta del jefe Peña y mi requesta, el Departamento
Okay,
Federal
Chief
de
Art
Policía.
Acevedo, HPD, giving us the rundown on what they're going to be doing there, along with several other agencies. A criminal investigation is underway. That's standard protocol for any type of destruction of this sort. But he does not believe, as he mentioned, that there is any terrorism or any deliberate attack here in any degree. And that statement was fairly clear. This may be just it's an awful, awful accident. But the number of homes, Bree, is incredible. I mean, they're talking about 200 homes possibly that were damaged.
Yeah.
And that's pretty severe in some cases, he said, some of those homes.
That's devastating for a lot of people. In addition to that, we now know there are 2 confirmed fatalities, when before we were being told about an injury and 1 person unaccounted for. So we don't know exactly where that number comes into play, if that's the injured person, if that's the unaccounted for. We're still waiting for that to be confirmed, but we do know there are 2 people now dead from this explosion. And, you know, something else he stressed that was very clear, that message you were just saying, Art, was about looting. He even referred back to Hurricane Harvey and said, you know, there was someone who was looting who was given 20 years. This will not be a slap on the wrist. And we know this is a concern for those families, because as we saw Courtney Fisher walking up and down those streets where people were forced out of their homes, many were pulling out power tools as they were being asked to leave for their safety, not exactly knowing what's going on. They were taking time to board up their windows and doors as best they could, because many said they were worried about looting. And we're listening to Chief Art Acevedo during this press conference still say they're planning to be there for several days. It is a disaster area. You can still not enter the area, and you know, looting a big concern, but 2 fatalities.
Yeah, looting will always be a concern when there is a disaster such as this. This is not a natural disaster, but clearly an accident in some way.
It looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what happened. We don't know why it exploded, but we know it wasn't Mother Nature involved. So that's the only reason I'm saying it's not a natural disaster. He may be speaking in English here. Let's go ahead and listen in now. He's answering questions.
We've got family members here. We've got victim services here. But that's part of the ongoing investigation. Again, it is going to take days, if not weeks and months, to have a final determination of what we've got going on here. Anything else from the investigation?
Usted acaba de describir una escena. Okay, back in Spanish, another Spanish question. But there are so many homes here that are involved. It's amazing. The damage is just incredible. The power of this explosion, the shock waves that were sent throughout the city as a result. I mean, this was felt as far as Baytown. I mean, that's 40, 50 miles away. You know, I was awakened along with hundreds of other thousands of people at 4:25, 4:30 in the morning saying, what was that? And everyone, you know, on the Nextdoor app, which a lot of neighborhoods carry, everyone's asking, and all and you know, the big question, what was that? Did everyone hear that? What happened?
Right, and this morning there was question, was that thunder? Someone had tweeted us this morning saying they thought their apartment building was hit by a truck. Somebody else thinking that they were hit by lightning. So, you know, there was a lot of question. We know now it was Watson Grinder is the business that has been confirmed by the business owner, and it was a propylene tank, which is extremely flammable. And that's what exploded. But we're going to listen in. This is Mayor Pro Tem right now, Dave Martin.
D.C. We have been in constant communication with the mayor since 4:30 this morning. The city has set up temporary shelters, as was mentioned, at 4703 Shadowdale. That is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Metro is sending buses as we speak to Gessner and Tanner for transportation to the shelters. We know that several houses have been affected, so we are trying to work at this moment to set up some shelter as well as permanent housing for these folks so they can migrate from the shelter over to housing. So we know that's very important to those folks. So bear with us. We're working on that as we speak, and we'll have some more information later on today.
Chief Pena, I know you said that you weren't going to cut off the gas. Can you give any more details as far as what needed to cut off, what's affecting the still going?
Right.
I know you said that contained, but can you give us any more details?
Yes, I can tell you that at this time, the members of the hazmat crew have gone in. They have secured the valving that was supplying the propylene gas that was leaking into the facility that was damaged. That has been secured. Fire department crews have assured that the area of concern is isolated. We do have a small area that still has some fire burning, but it's been decided to let that burn off on its own. What we don't want to do is go in there and add water and then create other hazards. So we're monitoring. We're going to wait for that area to be secured and extinguished, and then we're going to proceed in with fire department crews, investigators, members of the police department to ensure that we're doing our primary searches, and it's an active crime scene as well. So the debris area is about at least a quarter mile. Okay. And so again, I just want to reiterate what Chief Acevedo said is if you find any evidence in your yards as you're outside, please do not touch. Call 911 so we can get people out there to ensure that we're conducting this appropriately. This is going to be a long-term incident. Okay, we're going to be out here for several days. But for right now, what we can assure the public is that the hazard has been contained. We have secured the leak from the polypropylene, or the propylene tank, and we have no indications of any concerns with the air quality at this time.
Chief, okay? Just mentioned it, can you confirm the actual, I guess, propylene, it was propylene?
It's propylene, exactly. We had a tank full of propylene. It's a 2,000 gallon tank of propylene that has been secured. And so we don't have an active leak at this moment, but we do have some areas that still have some fire, and we're choosing just to monitor those and contain those until they burn themselves out. That's the property tax.
Jefe Peña, en español, por favor. People in the area can be concerned if they are going to have.
So we're still listening in right now. This is a press conference. We have the interim mayor there, Dave Martin. We're listening to Fire Chief Pena and Chief Art Acevedo. They're speaking right now, and we know this is an active crime scene. There's a criminal investigation, although we just heard from Chief Art Acevedo that they do not believe this is any terrorist involvement or anything, but treating this as a criminal investigation is a typical protocol. This is the business where this explosion happened, is at Watson Grinder. A propylene tank, we know, exploded, highly flammable, can cause skin and eye irritation, but we're just hearing from Chief Pena that they have been testing the air quality with fire hazmat, and they do not believe there is any reason to be of concern right now. Again, over 200 homes now damaged, 2 fatalities, and, a strong message that this is a disaster area. They do not want people in this area as they investigate. It is an active scene, and they are also saying looting will not be tolerated.
Let me add one last
Not
thing, Chief.
whatsoever,
If you
yes.
have
They will
family
arrest
members
anyone
or
who has been
friends
doing that. Let's
live
go ahead
in
and listen
the
in to the
vicinity
chief at this
that
point,
you have
speaking in
not
English
heard
now.
from, or you can't get a hold of, please don't hesitate to call us so we can do a secondary search or make an attempt to go to the location where they're supposed to be. So if you don't hesitate to call 911 and Houston Fire and Police so we can go back and do a secondary search and look for your loved one.
Still unaccounted for?
I don't know. We don't know. So sometimes you don't know what you don't know, but we know that our greatest force multiplier in law enforcement is the community we serve. And so if you have friends or family that you've tried to contact in the immediate area that near this blast zone, you all know where it's at, please contact us so we can go back to where they live and we can do a secondary search.
Okay, speaking Spanish now. Again, Watson Grinder Company, petroleum-based company. This is one of those thousands, tens of thousands of businesses in the Houston area that are directly or indirectly associated with the petroleum industry. And of course, Houston is the capital of petroleum industry throughout the world. It is the #1 resource in which all places all throughout the world come, because there are more companies here in Houston that are directly or indirectly related to the petroleum industry than any other city in the entire world. And so you have thousands of companies that are related to this. And every time we have an explosion like this, whether it's at the refinery or an indirect business like this, it always naturally has to do with this petroleum-based industry, because they always will carry a lot of flammable material and explosive material that has to be well guarded. And in this case, something went terribly wrong as we look at the tremendous damage which has occurred here. Just awful. The power of that blast was just amazing, just absolutely incredible. For it to be felt as far away as Baytown and north, even past Kingwood area, and and the winds of that carrying it and the shifting of it and just all of that, just incredible. I guess Colin Myers has much more about that as well. Yeah.
This morning we were tracking, Alita was saying the winds were calm, a little less than 5 miles per hour, and it wasn't a real concern. But what do we know now, Colin?
It's not as much of the spreading, and in fact, I think the winds are calm enough to the point where it's not going to spread. But what I'm seeing, I want to show you radar here. This is this morning when it occurred. Okay, radar. This is not our radar site. Okay, this is the HGX radar site, and it's down south and east of the city, up in the area that this happened. Watch what happens here. Look at that. So that's all radar feedback. Some of that is biological. What that means is we can tell from dual pole radar. Some of that would be birds and or life possibly moving out, but also some of that is gaseous. We don't know exactly what form, but that's not all biological. So that happened again right around 4:30 is when the radar skit picked that up. I also want to go back because the winds are fairly light. Something else kind of interesting that's happening now. Winds only about 45 miles an hour there. As we take our Memorial camera and I face it towards the north and west here, and I'm actually going to zoom in on this in just a second. What I want you to see is there's a thin layer right near the ground where what we call the inversion is, where warm air is trapping anything in the atmosphere from rising further. So what you can see there's almost a dark layer right above the horizon. Let me try and push in a little bit. Do you see that? Do you see how you have clear sky and then all of a sudden you see a darker layer right here? That's because the inversion is trapping what's there. Let's take another camera view. Again, you can almost kind of see it on our tower camera as well. Look back towards the Galleria area. You see that darker, really shading right above the horizon. That's where that inversion could be trapping anything that came out. So luckily the winds are not fast at this point, guys, but it does look like you can kind of see that right there on the horizon, that darker color. And I don't know if that's smoke or some of the gaseous parts of that have come up. But that's certainly interesting to see that. I've not seen that before. Do you see what I'm looking at there, Art and Bree? No. You see, if we zoom in there. In fact, let me take our tower camera. I'm going to push in on this here over towards the Galleria there.
Hey, Colin, just in driving in this morning, I come from the north side, so in driving in, you could see this sort of dark haze below the skyline of the buildings, which I thought, oh, that's interesting. I haven't seen that before. And I was just wondering if that was some sort of temperature inversion that causes it. Yeah. There
it is. So if we zoom in towards the Galleria there and push down, do you see how the atmosphere goes from what looks like clear blue down to this, where the inversion, the warmer air is trapping whatever came up there. So it looks like you could see that from our tower camera there. We'll try to zoom in, get a closer look in just a little bit for you guys. But again, the winds are calm. So good news in terms of not really spreading. But again, right around 4:30, radar did pick that up. So I think that's right when it occurred up there just to the north and west. So we'll come back to this camera shot in just a little bit, guys. Back over to you for right now.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Appreciate it, Colin. Good stuff there. But as we continue to look live at these incredible pictures, and you could see the fire officials walking around down there. They're not walking around with any kind of masks on or hazmat crews on. They're dressed in their fire equipment gear, which this would naturally presume that, the air is fine. So, but they are walking around checking things there at the facility. It is incredible how powerful it was. And then on the left side, you see, of course, all of the damage from homes.
And we have Skye, looking over this now. And Tammy, if you can hear us, I just want to ask, you mentioned that some firefighters very early on when it was still dark were flashing their flashlights around the area, but it seems as if they are now more, is that where we're seeing where the explosion impact site they're walking around?
Bree, firefighters are all suited up and they're on Stefani Street right now, looking around and measuring all of the damage and everything. And you can see in the middle of your screen, it's a little hard to see from the position of what we're at, but on the left side, there is a pickup truck that's almost completely charred out. We also found what looked like a car, nothing left of that vehicle. And again, as we zoom out, you can just see all of the buildings affected by it. So many buildings affected. Of course, the middle of your screen where the explosion took place, that building leveled. Nothing left from that building. We still see just a little bit of light smoke coming out into the air, but the smoke is definitely looking just a little bit better as I look downtown Houston in the Galleria area where we saw a lot of that smoke being blown out. And as I zoom out, I will add SkyMap up here for you so you can kind of get a better perspective of where we're at. On the right side of your screen, those are all of the homes that they were talking about that were affected, nearly 200 homes. Most of the damages in the middle of your screen where we saw holes in one of the roofs and the fence completely blown and torn apart. I can't imagine what it looks like inside, but you can see all of that damage right near that green area, Bree.
And Tammy, with that sky mapping technology, I know earlier you guys were using the tools up there to kind of show the distance from where the explosion happened at that facility to those homes, and it's not a far distance.
Yeah, so we have what's called a measuring tool here, and it looks like the closest home that I spotted was about 500 feet. I'm going to erase this here. We're making a turn here, but yeah, we have something that's called a measuring tool, and what we literally can do is take where the explosion took and measure it to the closest home, and it's anywhere from 300 to 500 feet, just to put things in perspective of how close that damage or how close the explosion was to the homes. It just amazes me that there were just a few people hurt, because when you look at these pictures and what we're seeing from up above and how close those homes are to where the explosion took place, it just amazes me that there weren't more people hurt. Bree?
Yeah, it really is incredible, Tammy. Just amazing that more weren't hurt. I mean, we're talking about 2 dead, and that's sad, and any death, any injury is too much. But to have 2 dead, when you look at this damage, it's incredible that there weren't more people injured, because they're inside their homes when sleeping at 4:25 in the morning, and this explosion, and suddenly your home is caving in. Fortunately, more people were not injured by falling debris. I'm sure there are going to be other injuries as people just a result of trying to get out of their homes and perhaps stepping on glass and other things like of that nature, but that's still yet to come. We're in the very early stages here, because the number of homes damaged and the people trying to get out and those trying to seek medical help and those helping themselves. And then you finally get down into the numbers, and you can see all the glass there on the left-hand side of the screen and all the damage which occurred as a result of that blast. But no doubt it was difficult. There is still
some confusion about that number. We know right now it's being told to us very low, 2 dead in the explosion. But we just heard Chief Art Acevedo in that press conference talking when asked a question from a reporter. Now, does the 2 dead that we have confirmed, does that account for the person who was missing
Right.
and the one that was injured in the hospital, and he
Right.
plainly said he wasn't sure at this time. That's the only number they have confirmed. They're not sure if that includes the person who was unaccounted for or that person injured, not to mention anyone else who might have been able to take themselves to an area hospital
Right.
who haven't yet been able to talk to authorities and report this. But for anyone who is going through this, as we continue to look at
Yeah,
these
look at
live
that truck that's
pictures
there.
from these charred pickup trucks, as Tammy said, from crews, they're all suited up, trying to walk around and assess this damage. We do know, hearing from the interim mayor, that the city has put temporary shelters in place. That one we were talking about at 4703 Shadowdale, that is the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. And then also Metro is sending buses to Gessner and Tanner for transportation to those shelters if you're in need of help.
By the way, this was the Watson Grinder Company, and they essentially just repair valves. Our valves have been proven, this comes from their own website, in operations of mining and chemical plants all around the world. So they're used everywhere in petroleum-based industries. We are experts in the repair and modification of severe service valves. They indicate that our team of valve experts, in-house surface technologies, laboratory experience, thermal spray coatings, everything to enhance a valve. Now, this could be a valve for any type of piping mechanism that is used in the petroleum industry and mining, and as well chemical plants throughout the world. And of course, here in Houston, we have our share and possibly overshare of chemical plants that exist throughout the Houston area, even on the east side. So as we continue to look at this damage here of this awful explosion, 4:25 this morning, we're talking 5 hours ago, but wow, what an explosion and what a mess as a result. And look at this, just a crumbled, just of nothing there that exists anymore.
It would be hard to tell exactly what that was, but you know, in addition to the impact site of where that explosion happened from the propylene gas tank, which we know is highly flammable, surrounding businesses, which look like a lot of warehouses. We know there was a strip mall that during the press conference we just listened into, Chief Art Acevedo said crews are taking the moment right now to try to go through that strip mall and assess the damage and talk with anyone who might have been there. But we know, in addition to that, over 200 homes have been affected. That's not even counting how many families, and that is just the closest homes to that blast site. We're seeing damage from as far as you can see that garage door pushed in. You can see insulation, debris from these homes as these crews are all out there trying to assess these hundreds of homes. You see fire crews there taking pictures of windows blown out from homes near that blast site, and then trying to talk to these families. And this morning, as we heard our reporters, Jeff Ealing and Courtney Fisher out there, both saying it was extremely cold. So not only are these families shaken awake by this explosion, not sure what it is, dealing with the glass, as Art just said, dealing with their ceilings coming in, their roofs falling on top of them, but then also dealing with the cold weather and being forced out of their home rather quickly, not knowing if another explosion was going to happen or the fire. So, you know, our hearts go out to all of those families affected by this, especially now we know from Chief Art Acevedo, 2 dead in that explosion.
Yeah.
And he, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say he reiterated that anyone who had to evacuate those homes, you know, if you have the thought in your mind of looting, it is not something that's going to be accepted.
No, not at all. Not tolerated one bit. And in fact, he used the example of someone found looting during Hurricane Harvey, and they had 20 years in prison as a result. Yeah, I could imagine. Did you say Nick Notario was out there? Okay, we're going to head to Nick Notario in just a minute, but I wanted to make this point. Imagine if this would have happened during daylight hours. Imagine if this would have occurred when business was just, booming during the time of a business hour. This company, we understand, has anywhere between 150 and 200 employees. And at the site, they'll have anywhere from 100 employees or so at the site during the time of business opening. So at this warehouse, so that would have been an incredible disaster that would have just been just an extent of catastrophic at all ends. Yeah. But we are glad that if it had to happen, that it happened at 4:25 in the morning. Let's get to Nick Notario. Nick? Nick, can you hear me? Perhaps you can't hear me at this point, but Nick, are you out there? There, I see you, but can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay,
Yeah, I
now
hear
we
you. Do
can
you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you now. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So we are just west of the neighborhood, or excuse me, west of the facility in one of the neighborhoods here. And if you walk up and down the street, they've got it all blocked off from police, but there are a number of people coming out of their homes, just assessing the damage, looking at what's being done. Out on this street in particular, you can see the damage in the foundation and then also the garages. Just take a look at this garage that was blown in there. You can see the impact from the explosion. And then over here to the right, you can see, I don't know if it picks up very well, but the chimney has just completely moved off the foundation just there on the side. Let's go inside this gentleman's home and just show you the type of damage. We're not incredibly close, but you can still see just how much of an impact this explosion had. All right, let's walk in this. So this is the living room, and you can see there was a number of things on the wall. Just look at the wall there, how it's been cracked, just pushed in because of what happened from that explosion. And Chris actually lives in this house. This is his home right here. Chris, tell us, again, I know we had just chatted a little while ago, but you were sleeping at the time. Take us back to about 4:30, what you remember.
Well, I heard this boom. I thought it was thunder, but thunder echoes. And I felt kind of some movement. I looked to my left where the drapes are, and it seemed to echo off the other wall. So I got up and walked into the living room and found this damage, and like you said, stuff came off the wall. It was still dark, certainly, at 4:35 o'clock in the morning, so I didn't realize there was so much exterior damage as well. So went outside, and people start coming out, and broken windows, and it's very strange that a lot of those garage doors seem to be curled in at the top, but any glass was outside the homes. So, like I said earlier, it wasn't the blast; it was the overpressure, kind of like when tornadoes come, and the pressure found the weakest place, so it blew out my back window. It blew open French doors in some of these neighbors' homes, but it was really funny that all the glass was outside the homes.
I mean, can you believe it? When you look up and down the wall here, you can just see the force that this thing had.
Yes, yes, and I guess we're a quarter mile, half a mile from that place. I looked in that direction, looking for smoke or flames, or at that point light. You know, it would be if there were a fire, but I didn't see any of that until I turned the news on. I didn't realize that it was on your station so early, so I turned that on and saw the fires, and but we never saw anything. We never saw any fires or smoke or anything like that.
Did the bed rattle and shake? Did it wake you up?
No, I have a pretty heavy mattress.
Where does this glass that was blown out? It's in the back over here?
Yeah, it's in the back. You can't see it. I have blackout curtains.
Oh, okay.
You can see from the outside, but it's kind of non-dramatic.
Okay. All right. Well, Art, we're going to keep talking to people out here and see more, assess it. We're going to try and get closer. They've blocked off by they, I mean the officers, and rightly so, have blocked off the area so that way people can't just come in and out of the neighborhood. So we're going to try to make our way closer to the site and talk to some more people.
Okay.
But you can see just about a quarter of a mile, you said, Chris? I mean, you can see the damage, and we're not even right next to the site.
Right, and Nick, you know what's interesting here is we look at some of that damage. I mean, we see a lot of superficial damage. That's just damage of shingles being blown off, windows being blown off, that sort of thing. But this looks like it's actual structural damage, which caused movement in the entire structure. And when you have movement, then you have cracks like that, and that's powerful. That's a lot of force.
Yeah, I mean, you can not only see it up along the walls, Art, but I mean, even here, I don't know how, I mean, you can just see how this was just totally blown off, and we showed you the outside, but the inside, I mean, you can see just how much this structure was moved. It's incredible to see, you know, they're a quarter of a mile from where this explosion happened.
Oh, boy. That's amazing. That's some awful force there. Thank you, Nick. We appreciate it.
And that's just about a quarter of a mile away. And this is still another live picture we have of crews who are walking around on that scene. You see fire crews and hazmat fully in gear. But around this area, we're seeing a lot of those roads completely still closed. As we just heard Chief Art Acevedo say a few moments ago, they plan to be there for days, if not weeks. So this is going to impact travel plans. If this is somewhere you take your kids to school in this area, you work in this area. Catherine Whaley has been monitoring this since it happened around 4:20 this morning. Catherine, we know a lot of slowdowns in this area, if people can even get around.
Oh, absolutely. So many of those streets just completely blocked off, traffic and mobility paralyzed in the area. And you wouldn't want to be driving on these streets anyway. There's just so much debris. Make sure that you're planning on staying away from the area if you possibly can. You will be restricted along those streets immediately around the explosion site as well. So HPD blocking off those local streets, in particular Clay and Gessner Road, which is shut down. Very busy intersection, still closed at this hour. Thousands of cars go through the intersection every single day, so just make sure that you're detouring around that. We, of course, are always keeping an eye out for roads that are open and are usable. As a north-south alternate, you can use Blaylock instead. But in addition to that, several side streets blocked off, including portions of Clay Road, as well as Stefani and also Denard. So make sure that you're avoiding that immediate area. Any more updates we get on specific street closures, I will be tweeting those out for you at Catherine ABC 13. Want to bring you a little closer in and, of course, show you the Metro impact. Metro bus route 46 is being detoured around this because it normally takes Gessner northbound and southbound. So instead of being on Gessner, it's being pushed over to Windfern instead. So it is using Tanner over to Windfern and back down to Clay Road. That is actually a good alternate for you if you're driving that area anyway, but be advised, Metro Route 46 on a slightly different schedule and a slightly different route. Again, this area you want to avoid altogether. Be sure to take those alternates and, of course, plan for extra time. You'll see a lot more traffic on those other streets with local streets blocked off. We'll send it back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Catherine, and just to recap as she's talking about those different roads, we do know, just to reiterate from this morning, Spring Branch ISD, they are open. They accepted students this morning, but they're keeping them inside so that they can monitor the air quality. But Cy-Fair ISD, Bain, we know that they are closed as well as Dean Middle School. So Bain Elementary and Dean Middle have been closed today as a precaution. But in addition to just people being worried about their students going to school and where they're driving, of course, the homes.
Yeah, and that's a big question, and that's why Ted Oberg is here right now. He's going to talk about structural damage. You know, all the time we see storms that come by, they sweep by, they do a lot of superficial damage. People look at them and it looks bad, but really, I mean, it's superficial, it's an easy fix. But how do you determine whether something is actually structurally damaged?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I'd certainly be interested to hear Colin's point of view on just where this equates to, say, a tornado or a hurricane, because that's essentially what we're talking about, a pressure wave that creates some changes in your homes. And when we see it in storms, we talk about shingles being blown off and windows being blown out. But this is such a sudden thing that creates a lot of force right away. Had a couple of conversations with structural engineers this morning, guys. They have some very simple things that homeowners can do. First off, don't assume that because your house is so close and already has some damage that it's either a loss or that it's okay. There are some real serious things to look at, especially if your home is older than, say, the 1970s. Okay. One of the things they would look for straight away is how square your home still is. Are the corners still the corners the way that the architects and the builders designed them to be? Or did this blast do what they call racking, which means taking the house off its 90-degree angles? And the first thing they said, this is a great suggestion, is if you have windows or doors that opened easily and closed easily last night, that don't close easily, that stick, you know, like we all have that one door in our house, and a lot of us have had it for years. But if they don't work now, that's a serious concern. There might be some permanent damage.
Yeah, and that seems like an easy determination. Okay.
I think it is.
Right. Okay, Ted, we're going to talk with you back in a moment, but we have Mayor Sylvester Turner. He's on the phone, and we'll check back with Ted in just a moment. But Mayor, as you look at what happened here, you just must be shocked, as well as all of us, about the extent of damage as a result from this explosion.
Because the mayor right now is in D.C., so you're watching in.
Yes, I am. I received a call this morning at approximately 4:35. Letting me know about the explosion. It was a serious one. Over 100 homes have been seriously structurally impacted, and possibly 2 to 3 fatalities as a result. But we are canvassing the area and making sure that we check on everyone that's in that vicinity to make sure that there are no additional injuries. But yeah, it was shocking. This was in the Spring Branch community, and what I'm told that the shock could be felt from Spring Branch all the way to Kingwood.
Yeah.
To give you some idea of the magnitude of this explosion.
Yeah, and that's what we've been talking to people about all morning long, Mayor. It's just incredible how extensive this damage was, the shock value of it. And that's what Ted Oberg was talking about. David, there's so many that probably suffered a lot of structural damage that they're not really aware that they have that structural damage. But when you talk about fatalities, we do know that 2 people are dead as a result. Earlier, it was reported that there was 1 unaccounted for and as well another in the hospital. Do the 2 dead include that 1 that's unaccounted for, or there are possibly even more unaccounted for?
Well, what I am being told is that 2, possibly 3, but before we want to confirm everything before we put it out, and we want to. This is a very active investigation, and so we're not just looking at the facility itself, but surrounding structures to make sure that everyone is accounted for. So what I'm told, 2 fatalities, possibly 3, but the investigation continues to happen. Take place. Our major concern is to make sure that there were not going to be any additional explosions coming from this facility. So the fuel chemical lines have been turned off. The hazard, we believe, has been contained. And then because the impacted area could be as much as 4 miles, especially to the west side of this facility, we are canvassing the area to make sure that there are no other injuries or fatalities, especially sensitive to seniors, people who may be living by themselves, children, and other families in the Spring Branch vicinity.
Very good, Mayor. Ted Oberg has a question for you as well.
Mr. Mayor, good morning.
Sure. Good morning.
Do you have any idea where the fatalities may have been? Are they employees of the facility, or are they neighbors in the area?
What I'm told is that 1 possibly could have been an employee, but was there maybe to work out, not necessarily, an active employee at that time. And then I'm told it could be 1, possibly 2 others that were maybe adjacent to the facility, but we are still investigating and checking before we actually confirm that. So that's why I'm saying I am being told by Houston Fire Department, the Houston Police Department, Office of Emergency Management, 2, possibly 3. But, that is still a very, we're still checking to confirm it before.
And Mr. Mayor, how concerned are you that this is a facility that was within a football field of a residential neighborhood? It's sort of a unique quality of Houston that we don't have industrial areas and residential areas. But how concerned are you that an explosion of this magnitude could happen so close to a residential neighborhood?
Well, I am seriously concerned. And this, for all of the apparent reasons, this is an explosion that took place that literally has created serious structural damage for at least 100 homes right there in the immediate vicinity. So that raises concerns. Possibly fatalities of people right there in that area, or injuries. And these people, we're not just talking about short-term displacement. For many of these people, we're talking about possibly long-term displacement.
Right.
And then for them, the question is, what sort of relief? So it's not just about providing them temporary shelter. For these families, their immediate concern is, what about our homes, and where do we live, and what about our children? And so that's why we'll be looking to Watson Grinding and Manufacturing Company, and to hold people responsible and accountable, and to assist in getting people back on their feet in a permanent way, not just short term.
Yeah. And how grateful we are, really, Mayor, if there's anything to be grateful at this point regarding this explosion, that this didn't occur at 10 o'clock in the morning. I mean, that would have been catastrophic.
Well, there's no question about that. And, we wanted to check immediately on the quality of the air, because it was happening at a time when kids were going to be going to school a couple hours later.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that it was propylene, which is thinner than the air itself, helped in that situation. But I am deeply concerned that we have these sort of facilities with these type of chemicals in close vicinity of communities, of neighborhoods, and we're just going to have to take a very thorough look.
Yeah,
at this
but
as
yet
we
that
move
exists
forward.
throughout this Houston area. I mean, we live in a no-zone, city, so you can kind of build these things right next to neighborhoods. And is this perhaps something that would cause some change for the future?
Well, I think we have to look at it. We just can't say this is just the way life is and this is the way things have been. I think we learn from what takes place. And so I think we do have to take a careful look as we move forward, is what's in the best interest of the health and welfare of the people in our community.
Right.
What's in the best interest of the neighborhood, and what's in our neighborhoods, and how dangerous, what are the potential hazards, and what mitigation steps can we put in place as we go forward. But I don't want to take the attitude is that we live in a no zoning city and that's just the way it is, and you have all sort of things that are next door. That I don't think that's the proper attitude to take.
But to be clear, in today's rules and regulations, there is nothing the city of Houston could do to move this facility or a similar one out of this neighborhood.
In today's rules, I would say that we are limited.
Yeah.
But I'm not necessarily saying that there's not some things that we cannot do to better protect neighbors and people in our city. And I think this is a call to action on all of us to carefully look at what we can do to mitigate future risks and to put communities in a safer area.
Mayor, we thank you for your call. We appreciate it. We know you're busy with a lot of things this morning, so we certainly appreciate you giving some time here to talk with us this morning. You've been added some great insight here to the storytelling this morning. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
All right, have a great day. You know what, I just want to, Ted, as we talk about this issue of no zone and everything else and how close in the proximity these homes are to this disaster, Tammy, you were giving us an indication as to how many feet were between the actual explosion and the neighborhood. I saw some sort of graphic pop up there. It's incredible what Sky Eye can do now, but I saw there was an indicator of how many feet lie between the center of that explosion and the...
Art, we have a measuring tool up here with our new Sky Eye 13, and I've been using that just to show you how close those homes are to where the explosion took. And I'm counting any less than 500 feet, just depends upon where I draw the line.
Okay.
So that just gives you an indication of how close those homes are. It is a part of our SkyMap technology that we have up here, as well as the street overlays, pinpointing exactly where those homes are. I'm zooming into Stanford Street, Stanford Court, you can see. And most of those homes right there is where we're seeing the damage along the fence line, Art.
Yeah, what a great tool that is for Sky Eye. I mean, look, that was 399 feet, and that was to the middle of the street, really. So you're looking at 300 feet until where the homes are. But you're right, Ted, this is a no-zone city. They can build wherever they want. There's no restriction, and in some cases.
Well,
go ahead,
it might
Alona's
be,
here now.
Yeah, Alona joining the crew here, guys. It might also be worth pointing out that in many of these cases, do you have my mic? I think my mic is on. The businesses were there long before some of the
homes were
areas.
right.
My dad actually used to work out there back in the 70s. There was a big Esso facility out there and lots of Esso offices, part of the oil business. And obviously this is all part of sort of the petroleum corridor out there and the energy corridor. And, you know, we have these facilities that have been there for a long time, and then neighborhoods started to pop up around them.
Yeah, but the inherent risk is there. The question I think the mayor asks is how do you make that safe for people who live nearby, whether they were there before the facility or after. The fact is they coexist now. The other thing is this is not a giant petrochemical facility. This is a 2,000-gallon tank. That's not, it's a lot. It's clearly enough to do a lot of damage. But if we start looking at every facility in the city of Houston that has a 2,000 gallons of a flammable chemical on site and regulating them somehow, that is a massive undertaking. 2,000-gallon tanks are not
not that big. We would think there might be thousands of them around the city.
You'd have to guess. I think the other thing worth pointing out is that residents have little right to know what is behind the wall of the warehouse in their neighborhood.
Good point.
Yeah. You can knock on the door and ask. Companies don't have the obligation to tell you.
To tell you, right. Well, and we're also talking about Houston, the oil capital, petroleum capital of the entire world. There are more companies based here, directly and indirectly, related to the petroleum industry than any other city in the entire world. And petroleum-based industries will always have flammable.
Yeah, and while this company makes tools for the petrochemical industry, it was not a manufacturing facility. They don't manufacture chemicals. They make tools and equipment for the oil field.
For the oil fields.
But it's not necessarily something that was
related,
refining or
Right.
manufacturing chemicals.
And we talk about that proximity. You know, Tammy was talking about 500 feet. Our own Jeff Feeling is just right inside of that neighborhood line, right behind the fence. We're going to check in with Jeff because you can talk about just how close this was and obviously how impacted those neighbors were.
Yeah, we tried to measure it out ourselves. Looks like about 100 yards, so 300 feet, the size of a football field. We are right across the street from this facility. You know, earlier we were on the other side of the facility, right around 4:45 this morning as the fire was still burning. Got within about 100 yards or so. We could see debris and the fire burning over there. But as you look at this side, this is the front end now, and it is just flattened a portion of this building. But I want to go ahead and show you the strip center just off to the left as we start to pan around. You know, the mayor was talking about possibly people in other locations. Well, look how close this strip center is, and look at the damage done to the roofs and the windows of this strip center. Every single window on the second level is blown out. The roof line down from one side of the building all the way to the other is completely crumpled and mangled. On the first floor, not just windows blown out, but doors blown out too. Again, this happened around 4:20 this morning, guys. If this had been 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, if all of those businesses had been occupied, what kind of injury or catastrophic death toll, what might we be thinking about here? And we do know that people lost their lives, but man, if this had happened during business hours, this could have been just incredibly, incredibly worse than it is. And as we pan back right, I want to show you the cell phone tower and the telephone pole, the light pole rather, the power pole that's right beside it. You see parts of the roof and parts of the insulation, parts of the roofing material stuck now up in that power line. Incredible amount of damage in and around this area. The house that we are at behind this fence line, the back windows of this home are all completely shattered. I'm going to give Mario just a second or two to turn around to show exactly what I'm talking about. This is the back of the house. Every single west-facing window of this home is shattered. Every single one of them. This house probably on a straight line, one of the closest to the facility, certainly on the east side. And look at the door, Mario, as you pan down to look at that back door. Completely blown off of its hinges. That is how much damage this home took. You know, Ted Oberg was talking about doors that don't shut right or windows that don't shut right anymore. Well, I'll tell you what, there's no doubt about it. There is severe damage done to that home, and this is just the back of this house. And Mario, I'm not sure if you can pan a little bit more over to the left. You can see the back window of the home next door also shattered and blown out. We have seen this same thing at house after house. This is Talena Way, which is across Gessner to the east of the facility. And the homes that are beyond what you can see right now, the homes on the other side of the street over there, almost every single one of them in this particular area has the garage door blown in from the force of the shock wave that came across the street. Some homes have have window damage to the front. Some homes have doors blown off the frames on the front as well. So there's going to be, the mayor talked about, you know, where are people going to live? You can't live in this house right now as it is. There's just too much damage to this house. Even side windows I'm seeing now have been blown out. You can sort of see the window shades blowing out on the side over here on the left-hand side. Second floor, Mario, you see that window, the side window there. You can see what I'm talking about there. Looks like they tried to tape it up, but the tape came undone, and now that's just blowing out into the wind. So yes, we're talking about quite a bit of damage to the residents around here. But as we pan back around and show you the facility itself, it's just jaw-dropping when you get this close. And we're not even right up to it. Keep in mind, again, we're about 300 feet, about the size of a football field, about 100 yards away from this facility. And it is just, it's incredible amount of damage done. And we knew that this was going to be the case when we rolled up here early this morning. Again, you know, we did see people right around the facility, within 15, 20 minutes of the explosion. Some people who live fairly close ran across the way over there to see if what was going on and if they could help anybody. And indeed, there were 2 employees who identified themselves as employees to our eyewitnesses who said that they thought they smelled gas. They ran out, and then the explosion happened. One was bleeding. Another person not strong enough to get too far, had to lay down in the street, and the ambulance took him away. We know that at least one person was taken to the hospital. Then the witnesses themselves, because they live so close, they were describing what was going on inside their homes. At the moment of the explosion, the roofs inside, the interior roofs came crashing down. Glass came flying in, doors blown off their hinges, and they're talking about quite a bit of destruction in people's homes. And Courtney Fisher has been going door to door inside a lot of the homes on the west side of the facility, and it's the same situation over there. It's just an incredible amount of devastation and destruction, guys. It really
hey, Jeff,
is.
You speak about the injured. Now, we've only heard the official report coming from the press conferences, 1 injured, 2 dead. But just in your explanation this morning, you witnessed and talked to those people who saw at least 2 people injured. I couldn't imagine that this massive explosion here, with so many hundreds of people trying to get out of their homes and glass shattered all over the ground, and perhaps them barefoot trying to get out, they don't have cuts on their feet, or perhaps they got themselves to an urgent care and went, brought themselves to a hospital. I'm just wondering if that number is going to be increasing throughout the day.
It's possible, although it's very it's also very possible that rescue workers and HFD is talking about the number of people taking away in an ambulance. Now we know that 2 people, according to our eyewitnesses, seem to be suffering, from injuries, but one of those 2 may not have required to be taken away in an ambulance, but certainly one of them was. And we did talk to, there was this incredible video that we got of a guy who lives just down the street he was walking through the debris field to get to a safe spot. He was in his bed, 4:20 in the morning, this explosion happens, and he described the same sort of thing, the roof coming down. So he just sort of packed a bag and started walking. Well, he started walking south down Stephanie Lane, and walked through the debris to get to a clear area, and he walked right past a fire truck. He didn't seem to be hurt or anything like that. It's certainly possible that someone like that might want to go to a facility to get checked out, but at this point, we have to go with what the officials say as far as who was taken off in an ambulance, and again, just one. But Art, to my point earlier, I mean, now we're talking about the middle of the business day. You see how many businesses are right beside this place. I mean, there's an auto shop, there's a tattoo parlor, it looks like there's a sports bar, looks like there's a video place. I mean, can you imagine if this had been at this hour or at 9 o'clock in the morning? And then the other businesses that are both left and right or north and south of Watson. There are so many businesses here. Yeah. It's just incredible to think what could have happened had this taken place during the regular business day. And you can just see from our camera just how destructive and really catastrophic this explosion was. That building is level. You can't even recognize pieces and parts that used to be in the building.
Yeah, and the vehicles
that we look would be the extreme southern part.
Yeah, the vehicles we see in the live picture there, they're just unrecognizable, really.
Yeah, and you also realize just how huge the investigation is going to be, how long it will take them. The police chief, Art Acevedo, asking neighbors within a mile of this area, if you have debris on your roof, if you're able to go check your roof, if you have debris where you are, to not touch it, but call 911, call police so that they can get out there to take a look at it. But Jeff, where you are, I mean, this would take weeks to sort through all of this.
Oh, it certainly could, Alone. I mean, this is the drainage canal between the neighborhood and Gessner. I'm not sure if you can pick it up, but you see all of that debris along the shoulder of the drainage canal, and it's like that for at least a third of a mile. I mean, we were about a third of a mile down at the corner of Clay and Gessner. That's about how far away we were from the factory a little while ago. And all that debris that you see out there littering the bayou or this drainage canal, all of that was littering the parking lot of the business that we were standing in front of there. And even there, the windows and doors were blown out of strip malls. I can't imagine what it would have looked like or felt like if you were inside that Sam Haas State Inspection site or that Lone Star Tire facility. I can't imagine what this would have felt like or what this would have been like if you were in there. And as you can, the second story is just completely obliterated. And I think that might be a building just behind this strip mall. But whatever that building is, that building is a total loss. And that's that's the building that's next door to this facility. Look at it. I mean, I've never seen anything quite like this from an explosion like this. And it's just amazing that this damage you see, it's almost hard to describe.
Yeah, it really is. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, where you are, just as we wrap up, Jeff, for all the neighbors that have been evacuated, everybody having to get out of their homes, at that terribly early hour without being able to take much with them. Do we have any word on how long they might be out of their homes? I mean, the investigation's going to take quite some time.
Well, I know that there are police officers trying to keep people from coming back in here. So I believe that once people have to leave, it's probably going to be an indeterminate amount of time right now before they're allowed back in. I can't imagine them coming in. I doubt that there would be something that they'd be able to coordinate today. We actually saw some people boarding up windows, putting boards over their doors and that sort of thing to try to secure their property as they take off. So Ilona, it's especially along Tolina Way, it's probably going to be at least a day, maybe more. But again, as you saw the damage to the house right behind us, I don't know that you would be able to go back in there and live there. There are no windows left in that house.
Right. I mean, huge amounts of repairs now that need to be done for so many people. I know that HPD had said that they went around to 180 to 190 homes, knocking on doors, trying to make sure that there was nobody inside that was injured and needing help. So there's a lot of people that have been impacted by this. We're hoping they were able to get their pets out because, otherwise they're going to need to be talking to authorities about that immediate need. But they had said maybe 4 to 5 days just for that immediate area. So certainly, we'll be trying to coordinate information and follow those stories of all the people that are now out of their homes for an undetermined amount of time.
Jeff, thank you. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Great pictures, great information, great insight. But as well, there may be some who are without their homes for probably weeks or months. And the reason I say that is because if you have serious structural damage, then you're going to have to stick yourself in a hotel while they repair the entire thing. And structural damage can take an awful long time to repair in some cases, as we see from Harvey. In fact, some homes are not even repaired yet, 3 years later.
And you're going to be seeing a lot of drones over the area because the police departments and all the various departments getting as many drones as they can out there to survey damage. We're also watching it from above. Our own Ted Oberg at the Smart Board taking a look at some of this video because Sky Eye is really providing a lot of these images for us, Ted.
Yeah, Ilona, they sure are incredible pictures out of there. One of the things that I'm just seeing now is that all of these tanks, there's one there, here are several more. A lot of these tanks are still intact. One of the things that tells me, at least, is that the explosion, the source of the explosion didn't necessarily come possibly from one of these tanks. What we've seen in other propylene explosions is that there are a leak, that it becomes a vapor or a liquid on the ground, and then it gets a source of ignition, and then it explodes like this. But you can see in this aerial coverage, what we have not seen are tanks that have exploded to indicate that there might have been a problem with the structural integrity of any of these tanks. But clearly, this, whatever it was, it exploded this morning. It created a blast zone at this facility and for a half mile outside. Art and Ilona and Jeff were all talking about structural damage. One of the things we wanted to point out to people who live nearby and those who have relatives nearby is that this can create permanent structural damage to homes. It's not just a matter of replacing windows or siding or doors, but structural engineers we talk to say the thing that they will look for first is what they call racking, a home that has moved off square and cannot be brought back into square. The first symptom of that is doors or windows that opened regularly yesterday, but that stick or simply won't close today. That could be the first sign that your home has moved off square and may have some permanent damage. The other thing that structural engineers would be immediately concerned about is walls that have come off the outside. The exterior part of your wall, the plywood around your home, that's what keeps that house together and keeps it square. If that's gone, there's some serious problems to the integrity. And when you saw in Jeff's live shot some of the pictures of those strip malls that have lost roofs or roofs are crumpled, there obviously would be some serious structural concerns there. The structural engineers we spoke with said homeowners who have some of those problems should certainly make sure that they get a second opinion before they go back and sleep in their house tonight. The fire department and the city certainly on top of all that. Guys, there's one other thing, if we have time, that I wanted to show you, and this will be online shortly. If you take a look, some of the folks in our digital team have taken pictures of Watson grinding before. This is a before picture, what it looked like from Google Earth, and then you can slide this over on your home computer or on your device to see what it looks like after. It's just striking how serious the damage is when you look at it in a before view right there, and then just slide on top the image from Sky Eye today, absolutely crumpled. And you can see that clearly this blast was sort of directed in this direction, because as you look at a lot of the aerials, you can see that a lot of the debris is blowing towards this strip mall, towards this neighborhood. But again, as we talked about when I first started joining you, those tanks there, guys, that's the one thing that I want to be watching for, and I'm going to be curious to see what the fire chief has to say in his next briefing about where the possible source of this leak may have come from.
Yeah, and as we look at those pictures, which that incredible before and after, it's so compelling, Ted, so compelling. Yeah. But let's talk about the pressure of a blast like that, because if it is felt, and I'm probably 30 miles away, and I woke up at 4:25 and I said, what was that?
Sure.
And I'm just among, one of among hundreds of thousands who did the same, as far away as Baytown. I mean, that kind of pressure is just incredible.
It is incredible, and that's what you talk about when this blast. The engineers I spoke with this morning talked about a blast like this being equivalent to a storm or a tornado that doesn't happen over hours but happens in nanoseconds. Yeah. And so that, as it spreads across the area, certainly if you felt it or if other viewers felt it miles and miles away, that gives you a sense of just how strong this was.
Yeah, and then we just look at the homes as well. Thank you, Ted. Appreciate that really compelling picture there.
Yep, and now we continue our team coverage over the scene here at the Smart Board in the studio, but also on the scene we have multiple reporters. Nick Notario is there in the neighborhood taking a look at some of the damage. Nick, what are you seeing?
I'm speechless. I mean, I just came into one of the homes. We are just literally west of where the explosion happened, and just, I mean, there's glass everywhere. I mean, it looked like a bomb went off. It is... just walking around, you can see shards of glass from everywhere. Coming from the glass door. Some of the glasses are broken there on the in the kitchen. I mean, there are just, and then you can see. So the factory is just, John. Let's go ahead over here. So the factory is just back over there. And so this is how close we are to that facility right over there, and you can see the movement of the fence was blown off with that, but never mind the outside. I mean, I'm just, the inside is so incredible to see this sort of damage. I mean, look at the force from the TV was thrown off of the entertainment console and is there on the ground. You can see the fireplace there, and that is just blown in as well. I mean, this room, and then the roof. The roof has caved in from up top as well. And one of the neighbors that lives here, she just came back for the first time since she left early this morning. They finally let her back in. We were in here when she came walking in to see everything, and she just burst into tears when she came in and saw her house for the first time. Kim, your thoughts when you see all this?
Wow, it's just devastating. It's very devastating. It's the house is a wreck. I mean, it's just, I can't even say. I'm just thankful that all of us made it out alive.
When you look around, can you believe you all made it out around? I mean, just seeing the devastation in your home?
No, I can't imagine. God's grace, that's all I can tell you.
What was it like at 4:30 this morning? Because we can see with the end result. What was it like being in the house at that time?
Oh, it was terrifying. It was very terrifying. I woke up to the ceiling crashing down on me with the burst of flames I could see out the window. The house alarm went off. I jumped up, tried to find my phone to call 911, couldn't get through. So I called my sister, and she finally got through to them. And I tried to get my mom and my daughter out, but I couldn't because the ceiling had fallen down on all of us, and they were trapped.
And I know this has made you very emotional. You don't even live here. Why is this impacting you so much?
Because it's my mom and my sister and my niece, and they are directly affected. I'm just beside myself right now. My mom is 77. They had just set up her office in her room, and it's completely gone.
Everything's gone.
Thank God neighbors got my mom out safely.
Yes. I called for help, and some people were out in the street, and they literally had to almost break the door down to get in, but they did help us.
When you were sleeping and it happened, did debris fall on top of you as well?
Well, I think it all happened at one time. It was so surreal because the ceiling was falling as I could see the ceiling falling because of the fire out the window. And so I just held my arm up to block the ceiling from hitting me.
Kim, what are you going to do now?
Oh, well, we're going to assess the damage and probably stay at my sister's house for a while and see, contact the proper authorities and see if we can get this all taken care of.
If you had to describe just what you're seeing from the neighborhood to your house to someone that hasn't seen this, how would you do that, Kim?
It looks like a bomb blew up inside the house, inside of all of the houses, because they're all damaged just like this.
We see the living room with the ceiling that's caved in. Does it look like this throughout the rest of the house?
Yes, there's pieces. Yeah, upstairs is worse. Yes, everybody sustained this kind of damage here.
So you said upstairs is even worse?
Yes, all the ceiling is gone.
The ceiling is gone.
The furniture moved. That's an old TV, so it's probably a good, 100-pound TV.
Have you been upstairs since you've come home?
No, I have not been upstairs.
All right, let's see.
I'm scared to go, but you can
Let's just take a quick look here.
take a quick look.
Wow,
Everything
it's
is gone.
so. John, we're just going to stay right here, and just to show people the devastation of this, you can see these were people were sleeping in these rooms, and it is a miracle that everyone is okay. And just when you look in here, you can see the ceiling is it's gone. The insulation is down into the room. The sheetrock is blown off the sides of the walls. The doors were blown off the hinges. Let's go. And you can just look into this room. I mean, you can't even see a ceiling. It's just total. It's collapsed.
Pretty amazing.
And again,
Nick.
There were people. There was.
Art,
it's incredible.
It really is. How far away are you from the actual epicenter?
So there is only a little bit of a green space between us and the center. So let me see if we can move this insulation.
All right, so they're probably 300
Look, you
feet.
can see it right there.
This is probably this block that Tim was showing us, maybe 300 or 400
maybe
feet.
300 feet.
Look
or
at
so.
that.
Wow.
Yeah, so there it is.
And Nick, you're in the second floor of that home, right? Is there anything above you except the attic?
The attic, that's it.
Yeah.
Everything else has come crashing down.
One of the things engineers told us this morning is, and this is probably the best way to show it, is that up on the second floor of these homes, guys, there's nothing to stop that pressure from getting in the attic, and then just like a balloon, it explodes whatever's below it. So that's why the second floor, the top level of these homes are going to have more damage, because attics are typically not as airtight as the living quarters of someone's home. So the pressure gets into that attic, and it just expands, and it needed a valve. And unfortunately for these people, their ceiling is the valve.
Yeah, and as you get to that, and to that point there, and go ahead and stay on these pictures, Nick, because these are extraordinary. Isn't that very similar to the pressure of a hurricane or a tornado?
And someone mentioned that earlier. Ted's exactly right. That once you get a pressure differential in the house, it needs a release point. And so it looks like that's what happened with that attic. It expanded down into those bedrooms. I mean, that's shocking. The insulation, everything comes down. And we were just looking at this, Ted, even within a half a mile perhaps, that looks like what would be an EF2 or EF3 damage to where the home is very seriously damaged.
Because it's a great comparison, right? I think so many of us are familiar with hurricanes or tornadoes. We're thankfully not as familiar with explosions in residential neighborhoods. But when you look at this with your trained eye, what do you see and how do you compare it to storms that we've seen?
Look, right in the center there, that's EF4 damage plus, 166 mile an hour winds or higher, or comparable to a Category 5 hurricane. Of course, not as widespread, just in that area. But where there's nothing left, we saw a truck completely overturned and damaged. That's like what a tornado would do. This is most similar probably to a tornado, where you get flying debris out, about a half a mile, and some of those those homes really close, serious damage, structural damage. And you said these structures were made exactly out of what? The sides and...
It appears, and Nick, you may have a better view. Colin's asking the question, the warehouses, the facility itself, it's an aluminum facility? Like, how is it made? What do you think those walls are?
Yeah.
I don't know if Nick can hear us, but yeah, from the pictures, it looks like it's an aluminum warehouse.
And look right there. I mean, you could see that pressure differential, that explosion, and then even further out, those homes seen, and I think we saw the garages. The garage doors bit inward.
Sure.
I mean, wow, that's a totally different circumstance than what you'd see from. You'd imagine it going outward, but I think that definitely shows you the pressure differential. Like up here, EF1, EF2 damage certainly in play.
And how strong are those winds? Just to give people a sense.
EF1s, EF2s, anywhere between 85 to about 110-mile-an-hour winds look like that could be in play on the periphery here.
Wow.
So that initial shockwave may have actually had, damage, winds that could have caused that damage, or that initial shock was powerful enough. It could have, I mean, look at that roof right there.
Mm-hmm.
So
here, this one up on the top of the screen there.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. And EF1s, EF2s are enough to do permanent damage to homes?
Yes, they are. Not shifting the home. I think that's what's different here.
Right.
What did you call that process again, where it shifts
racking.
the home? Racking.
When a home gets off square.
That's where this is totally different. You need a powerful tornado to move that off of the foundation, but this can actually shift the homes. And I mean, that damage looks like a tornado went right through there. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, and what's incredible about this, guys, is that tornadoes, that will take 60 seconds to pass through a neighborhood or so. This took just milliseconds just for that pressure, immediate, and then it was gone.
Right.
Sure. I know. And you look at there, I mean, we've seen that the ceiling, the drywall, that the upper level of these people's homes collapsing in a lot of these homes. And it's interesting to hear Colin talk about that. I mean, there you see the windows. Clearly that happened. Look at that. That happened from the inside because the glass is out on the roof. That pressure in that home came from inside that bedroom and out. But it's absolutely amazing. We've talked about this, Art and Alona and Colin, all morning. It's amazing more people haven't been hurt and seriously cut by that glass. I mean, that's got to be a major concern in any storm or any explosion like this, where there's so much flying glass into people's bedrooms while they're asleep.
Yeah.
All right, guys, good perspective there, and certainly so much to talk about when it comes to the structural damage of those homes. It's not just the homes that are completely devastated and have this huge amount of obvious damage to them. It's the homes where the windows aren't going to be closing right, the doors aren't going to be closing right, and those signs of structural damage that could expand to a much larger area as we go into the next day or two and start trying to figure that out. Now, we've been talking about the air quality out there. Certainly, Colin was talking about that haze that's sitting down lower over the city, but we've seen firefighters walking around without masks on. Our reporters are out there right now, so we're wondering what the health concerns might be after a situation like this.
Right, and Cypress ISD, in fact, because of that concern, Dean Middle School and Bain Elementary School, those have both been shut down for the day because they're concerned about that possible toxic environment. But nothing has been shown I haven't seen any indicators for that, only because you see firefighters walking around without breathing apparatuses, but you don't know.
So let's get some expert opinion on all of this with the Talks Doc. She is joining us now on the phone, Dr. Noreen Khan Mayberry, joining us to talk about, Doctor, what concerns would you have in that area around the explosion site?
Hi, everybody. So first of all, my condolences to the family and friends of those who are lost. But yeah, in terms of what you're saying, think about after I hate to use such a drastic example, but think about after 9/11, there were people walking around and there was a lot of dust in the air and the haze. And so what I think about immediately is respiratory issues. I think about the size range that they could be exposed to. I think about the fact that some of these materials could be asbestos. Some of it could be lead, and without them, doing particulate monitoring, testing for particulate monitoring in the air, we really don't know what people are exposing themselves to. And I've seen a lot of times where, first responders may not realize, what the potential hazards are for them. But you've got a lot of people now, years later, because these respiratory issues don't show up immediately unless you're already sensitized. You have respiratory issues or allergy issues, but they'll happen long term. So this is why you should protect yourself now. So if there's a haze in the air, I definitely want people to avoid walking and working around that area without, some type of respiratory protection. The best protection would be half-faced or a full-face respirator, which a lot of people don't have, but they do sell those at the hardware stores, but they need to be fitted for a cartridge that will actually filter out, respiratory particles. The surgical masks really don't help much, but worst case scenario, if you are living in and around that area, wet a towel, put that over your face if you have to leave, because that'll catch the larger particles, and then the smaller particles will adhere to those larger particles. So that's something you could do if you need to leave that area in an emergency situation. Do not run your air conditioning in your cars and in your homes, because the respiratory hazard, again, it's not going to show up right away, but, you got a lot of people, 9/11 was, a long time ago, but we've got a lot of people that are suffering to this day that are, dying because of those respiratory exposures years ago.
Yeah, you make a great point. Authorities are not giving us this same advice in terms of not running air conditioning, but it is one of those situations, especially since we don't need to run it today because of the temperatures outside. Why not just take those precautions? Because it's not just the propylene. Then you're not just looking at what exactly exploded, correct? You're looking at what else was blown into the air because of the force of that blast, and some of that's just debris, right?
Exactly. It's mostly just debris, and it's particulate solid debris. And the smaller the particles are, the deeper they go into the airways, and that's what causes that long-term health damage. In terms of the propylene, like I said earlier, if you have any kind of skin condition, and there's a high concentration in the area, you definitely don't want to be in that area. It's also a respiratory hazard, but, a different type of respiratory hazard. It's also a CNS, central nervous system hazard. But again, right now, it seems like the immediate concern would be that airborne debris that, has been, disturbed. And again, you've got a mixture of some really old material, and there's a lot of asbestos. There's a lot of lead in that area. So I just say take precautions. And if you don't have to be in that area, leave. I definitely would tell the first responders to put on some type of respiratory cover for their faces. After these explosions, I have a lot of people who work in and around those areas, and they say, thank you so much, Dr. Noreen, for going on and telling the truth, because everybody always tries to downplay things so that we don't get afraid, but we just want to protect ourselves.
Right. Yeah, so these are great points, Doctor. Yeah, because you're absolutely right. Like this company, that building was back in the 70s when it was built. Right. Most of the homes around there in the 70s, this is during the time of asbestos ceilings. So all of that has been disturbed. It's been crashing down. And they're walking around their home, right? So that's an excellent point. Yeah.
And I guarantee you, there are people that know this, and they're already thinking about who they're going to contact in the area to, find out. Okay, have you been exposed to this? Who's at fault? The attorneys always, their ears perk up as well, because they know that this is a potential, group lawsuit.
Yep. And before we let you go, Doctor, talk about the people who might be most impacted, the elderly or people with other breathing problems to begin with. They really need to take those precautions.
Absolutely. People with compromised immune systems, the elderly, children under 5, really children under 12. No playing outside today. I know that can be hard on such a beautiful day, but if you want to play, leave the area. And like I said, if you see a haze outside, do not breathe that in. Do not go out there and just use your lung and your nose as a scrubber, because that's not what you want to do. You definitely want to protect yourself. Also, people, like I said, who have asthma, people who have known skin issues, you're talking anywhere from psoriasis to even, just simple skin issues. A lot of people take biologics in the city. That artificially depresses their immune system, and it makes them more susceptible to, items in the air, environmental factors that generally don't bother them. So you have to be very, very careful. Watch the kind of medication you're on. Make sure that your medication doesn't interact or cause you to have a lowered immune system, so that you would be more susceptible to something that generally would not bother you.
Dr. Noreen Khan-Maber, you've always been terrific. Added so much great insight here. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate Have a
Thank you,
terrific
Catherine.
day.
All right.
Thank you, great points. Great points by
It really
Dr.
is.
Mayberry.
You may
Yeah.
as well just be careful and take those precautions. We
Yeah.
are standing by for a live cut-in in just a couple minutes, so we'll be taking a break for you in just a moment. But we want to get over to Catherine Whaley right now to talk about traffic in the area, because obviously so many people being impacted, Catherine.
Absolutely. Well, you can just see for yourself from those images up from Sky I-13 that you really just can't drive on so many of those streets. Not only are they blocked off with access limited because of the investigation and just trying to get into this spot, you're also seeing that it's just not possible to drive on those streets because there's so much debris covering them. So the big streets that are most heavily impacted include Clay and Gessner, which that intersection is still shut down, and a good portion of Gessner is as well, running between Tanner and Clay Road. So two very busy streets this time of the day and really any time. But of course, now that those are blocked off, those side streets seeing a lot of extra traffic as well. Getting a little bit closer in, those zones, the hot zone as they've been calling it, around Gessner, Gennard, Stephanie, and Clay, those are all currently blocked as well. We're continuously updating the traffic conditions on my Twitter at CatherineABC13. But just keep in mind, if you don't have to be around this area, make sure that you're staying as far away as you can. We've identified a couple of streets that are open and are moving for those of you who are in the immediate area. Blaylock is open. Kempwood is also open. Also, you can go ahead and use Wood Forest as well. Gennard, though, blocked off, as well as Stefani and several of those streets a little bit closer to that explosion site. Also, keep in mind, Metro bus routes are impacted by this as well. So Metro bus route number 46, it is being detoured here along Tanner, down to Winfern, back down to Clay Road. And if you're driving, this is actually a pretty good alternate route for you as well. Just remember that that bus will take longer to get from point A to point B. That route and schedule is being altered because of this blast. Back to you guys.
All right, very good. Thank you, Catherine. Now, in about a minute and a half, we're going to just break. We're going to pause for a couple of minutes while we get to live television to bring the latest, and then we will come back live on digital as well. But just to recap here, Dean Middle School, Bain Elementary School from Cypress ISD, those are both shut down as a result of not a full understanding of the air quality, and they're a bit nervous about that. Spring ISD is open, but they are not allowing their kids to get outside into the playground areas. There is still some concern about what's in the air as a result of this explosion. Massive explosion, 4:25 earlier this morning. And wow, what a blast.
Yes, unfortunately, two confirmed fatalities in this, at least one injury also confirmed, and we are certainly waiting to get updates on those numbers. But again, this happening just within about 500 feet in some areas of homes on the northwest side of town around Gessner and Clay. Our coverage here online will continue in just a moment.
Yeah, as we continue to look at these incredible pictures here on the left side of your screen, you're looking at all of the homes that some of them that were damaged. That's quite extensive. You're looking at nearly 200 homes that were damaged in some way, some just some superficial damage, but others that were closer to the blast. Those have structural damage, literally rocked off their foundation as a result. On the right side of the screen is the area of the warehouse, Watson Grinder Company, and that is what is left of it. We have before and after pictures online, abc13.com. All right, we're going to pause for just a moment here. We're going to come back on for live coverage as we introduce the 11 o'clock show in just a moment. Good morning, everyone. I'm Art Rascone. Here's what's coming up on Eyewitness News at 11. You are looking at pictures of the Watson Grinder Company, a massive explosion there, affecting more than 200 homes that have been damaged. There are 2 people dead and others in the hospital. We will have a full report on Eyewitness News at 11 o'clock with fire officials and others involved in this amazing and incredible and very sad blast. We'll be back at 11 o'clock. Okay, back now at digital coverage. We've been talking about this blast all morning long. Happened at 4:25 this morning with dozens of homes affected as a result.
You may have heard or felt the blast. People as far away as Baytown saying that they felt that this woke up many people right around 4:25 a.m. And really the assessment of the damage is just now beginning. We are looking at these devastating images from Sky Eye. We know that firefighters have gone door to door, HPD going door to door to around 180 to 190 homes. We're looking at about a half a mile of homes impacted in that area around the blast. Our own Jeff Ealing is there on the ground talking with people in the neighborhood, and he is literally right on the other side of the fence from where the blast actually took place. People still trying to make sense of what happened out there, Jeff.
Boy, they sure are. Just a moment ago, Erica Flores, 18-year-old daughter of the husband and wife that lives in the house that we're right behind, she's joining us now. Erica, kind of tell us what was going on.
Okay, so I was asleep. I usually put my alarm starting from 4:30 because I wake up pretty late. And I just heard the noise and I was starting to get up, and out of nowhere, like my windows just shattered everywhere. And I looked around to see, and it was like on fire over there.
You could see the flames through your window.
Still, because it was like a pretty clear view from where I'm at. And it was just like the whole house just started like shaking kind of. And like everybody just started like going outside, and my mom came to get me from my room because I was scared and I didn't want to go nowhere. And that was pretty much what happened. Like the whole house got destroyed basically.
Well, yeah, I was speaking with your mom just a second ago, and she says it looks like the house is broken in half, like cracked in half. Is that what you're seeing from inside? Kind of take us through room by room inside the house. What's it look like inside?
Okay, well, all of the windows are shattered. Most of the glass is like on the beds. And basically it's like cracked. And the stairs, they kind of like started, I don't know how to explain it, but they were glued, and I guess they started like falling apart. Yeah.
The stairs actually started from the boards.
Yeah.
The decorative boards started falling off of each stairs as you were going down them.
And basically the ceiling, it kind of came down a bit from my side of the room. My sister's side, not really, but my side of the room, it came down the ceiling as well.
And I see the back door blown off the frame.
Yeah, the back door, whenever I came downstairs, it was like on the table. And
wow.
Yeah, they just put it back over there so I could cover the back. But
So the back door was completely blown off the frame and into the house.
yeah, and then the kitchen door that we have, like all the glass from there was also shattered.
You must have just thought the world was coming to an end.
Honestly, I thought so.
Yeah, your mom said it sounded to her like a bomb had gone off, like something was under attack, like there was a giant explosion, almost like in a war zone.
I guess because it was so close, and with everything that's been going on, like that's the first thing that popped up in our heads.
So now that you got a chance to come back here and you can see what the facility looks like, there used to be an entire building there. That building is completely gone. Kind of take us through what you used to see back here and what it looks like now.
I never really paid attention back here, actually. But it was just like a small building, kind of. I'm not really sure what they were, what the company did. I just know it was a factory, but I don't know much about it.
Are you surprised then this morning that something like this could happen so close to where you live and so many other people, not just this neighborhood, but there's also a full neighborhood across the other way?
Yeah, because what's it called? We also have another factory on the other side, so it's like kind of scary because like what if it happens again in the other one, and that one's bigger as well.
And your poor parents, I understand that they're still paying off this home. They have a mortgage. They paid $300,000 for this house. It looks to me, and from what you're saying, like you guys might not be able to live here much longer.
No, I don't think so. It's pretty bad. They're gonna have to like remodel the whole house if we do stay here.
And as you got out and started looking around the neighborhood, is your parents' house sort of typical of the damage that we've seen on this back fence along here? Are other houses as bad as your parents?
Well, the house next door to us as well, but I guess it hit us like more because we're like right behind it. So it like hit us like way more than some of the other houses. And then our houses kind of covered the other houses in front of us. So we got hit pretty hard.
You woke up with glass on your bed?
Yes, there was glass on my bed. I kind of cut myself too, but it was like nothing major really. It was just like a scare.
Right. Right. And describe, your mom had kind of talked to us a little bit about the noise and just how the volume of it, and that she still has maybe a little bit of ringing in her ears. Was it really that loud?
It really was. I guess because we're so close to it that we heard it like clearly right when it happened. And then all the windows made a really loud noise as well when they shattered.
So the city's opened up a shelter. Will your parents and you take advantage of that shelter, or do you have some place to go? What are you going to be doing for the next at least few days?
We were thinking about going to my aunt's house, but it's me and then my other aunt and like my other aunt, so I don't know if we're gonna fit. Right. So we don't know. We were thinking about renting a hotel as well. I don't know, something like that.
And your parents, are they going to be able to pay for that? Are they going to have to ask for insurance? Maybe file some kind of claim against the company? How do you think all that's going to bear out?
Insurance, if anything, they'll pay for some of it, and I can help them pay for some of it as well. I mean, with my job, I can't really help much, but I could still help with a few things here and then.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Erica Flores. Thanks a lot. I know you and your mom and dad were the three people inside the house when this happened. You're all okay, correct? All right, guys, back to you. As you can see, we're going to let Erica go here. But the rubble pile you see there, I was looking at it on Google Earth. Ted was talking about that. So I went ahead and looked at the satellite view. That was a freestanding building on its own. There was a separate building that was right there, and that's just gone. It's leveled, and it's just a big, giant pile of debris and rubble right now. So that gives you an idea of the force of the explosion from the factory. And then you heard Erica talk about what happened to her house, and Mario was pointing out when we were off camera, you can see the crack in her house. You can see where it splits down. Mario's going to try to pan around here just real quickly and show you. You see where the facade is off and then cracked a little bit. You see that? That's what we're talking about right there. All of those windows. Erica, which one is your bedroom? Is it the one over here where it says the one with the two windows over there on the far side? So imagine sleeping in that room and all of that glass just flying in on you in the middle of the night. And then Erica is saying she could clearly see the fire going on at that point. It's just a terrifying moment.
What a nightmare.
For not just Erica and her family, but for
literal,
everybody. Everybody.
Literal nightmare. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate that report. Great interview with her as well. So thank you, Jeff. But those foundations, that structural damage to all of those homes, that's going to be not paid for by the people, but the owners, but that company. Because here in Texas, whenever there's a petroleum-based sort of explosion, fire, whatever it might be, and there is damage as a result, those companies are in charge of that. So no doubt they're going to be hit with a big, big bill. By the way, talking about that explosion and the power of it, let's go ahead and listen in to some of the video which we've received over it. Amazing. You can just hear it. Yeah, I mean, I felt it this morning as well. Yeah, it sounds like thunder. 4:25 this morning. That's what they heard, and they felt it, and so much shaking as well. Some of the cameras even falling off their pedestal. Let's go ahead and listen into some more.
So that sounded brief, but I mean, you're still hearing it really loud. Even,
look at that.
Yeah, right there with the Nest camera there of someone's home, and we have a third one for you. Listen.
That is so loud. I mean, did you hear it this morning at 4:25? I guess you were inside the studio at that time, so you may have not heard it.
On set here inside the studio, and we didn't hear it, but we started getting calls in all over the newsroom saying, hey, we don't know what's going on. We've got an explosion. Someone said we think it's a plane crash. Someone else said a lot of thunder. I mean, and we're suddenly getting all these calls, and we said, okay, something must be going on. To be getting so many from, like you said before, Baytown all the way past Kingwood. I mean, it was just phenomenal to hear so many different people who had similar stories. So
way out past Katy.
This damage.
Yeah, even south of town and downtown area, the Montrose area calling in as well. Out there, I mean, I'm 30 miles away from it, and I woke up and, asking, hey, what was that?
Right.
But it was clearly just a massive explosion that did so much damage. Look at all these cameras. You see that shaking there for a moment that occurred? Well,
this auto body shop on Tanner Road, we saw this earlier. They have a couple different views of when it shakes. This is another view, but you see those metal beams come down. You see debris falling there on these cars, and you see that moment where that explosion, those aftershocks actually caused those cameras inside this building on Tanner Road to shake.
And we're going to be seeing a lot more of this. By the way, if you have any video, check out your Ring camera, your Nest camera, whatever you want to do. Check it out to see what it says, what you are able to hear, perhaps if there's damage as well. You send it to news@abc13.com, and we will get it on the air for you, and we'll post it along with so many others, because it's clear that it was so very powerful. I mean, for people to be calling in from Baytown, that's quite a distance away. I mean, as the crow flies, that may be 40 miles or so, but you know, in our neighborhood, we heard it north of town and south of town, and then the damage that is as a result of it, just the pressure of that blast. And Colin Myers described it as an F4 tornado that would hit right there near those homes, and possibly even so a little bit lighter than that further away.
For again, right in that vicinity, right where you have total destruction, winds would be comparable. I would say you could even say EF5, but we don't know exactly right there. But gauging by the damage to the truck there and the exteriors of those buildings and the way debris has been dispersed right there, just right in the center there, that's equatable to at least EF4 damage, which is winds in excess of 166 miles per hour, at least at the core. And that's what's most similar to a tornado like this, is that right in the central core is where you have the damage, and then to the exteriors, Art, to your point, a little further out, you have what looks like EF1, EF2 damage, maybe even EF3, where some of those homes, the pressure in the attics built up, similar to sometimes what you'll get in a tornado. You get pressure differentials in the house, and it'll have to push out somewhere else. And so some of those homes, it looked like pretty serious damage. This is not unlike a tornado in some of those ways.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of those similarities. You know, if you were just looking in and didn't know that this was an explosion in Art, we've talked about this, it would almost appear as if it was, like Colin just said, a tornado that ripped through, because you're seeing a lot of those similar characteristics. But the shocking part about this that we heard from Ted Oberg talking with some of those engineers about the structure is that impact happening so abruptly, so strongly, that it caused so much of this damage, the structure damage, to really offset these entire homes, making them possibly not livable again, even at the point when people are able to go back. And we want to listen in to some of this sound, some more of what we're hearing from people who are experiencing this. Listen.
Tell me, take us back to the moment that it exploded. Where were you? Were you asleep in bed? Did it knock you off your bed, or how did you know something had happened?
It was like a really big explosion, and I jumped out my bed and I almost fell. And then I heard my dad scream, so I ran to the room, and there was like glass all over the floor.
So the windows had blown in?
Yes.
And what about we had heard a lot of people say that the roofs had collapsed in on top of them as well. Did that happen in your house?
Yeah, it happened in the living room and in my parents' room. Like, thank God it didn't happen in my room, where I would have been like scared.
What street do you live off?
I live right here on
Talina
Way.
Talina is the street that's closest to the facility, right?
Yeah.
And as you walked out, tell me what you saw as far as damage to your, next door neighbor, neighboring houses, that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, it was like all the garages were dent in. All the neighbors were checking on each other.
Yeah, listening there just of Jeff Ealing has been talking with so many people who experienced this early this morning up until now. And now what they're seeing is that debris and everything they're trying to rebuild from, or will have to rebuild from at some point. But listen into somebody else's, we're going to actually first take you a look here from live. We have Sky Eye, but we do want you to listen to some other people who experienced this damage and what happened to their homes. Just listen.
We saw a lot of the damage in the home. And then the windows brick, and then around the house, is a lot of damage, and inside the house too. All the rock and the room and the bathroom, bedroom, everything is damaged. We're waiting for now. I don't know what happened. They're still waiting. Thanks God, everything is good. My dad and my mom is good. That's very important for us.
Yeah, thanking God that their family is okay, and that's certainly a good thing. And miraculously, we have not heard that many injuries. Well, only 2 or 3, in fact, but 2 people have been dead, but it's amazing that more were not as a result. Let's get up to Tammy real quick, just to talk, give us an update on what she sees there, back live at the scene. Tammy?
Art, we just arrived on scene again, and we noticed that firefighters were kind of concentrating on the middle of your screen. That's kind of a hole, and there's not much left of that vehicle there. It's completely burned out. We noticed firefighters checking that out. To your left side of your screen, there's also a pickup truck, not much left of that. And then you can see in the center of your screen where most of that structure was completely leveled. And again, all those homes that were damaged just to the west, and we used our SkyMap technology measuring that the homes are less than a half a mile away from that explosion. Of course, we'll keep you posted as things continue. Art?
Very good. Thank you, Tammy. Appreciate you being up there live, giving us that perspective from Live Sky Eye. We're going to pause for a moment and get back to live coverage.
ABC 13 Eyewitness News at 11. Now, breaking news.
We have no reason to believe, we have no evidence at this point that terrorism is involved. We don't have any evidence that an intentional act is involved.
Back to live coverage, breaking news here, continuing with that massive deadly explosion in Northwest Houston. At least 2 people killed in that massive explosion. The police chief called this a disaster zone for days.
And look at this. You're seeing the moments right here. A tank exploded at a machine company off Gessner and Clay. ABC 13 was first on TV and web with live team coverage of this explosion this morning. And nearly 7 hours later, we are getting better visuals of this half-a-mile disaster zone. Video on the left is when Sky first arrived over the scene during our 5 a.m. hour. And there on the right, live pictures right now from Sky of that devastation.
Yeah, you can see all of that damage that blast caused earlier this morning. It simply leveled so many warehouses around that area. We have before and after pictures right there on our website as well that are incredible. And also nearly 200 homes damaged, and some were even knocked off their foundation. Structural damage here. The explosion happening at the Watson Grinding Company. That is Gennard near Gessner. That's at 4:30 this morning, 4:25, 4:30. Right now, officials say they are waiting for the fire to burn off so that they can begin conducting their searches. That fire, by the way, we've shown you live pictures. The fire is gone. There's no more fire there, but there are some really hot areas. So in addition, they are also looking at the homes. They also say a nearby strip mall was damaged. Police are also asking anyone who felt the blast to search their homes and neighborhood for debris and as well possible body parts for investigation. If you find anything, contact police. Right now, there is a shelter open for families at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That is on Shadowdale. Right there shown on the map, Shadowdale and Libert. That is where the shelter is being held for all families who perhaps had to evacuate that area.
Yeah, here in the ABC 13 newsroom, we started getting calls about the massive explosion as early as 4:30 this morning. ABC 13 reporter Jeff Ealing was the very first reporter live at the scene of the explosion. He texted the newsroom to say he felt the massive blast while reporting from another story on Jeanette in Richmond in Southwest Houston. So here's when we first saw him when he arrived just minutes after that blast. Listen.
You can see the fire is still burning. While you're watching that, let me speak with a person who was near here. Sir, what is your name?
My name is Craig.
Craig, what happened out here?
Well, actually, I wasn't here at the time, but I'm staying with family a few blocks away when a couple of the windows were blown out in our house.
The windows were blown out 2 blocks away.
A couple of the windows.
And then when you got over here, what did you tell me about? There might have been somebody inside, or?
Well, I saw a young man here. He was all bloodied up, and he was working in that building with a companion when they smelled gas. And before they could do anything, the building exploded.
All right, Jeff Healing has moved multiple times this morning. He is now within 100 yards of that blast site. And Jeff, the image is simply incredible that you are bringing to us, and as well that we are seeing live from Sky Eye. It is simply everywhere.
Boy, it really is. You know, I was listening to you guys in that intro. I texted the newsroom. I went back and looked at it just now at 4:25. That may have been 1 minute after we heard the sound and actually felt the force of that explosion. So around 4:24, as we were getting ready to do a live shot, we felt that and heard that, and that was 10 miles away from where we are standing right now, which is, as a police officer just told me, ground zero. That is the building that used to stand across the street over there on Gessner. It is now leveled. You can see the images on the ground and from sky just how destructive this all was. I just spoke with an 18-year-old girl who lives in the house and we're in the backyard of. She told me that she was dead asleep and all of a sudden the glass shattered. She heard the explosion, the house moved, and then the fireball, the intense fireball right across the street, just over the fence line from their backyard. Throughout the morning, we've been speaking with people who saw it, who felt it, the people who were the closest to the blast. What did it look like when you first stepped outside? Was there a massive fireball, lots of smoke? What was going on?
I just saw a large white plume rising kind of in the night sky. So, but it was an explosion that rocked the house, shook all the walls, like I said, took out a couple of the windows, and I thought I'd come over and just see if anybody needed to be helped.
We were standing 10 miles away from here when this happened. We could hear it and we could feel the repercussion of the shock wave.
Okay.
Did it knock you out of your bed or anything like that, or you just knew something was going on?
Oh, well, you knew something was going on. The walls all shook. There's glass in our living room.
Are you okay? What happened?
In the house.
What happened?
Ese de problem en la casa.
Explosion in your house?
Yeah, push.
To take us back to the moment that it exploded, where were you? Were you asleep in bed? Did it knock you off your bed, or how did you know something had happened?
It was like a really big explosion, and I jumped out my bed, and I almost fell. And then I heard my dad scream, so I ran to the room, and there was like glass all over the floor.
So the windows had blown in?
Yes.
Kaboom! Like, I mean, a boom out of it. That's what I said, the kind that shakes your house. Like, you wouldn't even expect it because it's nothing normal. It was a very loud kaboom that shook. It wasn't just a regular, a scaring boom. That's what I said. I thought we had just went through some stuff.
And you can see firefighters now making their way into the debris field, try to get a better idea of what they're dealing with. You know, we've known all along this was a propylene tank explosion. The video that we saw, the scenes that we saw when we first got here, just absolutely a massive amount of devastation and destruction. The street right behind this facility, Stephanie Lane, completely covered in debris. Even at that early hour, even when it was still dark, we could tell that there was just a massive amount of debris covering that road. It looked like there was a car that had been burned up. It looked like one of those tanks possibly was covering the road. An absolute terrible amount of destruction there. And then as we come here live and you see the buildings just south of this facility, the roof line completely destroyed, the windows and doors of those buildings completely destroyed as well. And as Mario continues to turn around, just very quickly, I want to show you the house behind us. We are in the backyard of this house. Spoke with the owner of that home. She said that her house is cracked in half on the inside. That home's probably going to be a complete loss. All the windows, all the doors, everything blown out. Reporting live, Jeff Ealing, ABC 13. Eyewitness News.
Jeff, extraordinary, just simply amazing. To that damage now, which has been caused by this blast, 200 homes affected by that explosion, just absolutely just
am I clear for the whole show, or you want me to stay up here?
Yeah, now we have investigative reporter Ted Oberg, who's here in the newsroom, and we just heard Jeff say it that, that home might be a total loss, but unfortunately, because of the structure of these homes, the damage, that might be the case for several people.
Maybe the case for many, many, many more homes. We heard Mayor Turner say earlier today that this is not something that the government will step in to help solve some of this problem. There won't be a relief program from FEMA or anyone else for a program like this. It will be on the company to help make this right, and homeowners insurance. If any of you live in that area or have relatives or friends who do, one of their first calls should be to their homeowner's insurance company to see if any of this is covered. And as we speak to structural engineers this morning, one of the first things that they say they'll be looking for is permanent structural damage to these homes. The blast there at the Watson Grinding and Manufacturing Company was just a couple hundred feet away from these residential neighborhoods. And the very real concern is that some of those homes have been knocked off square. In other words, your house is designed to have square corners. The force of this blast was so heavy, structural engineers tell us, that it could have knocked your house from square, well, to a little off kilter. And if that's the case, it is very difficult to repair, and some of those homes may be a total loss. The first sign for you to check for is windows and doors that opened easily yesterday may not open easily today. And if they stick, this morning, and they didn't stick yesterday. Those structural engineers say it's a good idea to stay with a friend or in a hotel until you can have an expert take a look at it. One of the things that's confusing about all of this, things like drywall and siding, they're a lot more brittle than the actual wood foundation of your home. So drywall and siding and even glass windows, they'll crack before the structure, the wood studs of your home are necessarily damaged, Art.
So you might have a lot of superficial damage. You might look bad, but it's easily fixed. But it's that structural damage that when things start moving interiorly, then you have problems.
When a house moves permanently, that's when the real problem is.
Yeah. All right, and this is on the company. This is a headache for any homeowner, of course, because they have to come up with a 1% deductible, but still, it's on the company to pay.
In a perfect world, it would be on the company. We haven't heard from the company yet about a hotline or any sort of damage process.
Okay. And we'll update when we do.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ted. All right, now, earlier this morning, Harris County meteorologist Jeff Linder tweeting out this video of the blast appearing on radar. You can see the activity there. Meteorologist Colin Myers here now. And Colin, this damage is comparable, you said, to really just an F5 in some cases.
Yeah, a brief tornado. Art, guys, I also tweeted out an image showing a different product, what's called spectrum width. You can almost see it more clearly. Here's what it looks like on Doppler radar this morning at 4:30. Watch this as we go back in time. It wasn't there. Watch this quick blip on radar. There, boom. So you saw that area pop up. That's some of the returns are biological, but some are also gaseous, perhaps material into the air. We actually saw it briefly. We don't see it as much now. There was a darker layer near the bottom line of the horizon where the inversion trapped it. But you're right. And I tell you what, Art, some of that damage right in the middle, total destruction, could have been comparable to an EF4 or 5. Further out, some of those homes damaged, EF1, 2, or 3. This is pretty similar to tornado right in that exact spot.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a look at traffic in that area because, of course, for those of you who are in this immediate location around the explosion, just impossible to get through this zone. Accessibility to this area very much limited. Those streets that are blocked include Clay and Gessner. That's a big intersection there. But really, Gessner all the way between Clay and Tanner, not accessible at this hour either. So you'll want to avoid that and plan on using those alternate routes. You can go ahead and use Kempwood instead, or as another alternate, Windfern is an option for you as well. Many of those side streets still blocked off as well, and you wouldn't want to drive on them anyway because there is just so much debris in that area. Again, Metro bus route number 46 is being detoured over to Windfern. Just keep in mind that ride will take a little longer than it usually does. Art and Bree, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Appreciate it. Live look once again from Sky Eye showing that extensive damage from that deadly and massive explosion in Northwest Houston.
We know 2 people are dead in that explosion. We're still waiting to hear more about injuries, but of course, a lot more to unfold with this situation. We will be back in just a moment with the latest.
All right, we want to take a live picture now, once again, of that damage showing. This is from Sky Eye, the damage of that deadly and massive explosion in Northwest Houston. This was just a large warehouse facility, but now it is just rubble, as you can see there in the middle. And all of the surrounding buildings, the warehouses, the shopping strips, the homes as well, have been damaged in some way. It is incredible and extensive. It goes out for at least a half mile, and even more in some cases, but it could be heard for up to 40, 50 miles away.
The station, we felt the explosion at the station, and we've got a lot of material floating in the air right now, so stand by.
Now, you just heard that. That's Houston firefighters who heard and felt the explosion at their station. Those were their radio calls right after that blast, saying they received multiple calls about the explosion. And we were hearing from so many as they were making those calls and confused about what it was at first.
Yeah, and we're also, of course, working to try and figure out the victim situation, who has been injured as a result. And there possibly have been many who were injured, even in homes, trying to get out of their homes, stepping on glass, who perhaps took themselves to the hospital or maybe an urgent care center. But there's a lot of that probably going on as well. But there are 2 victims in this deadly, massive building explosion.
ABC 13 reporter Catherine Marchand joins us live from Memorial Hermann, Greater Heights. And Catherine, what do you know this morning? You've been out there for a few hours now.
Good morning. Well, we just spoke with somebody whose family member was hurt in the explosion. This man says that his 6-year-old niece was taken here to Memorial Hermann, Greater Heights, to be checked out. He tells us that her house was close to the facility, and his brother is telling him that something fell on his daughter's head. Now, her uncle, he just went inside to get more information. He is still trying to figure out exactly how serious her condition is. He says he rushed here in a panic to try to get an update on how she's doing this morning, and he showed us video of damage to the little girl's home. Now, we know that this explosion significantly damaged over 100 homes. 200 were impacted, and you have seen those live pictures all morning long. Ceilings collapsed, walls cracked, sheetrock fell, so it is not hard to imagine that something fell. It may have hurt this little girl. Chief Art Acevedo also confirming at least 2 people were killed in the blast. None of those victims have been identified, and we have not had a chance to speak to any of those family members. We are going to stay out here at Memorial Hermann, Greater Heights, and we're going to try to get more information from this family that is here. Again, it's a 6-year-old girl. We are told that something fell on her head, and as soon as we get more information, we'll be sure to let you know. But for now, we're live off of the North Loop. Catherine Marchand, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
All right, also keeping an eye on the sky. Clear skies out there. We did see a little bit of that dark haze earlier. That has cleared out, at least for the most part. And what we're looking at is going to be a nice end to your Friday and a nice start to your weekend. We'll have more on our 10-day forecast when we come back.
And at some point, the firefighters said that even we needed to go back and they needed to go back. So, of course, we followed their lead. But while we were over there, while we were on the other side of the facility from where we are now, we saw an incredible sight. A man who lives not too far from the facility was in his house when this happened. His roof came down on top of him. His windows and doors were blown in, so he packed a bag with what he could and started walking through the debris field coming toward our location where the fire truck was. And at first, photographer Mario Segura was the first one to point him out. He said, hey, there's somebody walking through the debris field. And immediately we thought, well, this must be an employee. This must be a worker. And it took him 3 or 4 minutes just to pick his way through that debris field and walk over to where we were standing. And when he got there, I was like, sir, do you work there? And he said, no, I live nearby. And I said, well, what was going on? What happened? He said it was an explosion. The roof caved in. The windows shattered. I just had to get out of there. And then he continued to walk past us all the way down to where an ambulance was. I understand he may have been treated, but I don't think that he was taken to the hospital or anything like that. But he was incredibly close to where that facility is. I mean, we're about 100 yards away. He was closer than that, where his house was, where he was trying to explain where he was. And the damage that was done to his house was absolutely immense. And then here we are 100 yards away off of Talina Way, and the damage to the homes over here also pretty intense. You can see the facility, you can see the strip mall right beside it, the tan building that has the roof that's just demolished and destroyed. That's actually a separate building, a standalone building on its own, not related to the strip mall you see there, but both buildings have extensive damage. The 2-story building, there's not a single window on that second floor that's still there, and the majority of the sheet metal that would make up the wall of that second floor, almost all of that is gone. And of course the roof, you see the sheet metal just, it looks like somebody went through with a bulldozer and just scraped the roof and ripped up all that sheet metal. As you pan a little bit over to the right, Mario, I want to show you where some of the sheet metal ended up. It's in one of those power poles right beside that cell phone tower. And of course this is, as a police officer actually tells me, this was ground zero. And I want to go ahead and show you, if you pan off to the left, you've got CenterPoint Energy crews out here now trying their best to isolate this section of the power line so they can get electricity restored to that area, potentially let people back in and come to work, because there's no electricity over there right now. You can also see insulation in all of the trees. You can see insulation running up and down this green space. We were at one point 1/3 of a mile away. That was considered to be a safe zone earlier in the morning. We got there, and the parking lot that we were standing in littered with insulation, pieces of metal, glass, you name the type of debris, it was over there. And it was just incredible to see people walking from this neighborhood we're in to that parking lot where we were standing, again, about 1/3 of a mile away. And what they were telling us that they were seeing to their homes, what happened during this explosion, just absolutely incredible stories. People obviously sound asleep at 4:22 or 23 in the morning. And then the next thing they knew, an incredible sound, the glass from their windows showering down on their beds, doors in their houses being blown off the frames, and then just the incredible sight of a fireball burning into the sky. The fireball didn't last very long, but boy, the damage is going to be just here for quite some time. This is just one house that's directly across the street from this explosion. Every single west-facing window except for 1 or 2 window panes, the rest of them are all shattered out. And that back door, you see it's propped up there now. It looks like it maybe got blown out. No, that door, we're told by the 18-year-old who lives in this house, that door was completely off the hinges, completely blown into the house, was laying down on a table, and her parents picked it up and propped it back where it's supposed to be. That door completely blown off its hinges. The girl who lives in the house, her mom, her dad, 3 of them were inside the house. The girl said that she was just sound asleep, and then glass and debris and the sound and the flames, that's what woke her up. Must have seemed like a nightmare, but no, it was happening. She and her mom and dad got out. They're going to be okay. But that house, I'm no engineer, and I don't work in the construction business, but I've remodeled a house before. And I can tell you, there is some severe damage to that home, guys. And the homeowner, right. She told me, she said, it's, on the inside, it looks like it's cracked in half.
Yeah.
So they just don't know what they're going to do. They're going to spend a couple of nights with the relatives. Police actually came here. Police officers went yard to yard, house to house, looking at all of the different damage, looking at the stuff, because they want to know where the debris field from the explosion site, where all that debris ended up. They're looking for any pieces of metal or anything like that, anything that looks out of the ordinary. So we actually had officers come by here and look at every single square inch of this property and all the properties up and down Talena Way, just trying to get a really good idea of just the distance that things traveled as this explosion happened. And it's been interesting watching the news and seeing all these Ring doorbell cameras and security cameras, and for how far away some of these cameras were to see that fireball and to hear that explosion. And I told it to you many times this morning, but we were 10 miles away setting up to do a live shot on a completely different story when we heard that boom and we could feel the shockwave from the explosion. Photographer Mara and I looked at each other. We're like, did you see that? Did you feel that? And of course the answer was yes, of course we did. We immediately called the newsroom, and we were not the first people to call in at 4:23 or 4:24 in the morning. Producer Brett Birkenbein was saying, yeah, we're getting calls all over the place. So at that moment, we knew we had to start looking for where this was. It didn't take too long for us to figure out this is where it was. We got here within about 10 or 15 minutes, and we were just blown away at the sight of the destruction on the other side. But then we finally got over here in the daylight hours, and it's almost hard to describe, guys, when you take a look at it. Just complete devastation over there. A freestanding building reduced to nothing in a matter of an instant.
Yeah, it's so telling, those pictures, Jeff, and your words as well. I mean, it's just so compelling. Thank you for that report. We appreciate it. Now, we want to show you this as well. There it is.
Tweeted out by Jeff Lindner there. That is the moment that radar caught that massive explosion on that weather radar. And you can just see that blimp, that quick spread of that blue color there. And that was the moment that caught it. But Colin Myers here in the studio, you've been tracking it in so many different ways. And, you compared it to a tornado almost striking, something similar, like a brief tornado.
Vicinity. And again, what you could see from that, I tweeted something with a little bit of a different radar product. The broad blue area there is not all smoke or debris. The broad blue area there could have been biologic as well. Birds leaving the area, perhaps any other life leaving the area that was in trees or whatnot. But in the part that's circled there and what I posted on Twitter and Facebook as well, you can see a different color. Right there, you can kind of tell what is biologic and what is not. So radar is able to differentiate, believe it or not. Dual polarized radar can differentiate from that. Now, again, some of the difference that we've had, some of the comparisons actually to this, it's actually similar to a tornado in certain spots. Megadoppler all clear now. You're seeing that video from earlier, Sky Eye there. I'm going to show you the enhanced Fujita scale. Again, this is what's used on EF0 through EF5 tornadoes. Again, it's the damage you're looking at right there. That could be... Look at the heaviest parts right there. The heaviest parts, that's EF4 or 5 damage right there. That's winds in excess of 166 miles an hour, if not higher. And again, some of the outside areas affected, this is pretty similar to a tornado in that those areas that are a little further out of the periphery do see EF1 to 2, maybe EF3 damage, some roof damage, some damage to exterior windows and walls, walls blown out in some cases, windows blown out, but EF5 damage right in the epicenter right there. You see that, those winds over, it's equatable to winds over 200. What I'm seeing there with trucks, that's consistent with EF5s that you've seen before, like Oklahoma City, Moore, Oklahoma, EF5s that run through there. That looks like a tornado path. Now, it's not as wide of a path, but right in the center there. And one thing Ted Oberg and I were talking about earlier, the pressure differential caused by a tornado, that's also similar. So we looked at a house individually. Jeff, or I believe Nick, went into a house where the attic had a different pressure right after that happened. And so the pressure had to release somewhere, and it released out into the house so that it kind of caved in. And that's what can happen with pressure differentials as well. But boy, that damage right there, that looks EF4 or 5 to me, honestly. That's right there. And then as you move just a little bit out, that's where it's similar to a tornado. Just a little outside the vortex, you get smaller damage in terms of the scale. But certainly that's something that could be comparable to the Fujita scale. Certainly EF4 damage in the closest spots there is not a stretch to say that. And the pressure differential, something else we've talked about. Some of those homes could be EF1, EF2 damage even. But those images coming in from Sky are pretty shocking stuff all morning, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Colin. Good information there. Let's get to Ted Oberg now. He's been looking into really what the cause of this was. We're still at a loss here of what happened.
It's still a little early to tell for sure, but one of the things that we wanted to know was there a tank explosion? We kept seeing those pictures from Sky Eye about the tanks intact, those giant tanks that appear to be 20 feet tall, intact. Nothing would give any indication there was ruptured metal from a tank explosion. So I asked Fire Chief Sam Pena. He tells me just minutes ago there was no tank explosion, that his hazmat crews are assessing the structural integrity of tanks on the outside. Their belief now at this point is a piping leak may have occurred, but they won't know for sure until they're done with their cause and origin investigation, which will take some time. ATF, we were told early on, was going to assist with that. They'll try and get to the heart of where that fire started, but at this point they don't believe that any chemical inside the tank is the cause of that, which was something that we sort of could tell from the pictures in Sky Eye because all of those tanks still appear to be intact. So what caused the leak and what caused it to explode at 425, that's going to be the question that they start to focus on now.
Is this a 24/7 business? It doesn't appear that way because there weren't any employees there. Well, maybe
certainly
one or
not
two.
That many, but remember what the mayor told us from Washington, D.C. early this morning. He was told that people working on site may have been there working out, and on their website, on their YouTube videos, they have a giant fitness facility. Yeah,
right.
It's sort of weird. Well, it's a great perk for the company to have. I'm not saying it's weird, but nonetheless, it does appear that they have that, but it wasn't in operation, at least as a manufacturing facility at that hour.
And you may not know this specifically, but originally, we were believed to be told that it was propylene tanks. So do we at least know that propylene is still a chemical involved?
They still believe, the owner of the company has told our newsroom that he also believes it was a propylene explosion. In other propylene explosions that we've seen in chemical facilities, it leaks, it forms a vapor cloud, and sometimes even a puddle on the floor, and then any spark could ignite it, causing that explosion.
Well, the witnesses that were there, presumably the two employees who were there not working out, perhaps, when they left, they said they left because they smelled something.
Well, one of the eyewitnesses said they smelled gas.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's clearly not gasoline.
Right.
They've smelled some chemical odor. Right. It'd be interesting to see what other eyewitnesses smelled in those initial moments.
Which, just doing some research, propylene does have an odor. So it could be, and there could be confusion, but we don't know that for sure.
Sure. Right. I think most people will say they smelled gas, and they're not sure what those gases were. But any word from the company as to what in, a hotline perhaps of anyone injured?
Great
or perhaps,
question. As we've said, the hundreds of homeowners who now have damage to their homes need some answers. It doesn't appear that the company has set up any sort of hotline yet so that they can register for some help, nor does it appear that the company has taken over the sheltering responsibilities from the Red Cross or the LDS Church.
Right.
And Ted, you've spoken about this so many times before when we've had these types of explosions at plants, these fires. There is a hesitation, though, that just because you receive some information from a business saying, sign this and then we'll get you help or we'll assess your damage, you need to be careful about what you choose to sign. Can you explain why?
There's no indication that the company has representatives out in this community asking people to sign for assistance or sign for a settlement. The one thing that we have seen in the past is that companies and their insurers will get aggressive and try and get victims to sign away, not knowingly necessarily, but sign away some rights in order to get quick help. Before you sign anything today, tomorrow, the next day, into the weekend from the company, make sure you look it over. Make sure you ask someone you trust to look it over. If that's a lawyer, great. If it's just someone you trust within the family to look over whatever it is you're signing, make sure that you know exactly what it is that you may be signing away as time goes on.
Yeah, and we've covered so many of these, Ted, so many, of these petroleum or gas explosions in the Houston area and that do damage to surrounding areas. And as a result, there is always generally a protocol that occurs. So what happens next?
Well, I think certainly the investigation as to what caused this will be the immediate next step. Then getting families sort of at the same time, getting families some help. And then I think quickly we will see someone file suit in state court seeking to get this facility locked down. It could be a civil lawyer who says, I want this locked down to make sure that any evidence of possible wrongdoing for the injuries or fatalities is preserved. It also could be the county or the state of Texas saying, hey, we don't want this place reopening until we can assure it's safe. Clearly, this was a violation of Texas air standards, which say anytime you foul Texas air, you have violated the law. It's not a high hurdle to jump, but I would look for that, if not today, certainly, I guess Monday would be a possibility of a lawsuit being filed quickly.
Yeah. Okay, Ted, thank you. Appreciate the background there. Good information. All right, continuing to look at those pictures there of that damage. It is just so incredibly extensive. The power of that blast, the pressure of it, the shock wave of it spreading as far as, well, miles and miles away, because it was certainly felt and certainly heard as far as 40, 50 miles away.
Now we want to check in with our reporter, Catherine Marchand, who's at Greater Memorial Heights Hospital, and she has heard from a mother who said, or aunt who said her 6-year-old niece, I believe, had something fall on her head. Catherine, any update to that or any other injuries you know of?
Yeah, we do have an update for you. So we talked to the uncle of this 6-year-old little girl. He told us that she had something fell on her head, but he went into the hospital, checked on her. She is apparently walking and she is apparently doing okay, but we are still waiting for more information from him. Another update, he was going to go in again and keep checking on her. Now, the reason that this happened, this is a little girl who lives very close to the explosion site. Her house was very severely damaged in the explosion. He shared with us a video of the damage to his brother's home. We also did have a chance to speak with him on camera, and we're working to get those elements turned around for you so you can see for yourself and hear from him for yourself. But again, this 6-year-old girl, she is apparently walking. She was taken here to Memorial Hermann Greater Heights early this morning because something fell on her head. They just wanted to make sure that it wasn't serious, but it does appear that her condition is doing well this morning. Now, we haven't heard of any other people that were taken to the hospital here. Authorities did, of course, mention that at least 2 people were killed in the explosion. So far, those people have not been identified, and we have not had a chance to speak with any family members of those who were killed. Now, we, of course, have been telling you that this explosion significantly damaged many homes surrounding the facility. You've seen those ceilings that were caved in, windows that were blown out. So this uncle that we talked to of this 6-year-old little girl, he wasn't exactly sure how she was injured, and that was something that he was going to go find out as well. But we will continue to talk to him, get any updates, and bring those to you live as soon as we get them. But for now, we are live off of the North Loop. Catherine Marchand, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Very good. Thank you, Catherine. We hope the best for that 6-year-old. Something falling on her. There's so many, I'm sure, that have not yet reported any injuries personally, but had things fall on them as a result, because you look at those homes,
we've seen the damage.
So much damage in some of those homes where things fell from the ceiling.
Now, we just talked to Ted Oberg here about a couple different things, and we touched on sort of looking out for scams, knowing if something you're signing away in the coming days, maybe not today while we're still assessing damage. As you can see, that is going to take time. But as we've already heard Chief Art Acevedo say, this is going to be an investigation that happens for days, possibly weeks. And so at some point there will need the question to be answered. Who's paying for this damage? How is it being taken care of? Not to mention, at some point, I assume donations will start coming through. So you might be inclined to want to give money or donate to someone who says, I'm helping out families affected by this. So we have Leah Napoliello, I want to get that right, from the BBB. You're joining us here, and you have some insight to this, helping people when it comes to being scammed during times like this, which we've seen before with hurricanes and natural disasters. So what is some advice you can give to people out there?
One of the first things to do is don't panic. It can be very tempting to do in this type of situation, obviously, but you don't want to panic and hire someone on the spot that approaches you that you haven't really fully vetted. You don't know this person. They're basically a stranger to you. So you want to take your time, even though it is a scary situation, to research the company, make sure you're hiring someone reputable.
And they come to you with great prices. We can do this, and we can do this, this, and this. And sign me up today, and all you need is 50% down, and we'll take care of it. It might be the best price out there, but that's what's most scary.
Right, and if it sounds too good to be true, then it probably is. You have to remember that as well. So don't just go with someone because they're offering you what seems to be a good low price. It could be they may do shoddy work, or something may be wrong. So you want to make sure that you're checking with several different companies and make sure that you really are comfortable with hiring them beforehand.
A lot of fly-by-night companies out there always trying to take advantage of people during these types of situations. It happens every time we have any type of explosion or natural disaster.
Right, exactly. Unfortunately, the scammers will come out during these times, so it is very important to do your research. You don't just respond and hire someone on the spot or pay someone on the spot. Just really evaluate the company very carefully.
Do you recommend that people kind of just pause for a moment and get into their hotel or get into another facility of wherever that might be, the shelter or a friend's house, and wait till all of this plays out and be patient about it? That's what I think everyone needs in this point, is patience, right?
Right, definitely be patient. Don't panic, even though it is very tempting to do. But just really look at several different companies, ask questions, and take your time and evaluate them. If someone approaches you, don't just hire them. You can take down their information, but then look it up online, check with the Better Business Bureau, see what we have on the company, ask for references. But the important thing, too, is not to just respond immediately and hire someone.
And now when it comes to people wanting to help, you know, that something so great about Houston is that when we have these types of situations, so many people come out to help with donations, whether that be monetary or, you know, just giving food or shelter. But when it comes to wanting to help, there's sometimes, like you said, the scammers come out.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah, even if for the donations, sometimes there will be groups that start up that maybe they say they're helping a particular family, but you don't really know that for sure. So you want to be very cautious too. And there are going to be reputable charities out there that are going to be raising money probably in this type of situation as well. So you want to make sure and head over to them instead of a group that just formed as a result of this tragedy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's plenty of that. There's plenty of that always going on, and it's very sad to see. Mm-hmm. Do you know anything about this company?
No, we don't. No.
Okay.
No.
BBB doesn't have anything to do with the what's running. Okay.
Right. Mm-hmm.
All right. Great. Anything else you'd like to add that would be of interest to the viewers?
It is important too to check with your insurance company first and see what they cover, what they don't cover. Make sure you take pictures of the damage and get with them first as well.
Okay. Great.
Right. Yeah.
We thank you, Leah. Thank you so much for being here. Good insight for information and for everyone involved, and not only in this disaster, but anything that's going to happen in the future.
Right.
Because inevitably, we're always, you know, each one of us in our own way are going to be approached with something that's going to happen in our lives where we need to reach out, and having this information is terrific.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very important information. Now we want to check back in on the ground with one of our many ABC 13 reporters who is out there seeing what's happening, what's going on. We have Micah Hatfield in one of the neighborhoods there. Sounds like a lot of commotion around you. What are you seeing, Micah?
Well, the damage out here is extremely extensive, and it's very widespread throughout the entire neighborhood. Where we're standing right now is just west of the hot zone where the explosion, we're told, actually happened. But you can see that these are some of the houses that really got some of the worst damage. The stucco is falling off of many houses out here. You can see that chimney you might be looking at right now. Garage doors, that's one thing that we've seen throughout the entire neighborhood, is garage doors have been blown off their hinges. Windows are broken out. We've even seen people's homes that have been moved completely off of the foundation. And you know, these people, they're very shaken up. A lot of them were asleep when this happened. We've heard about a lot of ceiling fans falling off of the ceiling of bedrooms, falling onto people's beds. Some of the people were told in their beds when those ceiling fans fell. But when you see this damage, we haven't heard about widespread injuries like you would think when you see what we're looking at out here, but people are extremely shaken up. Obviously, like I said, it woke many people up. A lot of people told me that they didn't realize that they lived so close to something that could explode like this or have an explosion on their plant. And so they were extremely caught off guard. You know, they're kind of just walking around in a daze trying to find their stuff. People in these houses that we're showing you right now, they've been told to evacuate. We've seen them gathering up some of their valuables and heading out to hotels or to stay with family and friends, but they don't know when they're going to be able to be back. They're waiting on insurance adjusters to come out here and let them know what the next step is. There are a lot of contractors out here putting up boards over windows and garage doors, trying to help them just in the meantime. But obviously, this is going to be a pretty major cleanup process that are going on out here. But we have seen police also going door to door, just making sure that no one is trapped or in harm's way. And They're trying to help them if they can, but we've talked to a lot of people out here, and they're all just obviously very shaken up by this. And you can imagine, you're seeing this damage, you know, inside of the houses. Their kitchen cabinets are blown open. Their home decor is just shattered. There's glass everywhere. It's stunning to see something like this and to see how widespread it is throughout this neighborhood. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Micah. It is. It's incredible just how much damage there is. And that there are really more injuries here because of all the glass that is shattering. Not only that from the windows, but that which is inside those things that came flying off the shelves and out of the cupboards and out of the, you know, everywhere. Just amazing that there weren't more injuries as a result.
Well, we want to go to some video we've shot from earlier. This is our ABC 13 photographer, Jesus Amaya, who's walking through damage on Colony Court, very close to where that explosion happened. Seeing in just this video, doors and windows completely blown in. You see anything that really must have been on shelves or cabinets has completely shattered and fallen to the ground. So we're seeing a lot of that damage as he was just walking through, talking with these homeowners as they're trying to figure out earlier this morning, when you can tell it was still dark outside, what to do, how to protect their home, where to even go after dealing with such an abrupt, quick explosion just about 4:25, 4:30 this morning. A lot of glass is what we're seeing, shattered pretty much everywhere. And again, this is our photographer who was walking through that on Colony Court. We know a lot of those people evacuated early.
We're going to go ahead and listen in. This is kind of looped, so we'll listen in again. You see what happens every time there's an explosion. Yeah, just rattling the... There it goes again, just amazing. Keep in mind, this is a steel structure that is just being rattled as a result of this explosion. Amazing there, just how much force this explosion had. All right, let's go ahead and listen into the fire station now.
The station, we felt the explosion at the station, and we've got a lot of material floating in the air right now, so stand by.
Yeah, that was the first call that the fire station made after they had just felt the power of that blast, and in their own fire station knew that something was wrong. So after that, of course, they immediately got to the scene along with other fire stations around that area, because there were dozens of fire stations throughout the region that really felt that blast. And of course, the firefighters tried to rush off as quickly as possible. That blast was, the fire lasted for probably, I believe, about 2 or 3 hours, and then it was put out. But there are some hot spots there, and you can see just a little bit of smoke there, but the fire is out, and now what lasts here is just the debris. That's what's going to take just a lot of time to clean up. Not only that, but just to assess the damage from surrounding areas and to figure out really what went wrong. Not being able to determine at this point what happened, other than there was a massive explosion. Everyone knows that. But what happens now and why? And so that's where we stand at this point. That's what firefighters are trying to get down to the bottom of as well. 2 people dead, we understand. We don't know whether there's still one unaccounted for. That has not been made clear, but we do know that 2 are dead, 1 possibly unaccounted for, and at least a couple of injuries. And 1 at the hospital. We don't know whether those 2 injuries that police referred to were actually, one of them included the 6-year-old child that Catherine Marchand has been talking about there at the hospital.
Yeah, this is Alona Carson joining you now. Everybody trying to figure out just how many other injuries there may be in all of this. Obviously, this took everyone by surprise. This happened just around 4:25, 4:30 this morning. Shortly after that, this explosion happened. And of course, at that time of the day, we are just beginning our morning newscast. Of course, we are up around the clock covering news around the city. And our reporter, Jeff Ealing, was in a different area Media covering a different story quite a ways from here, and they were able to feel the blast. Of course, so many of you have been telling us the same thing. I live in Southwest Houston. I woke up thinking there was a storm moving through, and you know, so many of us were all over the place. So Jeff actually has the video, and we have this to show you right as it happened this morning.
You can see the fire is still burning. While you're watching that, let me speak with a person who was near here. Sir, what is your name?
My name is Craig.
Craig, what happened out here?
Well, actually, I wasn't here at the time, but I'm staying with family a few blocks away when a couple of the windows were blown out in our house.
The windows were blown out 2 blocks away.
A couple of the windows.
And then when you got over here, what did you tell me about? There might have been somebody inside, or?
Well, I saw a young man here. He was all bloodied up, and he was working in that building with a companion when they smelled gas. And before they could do anything, the building exploded.
So that was Jeff speaking with neighbors right after this all happened. In those moments afterwards, everyone trying to make sense of what was happening, what was going on. We got a lot of information from the Houston Police Department and Houston Fire Department at a briefing that they gave us earlier today, where unfortunately they did confirm that there were 2 fatalities in this explosion and also at least 1 confirmed injury. They have multiple agencies working the investigation, and it's going to take days to even get some of those preliminary answers. We were talking about what possibly could have caused this. I did see some information coming out just recently from Ted Oberg saying that they may not have had an explosion at the tank, but rather a leak from that propylene tank, a 2,000-gallon tank that could have potentially had a leak in it. But again, this will take days for them for the immediate investigation, and then probably weeks total. There will be multiple agencies involved: HPD, HFD, the DA's office, state and federal agencies, and they're asking for neighbors in a 1-mile area around that blast and around the explosion, if that's what it was, to call police if you have any debris that possibly landed on your roof or in your yard, because they are trying to put all these pieces together. When I say that and you look at the video, you understand just how monumental that task is ahead of them as they try to rebuild the circumstances and figure out exactly what has happened there. This also will be a long-term process to figure out how much damage is in the neighborhoods, in those homes, as we talk about structural damage that has extended outward for possibly half a mile, even a mile, when people felt that kind of a force.
You're talking about millions and millions of dollars worth of damage to even the surrounding areas. I'm not even talking about the plant, but to the surrounding area, the community there. You had an entire shopping strip that was really destroyed. Just all of the businesses there it was fairly close, so it's probably a lot of structural damage, not only that, but a lot of superficial damage. You're talking about dozens, if not hundreds and hundreds of employees that are left without work now as a result. All of these people are going to be filing claims. As a result of this explosion, this is what has happened to my life. And you know, those employees that work at shopping strips, or those who are just living in homes and suddenly uprooted, and now they're having to find hotels and as well live with friends or whatever it might be for the days or weeks or even months while their home is rebuilt.
And we are in those neighborhoods trying to figure out just how many people have been impacted. Our own Micah Hatfield is there in the neighborhood on the scene, taking a look around. And Micah, you are just west of where the actual explosion occurred.
I am. And, you know, we can see actually where the explosion occurred. There's a fence just right at the end of this dead-end street. I think we're probably 3 houses away from that fence. And so these are the houses that really got the damage the worst. You know, this explosion, we're told, happened around 4:30 this morning, so people were asleep. But they told me when they woke up, they thought it might have been an earthquake or something. But when they started walking around their house and they saw the damage, they tell me they knew it was something so much worse. This is an example. I mean, look at this. Okay, so we're showing you Sky Eye video right now of this neighborhood, but the damage here is pretty significant. Homes were moved off of their foundation. It's interesting when we go in these homes, you know, the kitchen cabinets a lot of time are blown open. I think now that you're seeing this foundation that we're looking at, how the home was actually shifted off of the foundation. It's really buckled, the walls not even touching the slab, stucco is falling off of these homes. We want to bring you a little bit further inside, and we've seen, like, in several homes, the front door is blown off the hinges, and this is where it landed. This is not the only house that looks like this. We saw another one where the door was actually slammed into the wall and had made a big dent in the wall, but it's chaos. It's stunning. I mean, look at the roof of this home. One lady tells us she thinks that her roof might have lifted up off of her home at one point. But, you know, right now, people just don't know what to do. They're trying to gather their things. They're loading up their cars. This home that we're in right now, they actually have about a dozen birds that were in the home at the time, and those are in the trunk of the car while the people who live here try and gather up their possessions, because they don't know when they're going to be able to come back. They don't know what's next. There are a lot of contractors out here trying to board up the homes and things like that. But you see, in a case like this, a few pieces of plywood over the windows really is not going to make that big of a difference. In this particular house, the man who was home tells us that the ceiling fan fell off of the ceiling and actually hit him. He has a cut on his eye. He tells us he had to drive himself to the hospital. A very traumatic situation for people out here. They're just trying to understand what really happened and come to grips with all of this if they can, you know, just a few hours later. But very significant damage, and it's widespread throughout the neighborhood. These homes that we're in right now, these are the worst of them that we've seen. But there are some on the other side of this neighborhood, which really isn't all that far away, that did have windows blown out. They do have some damage to their garage doors and other things like that. But a lot of devastation out here right now. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, there certainly is, Micah. As you look at that's one of those, one of those homes that it's simply not livable, and so they're going to have to move out for probably months while their home is repaired or possibly even destroyed and rebuilt, because when that's structural damage, serious structural damage, and you have that from so many homes. By the way, when Micah was reporting, you saw that kind of mosaic breakup. That's because one of the cell towers in that area was also damaged. And we communicate, and not by microwave, but by cell signal. And so that's the result of us being able to, bring you the news live like this. But the cell signals are down, and so we don't have the strength that we generally do. And so that's why it kind of breaks up now and then. Yeah, and we're continuing to get more reports of damage to different areas around there. You can just see how devastating it is for so many of those people. A home like the one that Micah was just in is a great example of just how much rebuilding those folks are going to have to take on now. This is something that could have affected the entire structure of their homes. Our own Ted Oberg was talking about this as he spoke with some structural engineers today. The engineers telling him that not only are they looking for those obvious signs that you see, the ceiling on the ground like you just saw, but also for signs of something called racking, where essentially a home has moved off of its square point and can't be moved back. Some signs of that would be doors and windows that aren't closing properly, or when you go outside of the home, you'll see that the wall has shifted from its foundation. Those homes are not structurally stable, probably in many cases not even safe to be inside, and they may need major rebuilding and engineers to give them some opinions on what needs to happen. So we certainly urge everyone out there to use an abundance of caution, even as they're trying to get some of their valuables out of the home, or maybe moving pets out of there because they all had to leave in such a rush. Yeah, because many people are returning to their homes to just try and get their belongings out, their livable things that they can just transport with them in a suitcase, says they go live somewhere else. Some of the homes will be livable, no doubt, because there will just be some shattered windows that they can board up, and that structurally it seems to be safe. But those kinds of questions and evaluations really need to be determined by an expert, as you say. Yes. Now, the mayor talked about this. Right now, there is a temporary shelter that is set up at 4703 Shadowdale. That's the Church of Latter-day Saints, essentially just for people to have somewhere to go this morning at 4:30 in the morning when they had to leave their houses. Right. It was a very chilly morning out there, so they had a place to actually go and just stay warm. But the mayor was talking about this need
to find longer-term housing for hundreds and hundreds of people who have now been displaced. Obviously, they need to find a place to live for at least the next few weeks as some of these repairs and cleanup begin. Not to mention the 4 or 5 days of investigation that's going to be going on, and they may not even have a lot of access to those homes. So when we get more information about where it is that you can go and who you can contact to figure out where you might find housing for the next few weeks, we're going to pass it along. As of right now, we do not have a hotline to pass to you, but this is that shelter.
Yeah, the Shadowdale and Libert shelter that's right there at the corner of that street. It is just a couple of blocks away from where the epicenter of that explosion was, but it is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It is a large building with a steeple. You can't miss it right there on the corner. Feel free to walk in. They have food, they have clothing, they have places to rest. Really a Red Cross shelter. The church has opened their doors to go ahead and just make yourself comfortable there if you need a place to go.
Yes, that's the place to go for needs. And now, in the neighborhood, we have our reporters spread out, getting different stories and accounts of what happened, also taking a look at different amounts of damage. Our own Nick Notario is also just west of the explosion site. And Nick, you're inside of a home right now.
Yeah, this is one that's only a few hundred feet from that plant, and this is where we've seen the most significant damage. You can see inside the home here, the cracks that run up and down the roof line, and you can see the glass that's been busted from the windows in here. And then on the ground, you can see the blinds and the fans that have just either been torn down off the window, or the fans actually did fall themselves. And as you get closer to the blast site, when you go up to the second floor, that's where you can see, like we showed you earlier, the roof just came caving down. So let's go upstairs. You can actually see the significant damage that, all right, hold on, here we go. So you can see the room here. So this is, you can see how the roof came down, the windows blown out, and then just showing the glass that's right there on the ground as well. Erica, hold on one second. This is the homeowner that was in here. Erica, take us back to 4:30. You know, what was this whole thing like?
I first thought it was actually we were in war or something. I just heard a big blast. And now I don't know where the glass just came in, and it just echoed like it was keep going. So the house shook, and whenever I could, and luckily we didn't get cut as bad, but it was pretty bad. It was pretty scary.
What did it sound like? I mean, you were sleeping right there, right?
It just sounded like an explosion, like if there was a bomb that exploded. I was mostly scared for the kids, knowing that they were fine. The kids' ceiling fans came down on them, so luckily it didn't hit them in the head. But it was really, really scary.
How are you all doing?
Overall, we're doing good. You know, material stuff can come and go, but luckily we're safe.
Did you get a chance to assess the damage? Do you have any idea what kind of damage your house sustained here?
No, I'm noticing the cracks downstairs, so now I'm wondering if it's safe to come back. We're going to come back and board up, but not sure if we can sleep here tonight.
How are you doing? I know you said everyone's okay, but I can see the water in your eyes.
No, I'm good. Knowing the kids are safe, I'm fine. That's the most important thing.
Your neighborhood, as you walk up and down, I mean, does it look like your neighborhood?
No, everybody was scared. Everybody knew what was going on. I know my son helped to get a lady out of the house. Their roof did collapse on them, so it was surreal, for sure.
And what do you do now, Erica?
Rebuild. Get together, community, and rebuild. That's all we can do.
Thank you very much, Erica. Yeah, so, you know, as you can see some of the damage, you know, we didn't come in this room. This is where her son was sleeping. And just take a look. How there was a ceiling fan there that came crashing down onto him. Thankfully, he's okay, and everyone was able to get out of the house okay, but it just shows you the force. At 4:30, being woken up to that, the fan come crashing down onto the bed. So it's some remarkable images, especially when you get really close to the plant. But we're going to keep going around talking to people. A lot of them left, and they're coming back, so we're trying to get them as they come back, just see how they're doing, and as they go and take a look at this, some of the stuff, it's pretty incredible images to see and walk around the houses here, guys.
Yeah, you know what, Nick, our hearts go out to that poor woman and her family. She's clearly just overwhelmed at this point as to what she's going to do next. Just curious, has she been contacted by anyone from the company and or police and or fire department just to assess any type of damage? I know it's early, but just wondering if that's been done.
So I'm not sure about the company. I can tell you for sure we have seen members of the American Red Cross, Houston Police Department, Fire Department out here checking and talking with people. They're also letting them know, the Red Cross is letting them know about the shelters, what help may be available. But we have also seen contractors out here talking to people. Some of them have boarded up windows, and we were talking to people. It reminded me a lot of Harvey, and I was sharing them stories of, be careful of people coming in, get their information, don't give yours out. And because a lot of them have never been through something like this, so they're being cautious. But there are people out here letting them know. Nothing from the company, as far as I know. I don't know anyone that's heard from the company, but definitely there's support out here, and they are getting some help.
Well, tell them to save their receipts, because this, in a perfect world, it should all be paid by the company. But certainly there's going to have to be a lot of filing of insurance, and as well, no doubt there will be a lawsuit, plenty of them here. That's unquestionable. But thanks for your report, Nick. We appreciate you talking about that poor woman. Our hearts go out to these folks who are having to deal with so much now.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost everything in just fractions of a second with this explosion. Take a look at this video. This is Jeff Ealing, one of our reporters, caught this earlier. This is a resident getting back to what was left of near where his home was. And
he's just in a daze.
Yeah, I mean,
just
trying to
what just happened?
Pick his way through this. And this is the spot where his home, we believe, used to be. Obviously extremely dangerous and just completely shell-shocked out there.
Yeah, and Jeff spoke with him finally when he approached Jeff and was able to get to him. He said, what happened? And he spoke in broken English, but he just said, I don't know. My house it's gone. It's everything's gone. Explosion. That's all he said. So I think he was shell-shocked at this point, because this is really just minutes after the blast. And Jeff Ealing, and our thanks to him, the first reporter out there on the scene this morning at 4:25 is when it occurred. So he was out there before 5 o'clock, and just incredible what he was able to see and capture.
Oh, I mean, and this just looks like just such a terrible, ominous scene. The fire is still burning behind him.
Yeah, that's awful.
He is shielding his face from heat or flames that are still there. Those fires burned for a couple of hours, and just so much for folks to go through out there.
Yeah.
We do know that some schools in the area were impacted by this, and we want to get an update on those school districts. Let's head over to our own Elisa Rivas that's watching this for us. Elisa?
Alona, as you mentioned, so many people so concerned, especially parents who have gone ahead and taken their kids to school today, even in the larger surrounding area, quite a concern. So here is our latest update from Spring Branch ISD, released here in the last 45 minutes or so. This is what they're telling us so far. As of right now, after school activities and athletics will be as scheduled. Also, after consulting, they say, with HPD and HFD, they are now allowing students to go outdoors after consulting with those two agencies on air quality. Any child with medical conditions, they will still follow those same guidelines for your child that have been preset due to their medical condition. You can expect transportation delays this afternoon. So that tells you they are already looking several hours in advance. They're thinking about bus routes, and they are considering whether or not there will be transportation delays. They are continuing to release more information as soon as they have specifics, and we'll be passing that along to you. But just know you can think ahead as well. Your child's bus route may be affected by the closures that we are seeing in the area. This is what Catherine Whaley has been telling us all throughout the morning, and now we're at midday. The explosion happening in this area with HPD blocking off local streets. This is happening along Gessner, that intersection there at Clay and Gessner shut down, and the hot zone, the immediate area where law enforcement is working and people are trying to get things organized, is going to be north and south Gessner, also up to Gennard, down to Clay, running parallel Stefani. So just be aware, this is still a very active location where we, of course, have reporters that have gone into the immediate area, but still, in terms of public transportation getting in and around this area, this is closed off at Clay and Gessner still at this hour.
Okay, Elisa, thank you very much. As we take you back to more of these Sky Eye pictures, you know, some of the parents out there were worried today also about that air quality that Elisa was mentioning. We spoke with Dr. Noreen Khan Mayberry just a little while ago. She's known as the Tox Doc, and this is what she does. She really takes pays a lot of attention to any particulates in the air, and that's what she had to warn us about. Not necessarily the explosion itself of the propylene that happened this morning. Authorities had told us that that explosion was contained, and they did not believe that there was an immediate threat to air quality. They felt like the air quality out there was safe. We saw lots of firefighters and first responders out there walking around without any kind of masks on and breathing that air. But the Tox Doc does remind us that a whole lot of particulate about and thrown into the air because of that explosion. We have homes that were built back in the 1960s or 1970s, that plant from the 1970s, and so we don't know what some of the chemicals or particulates could be in the air. She certainly suggested if you absolutely need to be in this immediate area, to use some kind of a breathing mask, some kind of a gas mask, and if you had to go into your home, at least put a wet towel over your mouth. She did say that those dust masks that we see that some people might use for health reasons, they just don't necessarily catch the particulates. But she made a great point. Look, we don't know for sure what could be in that air, and oftentimes we find out weeks or decades after someone's been breathing it that there was some kind of a problem with it. So just use an abundance of caution, especially for children, the elderly, or anyone with a compromised immune system. Take those extra precautions, and if you can, just stay inside. Don't run your air conditioning. Don't get out there in it if you don't need to.
And we're looking a lot at all of these pictures of these homes. Now, many of these homes built back in the 70s and possibly even before that. But the newer homes, of course, wouldn't have the asbestos issues. But if you get into any older home, asbestos on its own is not going to be harmful if it's just left alone. But then you have this great disturbance, of course, when ceilings are falling and all sorts of problems, and you have your popcorn ceilings all over you, and you walk in there and you're breathing this stuff, then it becomes an issue.
Yeah, and you're looking at the video of ceilings that have fallen in. She made the point that lead could be in the air. Of course, there's a lot of lead-based paints, but other lead products that may be there. And all of that besides what may have been housed at the actual site of the explosion, at this Watson grinding where the actual explosion took place. So, you know, if you live in that area, it's definitely something to keep in mind. She has great perspective to just tell us, you know, look, there's no reason not to take those extra precautions. And again, if you need to be in that area because your home was impacted, think about taking those precautions just to keep yourself as safe as possible. Again, the engineering issues as well. Structurally, these homes are not sound. They may not be safe and sound for you to enter. So I'm just trying to remind everyone to really be careful when they're out there in it.
Yeah, and we see lots of pictures of even that on the left-hand side of your screen. You saw all of that insulation. Insulation is just the worst. Working with insulation, every time they do, they're wearing their masks. It gets those particles get on your body, and then you begin to itch, and it's just an awful scenario, especially in your lungs, because those particulates are just so tiny. So be very, very careful about that. Continuing on the right-hand side of the screen, clearly you see that damaged warehouse. And if you go onto the website, abc13.com, we have a before and after picture as well. You can just kind of use a slide bar to look at the before. And wow, what damage there is to that entire area. And not just the facility, of course, but all of the shopping strips around it. There's a shopping strip only a couple of blocks away, and every storefront is damaged in that shopping strip. And then all of the homes, and wow, look at the, these are the Ring cameras, and look at that right there. Dead center, you see that massive explosion so very fast, and then the camera just falls off of its pedestal there.
It got blown right off. We're expecting to see a lot more of these, and if you have video from that area, we asked you to send it in to us at news@abc13.com so that we can share that with our viewers, because we're expecting to see a lot more of these types of videos. We did mention that there is a shelter for folks who have been impacted and just need somewhere to go for the next few hours just to stay warm and safe. safe today, and that is at 4703 Shadowdale, the Church of Latter-day Saints. We do have a tweet that was shared by the Houston Fire Department. 48 people currently being sheltered temporarily at the Latter-day Saints Church on Shadowdale. The Red Cross is working on an overnight shelter. So if you need somewhere to go, head to the church for the next few hours. And
at least they'll have the food and the clothing, yes, and, you know, any temporary
the
needs. The
basics. If you have a baby,
right,
or you have elderly in your family that just need somewhere to go, and then they'll work on finding a place for everyone to be able to sleep where they are safe and they are warm tonight.
Yeah.
The Red Cross is always there for us.
Right, and plenty of volunteers to help out at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Looking at these pictures, look at that. Oh, my goodness, that's just terrible. I mean, that is not asbestos. That's a newer insulation, so that insulation is all safe. But still, what a mess. And
so much cleanup. And,
there's so much everywhere.
You see damage like that, and again, the structural problems that you're not seeing may be the biggest issue.
Right.
You know, the ceiling and the drywall might be, on the easier side to repair when all is said and done. But if you're talking about structural issues to a home, to the foundation, to the walls,
that's the worst. Yes,
some
in
of
trying
these
to repair
may
those
be
things.
very, very difficult for folks, and so. You're definitely going to want to pay attention to the small details of your home and really think about getting structural engineers to take a look at that.
Because when you get a home and you look at the perfect shape of a home, and it's perfectly square, all the diameters are exact because it has to be exact as they build it, and then suddenly it's off kilter, it's just nearly impossible to get that thing back to the way it was. It's like a frame on a vehicle. Once you crash a car and you damage the frame of a vehicle, the actual structure, metal structure that holds that entire car together, usually they'll just total the car because you can't bend the frame back to its normal, to its original setting. So that's the issue they're going to be dealing with. Plenty of firefighters walking around there. They have indicated that they have gone home to home, knocking on doors of nearly 200 homes in that general area. And what's interesting here is that not only these are the homes that are damaged in that neighborhood right behind the facility, but there were homes that are probably shaken even further than that, maybe a damaged window or something like that, because the blast was heard and even felt in some cases just miles away. Miles away, like 30 or 40 or even 50 miles away as far as Baytown from Northwest Houston.
Way on the other side of the city.
Way on the other side.
Of course, so many of you felt it and heard it right around 4:30 this morning as well. I know I sure did. And people reacting. We do have a before and after picture to show you. And this is what you were just talking about, Art, that you can see on our website, because if you go on abc13.com, you can actually slide the image. But we have the before picture of the building, and really if you're looking down in kind of the far right-hand corner of it, you're going to see the majority of that damage. And the sliding picture, and also up at the top there as well, because this is such a large area, but so much damage done in just a very different looking scene afterwards.
Yeah, boy. Company that's been around since the 1970s, early 1970s. It's not petroleum based directly, but it does a lot of work with petroleum companies, clearly. They do a lot of working with mining and chemical plants throughout the area. Chemical plants, of course, involve those petroleum-based products, and propylene is what they were using here, but we do not know whether it was an automatic explosion or whether there was a leak initially, and that leak began to spread. The leak was ignited, and then there was an explosion. But clearly there was an explosion because everyone felt it. That's indisputable. But they're just trying to figure out now how it all started.
Yep.
What was the cause of it? Yeah, what led to it?
You know, the mayor also bringing up just this close proximity. This city with no zoning allows for such close proximity of homes to so many facilities that have tanks like this that have different chemicals stored on them in tanks, and that you don't even really realize that you're right next door to them. Our own Ted Oberg was saying that we don't really have a right to know. You can ask, but the companies don't necessarily have to tell you. And from our SkyEye vantage point, because of the special mapping technology that we have on it, it was looking like some of these homes were within about 500 feet of that business, that industrial business that had this tank. And so, incredibly close, and really lucky that in some ways the damage wasn't so much worse. There's also strip centers, shopping centers where thankfully at 4:30 in the morning, there weren't a whole lot of employees. There weren't as many people out as there may have been later in the day.
Right. Jeff Ealing was out there, the first reporter on the scene. He was there early in the morning. He felt that he was only working a few miles away from there, reporting on something else. When he felt that explosion, they raced to the scene. Here is some of the reaction which he captured just after that, as we look at what happened when those Ring cameras actually capturing it as well. That massive ball of fire, just so very huge. I mean, just lighting up the night sky. Let's listen in.
Tell me, take us back to the moment that it exploded. Where were you? Were you asleep in bed? Did it knock you off your bed, or how did you know something had happened?
It was like a really big explosion, and I jumped out my bed, and I almost fell. And then I heard my dad scream, so I ran to the room, and there was like glass all over the floor.
So the windows had blown in?
Yes.
And what about we had heard a lot of people say that the roofs had collapsed in on top of them as well. Did that happen in your house?
Yeah, it happened in the living room and in my parents' room. Thank God it didn't happen in my room, where I would have been scared.
What street do you live off?
I live right here on Talina Way.
Talina is the street that's closest to the facility, right?
Yeah.
And as you walked out, tell me what you saw as far as damage to your, next door neighbor, neighboring houses, that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, it was like all the garages were dent in. All the neighbors were checking on each other.
All right, getting some of those eyewitness accounts that have been pouring in for all those hundreds and hundreds of people in that immediate area that were woken up by the shaking, the blast, the damage to their homes. And of course, they're all trying to make sense of exactly what has happened to their neighborhood. Unfortunately, they're not going to get answers all that quickly.
No.
The HPD chief telling us it'll take at least 4 to 5 days just for that immediate investigation that will probably keep much of that area under containment, because they need access to be able to look for evidence and really get a better handle on just how much damage there is. There will be multiple agencies involved in this investigation, including HPD, HFD, the DA's office, because there very well might be charges after all of this, state and federal agencies as well. So many different groups getting together to try to figure out what happened here, and also figure out who is liable for this and how do we make sure this doesn't happen again.
And consider the investigation here, because it is absolutely going to be grueling to try and piece together what occurred. They don't have any video evidence, because all of that, no doubt they have cameras in that facility, but they've been all destroyed, likely. Perhaps there might be some on the periphery that are not destroyed, but anything inside of perhaps around those tanks would be destroyed. Then you look at trying to piece back together, where this tank was, and these are live pictures, by the way, as we continue to look at the live pictures of the scene, and how that tank exploded, whether there was a leak. And really, you have the witnesses of 2 individuals who were apparently inside the structure, or at least a part of that, when it happened, when that explosion occurred. And they were apparently in the gym at the time. That facility, at least on its website, indicates that it has a large working gym. The place has about 150 to 200 employees, and it has a large facility for a gym. Apparently, those employees were there working out when they smelled something, and then they quickly left. And then the rest is history. And all you can see now is what's left of that, and just not much at all.
And perhaps that is that account that's making them believe that perhaps there was a leak involved here and not an explosion inside of the tank. But again,
right.
you know, this is for investigators to try to piece together, and you know, it's going to take quite some time. They have asked neighbors in about a 1-mile area to call police if you find debris from the investigation on your property. So outside of that immediate blast zone where we're seeing all of this devastation, if you are finding unknown debris, say up on your roof, they said if you're able to check your roof, do that. And if you're finding anything, please let them know. Do not touch it because they would like to get out to investigate it. If you haven't heard from any family members who are in that immediate zone that has had so much destruction there, don't go try to check on them because some of these areas are not safe. But call police and they will go and make that check for you. They've already checked almost 200 homes in that immediate area, going door to door, knocking on doors and making sure that there were not people inside injured. But if you haven't heard from a family member, certainly let them know and they will double check.
Yeah. Courtney Fisher has been all over this morning as well. She has much more, and in this report about what occurred from her vantage point.
I can't even explain. I'm still shaking up.
Can you describe to me what you heard?
It felt like an earthquake. And all I hear is this really loud boom, and then right after I felt like the house shaking side to side.
Just the whole house shook?
Just the whole house shook. Everybody's saying the same thing.
Garage doors just pushed in.
And I was like, what happened?
And what did you think? I mean,
I thought the world was ending. I mean, this was crazy.
Everybody was walking in confusion for a period of time. So we just didn't know.
It blew the back wall back about 3 inches, the whole back wall of the house.
The whole back wall of your
house? The whole back wall of the house. It took out the patio doors, the living room windows, the front windows.
And right now you're preparing to get out. You can't stay here, right?
I'm just trying to get the most valuable stuff and get out.
Yeah, of course. And all of that ceiling fell on you guys asleep.
Yeah, the sheetrock fell on us.
We're really scared of stuff getting stolen or whatever, and it's just a lot. It's a lot.
You were asleep in that bed and you showed me those huge pieces of sheetrock fell on you. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Everybody woke up, but my brother, he came out with the nose, like his nose was bleeding right here. It probably fell on him as well.
And you can hear those just terrifying accounts from people immediately afterwards, just being shaken literally, internally, and as well as their homes. Just being rattled and then being just a rude awakening out of bed and everyone trying to get out. And it's also now the official word from fire department and police is that there was one injury. That person was probably taken by ambulance, but there have been, even in our own reporting here, as we've talked to dozens of people, talk about injuries. So there are likely dozens of injuries that from people stepping on glass when they're trying to get out of the house, from things falling on top of them, because we've talked to numerous people who things fell on top of them. They got a bloody nose, they got a headache, they were hit by something, they got cuts on their hands or their feet. We've heard all of those stories. So there were likely dozens of people injured that are not part of the official record because they weren't transported to the hospital.
Right.
So
perhaps they didn't call 911 to get the ambulance ride, but maybe took themselves to an urgent care center or some other medical facility. You're looking at the live pictures of Sky Eye as we see investigators pouring through what is left of this mess. They're still getting some water on some of those spots just to be extra safe out there, but we can see them making their way through and, you know, this area is crawling with, you know, dozens of investigators, first responders, police officers, firefighters, making sure that this area is contained and that there is no further threat to the public as they begin this massive investigation. We told you that we have this before and after picture on our website that you can slide across your screen to really paint the picture of what happened to this facility. So you can see that on the right-hand side is the facility before the explosion. This is Watson Grinding there on Gessner near Clay Road. And then as we slide this across, you just see that incredible, terrible damage. We got that before picture from the Google mapping tools, and then we can take that picture and compare it, basically overlay it right here. And the whole middle of that facility is just gone. The rest of it is severely damaged.
Yeah. And right there in the middle, by the way, that's Stefani Lane, and that's an actual street that separates kind of the company. It's kind of an industrial area, but right next to that, not too far away, hundreds of feet away, are homes. So because this is a no-zone city, you can kind of build whatever you want right next to something else that you don't necessarily want there, but it's part of the no-zone restrictions we have here.
Very close to this site is our own Nick Notario. He is just west of the plant, and he is talking to some of the neighbors impacted by this big mess. Nick?
Yeah, we keep going in all these homes, and it's almost the same thing over and over, and it's just miraculous that there aren't more injuries. Go ahead and take a look at this house right here. We're on the second floor. We're just west of that facility. Where we're standing is the bedroom of the homeowner here, and just look at how the explosion rocked this room, and the ceiling just gave way. You can see the insulation that is pouring through. We've seen this time again in different homes, and someone was sleeping right here in this bed, and you can see all of the damage. The windows were blown out. There's glass on the ground, and on the bed you can see the particles from the drywall and the insulation that have made their way down on there. Now the homeowner, she's outside. She's a little shy, but her brother Juan, who's been helping her out, is going to join us. Juan, tell us first of all, how's your family and loved ones doing?
They're fine so far. Right now, like he said earlier, before, my daughter is kind of shocked right now. My brother-in-law is kind of stressed, in shock as well, and still shaking from this morning. And I mean, they wake up with a big bomb. It was, like they say, first of all, they thought there was a lighting when it hit the house, and then they say, no, maybe a car exploded, and everybody started screaming when they ran out to go outside, and they saw people going. They were like, what happened? That's when they hear firefighters and everything, ambulance coming by and everything.
Now, you came upstairs. We were with you when you came up for the first time. What ran through your mind, Juan, as you see everything here?
They're blessed. That's what it is. I mean, you can see the ceiling. You fell almost on them. They were asleep. This happened around 4:20. They called me around 4:30 in the morning. So all my way from Richmond, Texas to over here, it took me about 20 minutes to get to them. And then it was kind of hard to get through the police officers and everything, so we can come over here and see how they were, and as well for the kids, my niece and my nephew.
And they're 12 and 6, sleeping in the bed upstairs. How are they doing?
I mean, they're fine. They're like, well, what's going to happen? What is next? What we're going to do tomorrow?
What kind of damage are you seeing as you're walking around the house here?
It's total. The house is total. It has to be. They have to break it, put it down, and they have to build it back again. Okay.
Can you just believe walking through the house that, first of all, everyone's okay, and that this really did happen?
I mean, like I said, I'm in shock. I mean, for them, and also this morning, like I say, I wasn't able to come over here. I was helping outside. Some people, they were just locking the doors. They cannot go outside because some people, they're older and they live by themselves. So we were trying to help other people so they can, their doors, they were banged and everything.
Have they been getting help? Are people coming down the streets, talking to them, Red Cross or other agencies, let them know what help is out there?
Yeah, the Red Cross has been around as well. They have one of those model home or whatever, something it's called. These people can go over there and sign, and they're helping you, and they have information from you, and then in the future they're going to call you and see they can help or some kind of shelter and everything.
All right, let's just go ahead. Thank you, Juan, very much. Let me just go ahead and show you some of the more of this damage here. So this is again, the second floor. And
yeah,
the roof just totally gave way here. The lights are off the sides, and down below, it's all glass down there. It's too difficult right now since we're live on TV to walk down there to do it safely. But the whole kitchen, dining room, living area is just covered in glass. So if you want to see, so this is where the kids were sleeping. Thankfully, it's not as bad in here. But look, you had a 6-year-old, Juan's niece right here. Look at the glass on the bed where she was sleeping and just woke up at 4:30. And thankfully, she's okay. But the glass is just littering the room here. You can see how it just shot in through the window there. And just straight ahead, we're about, I would say, a quarter mile, maybe less, from the facility.
But still not right next to it.
Okay.
I mean, it's incredible to think that that this, could be almost a quarter mile away.
A quarter
and
a
you're
mile,
seeing
and
it.
still that kind of damage.
That sort of damage.
Yeah.
We do want to point out that a cell tower was damaged in this explosion, and that's why we're having a tough time with some of our reporters' signals. We are getting some breakup in their signals because our technology uses cell towers for these reports, and so if you kind of see them going in and out, that's why that's happening. I think we have Nick back now. Nick?
Yes. And we're having a hard time posting to social media because of the cell tower. But, we're just going through and looking at this stuff. And I don't know, guys, if the other reporters nearby are seeing anything different, but this is just something we keep seeing time and time again.
Yeah.
And as we go later on the day, a lot of these people had left to go get loved ones or whatnot, and now they're coming back and they're seeing the devastation because they left in the middle of the morning, and it was pitch dark, and now the reality of what has happened is really starting to sink in when they walk in and they finally see the damage. It's so devastating to see.
So the neighborhood is not cordoned off for residents. They're allowed to enter and look around.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
They can come in, but they're restricting because obviously they don't want looky-loos or anyone else to come through. And so, they definitely have it restricted.
There's the cell tower we were talking about. As a result of that being damaged, we are not able to get sometimes a strong signal out of there. But you see a lot of officials now kind of walking around the facility. Now that we are toward the mid part of the day, they're trying to, begin their investigation here and get more clearer understanding of what happened and how it all happened, because we don't know what really is the cause of the explosion. Clearly, there was some, Ted Olbrich had initiated, and others did as well, that there was some type of leak, and that led to an explosion, which clearly there was an explosion that was felt and heard and seen by thousands of people.
Yep, and because this is such a large area, this is going to be very difficult for police to contain. This is going to take a lot of manpower out there because, Nick said that they're trying to really watch who's coming in so that they can make sure that they are protecting all of the property that's out there. HPD Chief Art Acevedo spoke directly to anybody who was thinking about looting. He said, you better not get caught because this will not be a slap on the wrist. He said he wanted to remind folks that during Harvey, someone who was caught looting was sentenced to 20 years in prison, and this will not be a small charge. So these are communities under duress. Their property needs to be protected, and HPD officers will be out there watching who's coming in and who's going out of the neighborhood, but really with a very strong warning, because we've already heard from some homeowners. They're worried about that. They in the middle of the night, when this happened at 4:30 in the morning, they were trying to grab materials to quickly close up some of those broken windows. It's a very unsettling feeling to be told that you need to leave your neighborhood for an unknown amount of time and your home is wide open. And so, our hearts go out to all the folks that are in that situation. And, certainly HPD is going to have a lot of manpower out there trying to make sure that that's not the situation in this case.
Yeah, they will not be dealing lightly with any looters. So just stay away from the area. And if you're caught, you're going to be severely punished.
Matter of fact, we actually have exactly what Art Acevedo had to say about it. Let's listen to this.
Good.
You will not be given a slap on the wrist. I want you to think back to Hurricane Harvey, when we caught somebody looting and they were sentenced to 20 years in prison.
So that's
there you hear it.
What we were just talking about.
Yeah.
And he's very serious about that warning, because it's going to take them a lot of officers out there trying to make sure that only homeowners are going in and out right now. We are expecting an update, I think around 1 o'clock. Is that still correct, Krista? We were expecting a 1 p.m. update or news conference to give us any new information that we are hearing. So we're going to be standing by for that. As soon as that gets ready to roll, we're going to be taking you there live, because that's where we've been getting all of our information up until this point. We have not gotten a statement from the company, Watson Grinding. And of course, that's a company that has its hands full trying to deal with really the most devastating thing that could have happened concerning their company. As we take a look at the before and after pictures, we also know that there have been 2 confirmed fatalities, and we don't know that those people were on the facility, but
Right.
If they were to be, that company's also dealing with a great tragedy there inside of their own ranks. And so we have not gotten any kind of a hotline for them, any kind of a statement, and we would certainly expect that to be coming sometime soon.
Absolutely. All right, the presser, we understand the news conference is going to be happening at 1 o'clock. That's just in about 8 minutes. Hopefully it will begin on time, and we'll be able to gain a clear understanding of where not only police department and what they're doing and where they are working, how they're trying to remedy the situation, but also the fire department and what they are doing for not only that particular area as far as arson investigation, and working with the ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Division, of the result or the cause of this. But as well, hopefully we will hear from someone from Watson Grinder, the company, because it's critical, I think, at this point, so that everyone has an understanding, not perhaps of what happened, because they may not know, and they're not, that investigation is barely in its infancy. But I think what residents at least want to understand is some degree of counsel or comfort that they can receive from the company that, you know what, everything's going to be fine. We're going to take care of you. This is our problem, and we're going to try and deal with it. But we'll see if we hear anything from Watson Company. So we await that news conference, which is to start at 1 o'clock. And it's going to be right there, not too far from where the scene of the epicenter is. But wow, there it is, Gessner near Clay, and that is Stefani Street. That's where where it exploded, and that's where we have the number of warehouses that were clearly just leveled. Most of the homes you're looking at are just beyond the bayou there, and 2 dead. We are not sure, as you said, Alona, where they come from. Whether they were in the facility at the time. This is not a 24/7 operation business there, so we presume it was closed, but there is a gym there that people can work out with the employees of the company, and perhaps they were using that, we don't know, but we're going to get hopefully some more information from the company itself soon.
Yep, and again, as you said, standing by for any new information from authorities in that area, and also hopefully any kind of word about a temporary shelter being set up by the Red Cross for the people who do need somewhere to go tonight. We were hearing that there were 48 people at the temporary shelter set up at the Church of Latter-day Saints, which is at 4703 Shadowdale, and that's just for today. People that are in a situation like this, where they do not have anything left, and they may not have anywhere to go. This is the location of that shelter that is open right now if you do need a place to go, and you might want to spread the word about that. And again, the Red Cross working to figure out a place for everyone to go overnight, because there might be people who need somewhere to go tonight. As we come back to
there are going to be plenty. Yeah, there'll be plenty of people who need a place to go overnight, because some of those structures, as you well saw, they're just not livable. With so much happening inside their homes, their entire ceilings are gone. Sometimes one of the roofs are gone.
Yeah, look at that
if
roof
they're
collapse.
broken out, all of the windows. I mean, look at that roof there. It's just riddled with holes. And then over the next couple of days, I think our meteorologist had reported that we're going to be getting some rain on Saturday night and throughout Sunday. What a mess it's going to cause. There's one thing after another. And we heard the interviews from Nick Notario as well as Jeff Ealing speaking with the residents of these homes. And you just feel for them, because they are overwhelmed with what is now an almost insurmountable problem before them with a destroyed home.
Right.
Very, very sad.
I mean, some of these homes that we're seeing are definitely not going to be able to be rebuilt. They are a total loss. There's some that are nothing but rubble, and others that have so much structural damage that you can't imagine that it would be a situation where they could rebuild that home without demolishing it first. Just major structural problems that people are noticing. Also talking to some residents who are just saying that their windows and their doors are not closing properly. Certainly a very bad sign when it comes to structural damage. So much analysis needs to take place, and folks out there are going to need a lot of guidance on how to go through that process. We haven't gotten that guidance yet, and so as we continue through this process, we're hoping to be getting more information about who you can contact, who you can talk to, And, you know, again, as people try to figure out exactly what took place out there, and also finding out the steps forward. Certainly the devastation and the shock is just now setting in. We have Jeff Ealing's first story from this morning. Right when he got there, he was the first reporter on the scene not long after all of this took place. Let's take a look at that.
Good morning to you. Yes, I can hear you. I want to get out of the way and show you what we can see from this perspective. It looks like a building has exploded here by Gessner and Clay. You can see parts of the building on the road right in front of the building. There were pieces of debris about a quarter of a mile down the road as well. You can see the fire is still burning. While you're watching that, let me speak with a person who was near here. Sir, what is your name?
My name is Craig.
Craig, what happened out here?
Well, actually, I wasn't here at the time, but I'm staying with family a few blocks away when a couple of the windows were blown out in our house.
The windows were blown out 2 blocks away.
A couple of the windows.
And then when you got over here, what did you tell me about? There might have been somebody inside, or?
Well, I saw a young man here. He was all bloodied up, and he was working in that building with a companion when they smelled gas. And before they could do anything, the building apparently exploded around them. He was injured. His companion was found some distance away, also injured, but I'm told it looks like they'll be okay.
What did it look like when you first stepped outside? Was there a massive fireball, lots of smoke? What was going on?
I just saw a large white plume rising kind of in the night sky. So, but it was an explosion that rocked the house, shook all the walls, like I said, took out a couple of the windows, and I thought I'd come over and just see if anybody needed to be helped.
We were standing 10 miles away from here when this happened. We could hear it, and we could feel the repercussion of the shock wave.
Okay.
Did it knock you out of your bed or anything like that, or you just knew something was going on?
Oh, well, you knew something was going on. The walls all shook. There's glass in our living room. So, yeah. So I just, like I said, drove over to see if there was any help that could be provided.
I'm surprised looking at this by the amount of debris and stuff that's on the road. This building looks like it's collapsed, and a part of it is just gone now.
Right, yes, it does look that. And the building next to it, too, looks heavily damaged. So.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So that's the very latest in the scene. We haven't gotten any confirmation from authorities at this point as exactly what took place out here, but clearly there was some sort of massive explosion at this facility. And again, I'm not sure if you can really tell from the road there, but there is debris covering this access road that would take you to the buildings that are here. There are several buildings north and south of the fire, and there's also some buildings across the street from it as well. Again, we were 10 miles from this location when we not only heard this explosion, but felt it as well. And you can see, look at the damage done to the building across the street. This is across the street from the explosion. You can see the facade of this building has been ripped off. The insulation has been blown away. This was quite a powerful, powerful explosion. We're going to find out more information and get back to you as soon as we can. We're not.
All right, that was Jeff Ealing, the first reporter there on the scene. You know, it was shocking for so many people as we take a look at this press conference that should be getting underway pretty soon. I know I was woken up by this in Southwest Houston.
Yeah, you're Southwest, I'm Northeast. We both heard it, right? You
Yes.
heard you were actually awakened?
Yes, absolutely.
But yeah.
Woke me up and I thought, gosh, I
What did you think?
swear
What did you
I
say?
didn't think that there was a thunderstorm coming through.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it sounded like a huge clap of thunder that kind of shook. I mean, it felt like it shook the house a little bit. So.
Right. Yeah, it's the same with me. I mean, I woke up at about, look at that vehicle. Look what's left of that thing. These are live Sky Eye pictures. And that used to be a vehicle. And there you can see the people walking around it. They're gathering evidence, taking a look at really the epicenter of that blast. But at 4:25, 4:26, that's when it occurred. Like you, Alona, I just was rattled out of bed. I said, what was that? That was strange. Right. I wasn't sure if it was, because I knew it was supposed to be a clear day.
Right.
So I wasn't thinking there was going to be any thunder. So I remember them talking a lot about sun. So.
I mean, we were many miles away.
Yeah,
People
many
as
miles
far as
away.
Baytown reportedly heard this explosion. You can just get some perspective just how powerful it was.
Yeah.
As we start to see some of the doorbell cameras and some of the other cameras that have some kind of surveillance of this explosion. It's just, and then we look at this aftermath, And it's just, you know, it looks like a bomb went off there. And some of the angles show
really
that
just
there's
awful.
a big
Really
crater
awful.
in the ground as
Right.
well.
Yeah, it seems it's from our perspective, it's really difficult to see from the sky eye, but it does show some sort of hole there and the true epicenter of the blast, and it just created a massive hole as well. Not sure what was in that warehouse or where the tanks were, where they lied in that area, where they were at that point, but there are other tanks in that area that were untouched and they're all fine. And they didn't go off, which that's a fortunate thing as well.
Yep.
Because it could have set off just a series of blasts. And look at the crater there. It's tough to make out there, but I don't know, Tammy, I don't know if you're able to hear us. Is Tammy up there live in Sky Eye? Perhaps he's not there. Maybe it's someone else. Tammy, can you hear me? Oh, it's Don Nelson. Don Nelson. My apologies, Don Armstrong up there in Sky Eye. I know it's perhaps from your perspective, you're able to make out what's there at that epicenter. It's just so incredibly, destroyed.
Well, it is, Art. As a matter of fact, I'm not able to show you that for other reasons right now, but one of the things that I did notice circling over this area, that's Gessner here to your left. That's the divided roadway. And then Stefani is the other road back here, as you can see. And there are homes on either side of this blast area. There's one section there, and then there's another section over here.
Yeah.
And actually, I can't imagine that any of these homes in here would not be spared some sort of damage, either blown out windows or worse, where homes are off of their foundations. But this is quite a sight. I've never seen anything like it, even in covering all of the blasts that we have covered and fires over in the petrochemical area of Harris County. This is quite a blast.
Right.
I've never seen anything like it. It is completely destroyed in this area where the blast actually occurred, as you can see here in the middle of your screen.
Yeah, and 200 homes surrounding that area, that epicenter, have been damaged. And we've been taking a look at those pictures, Don, and they're just amazing. That just the power of that blast just moved these homes off of their foundation, and the structural damage is really immense.
You know, another thought that I had as we were flying over this is the hour that this happened. This could be so much worse had this happened in morning drive, as crowded as Gessner is, and all of the people that would be out and about at this hour of the morning, but they weren't. Most of them were in bed, although there is a shopping center right here, a strip center over here off of Gessner, that there are a lot of cars in the parking lot, but we don't know their situation as of now, but obviously other people were awake. But because of the hour, I think that a lot more people could have been affected running nearby or running up and down the streets. Stefani, Gessner, this whole area, as you can just imagine, had it happened just a couple of hours later.
You are so right. And at that facility itself, I mean, they may have had tens of or dozens of employees there at the time. And so heartbreaking to hear that there are 2 confirmed fatalities in this and 1 confirmed injury, certainly probably more minor injuries, but really you make the point it could have been so much worse. We're taking a look at the HPD chief, Art Acevedo, joined by some other local investigators, and I think probably our HFD chief is in there as well. They're getting ready to take over the microphones for this press conference that we've been waiting on, just to try to get some new updated information.
Yeah, HFD chief is in there, Sam Pena as well. I believe I can see someone from the ATF there. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Good afternoon.
This is Chief Pena.
Good afternoon. So we're going to provide a little update from the last time that we had a briefing. I want to welcome Mayor Pro Tem Martin here, that's here with us, Senator Whitmire, Councilmember Amy Peck, as well as members from the ATF and Police Department that are joining us here today. So as far as the operation goes for the Houston Fire Department, we've moved away from the hazardous response. It's moved into the recovery phase at this point. We do have some search dogs that we've brought in to the scene to assist us with searching the area. At this time, it's still under the control of the fire department, the entire scene. We're going to proceed after in unison, I guess, in assessing the homes that are in the neighborhood to the west, and just for structural stability. As far as the operation, the rescue operation, as I said, we moved into a recovery phase right now. It's going to be meticulous. It's going to take some time. We got members of the hazmat team, rescue team from the fire department, as well as ATF assisting us in this operation. We've set up a unified command with all the agencies that I mentioned here, and we're moving systematically, working our way back to what we'll call ground zero, I guess, which is the actual plant that blew up. We'll open it up for questions, but at this point, that's where we are in regards to the rescue and recovery operation from the Houston Fire Department. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague here, Art Acevedo, and he'll talk a little bit about the investigation portion of this incident. Seguro. Mire, a este momento, desde la última vez que hablamos, hemos pasado a otra.
Okay, speaking in Spanish now, this is Chief Peña. He's going to be talking about. Pardon me, in a moment, sharing it with HPD officer as well, Chief Art Acevedo. Really, all he talked about was now and they're in the recovery phase. They have search dogs there, presumably canines, to search for possibly body parts as well as chemicals. They generally have search dogs that will do different things, and they'll be monitoring that, as well as indicating that the fire department is in control of the situation, not the ATF.
Neighbors to the north and west are being inspected for structural stability. Let's listen into the HPD chief.
For your patience. It's been a long night for all of us, and the other thing that we want to throw out to our community. This community is a community of faith. To please pray for the two victims that we have uncovered here at the scene. These victims are the high probability that they are employees of this company. Chief Peña, myself, Senator Whitmire, the ATF SAC here, Fred Malinowski, and the Mayor Pro Tem and our council member have been in contact with the families. We've made it. We told them that we can't say 100% it's their loved ones, but you connect the dots. The probability is high, very high, that it's them. I can just tell you that the company that's involved has been nothing but cooperative so far with us. This is a company that's been here for many, many years, and in talking to the employees and their families, they're a pretty tight-knit group of people. I mean, they consider themselves extended family. So my condolences, all of our condolences go out to the families involved. And obviously, this is an area where, it's not the most affluent neighborhood. So my thoughts are with all the individuals, whether they rent or own, that will potentially be displaced by this event this morning. And so for those that can help, just remember the Red Cross is set up. They're here in the area, and if you can help these families that are being displaced today, please let us know. I'm going to give you a quick overview of where we're at. I'm going to then kick it over to Fred Malinowski, who's our colleague from the ATF. He's a special agent in charge here, and then we'll ask the Mayor Pro Tem or the council member if they want to say anything, and then at the end we'll open up to questions to any of us up here. Jerry Peña, who's the assistant director over the Houston Forensic Science Centers here. If anybody has specific questions for him, but he's not planned, I'll make him a statement. First, let's start with the investigation. The investigation has been launched as a multidisciplinary, multi-jurisdictional investigation that is being conducted by the Houston Fire Department Arson Division, the Houston Police Department Homicide Division, and Environmental Crimes Division, with assistance from Kim Ogg's office in terms of their Environmental Crimes Unit, and we do have a district attorney here on scene. This morning, in consultation with Chief Peña, we made a decision that one of the things that's really important when you have an incident like this is to know what's the causative factor, what happened. And we know that the ATF does a phenomenal job in terms and brings phenomenal capabilities in terms of these type of incidents. They've got a lot of experience in it. So we made a request through Fred Malinowski, who will speak after me, to the ATF in terms of providing their national response team. Fred, thankfully, sent it up through chains to the director of the ATF, Director Lombardo, who's a great leader, and obviously that they've approved it, and they will be here on the ground. So you have a federal and local joint investigation with those three entities. That investigation has already begun, but until the fire department releases the actual scene from a safety perspective, investigators obviously won't be processing that scene. That immediate scene where ground zero occurred will probably be under police control for probably 4 to 5 days, but that should have a minimal impact on this community. We have some closures I'll go over. Gesner will remain closed for the remainder of this day. Gesner, which is this main street that we're on right now, between Gennard and Clay Road, will remain closed for the remainder of the day to facilitate all the emergency equipment and the investigators. There are 2 neighborhoods that have been impacted by this blast. The first neighborhood is West Branch neighborhood. We will be putting this out through our OEM and through our social media and others. And that neighborhood is from Goodrum Road on the north, Clay on the south, Shadowdale on the west, and Gesner on the east. Again, that's Goodrum Road on the north, Clay on the south, Shadowdale on the west, and Gesner on the east. The other neighborhood that is under police control right now because of damage to homes is the Carverdale
We have breaking
neighborhood.
news to bring to you. This is a news conference regarding that massive explosion in northwest Harris County. Let's listen in to Chief Art Acevedo. We've been covering this digitally, and now we've been online. Now we're here with a live broadcast of what is happening.
If you need to go to those neighborhoods, the only people that will be allowed in until further notice are residents. We will be having patrols in that area looking for anybody that might try to loot some of the houses that may end up having to be evacuated because they're deemed unstable by the fire department. And we will have those patrols 24/7 in the upcoming days. So stay out of that area. You will not be allowed to be in, to come in those areas. The other thing that's really important for the community, again, we put it out earlier, these blasts have tremendous power. We know that we've had blasts over the years where evidence is found a mile away. Do not assume that there's no evidence if you're just because you're a mile from here. Please, if you're within a mile or 2 of this area, when you get home, check around your yard, see if you find any type of debris, any type of evidence, whether it's human remains. Please let us know. We only have 2 people that are accounted for, and we have recovered 2 bodies. That doesn't mean that there's people that no one knows were in the area, and so we cannot say that whether or not there's more victims, but right now it appears a high probability there's only 2 victims. And so with that, Mayor Turner is on his way back. He will be back here on the ground about 5 p.m., and there will be one more briefing, more than likely later on early evening between 6 or 7 p.m., and that will be the final briefing of the day. And so with that, I want to turn it over very quickly. Unless you want to do Spanish first. Anybody in español? Bueno.
Okay.
Here we go.
Chief Art Acevedo is going to be doing it yes, he's speaking in Spanish right now, so we're going to be pausing for just a moment and discussing what the headlines of this morning have been, and that is clearly a massive explosion, felt and heard, and as far away as Baytown, even further, 2 people dead. That entire area of northwest Harris County felt it so profoundly. In fact, 200 homes have been damaged as a result, many of them structurally damaged, unlivable, and many people have been forced to move out. There is a shelter at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in that vicinity as well.
Yes, the police chief mentioning, and he did confirm earlier that 2 victims have been confirmed to be deceased. He has said just now that those were likely plant workers. There are 2 plant workers unaccounted for. That has not been confirmed, but he's saying that they were likely plant workers. It'll take 4 to 5 days to investigate the immediate neighborhood that has been most impacted. That area will remain under police control right now. Gesner will remain closed along with that large square area where they are still investigating. They'll be patrolling in there 24/7, and you won't be allowed into those areas until some of those homes are deemed to be stable. They are definitely investigating each and every home and finding quite a few unstable. They don't want people in there. So he's answering some questions in Spanish right now. We are going to be hearing from from more of our local leaders as they get this whole joint command center in place. Many different agencies involved in all of this. The HFD chief, Samuel Pena mentioning that this has gone from a hazardous recovery or a hazardous phase into the recovery phase. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Good afternoon. As the chief said, the ATF National Response Team is going to be coming in. They're traveling here today. I just want to give you a little background on that team. That team brings experts from across the country in. They've worked over 850 scenes. All major arsons and major explosives that have happened in this country in the last 30 years have been worked by the National Response Team. They bring chemists, they bring explosive experts, they bring fire research experts, they bring canines, they bring electrical engineers, and then they have the ability to reach out and grab any other experts they need within the federal government. So they will be here. Just to give you a little background of what they've done in the past. If you remember when we had the major explosion in West Texas, that was a team that processed that scene. They also processed all the scenes during the Austin bombing case. They're ATF's most elite team, so we are bringing the best people from across the country in to make sure that we know exactly what happened during this incident. So thank you.
Okay, I want to add one other thing, because when you talk about criminal investigations and you talk about explosions, people start thinking of terrorism, they start thinking about intentional acts. As of right now, we have no indication that there's any terrorism nexus or of any intentional act. Having said that, this industry that we're dealing with, when you're talking about chemicals and you're talking about these type of industries, are highly regulated industries. They're very strict, stringent requirements in terms of a lot of things they have to do. And if we investigate and we find that things that were supposed to be done by either the primary company or vendors that are servicing their equipment and things of that nature, and then people die and we have explosions and all these other things, that can create a criminal offense. And so it's really important that the community knows that that's what we're investigating at this point, and there's no indication of an intentional act that led to the explosion in terms of wanting to make the explosion occur, either by some disgruntled employer or anybody else, or a terrorist event. Are everybody clear on that? Okay, thank you. Chief Pena wants to add one last thing, and then we're going to turn over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chief. I just want to clarify where we are on the recovery phase. We're conducting our primary searches in the area of the explosion. Okay, we've conducted a primary search in the neighborhood to the west of this location. In that area, we're also going back a second time for our secondary assessment and to ensure that there are no victims in those homes. Okay, no indication on the initial search, but we're going to do a more systematic search. We have, as I mentioned, rescue dogs along with us, members from the ATF and police department, to ensure that we're doing a systematic search of these neighborhoods. Okay, so we don't expect. Well, I'm not going to say anything else beyond that, and we'll have additional information if we find information that should be reported to the media. Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, as the chief mentioned, Mayor Turner lands at 5 o'clock today. We've been in constant communication with the mayor regarding this incident, and he sends his condolences to the two families. We have established a shelter at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It's located at 4703 Shadowdale. Our next phase is moving from the shelter that we established into temporary housing for those families, because as you can see, a lot of these houses around this neighborhood are not going to be livable for a number of weeks. So we've moved from the shelter stage over to the temporary housing stage. So folks that have issues with the homes that they live in now, please head over to 4703 Shadowdale, and we'll work on the transition into homes from there. So thank you.
One other thing before we open it, do you want to say anything real quick, Councilmember? Sorry.
So our office is working on recovery efforts as well. If you have any donations that you'd like to drop off, please do so at the Duncan YMCA on Clay Road. They're available to take donations. And if anyone listening has any issues, any questions, any concerns, please contact my office at 832-393-3010. We're available to help. Thank you.
Sharon, do you want to say anything on behalf of the state?
Just briefly, the state is monitoring it. I've been in contact with the DPS and the Emergency Center in Austin. They are not directly involved right now because of the excellent job of HPD and the Houston Fire. I would emphasize that this is a working class neighborhood. And the real tragedy is these individuals woke up this morning needing resources that, quite frankly, most of them do not have. So I would reach out to the faith community. The Salvation Army, Red Cross is present, and I think this is going to require a community effort, not only our agencies, but neighborhoods, adjoining neighborhoods, to reach out to these folks that do not have the resources that maybe other communities do. So just notice that this is a working class neighborhood, and they've got some real challenges. But let me say, the Victim Assistance Program of HPD and Houston Fire that I've witnessed this morning, I cannot say enough about them. And our two chiefs have sat with the families, hugged the families. We're dealing with family members that are in the military that need to be expedited their travel. So I'm just here to say the state is impressed with the local community operation and certainly these agencies, but I think in days to come we will do a review by the TCQ and other agencies if warranted, but at this point it's certainly too early to energize those agencies.
Hey, one last thing that I'm not sure I tweeted, I'm a Twitter bug. We have one family who we believe is one of the deceased employees. The son is a 21-year Marine, 21-year-old Marine, and so you guys need to tag the United States Marine Corps at Camp Lejeune. The family has contacted the Marines, and the Marine says until there's 100% certainty he will not be released. Well, Marines, we need you to release that young man to get him home.
We're working.
And we're a family. We shouldn't have to get the president involved. We shouldn't have to get anybody involved. We all know what the right thing to do. So please tweet at the Marine Corps. Let this Marine get on a plane and get home to his family, because no matter what, his family needs him. And you can't be a family in words, and Semper Fi aren't hollow words. Get that Marine home, get him on a plane, get him home to Houston. With that, we'll open it up to questions.
Hey, Chief, can you speak to the gender of the gentlemen?
2 males. They're 2 male Hispanics, a long time. Again, it's not 100%, but probability being what it is, we don't have any other people that are looking for their family members. Their vehicles are here. You connect all those dots, but you can't say until you definitively identify them that it's 100%. But we're not in the business of keeping people false hope, and so the probability of that not being the 2 male Hispanic employees are pretty slim.
Were they the only 2 people in the building?
They're the only 2 people that were injured there that we're aware of. Again, we've got cadaver dogs here. We'll start doing a secondary search. But I can tell you that, like I told them, they're people of faith. There was somebody that was very close. His truck went flying, and all he ended up was with cuts. That's the person that was transported.
Chief, can you talk a little bit about the propylene?
I'll talk to the fire chief. I'm a cop. We can't even say that word, so I'll
Chief,
turn it over.
¿podría decir en español que se trata de 2 víctimas hispanas y de la necesidad de su hijo?
Mire, para...
All right, here we go. The headline here coming out of Chief Art Acevedo, and that is 2 male Hispanics presumed dead. The confirmation is not 100%, but he said it is very slim that it is anyone outside of these 2 male Hispanics. Their vehicles were here. They are unaccounted for, and they are presumed dead in this case. And he made it just a call out to everyone, specifically the Marines, send his 21-year-old son home.
Yeah, he's talking about the person that they are presuming is deceased in this. That person has a 21-year-old son at Camp Lejeune in the Marines, asking the Marines to release that son to get home to be with family. The Marines asking to wait for confirmation of an identification. So that's what he is referring to when discussing that. But again, saying that the victims are 2 male Hispanics, and they believe that they are 2 plant workers who are unaccounted for there on the site.
You're listening to Spanish at this point. This is Chief Pena from the Houston Fire Department. They have control of the scene. Well, you also heard from, okay, let's go ahead and listen back. He's speaking in English now.
We're not concerned with future leaks.
Do you have a good accounting of all chemicals that were in that property? Is the RDPC for the area?
Right. We do. Our inspectors they're gathering that information. We will have a full inventory of what we know. The building owner, the business owner, is here with us. He's being fully cooperative with the investigation. And so we have no question that we're going to get the full inventory and MSDSs for all the materials that were present. What I can't tell you right now, what I can say is that there is no hazard with the air quality. Okay, we do have hazmat on scene. They've been monitoring throughout the day. We have had no concerns with the quality of the air that we've been breathing at this moment.
Chief, are you aware of any incidents that have happened at this particular warehouse? And when do you think you're going to have a handle on whether or not there's other victims besides the two you just identified?
Look, what we can say right now is, and I don't want to get too far into the investigation, but what we can say is that the building or the business owner has accounted for everybody on his roster. There's two that are still unaccounted for, but we won't be able to make that determination until we physically go in there and ID the victims.
Chief, you talk about that. You're asking residents to look in their homes for debris, but also you mentioned body parts. Is there any evidence or possibility that the blast could have done that, or is that just because of the force of the blast? Or is that just something you have to look into?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, blasts, you can talk to my ATF brother. When you have these type of events, they're very powerful. We know that we have a body part that's quite a distance away. We know that there's debris that's about a half a mile. And 20 years ago, we had an incident here in Houston where, like a year later, they found a body part from that incident a mile away. So, we'd rather be safe and be and err on the side of casting a wide net and having our community, which is really the best force multiplier for the law enforcement, first responders, the community itself. And I think that was on display during Harvey. That's on display every day here in Houston. We'd rather that everybody gets eyes around their property. So if there is something we can recover, then do make assumptions. Assumptions in this business, if you make assumptions, you do it and you err on the side of let's cast a wide net.
But you mentioned it was about half a mile away. Was that one of the victims you've identified, or you think?
More than likely, yes.
Chief Pena, when do you think you'll be able? When do you think you'll be able to actually get into Ground Zero to start that kind of boots on the ground investigation?
Well, we're in the process of that now. So we were waiting initially because we still had some fires that were burning. We decided not to extinguish those because every time you have water, you have a concern with the runoff. So we decided to let those things burn before we actually started moving into the hot zone, right? But in parallel with that, we were doing assessments in the neighborhoods. At this moment, we've moved past the hazard phase. Now we're in the recovery phase, and we're systematically moving back into the area where we believe was Ground Zero. Let me put it that way.
Chief, hay personas que no tienen identificación de Texas. ¿Cómo pueden entrar a
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't.
Go ahead.
So how many employees were there when this happened? And do we know exactly where the two employees or the two victims, where they were when the explosion happened?
No. All we know is that we have two victims that are in the compound. As far as where they were within that compound, I'm not exactly sure at this moment.
But they were the only two in the building? They were the only two there?
We only have two that are unaccounted for. We don't have anybody else looking for their family members. So, we're assuming that they were the only two there.
You said the owner's been cooperative. Has he given you any indication as to what may have happened?
Well, again, until we conduct the investigation, the cause and origin, all we can tell you is it was may have been a leak, but that's just a huge assumption at this time. Until we're able to get in there, do the cause and origin, with the assistance of our partnering agencies, we won't have a full determination.
Did the owner tell you if those two employees were there because of the possibility of a leak, or that was their shift?
No.
That was their shift?
No. They were not because of a report of a leak. There is a gym on the facility. The reports are that employees would come in early before their shift to work out. So again, we're making huge assumptions at this time. Let us finish the investigation, and that way we can give you some concrete information instead of just assumptions.
Chief,
yes.
you believe about 200 homes damaged? Or
we have about 199 homes in this area. Okay, we've assessed between 180 and 190 at this point. The majority of those have received some sort of damage. The ones that are more proximal to the area of the blast are damaged heavily. Some of them off the foundation. So it's just a range of damage in that location. Yes.
We heard reports that there was a man who was injured with a head injury in
beside a trailer behind this business.
Mm-hmm.
And he was found after your fire department's primary search. Do you have any information on his condition? I know he was transported.
No, not at this moment. We do know that this was as maybe 2 hours or 3 hours ago. We had reports that there was 18 patients throughout the various hospitals that reported to the hospital with complaints reportedly from the blast. But from the HFD standpoint, we've transported that one individual. There may have been a second one transported later, but I know for sure that we transported one earlier this morning. Mm-hmm.
Chief Acevedo, there were residents in West Branch and
Yeah.
Carbondale that told us
Don't
they
know.
have not been allowed to go back into their homes to board up windows.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, we're going to start letting residents go back in here shortly. They have to have ID. We know that this is a large, significant Hispanic population. Some of them may not have IDs, but our officers are smart enough to know how to separate people, interview people. We have ways to identify them through their registration, all kinds of. So we want people to come back in because we do want them to board up their homes if the windows are broken, and we want them to be able to do that starting today. So we will be doing that in probably the next 30 minutes or so. Okay.
Okay, now speaking in Spanish, you've been listening to Chief Art Acevedo as well as Chief Pena from the Houston Fire Department. They have control of the situation. And you heard from Fred Molinowski. He is from the ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. The big headline from him was that the national ATF response team is going to be coming. This is the most elite team in the entire country to assess explosions and damages like this, and they're really going to be getting a detailed look at what happened and why.
This is the same team that investigated that huge, massive explosion in West Texas.
Right.
They will be bringing in chemists, engineers, canines, all sorts of experts to comb through all these pieces of debris, do all of their testing, and figure out exactly what went wrong. So this is being taken very seriously on a national level as well.
Yeah, and they are discussing, let's see if they're still speaking in Spanish. I'm not sure. If they're not in Spanish, then we're going to go ahead and listen in as well.
I mean, look,
There
let
they
me
are,
just say this
English.
about this company's been here for a long time. If you look at the gym that they put together for their employees, they care about their employees. I mean, they've invested in them. You extend your condolences to them, and I'm not going to go into the details, but it's never fun to talk to people about the possibility of loved ones and the high probability the loved one died. But I think that in this city that's led by a mayor that really cares about the community and that has elected officials that care, we really are a big city that is a family. And so we wanted to be the chief, the fire chief, the ATF. We wanted to be there to tell the family ourselves. And the other thing that happens is that people want to know right away. And if we haven't been able to tell them right away, we wanted to be the ones that explain to them what we have been doing, because we have to mitigate the threat to the greater community, and then we have to move on to deal with them. But I think that the fact that we did that, we want to take victims and turn them into survivors, and we want to take victims and help them restore their lives moving forward. And a big part of that is how do we as a community, as elected officials, as directors, how do we treat our community? And in this city, I think we all treat each other as family. So I think they really appreciate it. Okay, thank you all very much. There will be no other briefings here unless it's a public safety issue till the mayor gets here. And you were probably looking at 6 or 7 o'clock. We'll put that out in time, or about 5, and we'll let you know where. More than likely, it'll be here. Thank you. Get the Marines to get that Marine home.
Okay, the news conference is now over. It has ended, and we heard from several officials, including the police chief, the fire chief, ATF officers, as well as the mayor pro tem. Mayor Sylvester Turner is traveling at this point. He is in Washington, D.C., but his flight returns at 5 p.m., we understand, and he will likely give a further update at that point as well.
Yeah, just getting this information, extremely sad information that 2 people are confirmed dead in all of this. And the police chief reminding us to all send our prayers to the families of those that have been impacted by this. 2 male Hispanics have been identified as the victims. However, their names have not been released. Their identities have not been confirmed. However, the vehicles of 2 missing workers at the plant are still there. on the scene, and so he has said that those are presumed to be the two victims.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and send you back to the impeachment trial, which is happening right now, of course, in Congress. For those joining us and would like to continue to join us, you can always turn to digital, abc13.com. We will go ahead and send it back now to ABC Breaking News, which that is the impeachment trial proceedings, which are happening now, and back on digital momentarily.
All right, we are continuing our digital coverage of this huge explosion in Northwest Houston, the Watson grinding facility there. We just heard the updates from all of our local authorities. And our own TJ Parker is at the shelter where we are hearing that there are, at least earlier today, about 4 dozen people who went to that shelter just to have somewhere to go right after this devastation hit their homes. Let's go to TJ right now. TJ?
Hey, yeah, Alona, that's right. I just stepped outside from inside that shelter. They're actually not letting us inside for privacy reasons. But yeah, there are about 50 people inside there right now being helped. And we're about 1.5 miles, this according to the bishop, 1.5 miles from where that explosion happened. This is the Church of Latter-day Saints off of Shadowdale. And this has been become a temporary shelter for the people who live around this area. And we have talked to a lot of people who live in this neighborhood who are using this as a shelter right now, who kind of walked us through what they heard and felt this morning, and we've been hearing it all morning and afternoon long from people that we have been speaking with, but you know, saying that it sounded like a thunder, it was a big explosion. We also spoke with a family, a 6-year-old girl who was just talking with us, telling us that she had actually woken up because a window frame fell on her face. So a lot of these people, you know, just so terribly upset about some of the damage that they found to their home, but a lot of them, again, so thankful that no one was seriously hurt. But yeah, this is the entrance here. You can see some people walking out now. Not all of these people are using this as a shelter. They're actually going in here and trying to help the folks who have been affected by this explosion. So this is really great that the neighborhood is coming together to help these folks, these people walking out here now, you know, going inside, serving. There's food inside there. There's water. We've also seen the American Red Cross as well as the Salvation Army that are out here helping folks in their time of need. So it's just really amazing to see neighbors coming together in this neighborhood, helping each other out in the wake of this explosion. Again, this is the Church of Latter-day Saints. We're about 1/2 mile away from that explosion. A lot of people in this area felt that explosion and saw a lot of damage with their homes. So right now this is being used as a temporary shelter until those people can find something a little bit more permanent.
It's certainly a good thing that so many in the community always willing to open up their hearts and their pocketbooks and their churches, and to have the facility, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, open its doors as well. And TJ, when you were in there walking around and getting a sense of the mindset of some of those who have been devastated and their homes have been shattered, what was your thought? What was the feeling coming from them? Are they just sort of overwhelmed and shocked?
Yeah, exactly. Overwhelmed and shocked. And, you know, it's just one of those things where they didn't know exactly what was happening. I mean, you're fast asleep at 3, 4, 5 in the morning, and you feel this explosion. You hear a loud sound that sounds like thunder. I mean, a lot of us across the Houston area, not even living within 1/2 mile from where this explosion happened, felt it and didn't know what was going on. So a lot of people still just in shock as to what happened. And finally, when, you know, they actually figured out what had happened, actually, a lot of them I talked to, they went outside to see, you know, just take a look around to see what was going on. And, you know, they saw their neighbors doing the same exact thing. And yeah, everyone just so shocked. When you're up at 4 in the morning, you have no idea what is taking place.
Yeah, I know so many of us have that same story of being woken up. We can't even imagine what it would be like to be right across the street from Ground Zero as we take a look at all the damage to those homes. The folks there, especially the kids, they've really been through something in the past 10 hours or so, as we take a look at some of the investigators in their helicopters on the right-hand side of your screen. TJ, thanks for the update. That's the HPD chopper just leaving that press conference. And we'll continue to update you on the situation with the shelter, because the Red Cross is making sure that all of those people have a place to stay tonight. And then going forward, there's certainly going to be some long-term housing needs. If you've been out there, like our reporters have, you would understand just the severity of the devastation. Our own Courtney Fisher was out there for much of the morning reporting and talking to so many of these shell-shocked people. Courtney, you've been here reporting in Houston. You've gone through hurricanes and other natural disasters with us. Have you ever seen anything quite like this before?
No, you know what, Elena, it was really strange. We talked a lot about the boarding up reminded us of Harvey, but there was this eerie quietness after, there are moods as the morning progressed. In the beginning, it was this chaos. It was so strange to see everyone pour out into the street, into their homes at around 4 a.m., and then people going back into their homes to turn on the lights and see how bad the damage was. And then it just started to quiet as people got worried and they got packed up and left and were asking me about looters and where can I get help. I mean, there were just so many different emotions. I think the damage reminded me the most of probably covering an earthquake. When you walked into kitchens and you saw drawers out and teacups and coffee mugs and plates shattered on the ground, that's the kind of natural disaster it felt like. It was strange, though, to be in a disaster zone and have all the electricity on. That was really odd. And you knew that it was something, normally it's so difficult and you have people in flashlights. So that was really a strange thing to be walking around and seeing.
Yeah, but the shock value alone just must be incredible. As you talk with these people, and we've all done it so many times, you feel for them, your heart goes out to them, you're so sad for them because suddenly their lives have been turned upside down.
Right, and I think it's hard to explain this. There's a transition period of people wanting to tell you their stories. I can't believe this, look at this. And then it transitions to, do you know where I can get help? A woman came running up to me. Her daughter had an asthma attack, and it was cold in the morning. So people don't realize that at 5 a.m., all of those windows busted out. People started to get really cold. And where can I go to get a warm blanket or some help? So then you have to shift from this showing the news to really trying to help, work with them and where they can go to get some help.
Because even though you have that reporter hat on, you haven't lost your humanity to want to help.
Exactly. Yeah. And everything else kind of gets put on hold to get these people the answers that they need and to find firefighters or police officers and to make that connection.
Yeah, and some of our elected officials made the point, this is a working class neighborhood. Right. These are not necessarily all people that can just go and out of their own pockets rent an apartment for the next 6 months while they figure out what's going to happen. I saw children's beds, that had been knocked over, and you think about what those kids are going through when they see this kind of damage to their homes. These are homes, many of these, you were there in person. These aren't going to be rebuilt. These would need to be completely built from the ground up again because of some of the structural damage that we saw.
Exactly, it got rocked off that foundation. I also want to make the point, these are 2-bedroom homes, maybe 3-bedroom, but we're talking like 4, 5, 6 people are sleeping in them. Every bedroom was full. Most bedrooms had 2 people in it. So when the ceiling fan falls at 4:25 in the morning, there are 2 people in that bed that it hits. There aren't these empty rooms. So that was also, we went from bedroom to bedroom with these people just learning. We were in that house, talked to a couple who was upstairs. We couldn't even make it upstairs. In fact, I was in that house doing a live shot this morning, and a firefighter came running in with this booming voice telling us to get out of the house because in the beginning there was fear that there could be a second explosion. We didn't know what we were dealing with, and everything was so unsafe to be in. And when you feel that as a reporter, you just are like, I got to put everything down. We have to get out of this house.
Yeah, and you imagine what's going through the minds of these people as they look around at what's left of their home, and there you see Courtney reporting on what took place this morning. But then they're like, what am I going to do now?
Yeah.
What do I do temporarily? How am I going to survive? Because they're living likely from paycheck to paycheck. And then they have to consider, wait a minute, now I have to build a whole new home.
Right.
Where's that going to come from?
Exactly.
And they still have the mortgage on the other home.
Right,
So-
and just learning about, they can board up a little.
Size and measurements showing 500 feet in some cases.
Right,
It's right
just-
across,
yeah.
right across the fence.
Just across from the bayou, exactly. And those homes that were closest, immediately that red tape went up. So I don't know how much they were able to get out of their homes. Those were empty. It was like a ghost town by 10 o'clock this morning. It was very strange to see a place just buzzing with activity and panic and chaos and pandemonium to just this quietness.
Yeah. Just curious, and perhaps not, but they live right next to a bayou. Were any of them affected during Imelda or Harvey?
No, it was interesting though. Some of them, you talked about working class family contractors and said, I spent my time during Harvey boarding up other homes, nearby homes, and I didn't think I'd be boarding up my home, not from a natural disaster.
Right.
And so they had the tools and materials. I talked to several contractors, electricians who lived out there, and they were immediately going to work and who can I help? And I mean, we've seen that so many times.
Yeah, and we're going to need to see it again in this case. You know, we are mentioning on our screen right now that not only is there a shelter open for affected families, but donations can go to the Duncan YMCA because a lot of these people, they'll get out what they can from their homes, but the long-term need is going to be there, and our community is going to need to open up our hearts and open up our wallets to try to help out our neighbors because this is devastating, and you don't even have a millisecond to prepare. At least, you kind of hate to compare natural disasters to this because everything is just so incredibly different. But to have gotten a few minutes' notice could help you out in a situation like this.
Let's listen in for a moment to Chief Art Acevedo. He has, when he was talking about the victims in this case, let's go ahead and listen to what he has to say.
Community is a community of faith. To please pray for the two victims that we have uncovered here at the scene. These victims are the high probability that they are employees of this company. Chief Pena, myself, Senator Whitmire, the ATF SAC here, Fred Malowski, and the Mayor Pro Tem and our council member have been in contact with the families. We've made it, we told them that we can't say 100% it's their loved ones, but you connect the dots, the probability is high, very high that it's them. I can just tell you that the company that's involved has been nothing but cooperative so far with us. This is a company that's been here for many, many years, and in talking to the employees and their families, they're a pretty tight-knit group of people. I mean, they consider themselves extended family. So my condolences, all of our condolences go out to the families involved.
Chief Acevedo talking about not only the families involved, the victims, the two male Hispanics. We do not have names of those. Those have not yet been released, but as well, all of the other people who are walking around in a daze kind of because their homes have been destroyed.
Now, he did assure those homeowners and the people that live there in those houses that they will be patrolling 24/7, sending out the warning to any potential looters because Courtney just left that area, and he made the point, and everybody made the point, when you were leaving, you need ID to get back in.
Absolutely. They made it, we explained we were media and we wouldn't be back. We had other teams coming in. They let us pass, but they said, any residents, please put the word out. And these are the officers on the street, on the ground. So it's one thing, we hear from the chief so much, but these officers are the people that those residents are going to be passing by. They said, there is no way you're getting in here if you don't have ID. You have to bring ID to get back to your home. And in a lot of cases, those officers are just going to be, like you said, patrolling up and down those streets. People are scared about looters, for sure.
They really are. I mean, a lot of them mentioned that in the interviews, not only from you, but of Jeff Ealing and others who have been over there reporting from the scene.
Right. Yeah, that's the last thing they need to be worried about. Well, you did a great job giving us the perspective of the people there on the ground and showing us what it was that everyone was dealing with. So we certainly appreciate your insight today, Courtney.
Thank you, Courtney. Appreciate it. Herculean work out there. Thank you.
All right, we've got closed roads all around this area.
All around that area, Gessner especially, one of the busiest roads in the Northwest area. But let's head to her for more.
Absolutely. You know, for so many of us, we can simply choose an alternate route, stay on the interstates, Beltway 8, 290 to get around this if we don't have immediate business in the area. But what about our school districts? The many routes they run through this area beyond the schools that are right there in the direct location. So we've heard now from Cypress Fairbanks ISD as they look forward to this afternoon and school getting out on this Friday. They're telling us that all of the neighborhoods, all of the areas that were accessible on bus routes this morning do remain so at this hour. So they are planning to run their buses, but you can expect delays due to road closures. So what happens if students who cannot be dropped off safely there at their neighborhoods, if they cannot be dropped off, the district plans to return them to their campus. And at that point, mom and dad, caretaker, you will be notified. So Cypress Fairbanks has that plan in place. At the very least, they may be late, could be arriving on time, but still possibility they'll be late. And do keep in mind that if there is some major issue, they're going to let you know that you can get them at campus. After school activities for Spring Branch ISD are going on as scheduled. They are allowing students outdoors this afternoon for those who have afternoon recess and athletics activities, but you can expect transportation delays for Spring Branch ISD as well. That major thoroughfare of Clay and Gessner, so much traffic throughout the day right near that explosion site. HPD, as we have mentioned throughout the day, blocking local streets. Clay and Gessner is that major intersection that is closest to this area, but of course Gessner, north and south in this area is closed. A closer look at what's happening. This is going to be north and south, Gessner, right to Clay. Gennard runs east and west up on top. And then, of course, parallel to that, Stefani also closed. That is considered the hot zone where everything is under investigation. And as Courtney Fisher has been telling us, things are really blocked off to anybody who is not a resident or doesn't have direct business there in that area. Taking a wider look at what's happening with Metro buses as well. Metro bus 46. If you ride the 46 or know someone that does, it is on a detour right now due to that closure. So just be aware that bus is probably going to be running off of its regular schedule this afternoon. The wider look shows us your alternate routes right now. We're talking about the Beltway and 290. People love to cut through Clay and Gessner because you don't have to pay the toll on Beltway 8 or deal with the traffic on 290. But I'm telling you today, it is closed. It will not be a good cut through for you today.
Thank you very much. Good heads up on all of that. In the meantime, over the scene to give you more perspective, Don Armstrong is up above over Sky Eye. And Don, we can see just how many investigators are still there on the scene. Have you seen any changes that we should know about?
No, investigators continue to go through the buildings around the blast site. This is ground zero right here where you see the fire officials in the white shirts. A little bit too far for me to be able to tell you that exactly. They have fanned out up and down Stefani here. They have a lot of buildings to search. They also have to determine whether these buildings are safe enough for the employees, even the owners, to go into. And that may be an issue for days to come until the actual building owners get their engineers, structural engineers, to look at these buildings. And we were looking at some of these buildings here. This is now a couple of blocks away from the actual blast site. And as you can see, it appears as though that this particular building has been blasted down toward the ground, meaning that it could have fallen down, or the explosion itself was actually above the ground. Maybe 5 feet, 10 feet, could be 20 feet. Don't exactly know. This is the building that is closest to that blast site. And look at how the roof is pushed down and looks to be scorched. It could have been that it has collapsed. I'm not a structural engineer, but I thought it was something interesting to point out that a lot of these have damage that it looks as though that they've been forced down into the actual structure that keeps it above ground. So that will be.
Well, it appears as though
there are a couple of vehicles here.
No, go ahead, Don. Go ahead. We lost you, go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, there are a couple of vehicles here. There's a Ford pickup truck. Clearly, it has been pushed over to the side. There is another vehicle, what you can make of it, right there. We don't know, obviously, if they were occupied when the blast came to me
Well-
that I thought was interesting, and I don't know if anybody had actually said anything about any of that, but you can see that there's nothing left of the structure closest to the blast site. And we presume that this would be it right about here. We were looking earlier at some of the concrete structures that are right around the site, and I don't know whether you can make them out. There they are right there. I don't know whether those are floors that have collapsed, because you can see they're kind of, but there could be that, or it could have been lifted off of the ground. Not sure. Just some very interesting points that I thought that I would bring up.
Hadn't seen that angle from the roofs, and that other building that you're talking about that does look like so
Right.
much of it was pushed downward toward the ground, not blasted upward. Definitely something that investigators will be looking at and can make more sense of
Yeah,
as they
look
get
at
all
that.
those different explosive experts there on the scene, along with chemists, K-9 teams, the best investigators that the ATF has in this country now headed here to the scene to take a look at some of these strange sights that we're seeing.
Yeah, these are good details to look at, Don, and clearly as we look at them, there is something there that we don't understand yet, but no doubt that the detailed team from ATF will be able to figure out. Okay, the explosion, by the way, if you felt it, then you know that it was so powerful. It was felt just dozens of miles away. Look at this graphic here. All directions. We took calls from viewers who live on the east, the southeast side, the North Shore area, Pasadena, more than 30 miles away, Baytown, more than 40 miles away. The explosions from the site. People as far north as Shenandoah, up I-45, Kingwood off of 59, also calling in ABC 13. We also heard from many who live in the west side, the Katy area, southwest Houston. You not only felt it, you told us you heard it, all describing it as a big boom. So that explosion, clearly so impactful. Millions, we can say millions of people heard that. Because I'm on the northeast side of town, you're on the southwest side of town. We were both awakened by it, and so many millions of others as well were.
Yeah, and this is the
Incredible.
video that was caught on someone's doorbell camera. You can see before the doorbell camera then falls
Yeah.
because of the impact of the blast. It was able to actually catch that image. Here is some of the damage that we have seen. This is a home where things fell off the walls, windows blown out of so many homes. And then another view from Sky Eye as the fire was still burning there early this morning as the sun came up.
The damage is so extensive. We've been reporting on it all morning long, but it is still remarkable to see because to think that just from a single blast like that at one facility, and there are other tanks on that facility as well, but fortunately they have indicated, officials, fire department who has control of the situation there, has indicated that indeed those tanks are secure. So they are secure. We don't have to worry about those going off. But the damage outside of that region, like a quarter of a mile, they say, was quite extensive. Just everywhere you look, at every home we visited from our reporters, you not only have just the sheetrock, that's superficial and that can be addressed, but then when you get into the structural damage, the roof's been lifted, turned a bit, maybe even the structure, the corner of a home being shifted a bit. If it's off kilter, so to speak, in the vernacular of someone in Texas, then it's going to be a bit more difficult to try and get to. Again, live pictures here from Sky Eye.
Now, as authorities go through that secondary search through the neighborhood, the Houston Fire Department doing a secondary search, making sure that homes are structurally sound or deeming them unsound. They are reminding all of us, and this is an area that was deemed unsound. You see that red tape that went up?
Yeah.
These are homes that no one is allowed to go back into. But if you are wanting to go back into that neighborhood, officers are now patrolling 24/7. You cannot get back into that neighborhood without an ID that proves that you live there. So they are taking this very seriously. Folks may be out of their homes for weeks, if not longer, and they want absolutely no looting. Everyone had to leave behind all of their belongings in their home and get out of there very quickly. They are taking looting extremely seriously. It was a major concern of a lot of homeowners that we spoke with. And so officers that are talking to our reporters out there and that are out on the streets are telling them you can't get back into this neighborhood without an ID. So hopefully that will make some of those homeowners feel a little bit better as they have to leave their homes.
Most of these homeowners, as well as those who are occupants, and was reported by Courtney Fisher, most of these homes are 2-3 bedroom homes. They have maybe half a dozen people living in them or more. Many of them, approximately 50, 60 homeowners or individuals who live in these homes, are at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That is a church building just a couple of blocks away from this area. They have been giving, food and shelter and some temporary needs. Look at the roof of this home. That's incredible. I mean, you look at that and you think, well, what caused this? Did something fly through the air and hit the roof, or was it just the pressure of that blast? Don Armstrong, live in Sky Eye, just taking a look at all of this. And I don't know if you're able to hear us, Don, but okay, he's not able to talk at this point. We're having some communication difficulties there. But you look at video like that and you think, wow. And then you look at that home. You see, Don was talking about sort of the indentation. You see how it's pushed in? Clearly, that is,
it looks like
the pressure of that blast just sort of forced the entire roof line to change its course and was pushed in.
And
that's amazing.
Yeah, and huge problems for all of these homeowners that now have
Big
these
problems.
structural
Look, another one
problems.
like that.
Yeah, we're seeing this on a lot of the roofs up there. And Don giving us this perspective that we haven't really seen yet today, but these are major problems now with the actual structure of that entire roof line of the home, if not the walls as well. And it seems like we're seeing that. It's difficult to tell from this angle, but a lot of those different roofs look like they've been pushed to a concave level there by the looks of it.
It really does. I mean, and to think of the force that it would take to move a joist like that, to indent it, and you can see how that's been indented so much that in some cases that the other frame structure is sticking through the roof. So that's some serious pressure that would cause that. Because the joists are generally 2x6s or 2x8s, sometimes 2x10s. That's a 2x4 that is twice as thick, and to have all of that indented in like that is pretty incredible. That's a lot of force.
All right, we heard from the police chief talking about and asking the community for their prayers for the 2 victims in this case, 2 confirmed fatalities. Here's what he had to say.
This community is a community of faith. To please pray for the 2 victims that we have uncovered here at the scene. These victims are high probability that they are employees of this company. Chief Pena, myself, Senator Whitmire, the ATF SAC here, Fred Malinowski, and the Mayor Pro Tem and our council member have been in contact with the families. We've made it. We told them that we can't say 100% it's their loved ones, but you connect the dots, the probability is high, very high that it's them. I can just tell you that the company that's involved has been nothing but cooperative so far with us. This is a company that's been here for many, many years, and in talking to the employees and their families, they're a pretty tight-knit group of people. I mean, they consider themselves extended family. So my condolences, all of our condolences go out to the families involved.
We are continuing our live digital coverage here at ABC13.com. I'm Gina Gaston along with Chauncey Glover, where we are still keeping an eye on the aftermath of this horrible explosion that happened in Northwest Houston about 4:25 this morning that really awakened pretty much all of Southeast Texas. I think everyone has their story. We'll be sharing them for weeks to come about how we were awakened by this horrible blast that we know has confirmed 2 people's lives. They believe they were workers there at the Watson grinder plant. The police chief just confirming that, though they are still making sure that there are no further fatalities.
That's right. Now, of course, we talked about those 2 victims likely being plant workers. We heard Chief
Art Acevedo, Chief Acevedo, talking about they couldn't positively, officially confirm right now, talking to those family members, but saying more than likely those 2 victims are likely plant workers. Now, once again, the explosion happening around 4:25 this morning there at Watson Grinder. The owner of the facility saying the explosion was caused by a propylene tank, which of course is an extremely flammable gas that's used to make a variety of products. And we've been speaking also to a toxicology doctor about the incident and about the things that can harm the residents out there. The tox doc, she is now on the phone with us right now. We want to go to her. And just right here out of the gate, Dr. Con Mayberry, we're talking about the folks in that area, pretty dangerous for them right now. And hopefully that danger is kind of dying down as far as breathing in what was in the air out there. Okay, do we have her on the phone?
Hello? Hi, I'm here.
Okay, did you hear me, Dr. Con Mayberry?
Oh, no, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, so right now, we know the explosion happened 4:25 a.m. this morning, here at 2:05 this afternoon. The latest that the residents out there right now, what do they need to be concerned about if they're in that immediate area?
Yeah, so really we're concerned mostly about the respiratory hazards. There's a lot of, building materials that have been kicked up into the air because of the explosive nature of the event. So a lot of particles, materials that may be very toxic, such as there could be lead in the air, there could be asbestos. So you really want them to be careful and protect themselves and not go outside, not open windows, not run the air conditioning, because you're bringing that stuff indoors. So that's like the main, issue is really wanting people to stay out of that area. Stay out. Not just stay out of the area, but if they have to stay in the area to kind of, shelter in place, if they see a hazard, if they need to go outside, make sure they protect their respiratory system. They don't want their nose and their lungs to be a scrubber. Hello?
From what you're understanding, the materials that exploded, what is the risk that they expose people to in the worst case scenario? What's the biggest concern?
Propylene is something that's used to make a lot of products, and there are a lot of, not just respiratory hazards, but they're CNS hazards as well. But because it's propylene gas, I think it's propylene gas that exploded. They really have to be aware from central nervous system effects as well. So if they're feeling dizzy, or even if they don't smell something, but they notice slight changes that might make them feel like they don't feel normal, you definitely don't want to be outside breathing it. But really what I'm mostly concerned is about the respiratory hazards, because I think that there was a haze in the air earlier, and even if you don't see the haze now, there's still a particle distribution in the air that's going to be around for a while. Some of the propylene is going to be lower to the ground, so it may be heavier. It's going to be heavier than air. So you have to worry about that as well.
And also, Dr. Mayberry, you're talking about the skin right now. Those people who may have a pre-existing skin condition. Talk about the aspects of protecting your skin and skin irritation out there.
Yeah, so it is also an eye and a skin irritant. If you have any kind of psoriasis or any kind of skin conditions, then you definitely need to make sure that you're covering your skin, number one. So, even if it's not cold outside, you want to wear gloves, you want to protect your ears, protect your neck, minimize the amount of skin that's actually exposed if you have to go outside, especially for those who have chronic skin conditions, because it can be very irritating and it can cause a flare-up. Along with the stress of the situation can lead to a flare-up as well. So, that's a really big issue.
We know that HPD is saying that they're going to be spending the next 4 to 5 days to try and investigate to find out more about exactly what happened here, and that the company Watson Grinder is trying to help them out in their investigation. Any way to know at this hour how many days we're talking about that the community might be at risk? I know there are 2 developments they're kind of calling ground zero, West Branch neighborhood and the Carverdale community.
Again, depending upon the extent of how much was damaged, how many buildings may be unstable now, there may be, more there could possibly be some collapsing of more building materials. So it's kind of hard to say, without knowing the full extent of where the damage is. But if I had a better understanding of where all the damage is and what might be compromised and what they're watching for, then I could probably give a better determination on the days. But I would say anywhere from 72 hours on the minimum side would be, a precaution in terms of those severe respiratory hazards, the skin hazards. And, the eye irritation probably will go away.
I apologize, that HFD is officially saying no air quality concerns.
Well, that's good. That's a good thing. And if they've tested for particles and they don't have any kind of, if they're testing for PM 2.5 and PM1, which is particulate matter, which is 1 micron or less, or 2.5 microns or less, that's what's really a respiratory hazard. Okay. If they're giving you PM10, which is a much larger size range, they may be missing something.
Gotcha. But still, even though HFD now saying no air quality concerns right now, those people who have pre-existing conditions should be still concerned. We're talking about those people with asthma and also our elderly neighbors who live in that area, correct?
Right, exactly. So people who are elderly people, small children, infants, compromised immune systems, those people should be very, very careful. People with asthma, people who, know they have chronic diseases, they really need to be extra cautious. And even, people who consider themselves healthy. If you feel something odd, you want to get out of the area as soon as possible.
Better to be safe than sorry, for sure. Absolutely. We're looking at on the screen right now. If you could stand by for a second, we want to fill in our viewers who are just kind of joining us since Chauncey and I took over coverage a little bit more on the facts as we know them at this hour. That's an incredible shot you're looking at of your screen right now. A before and after shot of that area, the industrial area where Watson Grinder is located. You can see how severe the damage is there. And we are told that they believe between 180, 190 or so homes were visited by officials today out of concern that they had been impacted. We've been looking at some incredible photos while Dr. Con Mayberry has been speaking that just show how badly damaged some of the roofs are, sliding glass doors blown apart. There is kind of ground zero where this explosion took place, but just amazing how far debris and trucks, vehicles flew because of this explosion.
And Gina, you're talking about the explosion so huge, so forceful, so powerful that it was felt dozens of miles away. So when you're talking about also 4:35, 4:25 in the morning, most people are asleep or just now getting their morning start.
Because people weren't at work. I mean, it wasn't packed. That area wasn't packed with workers since it is an industrial area, but there are homes right there.
Yeah, but extensive damage to a lot of those homes out there. And we're talking about windows shattered. We've seen a video of just walls collapsed and, the home decor and pictures on the wall and things inside the cabinets, and even cabinets just kind of ripped from the original places. So just giving us a clearer picture as to how powerful this explosion was.
You hate to have to think it, but you do go, was this a terror attack? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people had that thought because it was so dramatic, and when you're in the dead of sleep and you don't know what's going on and something so forceful. Well, we're looking at a scene earlier where the fire officials have been surveying the damage, and they have already begun to set up some shelters because a lot of these residents who live nearby this facility are now displaced. They cannot stay in their homes because of the safety hazards in terms of stability, but also in terms of air quality and that kind of potential danger of asbestos flying in the air. So some people are at the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints on Shadowdale. Red Cross also setting up a shelter. Only people who have their ID that live in the West Branch and Carverdale communities are going to be able to go in there because they have got to be on the ground there to be able to figure out exactly what happened here. They've got to be, the officials, that is, have to be on the ground there.
Gotcha. And, for those people who were, concerned, the Chief Acevedo saying that they do have extra officers out there and a lot of security out there for the people who were concerned and afraid to, leave their area, leave their home. And earlier,
their looting will not be tolerated.
Right. And you talked about how catching you by surprise, what you think. And we were talking to Micah Hatfield earlier, and she was saying that a lot of people in that area did not even know that they lived close to a plant like this and something like this could happen.
We don't have a lot of good zoning here in Houston, Texas. Speaking of Micah Hatfield, she is on site there to bring us the latest from the community there on the ground. Micah, how are things right now?
Well, there's a lot going on in the neighborhood right now. It kind of died down for maybe an hour or so, but there's a lot of people in here, a lot of contractors trying to help people get their houses back together. There's a lot of people who live in this neighborhood who are walking around just kind of assessing the damage. You see where we are right now. This is pretty close to where the explosion actually happened, and so we're seeing a lot worse damage here. A lot of windows boarded up, a lot of garage doors just ripped off of the hinges, and the damage inside of the homes is just stunning. I mean, entire ceilings have come down. We're told that ceiling fans fell on people when they were in their beds. We've seen a few people with some minor cuts and scrapes, but when you look at this damage, it's honestly stunning that people were not hurt worse than we've seen. It seems like a lot of people we talk to, they all have these stories about, this piece of furniture in their bedroom, like their bedroom or their bed's headboard, blocked the glass from hitting them and cutting them in their bed from their windows, or the fan fell on the bed in their guest bedroom, but didn't fall on their bed in their master bedroom. It's just stunning how all these things played out. But that being said, they're all very grateful for their lives, but they do have a long road ahead of them for recovery of their homes. The damage, like I was saying, in this neighborhood is widespread. Here where we are, the damage is worse, but throughout the neighborhood, there's a lot of broken windows, a lot of garage doors ripped off of the hinges, and it's just a heartbreaking situation. Hi, do you guys live in this area?
Yeah.
Would you mind, we're on Channel 13 right now, would you mind if we talk to you about the damage to your home?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, will you tell me your name?
Maria.
Maria. Okay, so tell me, were you home when this happened this morning?
4:30 in the morning.
What was that like?
Like a bomb.
Were you sleeping?
Yes.
You're obviously very emotional. I mean, how are you coping with everything that's gone on today?
I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know. Our house is destroyed. Everything came down.
Were you or your family members hurt?
No. No,
I imagine it's just got to be stunning that all of this happened so quickly and out of the blue.
Yes, ma'am.
Describe what the inside of your home looks like.
The ceiling is on the floor. The foundation moved like this much, so we can see the grass, the patio. So we can't stay there. The house is very damaged.
How long have you lived there?
4 years.
4 years. So what are you and your family doing now?
I'm gonna go stay with one of my daughters.
I'm so sorry that happened.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you're okay, though.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nice talking to you, Maria.
Thank you.
It's a very, very hard situation out here right now. A lot of people are very emotional because, they weren't expecting this. They were asleep. It happened at 4:30 in the morning, and you can imagine being jolted awake by something so powerful that it did all of this damage to homes, that it was able to move homes off of their foundation. And that's the case with a lot of homes right here in this area where we are, where Maria lives. It's just a heartbreaking situation out here. And we've talked to people about what's next for their homes, and they just tell me they don't really know. They're waiting on insurance adjusters to come out and get an idea of what to do next, but they've heard that the possibility of their homes having to be torn down. So, a lot of uncertainty today, a lot of emotions that these people are feeling, and also very understandable when you see all of the destruction.
Micah, and
Gina
just
and Chauncey, I'll send it back to you.
Yes, thanks. And just hearing her and seeing her cry, just your heart just breaks for her and the people out there in that neighborhood. Where you are, do you see any police presence there? Are there officers on the ground in that neighborhood where you are now?
Hello?
Yes, Micah, can you hear me?
Sorry?
It appears as
Micah? Yeah, it seems like
Micah, but
she
yeah,
cannot.
Going back to Maria, I mean, you just, she could understandably barely collect her thoughts, and you see folks like that who worked hard to build their home and get a home, and and fill it with things that they love and that mean so much to them, and then just to lose it all in when you've done nothing wrong.
Yeah.
You know, you certainly hope everyone has good insurance, but it's still very difficult to.
And a lot of them are talking about the scary part about it was the uncertainty. You even talked. You said when it hit, you thought maybe is someone breaking in, or you know, where is this coming from? What is it? And then you come outside, as a lot of neighbors did, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. And then you start seeing the damage, and you start talking to your neighbors. So that's what they've been describing as we've been talking to the people out there.
Is Micah able to talk to this woman?
Micah, can you hear us?
Will you say your name for me?
It's Casey Vasquez.
Casey? Okay, Casey, you were telling me that you live nearby, but not in this heavily damaged area.
No.
Tell me about the damage to your home.
So at my house, it wasn't too extensive. There was only like a few broken windows, as well as our garage ceiling almost falling down, and one of our doors busted in. But other than that, the damage wasn't too heavy. Oh, and our boiler as well got damaged as well.
What did that sound like this morning? Because to have your door blown off the hinges, I imagine that was pretty dramatic.
It was really loud. It sounded just like an explosion. It was really scary. Yeah.
At what point did you find out what was going on?
Honestly, at first, I thought it was just a gust of wind. But then once I heard the door open, it only took like 2 minutes to figure out that something had happened.
And did you come outside and see a fire across the way?
From my window, I was able to see the big ball of smoke outside. Yeah. But I didn't see the fire itself.
How are you and your family doing since this happened?
We're doing okay. It kind of just shook us a bit, so we're just still a little shaken up. But other than that, I think we're doing good. Yeah.
What about your neighbors?
My neighbors, they're trying to repair their stuff as well, but we're all a little shaken up.
What's it like for you to be walking through here right now and seeing all these homes that really aren't livable?
Well, I'm grateful that my house didn't go through this, but I really do feel for everyone here. It does look really bad, like it will be a lot to recover from, but I know all of us as a community, we can get through it.
It does seem like there's a strong sense of community among everyone out here. Why do you think that is?
It's just a neighborhood, I think, and just Houston in general. We all just kind of view each other as a family, and everyone here, we all go to the same schools and everything, so we all kind of know a little bit of each other. So we all just kind of feel like a little sense of family around here.
What else can you tell me about this, Casey?
I'm just glad we're all safe and everyone here has a place to be and they're all getting their stuff taken care of. And I know sooner or later, we're not going to forget about it, but eventually it will be something in the past and we'll all go back to our normal lives.
Will your family be able to continue living in your home?
Yes, we'll be fine too.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much for talking with us. I really appreciate it.
Micah, can you hear us?
So you can tell. Yes, I can hear you guys.
Gotcha. So I was asking you earlier, I think your IFB may have dipped out and you could not hear us. I was asking if you saw any police presence there where you are in that neighborhood or officers in that particular area.
There are a lot of police out here. They've been patrolling the streets. They've got this neighborhood blocked off. Obviously, you know, people are scared about looting. We did talk to a woman earlier. She said when she was kind of in a rush to get out of her house, she thinks she dropped some of her items, you know, her identification and insurance cards and things like that. And she was saying, I hope that no one came in and stole it out of my home. But based on the way that the police have this neighborhood blocked off, it doesn't seem to me like that could be something that could be going on. But there's a lot of police out here. We saw them earlier. They were going door to door, knocking on people's doors, making sure that no one was trapped and needed help. So there are quite a few officers out here.
Micah, how long have you been there in that community? I want you to kind of describe for us how that scene has changed over the past period of time you've been there.
Well, we got here at about 9 o'clock this morning, I would say, and Yeah, we have seen it go in phases. You know, this happened when it was dark outside and people obviously left the area, then they're coming back and they're able to really see the damage to their homes. So we were seeing a lot of emotional people walking through their homes, seeing all of their stuff just really thrown from the cabinets. You know, their kitchens just has stuff everywhere. There's all kind of broken glass. They're all extremely shaken up. But now we've seen those people leave, and now it seems to be a lot more people in here with plywood, with ladders, trying to board up these homes. If we can maybe show you a little bit to the left, there are a lot of boards on this home, and I think that's what a lot of people are trying to do, to just close it up in the event that there's any kind of rain or anything like that. But we have seen it go through cycles here a little bit.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And Micah, explain to us in detail exactly where you are and how close you are to ground zero, if you will, to where this actually, where the explosion happened.
Well, we are very close. These are the houses that were damaged the worst. A lot of them actually have red tape around them, danger tape, to prevent people from going in them because they're just so structurally unsound. But Willie, if we can turn the camera around, I want to show them just how close we are to the area where the explosion happened. So this is the neighborhood. You might see this fence right here at the end of the street, and just on the other side of that is where the explosion happened. So I would say a quarter of a mile, if not less.
You know, it's amazing when you show us how close you are that nobody in that community, it appears, at least right now, has been hurt. I mean, I know many people were hurt. Many people were taken 18 to an emergency room, but nothing serious there. It appears as though the two fatalities were there out on site at the building, at the business, rather than in the community. And that's what miraculous when cars are flying and ceilings and ceiling fans are collapsing onto people's heads. And in many cases, they're asleep, so they're not able to protect themselves.
That's right. And Micah, thanks for giving us a clear picture as to, I didn't realize how close that particular neighborhood was, which is backing up right there towards the plant. Now we want to go to Nick Notario, who is also out there live. He is actually in someone's home in that same neighborhood, or outside someone's home there in that same neighborhood. Nick, what's it looking like at this hour where you are?
Chauncey tried to be in it, but the cell phone signal is not really cooperating, so we keep freezing with the camera. I really wanted to go inside and show you the damage because it's remarkable to go inside these homes, and really unbelievable to see the extent of damage. I mean, literally, just imagine in your home all the windows just exploding. And that's what these people are dealing with. And there's glass and shards of glass everywhere in all of these homes. But Micah had talked about the rows of homes that are really the worst. Here they are. We're just a little bit south from her, and you can see where all the glass has come out and broken out of these homes. And just to give you an idea of how forceful this whole situation was, I want to show you where's like a garage door that might have some damage. See, they've come home and they've been able to open them up. Okay, here we go, right over here. So this gives you an idea. You can see the force of that explosion that happened earlier this morning. Just look at how that garage door was just pushed right in. And we've seen that in a number of homes. It's not only the garage door. I mean, they are, the roofs have exploded as well. So all you see are beams. All you see are beams. And there's insulation that has fallen down. You can see in the house here. Take a look. Okay, so look at the roof. You can see nothing but beams, and all the insulation just came crashing down on these people. Many of them were sleeping below, and they were, wakened by what had happened earlier this morning. There was a neighbor out here, Domingo. We're going to try and find him. He was at home this morning, and he's one of the handful of people that we have talked to that have cuts on their arms. He's got some Band-Aids because a number of them had glass come shattering on them as they slept. And he lives right in here in this home. And you can see, you had asked about what's different. We've been here since 9 this morning. Here's what's different. You can see homes starting to board up as they are trying to secure their homes, not just from weather. Micah mentioned weather, but really honestly from looters, people trying to come in and take advantage of the situation. Let me see if we can find this homeowner. Do you see him? Oh, here he comes. Okay. All right, here's Domingo. Domingo, first tell us, describe what was it like this morning as you were sleeping in your bedroom?
Waking up 4 o'clock in the morning,
finding out I had debris all over me. Want to know what was going on, and I look out the window. There was no window. I just saw like a ball of fire, like a timing bomb going up in the air 200 feet. And that's when I realized something's going on here. I want to know where my roommates were at. They were trapped in their rooms. So I had to break the door down to get hold of them. But fortunately, we're all okay. I mean, cuts and bruises, glass cuts from everywhere, but other than that, we're doing okay.
Can you describe, we've been in there, but our camera's having difficulty breaking up. Can you describe, what does it look like inside your house?
Demolished. It's not livable. I mean, I've got to go stay somewhere, so what do? Go from there, pick up the pieces and move forward. That's all we can do.
How are you doing, Domingo?
Distraught, but other than that, okay. I'm just glad to be alive. It was a very scary moment this morning. Very scary for me.
I know a lot of Houston, the area is praying for all you out here. What would you want to say to these people?
Thank you for the prayers and thoughts. I've had a lot of phone calls this morning, friends, and on Facebook and all that, and I appreciate all that prayers and thoughts. But I'm okay. We're all okay here, so we just got to pick up the pieces and go on.
Do you know what you're going to do yet? Are you going to go to the Red Cross?
Yes, most likely go to Red Cross because we need a place to stay for tonight, tomorrow, till we find somewhere else to move to.
Just how bad is the damage in there, Domingo?
The whole house is demolished. I mean, it's not livable. So what can you do? I mean, you can't stay somewhere where it's a mess. It's a wreck. I mean, foundation's off. Water pipes busted. I mean, it's just it's indescribable. It's hard for me, but we got through it, so we move forward.
What was it like for you when the light hit this morning and you finally saw what happened?
Terrible feeling, just like, wow, I can't believe this happened to me, but it has. And we just gotta pick up the pieces and go on. I'm just glad that we're all okay and alive. So.
Okay, Domingo, thank you very much. And John, you were pointing out something about the plant.
The plants have been shifted.
Oh,
with
yeah,
the
you can
wall.
see the plants.
So
See, look at the damage. So this was the garage, and just look at the force of the plants there that have been pushed.
We can just go around this.
Let's go ahead and show this wall. So look at the wall, how much it was pushed. So this is normally a straight shot, and just look how much this house has been pushed off the foundation and moved right here. But this has all been, we've seen a similar scene for the past couple of hours. It's actually pretty quiet out here. There's not a lot of activity, but we are seeing people showing up to board up some windows, some doors, and then we also are seeing law enforcement out here checking on people, but also making sure there's no looting or anything like that going on out here as well. But just heartbreaking to hear and see what is still going out here in Northwest Houston.
Wow, Nick, that was an incredible interview,
Yeah.
and to hear him say that he's just glad to be alive and describing it to being akin to an atomic bomb. Thank you so much for that update there. Really provocative stories, and we look forward to hearing more of your reports later on this evening.
All right, now we want to head over from Nick and head to Steve Romo, who is at the command center right now. Steve, what are officials there telling you at the command center?
Yeah, Chauncey and Gina, we got an update from the authorities out here. Houston Police, Houston Fire, along with the ATF, so federal investigators are here as well, combing through this entire area, which has been classified as a crime scene. Now, when you hear that, you may think that it could be intentionally set explosives, but that's not the case. Police Chief Art Acevedo wanted to make it clear that the investigators are here to determine if there is a crime of a regulatory nature, just to make sure that the company involved was up to date on all of the requirements for federally and on the state level to see if there's any wrongdoing, any prosecution that could happen on that end. So that's why it's deemed a crime scene at this point. Meanwhile, they're asking people in those surrounding neighborhoods, those people we've heard Micah and Nick talk to, if they see any physical evidence from the plant or anything of that nature, to call 911. Don't touch it themselves, because they're trying to see if they need to put together a case to prosecute this company. They do say that company's owner is here in the area, and he is cooperating with them right now, cooperating fully in their investigation. They still have a lot of work to do. They want to make sure, they think the neighborhoods right now are safe. They've checked the air quality. That all checks out. They're trying to make sure that the actual actual blast zone itself is safe, so they can go in there and collect evidence and identify the two who they believe are deceased there on the property. Let's hear from Police Chief Pena about the safety and the situation with the chemicals.
As far as the operation goes for the Houston Fire Department, we've moved away from the hazardous response. It's moved into the recovery phase at this point. We do have some search dogs that we've brought in to the scene to assist us with searching the area. At this time, it's still under the control of the fire department, the entire scene. We're going to proceed after in unison, I guess, in assessing the homes that are in the neighborhood to the west, and just for structural stability. As far as the operation, the rescue operation, as I said, we've moved into a recovery phase right now. It's going to be meticulous. It's going to take some time. We got members of the hazmat team, rescue team from the fire department, as well as ATF assisting us in this operation. We've set up a unified command with all the agencies that I mentioned here, and we're moving systematically, working our way back to what we'll call ground zero, I guess, which is the actual plant that blew up. We'll open it up for questions, but
is in charge of that scene right now, making sure that it's secure and safe for investigators to go in. Then for the next several days, HPD will be in charge of that scene and the investigation to comb through all of the stuff that they have to go through there. But the most important thing for people in the area to know right now, there's no fear of another explosion. They say they've checked out the tanks and they seem secure. They don't see any other leaks. So that's some good news in all of this tragedy. Gina, Chauncey.
All right, Stephen Romo there with the very latest from the command center. Thank you, Stephen.
Well, we know that more than a dozen people had to be taken to the hospital, and we have ABC 13's Catherine Marchand at the Memorial Hospital, Memorial Hermann in the Greater Heights area, to give us an update from there. Catherine?
Well, we just talked to a teenage boy who says his entire family was brought to the hospital here because of this explosion. They live very close by, and he tells us that his dad hurt his back, his mom's arms were covered with cuts from glass, and something fell on his 6-year-old sister's head. He told me, in fact, that all of the mirrors in his house shattered when the facility exploded, and the pipes also burst, so he could hear rushing water. He thought because of that water, it might just be that he was in a bad storm. He wasn't sure. He described that it was just chaotic. He didn't know if it was lightning that could have struck his house, if it had been a bomb, maybe a crash. Listen to him describing all of the chaos.
I just heard a big boom, like it was just so big. It sounded so loud because of the windows, like the windows just like literally popped. The front door where we like go in, it actually just broke, like if someone just like kicked it and like pushed in. Also, the ceiling from my parents' room came down and landed on them, and they had to get out, and all of our neighbors' windows were also broken, and the garage doors were just completely like out.
Now, he tells us that his entire family will be okay. They were checked out. They are doing well, but they are still inside right now. And we know that he is not the only one whose family was taken to the hospital. The Houston Fire Department says at least 18 people self-reported to an emergency room. So many, many families affected by this tragedy. We're live off of the North Loop. Catherine Marchand, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Catherine, thank you so much. And are you hearing about any specific injuries? I know out there where Micah and Nick in that neighborhood, they talked about how people had a lot of scrapes and bruises at the hospital, and what you're hearing as far as the angles from victims or patients. What are you hearing as to specific injuries possible?
Well, in terms of specific injuries, we're hearing things falling on people's heads and then lots of cuts from glass. He said, this little boy, this teenage boy, he said that all of his neighbors had cuts from glass, to the point that the ambulances, the first responders, were so occupied that they ended up just taking themselves to the hospital because they were treating so many cuts. Chauncey.
We're probably very fortunate that it wasn't so much worse when we look at some of the damage that some of those homes moved off foundations. Catherine, thank you so much for that update there from the hospital. And we want to give you an idea of just how widespread the damage was. The explosion so powerful, it was felt dozens of miles away. Take a look at this graphic. It was felt in all directions. We took calls from viewers who live on the east and the southeast side, North Shore, Pasadena, more than 30 miles away. Baytown, more than 40 miles away from the explosion site. In fact, people as far north as Shenandoah up I-45 and Kingwood off 59 also calling into ABC 13 saying that they felt the explosion.
And we also heard from many of you who live on the west side of town there in the Katy area, and also a lot of folks who heard from in Southwest Houston. You not only felt it, but you told us you also heard it, all describing it as a big, big boom.
So this is a look at a Ring camera on someone's front doorstep that was able to capture when the explosion happened at 4:25 this morning. Very incredible to see. This home is at Gessner and Clay, and you can see how badly, not only how big the explosion was, but also how badly it shook the camera as it erupted. So very graphic pictures there.
And Catherine Marchand talking about some of the injuries that she's heard about, a lot of bumps, a lot of bruises, a lot of scrapes. She said the paramedics and EMS teams overwhelmed with helping so many people. And you heard the little boy there. But definitely your heart breaks for those people who lived through this explosion this morning when it suddenly went off at 4:30 a.m. Your heart just broke from Mariah, how she was crying and talking about she had no place to go. Also, we heard from the neighbor Domingo, who said it was like an atomic bomb when he looked outside at 250 feet up in the air was this huge ball of fire. He said he looked out of his window and there was no window, and saying that his home was just completely demolished and not livable.
Unlivable, yeah. We've been cycling through some pictures to show you the damage in some of the homes that were nearby where this explosion happened. The two communities they are calling the most severely affected are West Branch and Carverdale. In fact, in those two communities, only residents are being allowed to go back in, and they must have an ID. But there is a good sky eye picture earlier of the site, and it shows you that the building that once stood there as Watson Grinder is no more, and the neighboring buildings have suffered significant damage. Again, the pictures that we just were showing you show you how homes were moved off their foundations in some cases, and vehicles were thrown. Some homes have big gashes in the rooftops where something big was thrown. We do know that HPD is still on site there. They do say that they believe the tanks at that site are now secure, but they are walking home to home in that community and along the ground to try to get more data about what led to what they are calling a propylene explosion at 4:25 this morning. Right now, we believe that there are 2 deaths that have been confirmed. The police department saying it appears as though those 2 people might have been workers because their vehicles are still there on site. No one has driven away in them, and they should have left by now if they were able to. So they are continuing to investigate, and as you mentioned, Chauncey, a lot of people at the hospital with what are relatively minor injuries.
Right. And once again, the explosion happened around 4:30 this morning at the Watson Grinder plant here. The Sky Eye video showing you from the scene earlier. The good news here that just came this afternoon, HFD saying no air quality concerns, but we were able to talk with our resident talk doc, Dr. Noreen Khan Mayberry, about the incident. Of course, we talked about propylene and how it's a respiratory hazard that could cause some eye and a lot of skin irritation. So elderly people, also children and people with asthma were some of the people who may be greatly affected and really would need to be concerned out there. All right, we've been showing you pictures from the plant. Now we want to go back inside that neighborhood where Micah Hatfield, she is just really across the fence away from where this explosion happened. Micah.
Yeah, the explosion happened just on the other side of this fence here at the end of the road, just on the other side. I mean, we've seen people gathered down there by that fence for a lot of the day looking at the damage to the actual ground zero, as we're calling it, from where the explosion happened. But this neighborhood is extremely damaged in and of itself. I mean, look at this. Homes are boarded up. They're either boarded up, they're damaged, or in the process of being boarded up. Very significant damage here. And we are obviously in the worst of it right now. But that doesn't mean that this entire neighborhood was not affected. We drove streets over, probably half a mile away, and there are still homes that have their windows blown out. There's glass all over their cars. They also... their garage doors are buckling. I mean, it's a pretty substantial damage out here all around. And, you know, we've been saying this all day, but when you look at the damage and then you think about the injuries, it does not seem like they go together because the damage is so substantial. And while, yes, there were several people who were injured here this morning, you would just think it would be so much worse. Now it seems like the injuries that we're seeing out here, while some people do have some bumps and scrapes, it's a lot of emotional. You know, people are very upset. We spoke to a woman earlier who was crying, you know, when we interviewed her because she's so shaken up by this. People did not know what was going on. Most people that I talked to, they said they didn't have any idea that they lived so close to a place that something like this could happen at. And now look, hours later, they're trying to get their doors back on the frames. We've seen a lot of doors just completely blown off the hinges. One woman's front door was actually lodged kind of in her wall right behind it. We've been in homes where the entire ceiling has just come crashing down. It's covering their sofa. This garage right here actually was off, I'm being told. Do you live here? Would you mind if we talk to you? We're on ABC 13. Okay, so, sir, would you tell me your name?
Steve Steger.
Steve, okay, so were you home when this happened this morning?
I was.
What did
Luckily, I was in the bathroom at that time in the morning, and all of a sudden, you heard this explosion like nobody's business. It was like somebody picked up like a giant picked up your house and was just shaking it.
How long do you think it lasted?
Probably with the reverberation and everything like that, probably about 10 seconds. But it just, you know, I'm coming out of the bathroom barefoot and I'm walking on glass. It broke out every window in my house, every single one of them. Blew off part of my front door, my back door.
It seems like that had to be very disorienting. I mean, that early in the morning and then something that you really weren't expecting.
I mean, bottom line is you're still sleepy. So you're like, what happened? What just happened? You're like, what is going on? And then I'm coming out of the bathroom and I'm walking on glass and I'm like, this isn't good. This isn't good. I mean, that plant is right there, right over the fence line. That's how close that thing is. It's 700 yards.
Did you know that the plant had chemicals there that something like this could happen?
I did not. No, I don't think anybody in the neighborhood knew that. It just, you know, it's you know, the big city in Houston, so we don't know where everything is around us, but I guarantee you everybody in this neighborhood is going to know it now, where that place is, and you know, hopefully they're going to be up to code on what they do and everything like that. And you know, I mean, I feel sorry for the families of the people that lost their loved ones. You know, I mean, there's two that were, I guess, identified, and they've got a third one missing, and I haven't heard anything yet. You know, but it's not been a good thing. It's been a rough day.
I can imagine.
It's been a rough day, and I'm not the only one in here. I mean, every house on this lower quarter, from all the way over to there to 2 streets over, there's not a garage door on their house. Not a single garage door survived this explosion. Not a single one.
We've seen a lot of damage to homes, and we've also seen a lot of really emotional people. I mean, how are you dealing with this and just kind of the shock and knowing that it could have been so much worse?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of lucky in a way. Is, you know, I have a good insurance company. I called them at 5:30 this morning, and somebody actually picked up. And she goes like, She goes, okay, what was the damage to your house? And I said, no, ma'am. I said, the answer is this. What isn't damaged in my house? I mean, every room in my house, every piece of drywall in my house has a crack on it. I have a wall separated from my floor, like, you know, a good, I don't know, 5-6 inches away from there. I mean, my neighbors over here, you could probably get a picture of it here a little bit. You can see what it did to just the stucco over there. Mm-hmm. I mean, look at that. That's caved in. Yeah. You know, and it's one of those things. It's like, wow, you know, this is unbelievable. This is happening. I mean, you know, I don't know how else to put it. You know, but you know, I've been okay today. I mean, I don't know what tonight's going to be like, but, you know, it's just, I mean, you know, you're going through the steps on, you know, okay, well, what's going to get done? Well, you know, how are we going about doing all this stuff? And, you know, it's upsetting, too, is I just put a new roof on this house 5 months ago, and it's wrecked. One of the joists up there collapsed, and it's ruined the roof.
Steve, will you be able to stay in your house tonight?
No. I don't have a window left in my house, period. I have all 5 of them are blown out. And they're able to put the front door up. They're going to do the security for the garage. They're going to close that up. But no, we're not going to be able to stay here, you know, period.
I'm so sorry to hear that, but I'm so glad that you guys are okay.
Yeah, I mean, we are, and you know what, there's a lot of people in the neighborhood. I mean, there's a lady down here, she's 89 years old, and, you know, she was, you know, I got to get my house fixed, and, you know, it's like, you know, any way we can help you, you know, we're going to try and do it, you know, so that's, you know, what we're all going through here. Yeah. You know, it's been a rough time in this neighborhood this week. I mean, it just really, I mean, when you're only looking at 700 yards across the way, and they said that you could hear that explosion. I've heard that they said that they could hear it in Pasadena.
Yeah.
You know that's a long ways.
Yeah.
I had a friend of mine in Katy contact me this morning. She goes, we heard it over Katy. So, you know, and I'm only 700 yards away from it, so, you know, it was something like, you know, you wouldn't believe happened, but it did.
Thank you so much, Steve, for talking with us. I appreciate it. And guys, you heard it from him. It's better to hear it from someone who lived it than to hear it from me. And you know, it's a stunning situation that these people are experiencing and now trying to pick up from. And you know, we're wishing them all the best. But it seems like a lot of them are moving forward quickly and already have crews out here helping them get everything back together.
It's so nice, Micah, to see that they're able to get help so quickly, and hearing him say that he was actually able to reach his insurance company at 5 in the morning. But my big takeaway, I think, Micah, from your interview is Steve's spirit. And it's so great to see that that is unbroken and uninjured after going through this. Thank you for that report. I want to point out that on the right side of your screen, you're looking at footage, or live pictures, I should say, from Skydrone 13. So we're happy to have that perspective. But we want to go back down onto the ground where our reporter, Nick Notario, is in the community as well. Nick?
We have to look that way?
Nick. Yeah, we are not too far from Micah. We're in the neighborhood right where a lot of these homes were impacted the most. And Christine just came back, and her home suffered some serious damage. Christine, first of all, tell us how you're feeling right now.
Anxiety real bad. Coming back and looking at it, and it's actually falling down more. So, yeah, it's not good. It's like it's just going to fall completely down. The inside is just cracking more. The ceilings are coming down more. Just bearing with it, doing the best I can after seeing it for the second time again today. But thankful, you know, I'm blessed that they're out here to board it up. We ain't got to worry about that, you know. They're gonna board it all up for us for today and keep people out, you know. Keep the weather out, the bad weather out.
Christine, what does it look like on the inside of the house?
Don't look like home. It's all, walls are all messed up, everything's thrown around, glass everywhere. Cabinets open, cabinet doors are open. I mean, ceilings are down in a couple small areas. Walls are missing, sheetrock. It's bad.
To take us back to 4:30 this morning.
Is that what time it was?
It was 4:30. Tell us what you remember about that time.
Just getting up, going to the restroom. She follows me. We sleep together. We was in my mom's room, the spare room, the middle room. And as soon as I lay down, within the minute, it seemed like I heard a loud noise and heard the glass break, and the headboard hit my head, but it saved us because all that glass would have been all over us. And just jumped up, tried to find my glasses because she ran. She got scared, so I had to find her. Glass everywhere, so I had to throw some shoes on, find my glasses so I can catch her and put her in her cage. And then once I did that, I started freaking just going around looking, coming outside, seeing what happened. I mean, I thought it was a terrorist or something like that. I thought it was a bomb or something. I seen some flames or something behind the houses over here. So I was like, I don't know what it was crazy. That's what it was. It was crazy.
What are you going to do now, Christine? I know it's been several hours. You've had time to process a little bit of what happened. Tell us what you're going to do now.
I'm just staying right now. I'm staying in a room down on the other side of the tow, and I'm going to try to get some help on getting some place to stay temporarily till the house is fixed, so me and my baby can come back and just take it day by day, you know.
So I'm sure you've gone from shock to some other words. Tell us, if you've gone from shock to what else? Are you angry, frustrated? What words would you use now?
Let me tell you, that baby right there helps me out a lot with my issues. So I went from shock for a while, and then I got emotional when I came back and seen some pieces of the house, you know, some memories and stuff of family members and stuff, and got a little emotional and can't get angry. I'm not really angry because there's nothing I could have done, nothing, you know, to prevent this. Things happen in life. You know, you just got to deal with it and go with the flow and do the best you can. Just keep going forward and just pray over it. That's all I can say.
It's a great outlook. Thank you very much, Christine. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and show you all a little bit more of the damage of what people out here are dealing with. You can see up there in the second floor, you can see the windows that have broke out. But let's go, and this is a good spot so you can really get a grasp of the devastation that these people are dealing with. You know, Christine described, let's go ahead and show you all exactly what Christine and so many others out here are dealing with. We'll be real quick. Right over here, you can just see inside, see those beams? This isn't a construction project. The ceiling came crashing down at 4:30 this morning. Just imagine you're in bed with your loved ones, 4:30, everything just comes falling down. That's what so many people are dealing with out here, and we're going to continue to talk to them, as many of them are obviously in need of help. They're looking for help, and it's just utter heartbreak talking and seeing what these people are coming back and seeing all their stuff like that.
Nick, what an excellent job you've done interviewing those people out there, and it is difficult to hear them tell their stories. Christine mentioned her house don't look like home. It was heartbreaking for me to hear her say that.
It doesn't.
Thank you. Well, again, just to recap, to wrap up this hour of coverage here online, 2 people's lives have been claimed. We're getting that confirmation. 1 person they're still searching for after a propylene explosion occurred at 4:25 this morning at the Watson grinding facility. We do know that police are on the scene right now on the ground, still doing their investigation as to what happened, but they do say that the tanks there at that facility are now secure. They don't believe people are at further risk of another explosion. Right now, the effort turns to making sure that people have a safe place to stay tonight, and so there is a shelter, and about 50 people, we are told, are staying at that shelter. Pardon me. And they also are trying to make sure that no one is looted overnight, because as you see, so many homes don't have windows, some of them don't have doors. We have continuing coverage on Eyewitness News at 3 o'clock if you want to watch us on television, as well as here again digitally. We appreciate you spending part of your day with us, and we'll continue to find out more about how this terrible explosion happened this morning.
Yes. If
There you go. All right, we've been covering this all day long. Coming up next on the news at 3, new information about the deadly explosion felt miles away.
We have live team coverage. We're going to take you into the neighborhoods affected next at 3.
ABC 13 Eyewitness News at 3. Now, breaking news.
It looks like a building has exploded here by Gessner and Clay. You can see parts of the building on the road.
You're looking at the center where ground zero is, where the explosion happened, and you can see that building completely leveled.
It blew the back wall back about 3 inches, the whole back wall of the house.
The whole back wall of your house?
Whole back wall of the house.
Came down to investigate it, and I couldn't open up my front door.
And we have been measuring about 300 feet to where the nearest home is that received quite a bit of damage.
Ceilings of homes caved in, walls cracked. Look at this, windows blown out. Those are blinds and shattered glass on the floor.
At least 2 confirmed fatalities.
You can see that these are some of the houses that really got some of the worst damage. The stucco is falling off of many houses out here.
I'm speechless. I mean, I just came into one of the homes. There's glass everywhere. I mean, it looked like a bomb went off.
Do not get caught looting, because it will not be a slap on the wrist.
This is a before picture, what it looked like from Google Earth, and then you can slide this over on your home computer or on your device to see what it looks like after. It's just striking how serious the damage is.
It has been a very chaotic day. Since 4:30 a.m., we've been covering this deadly propylene gas explosion in Northwest Houston. Here on the news at 3 o'clock, we have the very latest information right now.
Officials say so far 2 people are dead. We are waiting to learn more about those 2 people. At least 18 people visited the ER for minor injuries and breathing issues. Meantime, dozens are at the shelter at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on Shadowdale Drive.
Now, this explosion was so powerful, people felt it dozens of miles away in all directions out there. We took calls from viewers who live on the east and southeast side of town, North Shore, Pasadena, more than 30 miles away, even over in Baytown, more than 40 miles away.
People as far north as Shenandoah up I-45 and Kingwood off 59. They also called into ABC 13 saying they felt the explosion. We also heard from so many who live on the west side, the Katy area, southwest Houston. You not only felt it, you told us that you heard it, all describing it as a big boom.
ABC 13 reporter Stephen Romo begins our live team coverage here on the news at 3 with the newest information from investigators. Steve, what are they saying at this hour?
Yeah, we've heard from many investigators here. We have the Houston Police Department, the Houston Fire Department, and the ATF is here. So there are federal agents working on this as well. They're the same people who worked the Austin bombing case and the West Texas explosion a few years ago. Now, they tell us that hazmat crews on the scene of the actual blast have looked at the propylene tanks where they believe this blast originated, and they think that there's no immediate danger right now. They say the air quality in the surrounding area is also testing okay, so that is good news for people who live here. But they're still trying to clear that explosion scene itself because investigators can't actually get to the site. There are many things that authorities can't confirm. We know those two people that mentioned were unaccounted for. Also, a body part we know that they are searching for as well. And they're also asking for residents to look for any evidence that may have been sent into the surrounding neighborhoods. HPD says this is a crime scene, but this is an important thing to note about it being a crime scene. They don't believe terrorism is suspected at all. They don't say anything that could lead them to think there could be an intentional setting of this explosion. Rather, they say that there could be regulatory concerns. There are tightly controlled chemicals involved here that they're looking into. Let's hear more from Chief Acevedo about that.
As of right now, we have no indication that there's any terrorism nexus or of any intentional act. Having said that, this industry that we're dealing with, when you're talking about chemicals and you're talking about these type of industries, are highly regulated industries. They're very strict, stringent requirements in terms of a lot of things they have to do. And if we investigate and we find that things that were supposed to be done by either the primary company or vendors that are servicing their equipment and things of that nature, and then people die and we have explosions and all these other things, that can create a criminal offense.
But the business owner is here and cooperating with authorities in this investigation right now. The scene will be under the control of the Houston Fire Department for the foreseeable future until they can secure it. Then Houston police officers will move in and take control of this investigation. That could last several days, according to Chief Acevedo, which means some of these roads around these neighborhoods will also be closed off for the next several days. Reporting live, Stephen Romo, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
All right, Stephen, thank you. Now we continue to monitor live from Sky Eye, the site of the explosion this morning.
That's right. Officials sadly say the explosion took 2 lives. The police chief also saying they're not 100% sure of the victims' identities, but have a good idea who they are, saying they are both employees.
Now, a friend of one of the company's employees spoke to him just minutes before the explosion. Our own Marla Carter talked to that friend and is joining us now live. Marla?
Yeah, this is absolutely heartbreaking. That friend tells us that the employee had just arrived to work and he called her around 4:15. He said he smelled something, possibly gas, and he said he would call her back, and she hasn't heard from him since. She says he arrives to work early because he usually works out at the company gym, and he told her something wasn't right. He said he was in the parking lot and something smelled funny, like gas. Well, he then walked to the door of one of the buildings when he heard a hissing noise, and that's when she said she became concerned.
Maybe you need to get away from the building. And he said, I said, call the fire department. He's like, well, I called somebody already for my job. I'm waiting for him to get here. So we chit-chatted, and he was really concerned. He said it had a really horrible smell.
And now he told her that he had contacted another coworker and they actually got off the phone when that coworker arrived. Again, he told her he would call her back, but she hasn't heard from him since. 5 minutes later, that's when she herself heard the explosion. She said he has 2 daughters and a son. The son is in the Marines. In fact, Chief Acevedo saying today that one of the victims has a son in the Marines, and he's actually urging the Marine Corps to allow that son to return to Houston expeditiously, even though they do not have 100% confirmation on exactly who that victim is. But he did say, again, he believes he knows who they are. A very sad day, of course, for both of those families. Reporting live from Northwest Houston, Marla Carter, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Marla, thanks. And also this afternoon, police are asking neighbors to check their property.
Yeah, they want you to call them if you see any debris or perhaps human remains. ABC 13 reporter Nick Notario live in one of these affected neighborhoods in Northwest Houston. Nick?
Yeah, this is really ground zero. So many people here were impacted by what happened early this morning. I want to show you just how devastating some of this stuff was. Okay, so look inside. This house, you see those beams right there? That used to be the ceiling. It all came crashing down at 4:30 this morning. All the insulation, the drywall, everything came down and impacted all these people's lives. Not just the ceiling, but look at the windows. Totally busted. All of them surrounding the entire house. If there was glass on the front door, even if glass was sitting on the countertop, that broke as too. Here in this neighborhood, I would say there's about 150 homes that have all been impacted. If glass wasn't shattered or the ceilings didn't cave, they have foundation issues. There's cracks up and down the wall. And we spoke with one of the homeowner's brothers that came home, and he described, what it was like. It was so chaotic at 4:30 when that explosion happened. Take a listen.
Shock. I mean, for them, and also this morning, like I say, I wasn't able to come over here. I was helping outside. Some people, they were stuck in the doors. They cannot go outside because some people, they're older and they live by themselves. So we were trying to help other people.
Yeah, it's just really incredible stuff to listen to what all these people have gone through. And it's not just the homes that have taken a hit. I want to show you just the force of this. Look at this street sign, Stanford Court. Look at that flopped over now. I mean, it is the images that are in this neighborhood. It is remarkable. There were not more injuries, but I can tell you a number of people are dealing with cuts and bruises because when they're just laying in bed, suddenly glass came shattering down. We're live in Northwest Houston. Nick Notario, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Nick, thank you for the very latest from where you are. Now, if you've been affected by this deadly explosion at Watson Grinding and Manufacturing, Red Cross volunteers are right now at a nearby shelter.
Yeah, this is located at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That's at 4703 Shadowdale Drive. That shelter is where we find our TJ Parker this afternoon. TJ?
Hey, Alona. Yeah, in just the past few minutes, we actually just spoke with some Red Cross officials inside telling us that they have now opened an overnight shelter not too far from here. So if you are looking for shelter, get ready. This is the location. It's Fairbanks United Methodist Church. The address is 14210 Aston Street. Again, that's 14210 Aston Street. If you want to pull some paper out, I'll reiterate this at the end of my report here. But Houston Fire says that about 50 people came through these doors here at the Church of Latter-day Saints throughout the day today, and we're about a mile and a half from where that explosion happened. But a lot of people coming here who live in this neighborhood who had a lot of damage with their homes. Now, several organizations, including the Red Cross and Salvation Army, took over the church as a temporary shelter for people whose homes were damaged. This was just a temporary shelter, though. A lot of people I talked with were going through their insurance companies to be put up in temporary housing. And now we know that the Fairbanks United Methodist Church is now open for people. Of course, a lot of these people woken up by the explosion and are still coming to terms with that. Take a listen to what they told us earlier.
I woke up screaming because I didn't know how to react to it. But yeah, thankfully we're all safe. But our house is completely destroyed right now. All the doors are broken, the windows are all broken.
All I felt was honestly it was like a loud boom, thunder. I was actually just getting ready to go to bed when it just happened.
Yeah, we keep hearing the same sentiment over and over again from people who live in this neighborhood who experienced feeling this explosion. And a lot of people are actually reaching out to us asking about how they can help out, how they can donate. And press officials are telling us that you can reach out to organizations like the Red Cross, like the Salvation Army, if you do want to donate. There's also a spot where you can donate at the Brenda and John Duncan YMCA. That's at 10655 Clay Road. And again, do want to reiterate that there is an overnight shelter that has been set up. The Red Cross telling us it is at the Fairbanks United Methodist Church, not too far from this neighborhood. That address again is at 14210 Aston Street. We're live in Northwest Houston. I'm TJ Parker, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Important information for all the folks needing a place to go tonight. TJ, thank you. Now here's a closer look at the before and after of the Watson Grinding and Manufacturing building that exploded this morning.
Coming up, we'll take you through the timeline of what happened here, and we'll also talk about what you should do next if your home was affected.
It's been a long day, just emotionally drained and just tired. And then you have to think of your job, and you have to take time off from your job to prepare to do other things to be able to find somewhere to live, because that's the most important part.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And welcome back here to the news at 3 o'clock. Now, we've shown you plenty of the damage here outside of homes in that area where this explosion happened. The explosion proven to be deadly there. Now, this happened in Northwest Houston. Now, take a look at what we saw when we actually walked inside of someone's home. This is damage from inside of one of those homes. And as we continue to get new information this afternoon and reaction, here's a look back at how it all played out this morning.
4:24 a.m., the explosion was captured on a neighbor's Ring doorbell camera. ABC 13 reporter Jeff Ealing was in the area on another story about 13 miles away. He heard it and felt it.
That was big.
Yeah, it was big. That's what I said.
You felt it too, right?
Yeah. Well,
then people started posting to social media saying their homes just shook, woke them up, saying it sounded like some type of explosion.
We get multiple calls.
We started hearing emergency responders on the radios saying alarms were dropping all over the place.
That's clear. I've got a major explosion with a lot of debris and everything.
4:50 a.m. Jeff Ealing was the first on the scene and live on TV right away.
It looks like a building has exploded here by Gessner and Clay. You can see parts of the building on the road right in front of the building. There were pieces of debris about a quarter of a mile down the road as well. You can see the fire is still burning.
5:35 a.m., a little more than an hour after the explosion, we brought you our first live pictures from Sky Eye. That fire still burning.
Just incredible to see those images, and we want to take you back out to those affected neighborhoods.
ABC 13 reporter Micah Hatfield has been out there all day. She now joins us live with the very latest here at this hour. Micah?
Devastating damage out here. You know, this came without any warning, and now there's barely a window and barely a garage door left in this entire neighborhood. I want to show you Christine's backyard. We talked to her a little bit earlier. She has devastating damage back here. All of her windows and her glass doors have blown out. But you know what is stunning is that neither she nor her dog were injured. and you see all of this damage. It is stunning to think that. It seems like everyone we've talked to has some sort of story about how they were not injured, whether it be just by luck, a fan falling on a guest bedroom bed rather than their master bedroom bed. But in Christine's case, she says that a piece of furniture in her master bedroom blocked her from getting hit by all of this glass that came into her room. I want you to hear from her about what happened in the moments after this terrifying explosion happened.
You know, we all came out and all the neighbors were out, was asking questions, trying to figure out what's going on, you know, checking on each other, making sure everybody was okay. Just looking around, just like it's not real.
Has it sunk in for you yet?
Not, it did a little bit. I'm staying up the street. As I was unloading a few things that I took, it started hitting me. But then, life was life, and I got my baby, you know?
And that baby Christine is referencing is her service dog, Bella. They are comforting each other through this time. Skydrone 13 is overhead. It's showing you Christine's house. The entire side of it seems to have separated from the home. And we've seen this time and time again today that the home has separated from the foundation. And that is the case here at Christine's home. What does she do next? Well, she doesn't know. Right now, she's going to be staying at a nearby motel or hotel and hoping her insurance adjuster can come out here and give her a little information on where she needs to go next. But for now, the damage out here is stunning. Fortunately, the injuries were not as bad as this damage looks. Live in Northwest Houston, Micah Hatfield, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
You know, you make the point, Micah, it really could have been so much worse when we take a look at some of the damage out there. Thank you for that report. Micah, talking about just the impact of the glass, of the blast, shattering all that glass, folding garage doors. This morning we were talking about this damage, how it could be likened to the damage that we see in a tornado.
And it actually looks like that in some of those neighborhoods, like an actual tornado touched down out there. We want to go straight to meteorologist Colin Myers now to elaborate on this.
You guys are not wrong. You saw that video. What was compelling, what Nick showed earlier about 15 minutes ago, was the street sign well far away and how that shock wave, explosions like this at the surface send out a shock wave that has a radius. And I've just posted the latest data on my social feeds, and we'll talk more about this coming up at 4 o'clock. But it certainly looked like the homes even half a mile to 3/4 of a mile out can really suffered what could have been EF1 or EF2 damage, right? You have damage to walls, exterior windows gone, and you also have some attics that filled up with pressure, and you have a pressure differential within the house, and so those actually expand out and blow into the house, or garages actually blow inward toward the house. That's caused by a pressure differential, similar to a tornado. Now, let's take Sky, if we can, over some of the damage right now. Some of that damage was definitely comparable to EF4 or EF5 damage right in that main swath. Take a look at that. And that's live imagery we're seeing right now from Sky Eye up there. I'm telling you what, from the EF4 and EF5 tornadoes that I've seen in the past, that damage in the main swath there, and you can see even the tree bark, it looks like some of those trees are stripped bare. That is similar to an EF4 or 5 tornado. Obviously not as wide of a radius as perhaps an EF5 tornado, but seeing structures completely folded like that, and we also saw truck damage, individual cars and trucks in the area. That to me looks like an EF4 or EF5 tornado. Now again, thankfully that radius was not extremely far out, but certainly similar impacts, guys. That looks eerily similar to a tornado. And again, we'll have more comparisons coming up. I also have the full wind map showing the extent of where those winds could have carried any particulates or anything in the air coming up at 4 o'clock. Much more on that up ahead. Elisa.
So we are carefully monitoring what this means for your afternoon drive right now. Of course, a very busy corridor of Northwest Houston, Clay and Gessner right now. Gessner remains shut down between Gennard and Clay. Stefani, locally in that neighborhood, also north and southbound, closed as well. The update about our most precious cargo, Spring Branch ISD, says after-school activities and athletics will be going on as scheduled. They are allowing students outdoors for those activities. You can expect transportation delays for the buses this afternoon. Cypress Fairbanks saying the same thing. Expect delays. Students who cannot be dropped off safely will be taken back to campus and their parents notified to pick them up there.
All right, good to know. Elisa, thank you. Now, to give you some perspective on this explosion, we want to show you what's in this vicinity within 1, 5, and 10 miles. People as far away as Baytown said they felt it.
And according to a 2010 EPA profile of Watson grinding, it says there are more than 89,000 people living within a 3-mile radius of this facility.
Impacted a lot of people. Stay
Yeah.
with us. Coming up, we're talking about home repairs and what you need to be careful of.
In my ear. Yeah. I'll just say it. Or no. Sock kilt. Got it.
Try it again, Rich. Still looking a little blue.
Do I not have the right script? No. TexasReady.gov.
It can't be.
Mm-hmm.
Let me do it one more time.
Oh, Texas Ready. Right. Okay. Got it. Okay. Got it. Found it.
You know what it is? It's probably gonna fix that. Somebody had it on. I just took it out. Okay. Go shoot it up.
Yes.
Yeah, it is fine.
Gotcha.
Shoot it up, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. How far do we have? So we're cutting you.
Yep. Yep.
On
I
the
got you,
deadly
girl. I
plant
got you.
explosion
That's okay.
at.
Can you take a picture for us? Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You got it?
I think so.
So serious enough for you?
Look at that.
You see it?
Look at that
Yes.
studio screw.
Oh.
He's gonna want it over. Ready? That's how it looks.
Don't say but also. Take that part out.
Okay. Yep.
Affected by this.
Pen.
I always have one up here, but it's not here. Oh, here.
Just need to- How far do we have, please? Thank you.
10 seconds. Here we go.
You want me to check that?
Here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome back to the news at 3 o'clock. I'm here in the newsroom talking with consumer reporter Chelsea Hernandez about the people who were affected by this deadly explosion. What information should they have now?
Okay, so right now, if you were affected by this explosion, then you want to make sure you're keeping all of your receipts, whether it's because you're evacuating or if you're already starting to make those repairs, okay? Next up, you want to make sure that you take pictures of all of the damage before you even start the cleanup, and make sure you have someone come in and check your home if you think that the structure might be damaged as well. And you can always follow cleanup safety instructions that we have posted over on TexasReady.gov for you guys to stay safe out there.
A lot of great information there, Chelsea. Thank you. When we come back here in the news at 3, a final look at your forecast. Stay with us.
Just she take a live cam or no? You tell me.
So, I
okay.
I hope they just allow us to
How about this?
kind of breathe and try to gather for 4. I haven't looked at anything. Up there. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Do you want me to talk about anything or no?
Okay.
I can talk about wind right there. Overall. Okay, we'll just play by ear.
Get an actual forecast into though. I mean, the rest of the city really wants to look at the weekend.
Yeah, I do
I'm
want
going
to.
to speak for the rest of the city for just a moment.
Do you want me to here or definitely a 4? Well, and
Yeah, even if it's just a couple days at the, in the last 5 seconds. Yeah.
rain
Okay,
arrives
see,
Saturday
that's
night.
good to know.
Yeah. We'll pop that up. Rain arrives Saturday night. Yeah, at 4. We
And
need to
actually,
do-
it does impact the people that live out
Exactly.
there. Oh, this is dead?
You want to toss?
Is this dead?
Here we go.
All right, we continue to follow this on our website right now. You can see the latest information about the deadly explosion as well as an interactive before and after photo, more about the company that this building belonged to. As we take a look at these pictures, we're going to get one last check of the forecast as well, Colin.
You know, and those winds alone, and we've been talking about it, going to die down a little bit. Thankfully, the first half of tomorrow looks good, but rain should start tomorrow night. We'll have more on that at 4.
And we'll continue our live stream coverage here on this deadly explosion on ABC13.com and the app.
Welcome back to our continuous coverage of the deadly explosion in Northwest Houston, where 2 people are confirmed dead, and there have been about 18 confirmed injuries at this point to people that were treated. We have a couple of hundred homes that have been directly impacted, and certainly folks all around that area are dealing with some of this aftermath.
And the devastation and the damage out there is widespread. About 180 to 190 homes out there damaged. We've heard people talking about how when that explosion explosion happened this morning, around 4:30 this morning. It took them by surprise. Windows were shattered, glass shattered, walls collapsed. This is just the neighbors out there waking up out of their sleep, not knowing exactly what happened here. Of course, you're on ABC13.com. We're following the very latest this afternoon in this deadly plant explosion here at the Watson Grinding and Manufacturing Plant. We want to go now to a meteorologist, Colin Myers, who is also talking about the weather, and the wind is playing a factor out there.
The wind has played a factor. I also want to go back right to this on radar. This is live this morning. Let's pan it through 4:30 in the morning. Watch what happens here, okay, as we go through. Look at that. Briefly shows up. Jersey Village there, down towards Little York Road, right where it occurred, and then it's gone. Okay, so it shows up briefly right there. And in fact, there's an area of heavier reflectivity right here, right where the plant is. That's it. That's where the explosion occurred, and then it's gone. So what radar feedback there was likely showing was somewhat biological, so birds leaving the area, life leaving the area, but also some potentially particulates or gas output into the air. Also want to show you live camera view right now. Beautiful skies out there now, so if there were anything out there, we'd be able to see it. Winds are fairly light. Earlier, we saw almost a little bit of a haze right along the surface below what we call the inversion. The Fujita scale shows the intensity of, obviously, tornadoes, the enhanced Fujita scale, EF 0 through 5. Again, right near that center, it looks like a 4 or 5. Some spots maybe a 3, and then out on the periphery, an EF 1 or 2 in some of those spots as well. Here's the wind direction, really what shows what happened from where the epicenter of this was, really just right there, south and east of Jersey Village, right in that location. Now, in general, the felt distance radius is 35 to 40 miles, where we have reports of people feeling it. As far east as Channelview and Baytown, as far west as even Sealy, okay? So even further out to the west, northwest, north and west of Waller. And so that's, in general, I think the felt distance radius. Some reports are coming out further out. I certainly think that's possible. But then right in here, based on the wind direction all day, this would be the area, if particulates were to have spread, it'd be where they would have gone. So in this area, stretching from Jersey Village down south towards Sugar Land and northern parts of Fort Bend County, southwestern Harris County, just east of Cinco Ranch and Katy. And on top of that, I have in white here the current wind streamlines, about 5 to 7 miles per hour out of the northwest. But again, these winds were a little more northerly towards the southwest, towards the south and southeast all throughout the day. So I think that is in general going to be your area. But at this point, again, no reports of particulates. I don't have any air quality changes. They're still specifying good, but that forecast came from this morning. So again, as far as what's in the air there, very hard to tell you meteorologically from what I can see, at least at this point. Good news is we have a chance of rain coming into play late tomorrow. About a 20% chance or so, higher chance down to the coast, but not great news for folks up there. I do think we have a higher chance of rain coming in on Sunday, and we'll expand more on this coming up at 4 o'clock. But a 60% chance of rain early Sunday, starting off at 55. It's going to be a chilly morning tomorrow, 41, 55 then, and then 65 and 70. Both afternoons should be nice, but I do think we're going to get some rainfall this weekend coming up, and especially at 4 o'clock, we'll show you future track. But again, guys, rain starts late tomorrow, so in terms of cleanup, I know that won't aid things once that gets going late on Saturday night.
All right, good to get the heads up about that. Colin, thank you very much. Now, we've had crews on the scene there since right after the explosion, and we have been getting a better look throughout the day at all the damage that's left behind, and it is extremely widespread.
And it's also extremely heartbreaking to hear from some of those neighbors talk about how they've lost everything. We want to go back now down to the ground where Micah Hatfield is in that neighborhood, just very close to this plant. Micah?
This is heartbreaking. We talked to residents and they're crying because, you know, they were scared. They didn't know that this was going to be happening. Obviously, they were asleep, so you can just imagine being jolted awake by an explosion that's caused all of this damage. There are very few windows left in homes in this neighborhood right now. There are very few garage doors. It's stunning to see all of the damage in here, and then to think that, you know, these people are going to have to try and sort through all of their things and take what they need for the immediate future and find somewhere else to live. We're here at Christine's house right now. We talked to her a little bit earlier, and I want to show you some of the damage here. We're going to go in her backyard, but before we go back there, I want you to see just the side of her house, how it's separated from the roof. I mean, you just imagine the severity of that explosion and how intense it must have been to separate the side of this home from the roof. And this is her backyard. This is what she woke up to. She was asleep. Obviously, this happened at 4:30 in the morning. And yes, a lot of her things are knocked over, which is bad, but you see all of her glass windows that have just been blown out of her house. All of her blinds came tumbling down. You know, we've heard throughout the day so many stories from people who just say, you know, I was in my master bedroom, and in my guest bedroom or my second bedroom, a ceiling fan came tumbling down in the other bedroom, and it could have been my room, and I could have died. And that's the stories that we keep hearing. For Christine, she was asleep in her room, and she says it was her headboard of her bed that actually blocked the glass from hitting her and her dog. And she walked away from this unharmed, which is just astonishing when we look at all of the damage in this neighborhood and think about the injuries. And yes, there are injuries. We've seen people with bandages. We've seen people with bruises. But when you look at this and think that the woman inside of this home was able to walk away unharmed, her and her dog, it's stunning. I want you to hear from her now what she said happened right after this explosion and vibration stopped. Okay, well, we're not going to be able to let you hear that, but, you know, she said everyone came out of their homes and started helping each other. They went and helped people who they could hear might have been trapped under some debris, and they just really came together as a neighborhood and formed that sense of community in the wake of a disaster. And she's just glad, Christine tells us she's just glad that she has her service dog, Bella, and they are safe. They're actually out on the street right now. It's a hard time for people out here. And Skydrone 13 is up overhead over Christine's home, and a lot of damage. And this is just throughout this entire neighborhood. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Micah, thank you very much for providing that perspective on just what everyone is dealing with. And of course, the family members of two people tonight are in mourning as they have gotten this terrible news that there have been two confirmed fatalities. Their identities have not been released and indeed have perhaps not been confirmed. But Police Chief Art Acevedo has asked us to please pray for those two victims. He says they are there's a high probability that they are employees of the company Watson Grinding. Here's what he had to say.
This community is a community of faith. To please pray for the two victims that we have uncovered here at the scene. These victims are a high probability that they are employees of this company. Chief Pena, myself, Senator Whitmire, the ATF SAC here, Fred Malinowski, and the Mayor Pro Tem and our council member have been in contact with the families. We've made it, we told them that we can't say 100% it's their loved ones, but you know, you connect the dots, the probability is high, very high that it's them. I can just tell you that the company that's involved has been nothing but cooperative so far with us. This is a company that's been here for many, many years, and in talking to the employees and their families, they're a pretty tight-knit group of people. I mean, they consider themselves extended family. So my condolences, all of our condolences go out to the families involved.
All right, now we want to take you back. Now, that explosion was so powerful, it was felt dozens of miles away. Now, we're talking about in all directions here. We took calls from viewers who live on the east and southeast side of town, North Shore, Pasadena, more than 30 miles away, even Baytown, that's more than 40 miles away from the explosion site. People also as far as north as Shenandoah, up I-45, and also Kingwood off of 59, also calling in to ABC 13 saying they felt the explosion. We also heard from many of you who live on the west side of town. We're talking Katy and also Southwest Houston. You not only felt it, you told us you heard it as well. All of you describing it as a big, big boom.
Yeah, I certainly know that I was woken up by it in Southwest Houston. It's just incredible, the power of that explosion. Now, we know that it was a propylene tank that caused this explosion. And to learn more about propylene, we have an interview with an environmental toxicologist. You can find that at abc13.com.
Now I want to go over to Elisa Rivas, who is checking on the roads for us. And of course, a lot of roads there in that neighborhood shut down. Is this affecting the afternoon commute?
Absolutely. These closures continue, and it's impacting two major thoroughfares, Gessner and Clay, where it leads into Gessner. This is your view from our Houston TransStar cameras right now of the West Belt, northbound and southbound, right at Clay Road, one of the closest major interchanges to where this is happening. And you see the traffic there is expected at this time of day. But I want to show you where this is on the map. So here you have the belt, and we do recommend using the belt northbound and southbound. I know a lot of you don't like to pay the toll on the belt, so you use roads like Gessner to get northbound and southbound there to 290, which is of course above. This is the interchange, but still it's unavailable to you at this time. And let me give you a closer look at what's happening, including our real-time traffic data. And this is going to be showing you that right now, due to the explosion, Gessner northbound and southbound is closed in this area, starting on the north side up at Gennard all the way down to Clay Road. So that avenue is closed to you at this point. Go ahead and use, in terms of northbound and southbound, just getting through the area, the West Belt. And it could be like that for a very long time. There has been no plan at this point to reopen that. Work still ongoing, investigation ongoing at this point. We do want to let you know, too, Metro Bus Route 46, you're going to be routed around this. So the Bus 46 route is still running for you, but still, it will take a little longer to get where you need to go. So we continue to follow this because we know this is your route to things over the weekend, your route home this afternoon, but go ahead and stick to those main thoroughfares, 290 and the West Belt. Those will get you through, even if they are a little more crowded than usual this afternoon.
All right, Elisa, thank you very much. Now, as we go back to these live images from Sky Eye, this is what the devastation is looking like right there in this area they are calling Ground Zero, where we see some large craters and just complete rubble and debris left behind as investigators pour through all of those different pieces. We're going to go to our own Ted Oberg to talk a little bit about what we might know about the cause of this and what the process is like here. And Ted, we were talking about the fact that some employees reported having smelled a liquid.
Yeah, well, one of the eyewitnesses said they smelled gas, and clearly we don't believe that there was gasoline, but it was like some sort of chemical smell they smelled in the minutes 4:20, 4:25 before this plant had that explosion. And so what the fire chief told us earlier today is that they believe it was a leak of some sort of this propylene that exploded at 4:25, causing all of that damage that we've been talking about all day. One of the other things that is important to notice as you see the pictures there on the right side of the Sky Eye image is that the tanks that held all of the chemicals at Watson Grinding are intact. The fire chief telling us earlier today that none of the tanks had an explosion, so their working theory is that this was a leak of some sort. Propylene in past chemical incidents has pooled either as a vapor or as a liquid in some of these facilities, not Watson, but in other chemical facilities where there have been propylene fires. And then some ignition source sparks it, and then there's an explosion. This is clearly a very explosive chemical. The obvious concern in the early hours was what other chemicals might be on site. The fire chief now saying that all of those tanks are secure and that the danger of further tank explosion is not there. Lawsuits, by the way, have already been filed by attorneys representing some of the neighbors who live so close to this plant. You've seen them all day. The closest homes less than a football field away from the site of this explosion. The lawsuits alleging negligence on behalf of Watson Grinding for the way that they stored or worked with these chemicals. We've heard nothing from the company about those lawsuits. It's very early on. Don't expect them to necessarily respond to a lawsuit, but it would be time for the company to say something. It is on the company, Alona and Chauncey, to make sure that these homeowners are made whole. There's no FEMA program for industrial accidents like this. There's no city program that necessarily has to take care of residents like this. In past incidents, we've seen companies set up hotlines, offer hotel rooms, offer some short-term assistance, and then long-term assistance to rebuild and recover from these things. We've heard nothing from Watson. Not for lack of trying. We've called all of the numbers we can find for their executives and for the company. We found nothing. Attorneys who've represented them in the past have not called us back. It is certainly important, we hope, to hear from the company at some time before the sun sets to give some of those homeowners at least some guidance about where they can turn in the immediate days to try and get some help, since they can't stay in some of these damaged homes.
Right, and the extent of some of the damage, Ted, just now being uncovered. Obviously, some of it we can see from our own video of all of those damaged ceilings, windows, roof lines. But some of this really needs to be checked out by structural engineers, because we can't just make that determination by looking at it with the naked eye.
No, and no homeowner should necessarily make that distinction themselves either. If they believe that the home is unsecure, they should get it checked by a structural engineer before they go back into the home to live. Talked with several of them this morning as this was still developing, and the shortened quick test that they said is, look, if your windows and doors opened easily yesterday and the windows and doors in the inside of your home don't open easily now, it's a sign that your house has likely been moved 1 degree or another because of the force of this explosion. Colin has been saying all day, in some places it's equivalent to a major tornado. You can imagine that that can move homes or shift homes on their foundation, making them structurally unsound. So absolutely, in many of these cases, structural engineers will have to check these homes before people can move back in.
And Ted, you talked about this very briefly, but no FEMA programs, no city programs to help here in this industrial deadly explosion here. So we've seen stuff like this happen in the past. So I guess for recourse for the neighbors is in the form of lawsuits and going after the company.
Well, and that's a lengthy process. If you want to file a lawsuit today, you could probably get into court sometime in 2021, maybe 2022. That's not what these homeowners need. They need some assistance pretty quickly. What we have seen in past industrial accidents, Chauncey, and it's a great question, is companies stepping up quickly to offer some housing assistance or at least some money for people to stay at a hotel for a couple nights while they figure it out. Look, some of these homes are repairable. Some of these homes, even with windows blown out and ceilings that have fallen because of the force of this blast, some of them are going to be repairable. All 200 of these are not a total loss. But they need time to make those repairs, and certainly you can't expect anyone to go back into a home that has no back door or a broken window. That's unreasonable. And in past accidents, we have seen companies step up through their insurance companies and offer this assistance. We've seen that with Arkema, we've seen that with Kimco, we've seen that somewhat with ITC. And so those programs are likely available, and we have seen in court records that this company, at least years ago, had pretty major insurance for the operations there. The one note, and our colleague Bree Berry asked a very good question earlier today, is sort of a warning, a victim beware. If a company representative, or even a lawyer for that matter, comes to the house and says, hey, sign this, we'll get you some help, this is not the time to sign something quickly in the hope of a quick payout. Make sure you know what you're signing. Make sure you know exactly what rights you may be giving away and what benefits your signature guarantees you. You want to make sure that you let someone you trust take a look at that document, either a lawyer or someone else.
Yeah, very good point there, and an important one, Ted. Thank you very much, and we'll be talking with you in our later coverage as well. We do have some information to pass along about shelters. There is one at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It closes at 5 p.m., and at that point, an overnight shelter will be set up at Fairbanks United Methodist Church. That's at 14210 Aston Street, just off of Hempstead Road. That opens at 5 p.m. We are continuing to follow this important story. We are going to join our broadcast, and we will be back here with you on digital in just a couple minutes.
Good afternoon, I'm Art Rascon. Following breaking news out of Northwest Houston, that explosion there that leveled that warehouse and killed 2 people. So many others are injured as well. Dozens of homes destroyed, some partially, some superficially. We are looking into that. We will talk about shelters as well. for later tonight on where people will stay who have been damaged from their homes. All of that plus a great deal more tonight, 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock. See you then.
ABC 13 Eyewitness News at 4. Now, breaking news.
I just awoke to this humongous blast.
A large explosion on about the 5300 block of the West San Eastern Parkway northbound. Don't know where it happened, but it rocked my car pretty good in the area. You'll get a bunch of calls.
We got the same thing. Check the windows.
We do have confirmed fatalities. In this case, at least 2 confirmed fatalities.
At first, there were firefighters knocking on doors and out there at 5 o'clock in the morning or so, and they said, y'all need to pack a bag and leave.
Like an explosion, everything fell off, the doors, even the windows broke.
I woke up to the ceiling crashing down on me with a burst of flames I could see out the window.
And you heard it right there. Residents all across Harris County shaken by the massive explosion from the Watson Grinding and Manufacturing building.
Sadly, 2 people, likely employees at that company, were killed in the blast. Up to 200 homes have been damaged. Other injuries as a result of that. Hospitals in the area say they have had up to 18 patients coming in the ER with breathing issues and minor injuries. Houston police have now closed off 2 neighborhoods near that building off of Gessner near Clay Road. That entire area, in fact, being investigated as a crime scene as search dogs are checking to see if anyone is perhaps trapped in that rubble.
Now, there is a shelter open for all of the victims who have been impacted by this. It is at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That's at Shadowdale and Libert. At last check, almost 50 people have taken shelter there. That shelter closing in about an hour from now, but then an overnight shelter will be open at Fairbanks United Methodist Church. Their address, 14210 Aston Street. That is just off of Hempstead Road.
The explosion was so powerful, in fact, it was felt dozens of miles away. In all directions, we took phone calls from viewers who live on the east and the southeast side, North Shore, Pasadena, more than 30 miles away, and Baytown, about 40 miles away from that explosion site. People as far as north as Shenandoah, in fact, on I-45 and Kingwood off of 59, also calling into ABC 13 saying they felt the explosion and certainly heard it. We also heard from many of you who live on the west side and Katy area and southwest Houston. You not only felt it perhaps, but you told us that you heard it, all describing it as a big boom.
And take a look at these pictures. These are before and after shots of the building. You can see on the right-hand side there, total devastation around some of those structures. Now, let's kick off this live coverage from Sky I-13. The ATF deploying one of its 5 national response teams to Houston right now to help in the investigation of the explosion. This is the most elite team on their force, and it consists of 30 members. They have a range of expertise, from arson investigators to bomb technicians, scientists, and engineers.
And our Skydrone 13 also catching devastating images of the aftermath of this explosion. You can see all of that just off into the distance as well, just beyond the roof of those homes.
So as we take a look around right now, there are so many residents who live close to that building. They are still busy assessing the damage to their homes, some of them not safe to even go into.
And for good reason. ABC 13 reporter Nick Notario live now in one of those neighborhoods. Nick, what is the latest situation there?
Well, I can tell you, people are starting to come home. They left early this morning. They couldn't see the damage, and they've come back home to see exactly what has been going on. Let's show you some of the impact here from this explosion. We're only hundreds of feet from where that plant exploded. Just look at the force. This explosion happened overnight. You can see the garage door just pushed in. You had drywall come crashing down, and then just look at the siding on the house here. Look at the plants that fell over, crashed into the sidewalk, and you can see on the ground there are just shards of glass everywhere. And in this home, this isn't unique to this area right here. We've had all kinds of visuals just like this where glass has exploded, the roof have come crashing down with insulation and drywall, and many people who were just sleeping in the middle of the night were awoken to the sound of the explosion, and then the glass and the drywall come crashing down. Now, as I mentioned, a lot of people are just starting to come home. The damage. We caught up with 2 women who were coming home for the first time, and it was really heartbreaking to witness and watch what happened. But I want you to go ahead and take a look. Just listen how gut-wrenching it is for some of these people.
Look, oh my God, I'm devastated. This is so sad. Oh my God.
Now, I want to show you what has changed since this morning. A lot of you probably saw us this morning or are watching us on ABC13.com. But I want to, in terms of what's going on, what's different here in the neighborhoods, we're seeing a lot of people with construction vehicles, trucks, and this is what they're doing. You can actually see a number of windows that are boarded up on the sides of houses. That is what's taking place tonight as people are trying to do this. But if you take a look at Skydrome, let's go ahead and show you. I mean, we're literally, that plant that exploded, this is people's backyard. So that is how close it is out here. And it's going to take a lot of time, hours, days, and weeks for these people to come back into these neighborhoods. We're live in Northwest Houston. Nick Dottorio, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, a lot of people suffering through so much. Thank you, Nick. We appreciate that report. Well, at least officially, 18 people were injured by this blast, and those are just the number that have actually gone to the hospitals. Countless others were injured that never even went to the hospital. 2 killed by the explosion. The 2 victims are believed to be employees of Watson Grinding.
Yeah, such a sad part of this story. We are learning more about the victims this afternoon. Our own Marla Carter is live just outside of the plant. Marla?
That's right, Alona. And sadly, actually, we spoke with a friend of an employee who actually arrived to work at the plant prior to that explosion. She said she's been trying to reach him since and hasn't been able to get a hold of him. A phone call at 4:15 this morning came from a man Bobby has been dating.
He's just all around a nice guy, you know. I guess that's what attracted me more to him.
She said he often arrived to work early to work out. Today, though, he mentioned a strange smell.
He was telling me, hey, he goes, something's not right. And I'm like, why? And he's like, I'm here, you know, in the parking lot at my job, and I just smell something really, really funny. He goes, it smells like gas.
He told her he heard a hissing sound near the building. The 5-minute conversation ended with him telling her he was looking into what was causing it and telling her he'd call back.
He said, hey, that guy is driving up. Let me get with him and I'll call you back. And I'm like, okay. And it wasn't like maybe 5 minutes later, about 4:20, 4:23, something, I heard the big bang. I felt it here at the house.
Bobby hasn't heard from him since. She says he has 2 daughters and a son in the Marines.
The family has contacted the Marines, and the Marine says until there's 100% certainty he will not be released. Well, Marines, we need you to release that young man to get him home.
And again, that was Chief Art Acevedo you just heard from, asking the Marine Corps to allow that son to return here to Houston, even though they have not positively identified the victims. But again, as the police chief said, they do believe they know who both of those victims are. And of course, we're all sending prayers to their families tonight. Reporting live from Northwest Houston, Marla Carter, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Such a tragedy for their families and their friends. Marla, thank you for that perspective on the story. Now, search dogs are out there right now. They are still combing through every inch of that scene, trying to make sure that nobody is trapped in the damage.
Yeah, Steve Romo picking up our team coverage with what's happening there at the crime scene. Stephen?
Yeah, Art and Alona, you're exactly right. This is a crime scene right now. As we mentioned, Houston Police Department is out here along with the ATF. They are looking, as you mentioned, trying to find anybody that could be trapped in the neighborhood surrounding this area. But it is a crime scene not because terrorism is suspected at all, but because they think that this could have the potential of being prosecuted for a possible regulatory violation. The chemical propylene they believe was involved has some pretty tight restrictions on its use. Let's take a look at this video we got from Sky Eye. We can see just how bad this fire was following that explosion. People nearby, of course, had plenty of damage, as we've seen inside their homes. This all starting, of course, 4:30 this morning. That blast rocking Watson Grinding and Manufacturing and the surrounding neighborhoods as well. 2 people confirmed dead. Police say those are likely to be the 2 male employees who were nearest to that blast, but they can't confirm their identities until it's safe for investigators to go in and officially get that identification. There were many other close calls we heard about, though, including a man in a truck that was thrown. He ended up with some head injuries, one of the people treated. 18 others that we heard about also treated at local hospitals. We hear that the owner of that facility is here and he is cooperating. Officials also say that they don't see any immediate risks from those chemicals right now. The good news, Hazmat has already looked at the tanks. Let's hear about that latest.
Hazmat unit out there, they did an assessment of the integrity of those tanks. They seem to be intact. None of them were visibly damaged. And at this time, we're not concerned with future leaks.
The air quality is also safe, according to those officials. Now the attention, of course, turning to the families of the victims and the neighbors whose homes were gutted, as well as trying to pin down an exact cause for this explosion. Of course, very important for people who live in this area. They want to know exactly what was the cause, as well as authorities. Meanwhile, the police say they'll be here probably for the next 4 or 5 days for their investigation. Reporting live, Stephen Romo, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
All right, Stephen, thank you. And you know, everybody has those same questions about that cause. Our investigative team digging into the background of Watson Grinding and Manufacturing.
Ted Oberg is here now in the studio with what he has found. Ted?
This is a company that's been in existence for decades, Art and Alona. They make something most prominently called a ball valve, a severe ball valve that's used in oil refining and manufacturing. At this facility here, they had a number of things that they did. They cut them with precision machines and they coated them in a high heat process that used that propylene as a heat device to get the powder coatings onto these materials. We looked into their safety record. OSHA cited them in 2013 for 4 violations with an $8,000 fine, which in the scheme of things and violations that we look at in moments like this is not very much. Since 2013, they have had a clean record, and prior to that, there's not a whole lot. As far as permits this company would have had out at this facility, clearly they had those giant tanks full of what is now known to be explosive chemicals. But as far as permits that they may have needed for those, we can't find any of those, and certainly can't find any violations of permits they didn't have. That may be one of the reasons we haven't seen lawsuits filed by either the city or Harris County. Both of those at this point have not gone to court to allege any sort of air violations, which is something we see. We do know of the lawsuits filed by 2 homeowners seeking to hold everything as is at this site until they can figure out what the cause is and maybe why homeowners had been injured and their homes damaged. But as for the company, we've heard nothing. The company earlier this morning confirmed to us that yes, in fact, this was their facility and that they had a propylene explosion. But since then, no word about where residents can go to get help, no hotline, no immediate assistance, no hotel rooms, no nothing. I just spoke with the CEO for about 13 seconds, said, I can't talk right now, I'll call you back. We certainly hope to speak to Mr. Watson very soon.
Absolutely. So many people really in desperate need of those answers very quickly, Ted.
Well, because normally at this time for these types of disasters, we do hear from the companies which are involved. So thank you, Ted. Appreciate that report. All right, as we get to break here, we're going to take another look at Sky Eye. But first, let's get on to Colin Myers for the weather. Colin?
And you know what, guys? Beautiful day. Apart from that really nice day, tomorrow's going to be nice until the evening. And there is a rain chance, I think, really building in late tomorrow night and then especially Sunday morning. So definitely want to give you that heads up. As we look to the north and west from our Memorial camera in that direction up towards Jersey Village. Also the ABC 13 tower camera right over the Southwest Freeway. And again, you can see up towards Kirby, River Oaks. Pretty nice. The sky is very blue out there. I want to take you to radar this morning. And again, we're using the HGX radar site, the local NextRad radar. I want to go back to 4:30. Take a look. All of a sudden, you get this blip of activity right there. And again, that shows up fairly quickly, and then it's gone. Notice how quickly it pops up, and then it's gone. And what that is for is most likely that shows the gaseous or particulate sprayed into the air, also potentially biological feedback. And coming up, we're going to talk much more about the radius of where this was felt, where the winds took it. Also, much needed information from your forecast, the full 10-day, and more on this rain incoming this weekend coming up.
Very good. Thank you, Colin. As we go to break, here's a look at Sky Eye once again and the devastation as a result of that blast. Houston firefighters still in control of the scene. Residents are the only people allowed to get back into their neighborhoods near that scene, just on the other side, hundreds of feet away, near the scene there. And then Chief Art Acevedo, of course, is sending out patrols to be watching the neighborhoods where people left their homes. He warned looters to stay away or they will be charged. All right, we have some breaking news, and this coming out of Waco. Waco health officials there saying that they are investigating a suspected case of the new coronavirus involving a Baylor University student who traveled to China earlier this year.
Yes, now this is a suspected case, just like the one that involves a Texas A&M student in Brazos County. We told you about that one yesterday. So far, this new coronavirus outbreak has killed 26 people and infected more than 800, mostly in China. There are 2 confirmed cases in the U.S., one in Seattle, another in Chicago.
We are carefully monitoring what the explosion from this morning in Northwest Houston means for your afternoon drive due to the heavy law enforcement involvement and road closures in the area. Here's one of the closest major intersections. We have Clay Road at the West Belt. The West Belt, northbound and southbound, is your best alternate route for those of you that like to use Gessner, northbound and southbound, to get toward 290. Let's take a closer look in, because right now you can see you're busy northbound on the belt, and as you get closer to this location, of course, everything blocked off and very busy and congested right there on those major thoroughfares, northbound and southbound. This is going to be under investigation for quite some time. So from Gessner, Gennard, all the way down to Clay, it is a total closure and will remain that way for some time. This is a closer look at the spot, too. You can see it's going to be not just Gessner, but also Stefani as it goes northbound and southbound locally in the area. We talked to Spring Branch and Cy-Fair. They are running buses this afternoon, but say there may be delays. You can expect delays throughout the afternoon due to the road closures, but Spring Branch is still going to have school activities and athletics as scheduled this Friday afternoon.
All right, Elisa, thank you. Well, it has almost been 12 hours now since that moment a massive blast rocked neighborhoods in northwest Harris County.
You likely felt it and heard it. That blast was felt all across Harris County. ABC 13's Chauncey Glover. Timeline now of what happened.
4:24 a.m., the explosion was captured on a neighbor's Ring doorbell camera. ABC 13 reporter Jeff Ealing was in the area on another story about 13 miles away. He heard it and felt it.
That was big.
Yeah, it was big. That's what I said.
You felt it too, right?
Yeah. Well,
then people started posting to social media saying their homes just shook, woke them up, saying it sounded like some type of explosion.
We get multiple calls.
We started hearing emergency responders on the radios saying alarms were dropping all over the place.
That's clear. I've got a major explosion with a lot of debris and everything.
4:50 a.m. Jeff Ealing was the first on the scene and live on TV right away.
It looks like a building has exploded here by Gessner and Clay. You can see parts of the building on the road right in front of the building. There were pieces of debris about a quarter of a mile down the road as well. You can see the fire is still burning.
5:35 a.m., a little more than an hour after the explosion, we brought you our first live pictures from Sky Eye. That fire still burning.
And by the way, a shelter in place at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the only shelter there that has been open all day, but it's going to be closing by about 5 o'clock, and there will be another shelter opening.
Yeah, so they're transitioning this over. Right now, they are prepared to host victims throughout the night. ABC 13 reporter TJ Parker is there, and TJ, there has definitely been a need for this today.
Yeah, all day long, Alona, we have talked with several people who have been using these shelters, and we're inside right now the new overnight shelter put on by the Red Cross. This is the Fairbanks United Methodist Church. Nobody in here right now. That's why we can actually be inside to kind of show you what it looks like. But you can see Red Cross officials here setting up, getting ready for these folks as they are expecting to come really any time now. But a temporary shelter was set up immediately following the explosion this morning at the Church of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints on Shadowdale, just about a half mile from where that explosion happened. A lot of people who live in that neighborhood took advantage of the services there. The Red Cross as well as the Salvation Army took over. A lot of people were there as they figured out what their next steps were to find a place for their families to stay. We talked with a few of them earlier, including a little girl who woke up when a window frame fell on her at her home. Take a listen.
I was asleep. I didn't know what was happening. And then, I was scared whenever I woke up because I had a frame on my face. And I'm like, wait, what's happening? And so I just picked up the frame. And then I started screaming because, I heard all the noise. And it was like the house was kind of shaking a little. And so I just started panicking and everything.
It felt like it was thunder. Or we thought it was an earthquake that had hit the house.
We just grabbed what we could and got out of there because we were scared that there might be another explosion.
And again, back out here live at the Fairbanks United Methodist Church. This is the overnight shelter for people who might need a place to stay, whose homes were damaged. And just to let you know, the address here is 14210 Aston Street. That's 14210 Aston Street. It's the Fairbanks United Methodist Church, not too far from where this explosion happened. And also a lot of people asking about donating. Officials telling us in a press conference earlier today that you can go through the usual channels, the Red Cross, as well as the Salvation Army, and they are also taking donations at the Brenda and John Duncan YMCA as well. We're live in Northwest Houston. I'm TJ Parker, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
All right, good to hear. Thank you, TJ.
All right, we've talked about the fact that we're 12 hours out of this, and certainly wind conditions have played into this. A lot of people seeing that haze this morning.
And we lucked out, really, with this. Winds about 3 to 4 miles an hour when it occurred in the past 12 hours has been somewhat calm. Also, another factor, guys, we had a very low capping inversion. We could talk about the cap. Sometimes that'll prevent thunderstorms from going up on severe weather days. It acts as that lid on that boiling pot of water, right? And if you break through the cap, you get big thunderstorms. Well, the cap held all of everything that came out of the explosion, all the smoke, all the particulates, down below about 1,000 to 2,000 feet. Okay, so it held it lower. Thankfully, the wind wasn't much higher. If the wind were higher and the cap held, that had dispersed things a lot faster, right? Think about pushing down and you apply the wind underneath that, almost a wind tunnel effect. It would disperse things quicker. Thank goodness the winds were low. Here's the basic wind direction since 4:30 a.m. this morning when that first activity was picked up on radar. The main wind direction, if particulates were in the air, and of course, there's no update on air quality. I don't have it for you. The air quality forecast for Houston from the government website still says good. All right. And right now, I can't tell you how to measure these particulates. I don't know. But what I can tell you is from the wind speeds and from the basic setup we've had all day, this would be the general area that would see those particulates if there are any in the air. And like Alona said earlier this morning, we could definitely see that haze right along the surface trapped beneath that cap. Right. So here's your felt distance radius. What I've done, I've compiled a lot of points from social media where people said they felt this. And in general, it looks about like a 35 to 40 mile radius. Now, you certainly could have felt it further out, but I have areas as far east as Bartlett or Baytown or Channelview, as far west as Sealy, even back a little bit west of Sealy, and then up northwest of Waller. So again, that's where I think the felt distance is. Again, the wind speeds, the current wind speeds now are shown up in the yellow there. The good news is rain comes into the forecast late tomorrow night. Now, certainly not good news for those still repairing and dealing with damage up there. Just know that tomorrow, for the first half of the day or so, you're going to be fine. And then rain builds in late. The greater chances that most of us won't see this until late overnight into Sunday morning. Let's look at high-res future track. Winds remain calm tonight. It's going to be a chilly night, though. And then we see cloud cover start to build in tomorrow morning. That may play a little bit of a factor if there is anything in the air. We'll keep a close eye on it. All right, 41 is where we'll start tomorrow, 55 on Sunday, quite a difference, but then up to 65 and 70. So both afternoons will be nice. Again, most of the day Saturday looks good until that late rain chance, only 20%. Now on Sunday, I think there's a pretty good chance. David and I raised chances up to 60% in the morning. And it's looking like the system's fairly progressive, so it'll be out of here then by the end of the day, which is really good news. And we hope that that holds, and I think it will. There's where it occurred. There's your current wind speeds, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Again, still holding pretty steady. In fact, that's almost an overestimation. It's not quite to that level. I do want to show you the 10-day forecast because we don't want to ignore this. I think the rain comes into play late tomorrow into Sunday morning. And once this shows up here, we'll get to it again. I think we're going to see, there we go, 60% chance of rain early Sunday, but by Sunday night, I think we'll clear out. In fact, even in the afternoon, 70 degrees for a high, 68 on Monday. Monday looks great. Tuesday, we'll build in a likely rain chance, 70%. I don't think there'll be thunderstorms. We don't have the environment for them. Stray rain possible Wednesday and Thursday, and then clearing out late Friday through Saturday, Sunday. So the following weekend looking nice. But I do think we'll get a nice cold front next Thursday, dropping us down to much more frigid temperatures. Before that, feeling almost like spring in the 60s and 70s. Remember, most of tomorrow looks good. We'll see rain build in much later, probably after sundown.
All right, Colin, thank you very much. Now, in that area near the blast zone, all day long, we have been seeing people being checked out in emergency rooms nearby.
And one of those victims was only 6 years old. ABC 13 reporter Catherine Marchand has been talking with that child's family, now live with an update on her. How is she doing this afternoon?
Well, Art, she is doing okay, but as you know, this explosion brought down sheetrock, ceilings, windows, doors, and we talked to a teenager who said his whole family, including that 6-year-old, ended up in the hospital behind me.
I just heard a big boom, like it was just so big. It sounded so loud because of the windows, like the windows just like literally popped.
Ivan Alvarado's home caved in around him. He shared videos of the damage. He wasn't hurt, but says something fell on his 6-year-old sister's head. His dad and his brother hurt their backs, and his mom was covered in cuts from glass. He tells us he was terrified and he didn't know what had happened.
For a second, I thought it was raining because I heard like the water, and then it ended up because of everything, our pipe from our water exploded and there was water like going everywhere. And then I thought it was a lightning, and then I just saw my window broke, so I knocked on my parents' room and I see everything that happened. At first, since there was this thing going around with World War III supposedly happening, and I thought, what if Iran is like bombing us?
Now, the family is still at the hospital, but Ivan tells me that everybody is expected to be fine. However, their home was destroyed, so they're going to have to stay with family for now. We're live off the North Loop. Catherine Marchand, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Oh, our hearts go out to those children trying to figure out what in the world was happening in their world. Catherine, thank you. Let's take you up to a live look from Sky Eye again, and you can just see what a mess is left behind. The Watson Grinding and Manufacturing Facility that exploded this morning in Northwest Houston is being treated as a crime scene right now. We have also just learned that the next press conference will be held between 6:30 and 7 o'clock tonight. That's where we'll get all the latest information on the investigation and the response. Of course, we will be covering that for you. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Oh, that didn't.
ABC 13 Eyewitness News at 4 continues. Now, breaking news.
More video coming in from around our area. We continue to follow breaking news on the deadly explosion that rocked Northwest Houston about 4:30 this morning. This is surveillance video from a nearby auto shop that captures the loud boom. That building shook, and you could see that some items fell right from the shelves.
The explosion happened at Watson Grinding and Manufacturing on Gessner. We received calls from as far away as Baytown from people who said they even felt the explosion in some of these overlying areas. A live look now at the aftermath from Sky Eye. The building where the blast happened was leveled. More than 180 homes up to a quarter of a mile away sustained some serious damage, some very serious structural damage, and they will likely have to be rebuilt. But at least 2 people as well, sadly killed in this explosion. Crews are using search dogs to search for additional victims. More than 250 personnel from various agencies right there on the site.
Oh, this is a huge response. Our live team coverage begins with ABC 13 reporter Stephen Romo. He has been at the Houston Fire Department's command center getting the latest updates on the explosion. Stephen?
Yeah, guys, we've also talked to residents in the area. People say they fear this was everything from a tornado to an attack from another country. Of course, it turned out to be something we're much more familiar with here in the Houston area, an industrial explosion. Now, the ATF and local authorities are hard at work trying to figure out exactly what caused it. From the air, the damage is jaw-dropping, but people nearby had plenty of aftermath right in their own homes, along with the fear not knowing what happened. Just before 4:30, the blast rocked Watson Grinding and Manufacturing here in Northwest Houston and the surrounding neighborhoods. 2 people are confirmed dead. Police say they're likely 2 male employees who were nearest to the blast, but their identities can't be officially confirmed until it's deemed safe for investigators to come in. There were many other close calls.
Somebody that was very close, his truck went flying, and all he ended up was with cuts. That's the person that was transported.
18 more people were treated at hospitals, according to fire officials. The owner of the facility tells us the explosion originated near a propylene tank. Officials say they don't see any immediate risks from those chemicals now.
We had our hazmat unit out there. They did an assessment of the integrity of those tanks. They seem to be intact. None of them were visibly damaged. And at this time, we're not concerned with future leaks.
Hazmat crews have looked at the tanks and say they seem to be intact and don't see any immediate risks for explosions. The air quality also safe, according to officials. Attention now turning to the families of the victims and the neighbors whose homes were gutted.
This is a working class neighborhood. And the real tragedy is these individuals woke up this morning needing resources that, quite frankly, most of them do not have.
Now, this is closed off. It is a crime scene, though terrorism is not suspected. Houston police say they're looking at any possible regulatory violations that could lead to prosecutions out here at Store. Of course, all this are in the early stages right now as the ATF and police continue to look at the area. Reporting live, Stephen Romo, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
All right, Stephen, thank you. Well, all day we've been showing you devastating images of damaged homes near that explosion. Shattered windows, there's been broken doors, collapsed ceilings, and then homeowners looking at all of this, wondering where to begin.
No, right now they're just simply overwhelmed. ABC 13 reporter Nick Notario talking to some of those residents. He joins us now live with more. Nick?
Yeah, this is a prime example of exactly all those things that you were just describing and what a lot of these people are dealing with. I want to go ahead and show you. This is the living room of someone's home, and look at how the ceiling has just collapsed right down into the living room. You see nothing but insulation and drywall scattered throughout here, and also there's a lot of glass. You can see how the windows totally shattered right here, the blinds that have been thrown off, the glass that is on the floor, and it extends all the way into the kitchen. And just look at how the ceiling collapsed there, and how the drawers have been thrust open, the microwave, the food, the other items on the ground. Now, we spoke to a number of people living just hundreds of feet from that plant explosion. Take a listen to how they describe how frightening it was early this morning.
I first thought it was actually we were in war or something. I just heard a big blast. Now I don't know where the glass just came in, and it just echoed like it was keep going. So the house shook, and whenever I could, luckily we didn't get cut as bad, but it was pretty bad. It was pretty scary.
Wow, it's just devastating. It's very devastating. It's the house is a wreck. I mean, it's just, I can't even say. I'm just thankful that all of us made it out alive.
So you can see the devastation inside these homes here. Let me show you a sky drone up above. And Ted Oberg has been talking about filing claims. The damage isn't just outside. Just look at some of the roofs there, how they're bubbling. You can see the damage just above these homes to show you an idea of just how many issues people are dealing with here. And I actually just talked to Chief Art Acevedo just moments ago. You're going to hear more from him live at 5. Right now they have this area blocked off, and he has a message to those who think they might want to come here and take advantage of people dealing with this. We're live in Northwest Houston. Nick Notario, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Our hearts go out to everyone dealing with all that mess and all that cleanup, wondering where to go at this point. Now, that explosion, so powerful, it actually showed up on our Doppler radar.
Yeah, meteorologist Colin Myers here to show us just what it looked like. Incredible because it just extended for so long as well, right, Colin?
Right, it did. Now, watch real quick, briefly. Watch the plume pick up there. There you go, the bright red colors. That's a product called Spectrum Width. It's only available on what you can see, what are called dual polarization radars. And so you see the normal radar with bright colors, you would see it, but you wouldn't see it as clear as that. From that, we could tell not only was there possibly gas and particulates, but also potentially some life, like birds leaving the area pretty quickly. And again, of course, that happened just after 4:30 this morning. All right, we'll keep a close eye on air quality, but as of right now, still is labeled as good from the government website. Of course, we'll wait and see what tomorrow holds. But right now, looking great north of our live camera here at the station in West University, over the Southwest Freeway. And again, looking up towards Kirby and River Oaks. Beautiful sunshine out there. Enjoy today and the start of tomorrow, because rain builds in late tomorrow and then into early Sunday. Heavy rain offshore. Good news is that stays offshore. We will still see rain coming up. We'll show you that full 10-day forecast, and we'll expand on more rain possible next week. And when that cold front arrives, much more in the full 10-day up ahead.
All right, very good. Thank you, Colin. Appreciate it. And of course, we're going to get to the owner of the Watson Grinding Manufacturing Company. He's telling us that the deadly explosion was caused by a propylene leak.
Yes, now environmental toxicologist Dr. Noreen Khan-Mayberry joining us on the phone to explain what that means. Doctor, thank you for joining us once again today. Tell us what goes through your mind when you hear about that particular chemical.
Thank you. It is such a highly flammable chemical that a leak detonating, I mean, it is truly a nightmare from, just knowing the chemistry behind it. I mean, it's a base product that's used in so many different products that are, potentially very, very toxic to people. So to have that happen and to have such devastation, it's truly heartbreaking, aside from me just being a toxicologist. It's just sad to hear my fellow Houstonians suffering. Yeah. But, I really, really worry about, again, this can be heavier than air, and so it being low-lying. I worry about the chemicals that are within these people's homes that have fallen off of shelves. A lot of people store gasoline, they store kerosene, they store all types of chemicals in their homes, and a lot of homes are still unstable, and because it's low-lying, I worry about that, and I'm hoping that people are paying attention to, those type of chemicals that are in their homes, getting them off the floor, making sure they're secure, making sure there isn't any other cause for any other accidents within their homes, because, we talked about particulate matter all day, and again, I was wondering earlier if they were testing PM1, because normally on the website I see PM 2.5, but PM1 and below I'm very concerned about as well. And those are the smaller size particles that go deeper into the airways and cause that long-term damage that doesn't necessarily show up now, but shows up in maybe 5 or 10 years. And also it's just, I talked about skin issues because, propylene is very, very, it's an irritant. It's an irritant, it's an eye irritant, it's a respiratory irritant at high enough levels. It can cause central nervous system damage. So you really, really have to be careful. And if you don't feel normal, you really need to get to a medical professional immediately, because even if the readings are saying good, okay, it just may not be detecting, what's down on the ground.
Right.
Again, what they have around the city are fixed monitors. I don't know if they've actually had the bus come out there and do some on-site readings today. I'm hoping they have. I haven't seen those yet.
We understand that that's going to be taking place as well. Dr. Mayberry, thank you very much. We appreciate your call. Thank you for speaking with us. Of course, those homeowners as well need to be concerned about everything that's in the ceiling, the insulation, the asbestos possibly as well. So there's a lot to be concerned with.
Yes, she always makes a great point. Take your own precautions, use your own good judgment on these things. Now, she just mentioned it. The Houston Health Department did just tweet this out, saying the Bureau of Pollution Control and Prevention did deploy a mobile air monitoring lab. They say the results showed no immediate air quality threat near that explosion site.
Another live look now from Sky Eye at the aftermath of the deadly explosion. The first legal action against Watson Grinding and Manufacturing has already been filed. Not a big surprise. This is standard protocol usually when something like this happens. Attorneys say families whose homes were destroyed are seeking a temporary restraining order against the company. We're going to have another live look at some of that damage when we come back. All right, continuing our live coverage this afternoon of that massive explosion killing 2 people, shaking hundreds of homes throughout Northwest Houston. Police say they have taken control of 2 neighborhoods affected by that blast, West Branch and Carverdale.
Yes, now those neighborhoods have about 200 homes in them. At least 180 of those have sustained damage. ABC 13's Micah Hatfield is live with another look at some of the damage out there. Micah?
What's crazy is we're in a neighborhood right now, but just right here, you know, maybe a tenth of a mile away is ground zero of this explosion. So you can just imagine the force that these homes felt early this morning around 4:30 is when the explosion happened. I've talked to people who live here. They tell me that the vibration lasted about 10 seconds. All of their windows were gone, their garages were blown open, and that's what happened here. These are some of the worst houses because they're right next to where the explosion happened. You can see the ceiling has fallen in, the garage door has blown off, and that seems to be the case across the board in this neighborhood. Obviously, these are a little bit worse, but a lot of homes in this neighborhood are missing windows and they're missing their garage doors. This one, the fence is actually blown in too. It's just, you know, complete devastation. We just watched these people who live in this home load up all of their things and drive away because obviously this house is not livable. People seem to be in good spirits that we've talked to, and they're hopeful, but at the same time, this was devastating for them. They were scared for their lives, caught off guard in their sleep by this explosion. And I want to let you hear from Maria. We spoke to her earlier. She was very, very shaken up still this afternoon.
I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know. Our house is destroyed. Everything came down.
Were you or your family members hurt?
No. No, ma'am.
I imagine it's just got to be stunning that all of this happened so quickly and out of the blue.
Yes, ma'am.
Describe what the inside of your home looks like.
The ceiling is on the floor. The foundation moved like this much, so we can see the grass, the patio. So we can't stay there. The house is very damaged.
It's hard to hear someone going through that. It's what a lot of people in this neighborhood are going through, just complete and total devastation of their home. You know, some people are trying to still process what's going on. Other people, they've got crews out here. They've got a lot of contractors in this neighborhood. We've seen the streets fill up with people with ladders and pieces of plywood coming out here to help. People board up their homes, but in a lot of these cases like this house, a few pieces of plywood aren't going to help. It might keep water out. But we've even heard people talk about the possibility of having to completely demolish their homes, which is obviously something that will happen down the road, but very, very hard for people who live in this neighborhood to stomach this afternoon. Live in Northwest Houston, Micah Hatfield, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Absolutely. So much work ahead of them and not a lot of help on the way at the moment. Well, here's another look at the damage to some of those homes from our Sky Eye vantage point. These are live images, and you can see a lot of activity out there as people try to survey what needs to be done and perhaps start some of the immediate repairs. When we come back, we're going to look at some people living in these damaged homes, where they will be spending the night. We'll be right back.
Well, with dozens of homes really just unlivable, families now looking for a safe place to stay overnight, trying to figure out as well what to do next. They've just been overwhelmed.
Yeah, so the Red Cross has set up an overnight shelter. It is at Fairbanks United Methodist Church. That's where we find ABC 13's TJ Parker. He joins us live, and folks are really needing this place tonight, TJ.
Yeah, Lona, we've seen it all throughout the afternoon and evening, people talking about their damaged homes, and now they are, yes, going to have a place to stay tonight, and the Red Cross has opened up this place. This is, again, the Fairbanks United Methodist Church, 14210 Aston Street. You can see nobody here yet, but the Red Cross has already set up cots here for people to sleep on in anticipation of those folks showing up here. And this is one of 2 shelters that have been set up today. The first one should be closing soon, that at the Latter-day Saints Church, not too far from where that explosion happened in that neighborhood. This is only about 3 miles away from that, and also pretty close to the neighborhoods that were affected by that explosion. So if you are looking for a place to stay tonight, they are accepting people here at the Fairbanks United Methodist Church. Again, the address there is 14210 Aston Street here in Northwest Houston. Reporting live, I'm TJ Parker, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you, TJ. Appreciate that. Let's get over to weather now and talk about just how, well, beautiful. I mean, clear skies today.
Let's shift gears and talk about the weekend. I know we've been talking a lot about this, and we talked about the wind. There is rain coming late tomorrow night. I don't think it ruins our total weekend. I think most of Saturday's good. I think most of Sunday afternoon is good, but that rain comes into play late Saturday night. But it'll be gone by Sunday, maybe even by noon. A lot of the models showing it out of here pretty progressively by noon Sunday, maybe a little bit later, 1 or 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Live shot, as Art just said, beautiful live shot over Kirby up towards River Oaks there, looking north of West U, our ABC 13 tower camera. And again, not even a cloud in the sky. It hardly gets this nice. At least the way it's been so far this year, this is one of the more beautiful days we've had so far in 2020. 67 at Hobby, 66 at Bush, 66 along the Tomball Parkway. Still in the mid-60s back to the west, lower 60s up to our north. Pretty uniform, though. Some lower 70s down towards Matagorda County. That's about it. 68, Palacios 71 in Victoria. Let's look at high-res future track. The winds stay fairly calm, and so I think that's good news overall if there is any particulate matter in the air. And luckily, no major issues to deal with as we go through Saturday morning. Most of us start off the day pretty nice. Cloud cover builds in from the west, and then rain starts. So take a look. This is actually an expansive system, an upper-level low that's moving west to east, bringing us almost more of a Pacific air mass. Luckily, the heaviest rain stays offshore in the northwestern Gulf, but for us, just some light rain in play, and then it's gone by Sunday midday. Now let's look at future track as we go into next week. Again, that next upper-level low moves in, and this one brings in another rain chance Tuesday. Again, I think most of that will be just rain. There's an outside chance of a rumble of thunder, but then on Thursday, a cold front, and this one will be more of a change for us, races in through Friday morning. That one will also bring some rain. So over the next really 5 to 7 days, we'll have 3 or so bouts with rainfall. The good news, the heavier amounts way offshore. Some of those amounts could be 2 to 3 inches, but the atmosphere is still not really vertically stacked with moisture. So even though we may get several rain events, overall I'm saying up to an inch. The Weather Prediction Center is pretty close to that, an inch. Some spots a little higher east or southeast. But overall, that's not bad news. We need a little rain, just not all at once. And so far, we haven't had any issues with flooding over the start of 2020. We hope it stays that way. 65 tomorrow, 70 degrees on Sunday. Again, the first half of Saturday looks good. Latter half of Sunday looks good. Monday, 68. That's not bad. Next rain chance Tuesday, 70%. Down to 20% Wednesday, up to 40% Thursday with that front, and then temperatures really drop down. Notice 60s and 70s feels more like spring to start the week, to round out the week, down back into the 50s. Some of those morning lows could be quite low next weekend, but early look next weekend does look pretty good at 64 and 66 respectively. Again, as we look at it, just one more rain bet coming in though this weekend. That comes in late Saturday into early Sunday. But again, I don't think it's a total washout. The weekend should still be pretty nice, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Colin. Now, if your home experienced damage during the blast this morning, then the Better Business Bureau of Greater Houston and South Texas wants to make sure you're prepared with these 5 tips. First up, contact your insurance company as soon as possible and take your own photos to document the damage. Now, when you do find a business to hire, require a written contract agreement with them. It should specify the work to be done, any materials being used, as well as a price breakdown. The BBB also says you should avoid high-pressure sales pitches and take the time to shop around to get at least 3 estimates.
Unfortunately, the scammers will come out of the woodwork during this time, so it is always a good idea to check on a company very carefully before you hire them. So you can check with the Better Business Bureau to see if we have any complaints or reviews on a company. Also check references, get at least 3 estimates. And also it's important not to hire someone on the spot or pay someone on the spot.
Okay, guys, so the BBB also recommends you pay at least 1/3 of the total cost up front, but never pay in full. For more tips, you can head to abc13.com. Guys.
Very good. Thank you, Chelsea. Good recommendations there. Live at 5. Back in a moment after the break.
Yes, we have live team coverage. More on the deadly explosion in Northwest Houston. Stay with us.
It looks like a building has exploded here by Gessner and Clay. You can see parts of the building on the road.
You're looking at the center where ground zero is, where the explosion happened, and you can see that building completely leveled.
At least 2 confirmed fatalities.
Ceilings of homes caved in, walls cracked. Look at this, windows blown out. Those are blinds and shattered glass on the floor.
I'm speechless. I mean, I just came into one of the homes. There's glass everywhere. I mean, it looked like a bomb went off.
At least 2 people are dead after that massive explosion after it rocked Northwest Harris County, Houston area this morning.
Yes, it happened about 4:25 on Gessner Road. We want to get a live look now at that scene. Sky Eye live at the Watson Grinding and Manufacturing, where this explosion took place. You can see the destruction it's left behind. Officers do believe that there are 2 victims and that they were employees at that company.
We are also flying Skydrone 13 over the explosion area this afternoon. Live look now at some of those homes in the neighborhood around that blast. So many homes destroyed, but that is ground zero, the epicenter of that blast which rocked much of Harris County. Now, we want to give you a closer look as well exactly of where this all happened, the neighborhoods that are affected as well after that explosion happened on Gessner, and the West Branch and Caverdale neighborhoods. Those are the two neighborhoods dealing with severe damage right now, neighborhoods that are going to have to be closed off. In fact, they are already closed off this evening.
Now, this explosion was so powerful that it was felt dozens of miles away. We received calls from viewers on the east side, southeast side, Pasadena, and even Baytown, more than 40 miles away from the explosion site. People as far as Shenandoah up I-45 and Kingwood off 59 also called into ABC 13 saying they felt the explosion. We also heard from many of you who live on the west side, the Katy area, and southwest Houston. You not only felt it, you told us that you heard it, all describing it as a big boom. Now, we want to give you a look at exactly how bad this explosion was. So here's a picture of that manufacturing company before the blast. It's right there on the left, and then one afterward.
Yeah, now, as we said, neighbors near that scene were dealing with a lot of destruction. Some of their homes now unlivable. We have multiple crews out in these neighborhoods. We want to start with ABC 13's Nick Notario. Nick?
This is one of the homes that was impacted by this morning's blast. You can just go ahead and take a look inside there. You can see those beams that are out there for everyone to see. And actually, that's where the roof just came crashing down in the middle of the night, right in the morning as people were getting ready for the day. And you can see the insulation, all the drywall that came crashing down out here, all the glass just shattered in so many of these homes. We're only a few hundred feet from that plant, but this is a scene like so many others. There are dozens of homes that unfortunately look just like this right here. And it's not only neighbors that are walking the street, there are contractors out here. There's actually HPD Chief of Police Art Acevedo, who is talking to neighbors, going inside, seeing how people are doing. And we talked to him just moments ago, and he had a message for anyone that might want to come out here and do something they shouldn't.
Houston PD is going to be here with you. We're going to patrol this neighborhood, and we better not catch anybody trying to loot your home. Because if we do, they're going to go straight to jail.
And you can see if we take Skydrone right above, you can see Art Acevedo is still out here talking to people. He's going to be updating all of us in about an hour and a half. But if you are coming out here, if you know someone that lives out here, you have to show an ID. That's what police are looking for as people are coming in here. And I know I haven't been the only one out here. I know my colleague Micah Hatfield has been as well. Micah, tell us what you're seeing from some of the neighbors as well.
Well, Nick, I'm sure you know we've been in so many houses today and we've seen such terrible destruction, just devastation, you know, windows blown out, cabinets blown open. This house that we're in right now, it seems to be one of the better ones. It's cleaned up. I mean, we don't have the debris on the floor. The windows have been boarded up. Already they've gotten a new front door. So you think, oh, well, maybe this house is livable. Not the case. That's because of the structural damage that these houses have seen because of this blast. The house was actually blown off of its foundation. And that's what we've seen with several houses, some even a foot. The wall has separated a foot from the foundation of the home. So while it may seem like it's been cleaned up, it's a long road ahead for the people who are living in these homes. We're in Steve's home right now, but we talked to his neighbor LaShonda earlier, and she says she was woken up at about 4:30 this morning to that blast. I want you to hear her account of it.
I was asleep. It was like 4 something, maybe about 4:30 in the morning, and all of a sudden you heard this big like crash, boom, which it actually threw me out the bed. And so I ran where my son was, and it threw him also out the bed. So we was thinking it was like a bomb or something, but glass was everywhere.
Of that glass being everywhere, Steve tells us that there was about 10 seconds of an explosion, and then he said all of a sudden he heard just glass shattering everywhere. He was actually in the bathroom, fortunately, because this window in his bedroom broke out and his bed is covered in glass. Had he been in this bed, he might be cut and wounded. Fortunately, he was not, but you can see still so much debris. in his bedroom. Such a long road ahead for so many people, a really heartbreaking time. Many haven't been able to really digest what happened, and that's what Steve and I were just talking about. He says he thinks it'll probably hit him later tonight that his house was affected by this explosion. Live in Northwest Houston, Micah Hatfield, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Another live look here over the neighborhood where this explosion happened. You can see some folks there, kind of a strange shot here, but they're trying to work on the home, trying to board it up, trying to get those windows at least boarded up, trying to clean up already. As we told you off the top of the show as well, we do know that at least 2 people were killed here, but dozens of homes damaged, some so severely they are unlivable.
Yeah, SkyDrone giving us that picture there of the work being done. ABC 13's Marla Carter has been trying to track down some information on these victims. And Marla, what do we know so far?
Well, Gina, that explosion happened just down the road here, and we know that other businesses nearby were even impacted, and it left others injured. Around 4:20 this morning, an explosion shook the area. The debris field so huge, nearby businesses had walls taken down, like Jerry Shannon's. His construction company is across the street. An employee stays on site.
Very worried, wondered, what happened. Was he there? Yeah, but 4:30 in the morning, he was in the trailer in the back.
Max, the employee, didn't have a cell phone, which made Jerry even more worried because he couldn't reach him. But then came good news. Max was okay.
Relief, yeah. The police had told us they found him and he seemed to be okay, and then they brought him out. But they're still going to take him to the hospital.
Sadly, though, 2 lives were lost, both believed to be employees of Watson Grinding. Bobby is a friend of one of the employees, and he was there before the explosion this morning and said he smelled gas.
Maybe you need to get away from the building. And he said, I said, call the fire department. He's like, well, I called somebody already for my job. I'm waiting for him to get here. So we chit-chatted, and he was really concerned. He said it had a really horrible smell.
And Bobby, that employee's friend, tells us 5 minutes later, after getting off the phone with her friend, that explosion happened. She hasn't been able to reach him since. She says that employee has 2 daughters and a son in the Marines. We'll hear more from Bobby coming up at 6. Reporting live from Northwest Houston, Marla Carter, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
All right, very good. Thank you, Marla. Our investigative team spending today looking into the company. Ted Oberg here. The company, by the way, has not responded, which is highly unusual in this case. Usually we hear something from the company. Sure. But the residents certainly have responded quickly.
They have. We see all that cleanup going on in SkyDrone. We've seen it in SkyEye. We've seen residents of these hundreds of damaged homes already cleaning up their homes. What you have not seen necessarily are this company and their employees cleaning up. And if lawyers have their way, that will not happen for some time. At least 2 residents have already filed suit against Watson Grinding and Manufacturing, asking the company to maintain the site exactly as it is until their experts can take a look. The lawsuits, at least in this early stage, allege negligence in the way this company handled its chemicals. And so that is the one thing that those lawyers want to look at. It's early. These lawsuits are always filed. And so typically what will happen is the experts will get a chance to take a look at what was done. But chemical safety experts will want to do the same thing. As for the company itself, Art, as you mentioned, we haven't heard much from them at all. We have spent the day digging into them. They've had 2 OSHA violations in 2013. $8,000 in fines, relatively minor in the chemical world. As far as TCEQ, the Texas State Agency, is concerned, they appear to have air and stormwater permits, but no violations in their compliance history. This company has been in existence, guys, for about 50 years. Their main product is something called a severe ball valve, which helps oil companies open and close piping. They use a high heat propylene process to coat those things, and that's likely why they have this chemical on site. You can see in some of the company videos how intense it is in there, but it's unclear what they were doing it for in the morning. The one thing they also have, and we heard this from the mayor, is a pretty impressive fitness facility at that place, and we were told that one of the victims may have been working out at that hour.
Ted, so many people saying they had no idea these kind of chemicals were right beside where they live, and you point out there are a lot of oil and gas companies or related industries in our community, and we don't know.
Gina, we never know. And it is not by accident. In Houston, the city has tried for a long time, especially since a fire in 2016. They tried repeatedly to get more information out of small industrial companies like this about what chemicals they have on site and how dangerous they may be, not just for first responders who need to know what's on site when they show up in the morning, but for residents who live nearby. Those people have a right to know, or should have a right to know, how dangerous those places are. The one thing we didn't see in here is anything but a chain link fence and that aluminum warehouse between where these dangerous chemicals were stored and the homes less than a football field away.
No barrier at all.
Yeah, well, now residents want answers, and no doubt the class action suits are coming. I mean, it's just standard protocol, right?
Well, it is likely that a lot of these residents have a lot of damage, and the courthouse may be one of the places they stop.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate it, Ted. All right, this deadly explosion was so big, in fact, it could actually be seen on our weather radar.
So take a look at the large flash of blue. You just saw it right there in the middle of the video. We want to check in now with our chief forecaster, David Tillman. He tells us how some of the damage really looks like a strong tornado hit that area, huh, David?
Yeah, that's right. Certainly weak tornado out there, Gina, in the EF0 to EF1 tornado range, but I've seen some of the damage from some of the coverage today could have been in the EF2, maybe even EF3 range. Here's what EF3 tornado damage actually looks like. This is from a church in the Columbus, Mississippi EF3 tornado from about a year ago. And notice how this well-constructed building here has its roof completely lifted off, and at least one of the walls there was completely destroyed. If it was an EF4, EF5 tornado, the walls will completely collapse. And in the case of an EF5, all of this debris would actually be wiped clean off of the foundation. So I don't think this was accustomed to or akin to a violent tornado, but certainly a strong tornado is the kind of damage that we saw with that big blast that we had this morning. Now, we've got some rain and storms coming in this weekend, nothing severe. I'll time it all out for you coming up in your forecast.
All right, David, thank you. We want to give you another look at some of the damage from the explosion in Northwest Houston. This is an inside look at someone's home. We'll have more updates on this developing story after the break. We're back here on Live at 5 with a look at the explosion site from overhead in Northwest Houston. If you're just joining us, we are learning more about the massive explosion at Watson Grinding and Manufacturing.
Right now, we know that at least 2 people are dead as a result of this explosion. ABC 13's Chauncey Glover has a timeline of what happened early this morning.
4:24 a.m., the explosion was captured on a neighbor's Ring doorbell camera. ABC 13 reporter Jeff Ealing was in the area on another story about 13 miles away. He heard it and felt it.
That was big.
Yeah, it was big. That's what I said.
You felt it too, right?
Yeah. Well,
then people started posting to social media saying their homes just shook, woke them up, saying it sounded like some type of explosion.
We get multiple calls.
We started hearing emergency responders on the radios saying alarms were dropping all over the place.
That's clear. I've got a major explosion with a lot of debris and everything.
4:50 a.m. Jeff Ealing was the first on the scene and live on TV right away.
It looks like a building has exploded here by Gessner and Clay. You can see parts of the building on the road right in front of the building. There were pieces of debris about a quarter of a mile down the road as well. You can see the fire is still burning.
5:35 a.m., a little more than an hour after the explosion, we brought you our first live pictures from Sky Eye. That fire still burning.
Chauncey Glover reporting that timeline. As you look at that timeline, it's just incredible just how quickly things mushroom from there. When disasters like this happen, there is always someone out there trying to take advantage of the victims, the always end result.
Yes, we hate that, but it's true. ABC 13's Chelsea Hernandez here now with some tips to try and make sure you're one of those folks who doesn't get scammed.
Yeah, that's right. Good evening. So the BBB warns scammers will come out of the woodwork at this time of devastation. So before hiring a company to work on your home, make sure you do your research. In doing so, find references and call them. Read those reviews and get at least 3 estimates from different companies to price compare. You'll also want to avoid high-pressure sales pitches. And when you do find a company to hire, require a written contract agreement with them. It should list the specific work to be done, the materials being used, as well as the price breakdown.
We recommend no more than 1/3 of the deposit up front. If someone's wanting you to pay the full amount up front, then that's a big red flag right there.
And for more tips from the BBB on ways to avoid getting scammed, head to abc13.com.
Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And let's get to Elisa with a look at the traffic. Elisa?
The closest alternate route to Gessner, which is shut down, is going to be the West Belt. And you can see traffic heavy northbound there at Clay, the closest major intersection. Let me show you on the maps the busy part of town that we are talking about, where closures are still in effect with no word right now as to when those will be opened. They will be closed for some time as the investigation continues and cleanup. Right now it is Gessner between Denard and Clay. You can see how busy Clay Road is right there at that Gessner intersection, where people are used to going there. They're used to being able to turn and get northbound and southbound on Gessner. Instead of paying the toll on the belt, they love to use that cut through, but still it is not available to you at this hour. Also, if you use Metro to get through the area, you are seeing a reroute of Metro bus route 46. That's due to the explosion and the road closures in the area. It is still running for you, though.
Now, AccuWeather with 13 Eyewitness News Chief Forecaster David Tillman.
Well, David, hopefully people took advantage of today because it's going to be not so pretty tomorrow.
We did promise you a nice, completely sunny day today. We did get it, but we also believe that at least a part of this weekend will be wet, not the entire weekend, and that's the message that we want to get across. We do expect some rain out there, but don't completely cancel your plans because there'll be plenty of times when it's not even raining out there at all in your neighborhood. Rain this weekend is what we're talking about. For tomorrow, late in the day, there's a 20% chance for rain for Houston, for Columbus, for Liberty. Probably won't rain at all during daylight hours tomorrow in College Station in Livingston. Farther south where the deeper moisture is going to be located, say around Matagorda Bay, over in the parts of Brazoria County, is where we have about a 40% chance for rain. Here's the big storm system that brought us the rain a couple days ago. It continues to slowly move through the Midwest. It's been snowing for most of the day in parts of Missouri and Iowa and Wisconsin and places like that. Now we're looking at a couple couple of smaller disturbances out to the west that appear to be getting together, and they both appear to be moving towards our general direction, and both of those together will help to give us at least one decent shot of rain as we get into Saturday night and into Sunday morning. Here is Future Track. We've got the clear conditions out there right now. I don't think we'll see fog develop overnight, but I do expect the clouds to begin to increase by the time we get to tomorrow morning. By the time we get to late tomorrow afternoon, we'll begin to see some light rain showers develop, especially to the south and southwest of Houston. Tomorrow night, Saturday night, is when those will blossom into numerous showers all across southeast Texas. Can't completely rule out a rumble of thunder, but we certainly aren't expecting severe weather or heavy thunderstorms out of this. Sunday morning, the rain will still be located over us, and then a cool front is going to move in, is going to push the rain out of here. So the second half of Sunday, according to what we're seeing right now, we should see clearing conditions, and so we should have some better weather by the time we get to Sunday afternoon. Here's a look outside. Completely clear conditions at this time. It's 67 in Houston, 62 in Angleton. We're at 64 degrees in Conroe. Overnight, upper 30s to the north, just like we had this morning. Low to middle 40s to the south, and high temperatures for tomorrow should be a couple of degrees cooler than today with the clouds coming in, but it's still going to be a nice day for most of the day tomorrow. 20% chance late, a 60% chance tomorrow night into Sunday morning. Monday's looking mild and sunny, completely dry out there. And then here comes another system on Tuesday that'll give us a 70% chance. Lower chances coming up on Wednesday, and then the rain moves right back in here as we get into Thursday and Friday.
David, thank you. Well, we are continuing to follow the explosion in Northwest Houston. More details after the break. Live look now at the overnight shelter that opened up at Fairbanks United Methodist Church. You can see that American Red Cross vehicle there. We do understand that perhaps 50 families have made their way to one shelter or another, but this is a new one, and so people do need to realize there are some resources available to them if their homes are in fact unlivable for them. Well, wondering what you should do if your home is damaged or the streets that you should avoid right now because of this huge explosion? A lot of this information can be found on our website. Assignment editor Chris Rodriguez is in our newsroom now with a closer look at what you can find on ABC13.com.
Thanks, Gina. So we're live in a newsroom right here. I want to take you guys to look at this. This is the ABC13.com homepage. First story up here. Here's how you can help neighbors, your fellow Houstonians impacted by this unfortunate disaster that's happening in Northwest Houston. You scroll down a little bit. We have surveillance. We have structural damage, what homeowners need to know, how to fix their home, who to call, and what to look for damage after today's explosion. I want to come up here, look at some ABC 13 surveillance video sent in to us by viewers, many Houstonians wondering what that huge explosion was that many were felt today. Also right here, we're going to go over to some traffic. You guys need to make sure you're staying out of the roadways over there. We have ABC 13 reporters out there telling you guys which are the ways to not get in the way of officials out there that are still making sure you guys are all making sure you're headed to the right place. For more information and to check out many stories and this unfortunate time, head on over to abc13.com and also download the ABC 13 app.
Great. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Another live look here from Skydrone 13 over the neighborhoods where so much damage has taken place. Just look at the damage from these homes and from that explosion. Incredible. We'll be back in a moment with more.
All right, let's check the weekend forecast. The whole weekend will not be washed out, guys. I think most of the day will be dry tomorrow after a cool start, mild afternoon. And then as we get into Saturday night and Sunday, we've got a good chance for rain. And then after that, we'll dry out.
Okay, let's take a look at the live pictures now of Epicenter. We'll have much more on this. Ground Zero at 6 o'clock. See you then.